If you have ever tasted the bitterness of my sweetness, I am willing to embody your wishes, to not let my aspirations go to waste, and to bravely march forth each day of this prosperous era. The jarring ringtone of a video call echoed through the disordered room. Yi Fan, his eyes barely open, answered the call with a roar. What the hell? Who is this? You little rascal. You can't even recognize your own father anymore. The deep voice of a man on the other end jolted him awake. What? Could it really be Dad's voice? But Dad has been missing for 8 years. Yi Fan opened his eyes wide. Before him sat his father, Yi Penghai, clad in an unknown material exosuit. Against a backdrop that was strikingly futuristic, reminiscent of scenes from a science fiction film. The aura of authority emanating from Yi Penghai sent shivers down Yi Fan's spine, even through the screen. Dad, where have you been all these years? At home now, Yi Fan wanted to share the news that after his father's disappearance, his mother had sold off their assets in search of him for 5 years, only to pass away from illness. However, before he could speak, Yi Penghai interrupted him. Xiao Fan, is it currently March 1st, 2023? Yi Fan instinctively replied. Yi Penghai let out a sigh of relief. That's good. The cross-time connection is established. What I'm about to say is crucial, so listen closely. 3 months from now, on June 1st, the world will face its end. A meteor from beyond will strike the Earth, triggering a global zombie virus that will fundamentally alter the entire world. In these 3 months, you must stockpile supplies, food, water, medicine, and the like. Just give me half of what you gather, except for seeds, which I do not require. Yi Fan was utterly bewildered by his father's words. The end of the world. Dad, are you still half asleep like me? Seemingly sensing Yi Fan's confusion, Yi Penghai continued. During my 8 years of absence, I traversed to a post-apocalyptic world 100 years in the future. Though I have encountered numerous challenges, I am relieved to have re-established contact with you. Quickly find a plot of land to build a safe base. Use only the finest materials. I will send you money later. Also, remember to construct greenhouses to cover the land. The soil will be too contaminated to grow fruits and vegetables post-apocalypse. Before Yi Penghai could finish, Yi Fan faintly heard a scream from the other side. Oh no, the spatial system is experiencing unknown interference. Quickly cut off the connection. The video call abruptly ended. Yi Fan stared at his now quiet phone, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. His father, who had been missing for 8 years, suddenly contacted him, claiming that in 3 months the world would descend into a zombie-infested apocalypse. And he had traveled 100 years into the future? Was this not absurd? Yi Fan rubbed his forehead with one hand, immediately suspecting he had fallen victim to some newfangled scam. No, perhaps I'm just not fully awake. Yi Fan shook his head, intending to set his phone down and get up to wash his face when a new window suddenly popped up on his WeChat interface. Your friend Dad has sent you a cross-dimensional delivery. Would you like to accept it? Could it be? Yi Fan muttered, tentatively clicking the accept option. In the next moment, a silver briefcase materialized in Yi Fan's room. What the hell? This is insane. Something has really arrived? Yi Fan swallowed hard, cautiously opening the case. Before him lay rows of gleaming little yellow fish, filling the box to the brim. He picked one up, weighing it in his hand. The heft caused him to swallow again instinctively. Goodness, this one must weigh at least 500 grams. Then this entire box must be worth millions at the very least. Slap. Yi Fan gave himself a resounding slap. The sting on his face filled him with overwhelming joy. Holy crap, I'm rich. I'm about to become a millionaire. After a moment of excitement, Yi Fan quickly regained his composure. If what Dad says is true, then this money will be worthless by then. I should first count the quantity, then seek Du Bin's help to exchange it for cash and supplies. With that thought, Yi Fan began to carefully transfer the little yellow fish out. However, as he continued, he began to feel something was off. This can't be more than 10 or so kilograms. How come it feels like an endless supply? Just how much did Dad pack in here? Yi Fan looked at the pile of little yellow fish nearly reaching his calf, utterly dumbfounded. What's this? Yi Fan noticed a uniquely textured piece of paper affixed to the top of the box and curiously pulled it down. It read, Spatial System Exclusive Cross-Dimensional Prop. Spatial Briefcase. Built-in weight capacity. 1,500 pounds. Dimensions. Usage methods. Damn. 1,500 pounds. What more is there to take out? Yi Fan didn't even bother to wash up and immediately called his friend Du Bin. Hey Du Bin, help me find some buyers for gold? How much? Over 1,000 pounds. They'll send you the specific photos later. After hanging up, Yifan snapped a photo of the little yellow fish to send to Du Bin, then hurriedly took the briefcase down to the underground garage, treating it as extra assets left by Yi Penghai. Before his disappearance, the Yi family was considered wealthy in the city. Had it not been for Yi Fan's mother discovering her terminal illness and spending money like water to search for him, he might still be living the life of a rich kid. Now, apart from the independent house left by his parents, he had little distinction from an ordinary person. All right, he'll wait for Du Bin to come over later to take a look. As Yi Fan gazed at the splendid golden scene filling the underground garage, an inexplicable sense of achievement surged within him. This is the empire I have built. Yi Fan swiftly returned to his room, rummaging through his notebook while jotting down plans for building a safe base, stockpiling supplies, and constructing greenhouses. Since it's the end of the world, fruits and vegetables are indispensable. I must prepare for soil contamination and arrange for seeds and livestock. We also need to stockpile bottled water, as well as seasonings and daily necessities, which are consumable supplies. Moreover, with the impending appearance of zombies, the safe base should be situated far from the city, with ample land, a secluded location, and soil suitable for cultivation. Additionally, I should enlist several construction teams to expedite the process. After jotting down the key points, Yi Fan proceeded to list various supplies, seeds, and livestock items. By the time Du Bin arrived, Yi Fan had filled an entire page with notes. Yi Fan, first give me a glass of water. Du Bin, panting heavily as he rushed in, had his eyes fixated on the little yellow fish on Yi Fan's desk. It was true that they were wealthy, but the genuine little yellow fish that Yi Fan had was a rare sight for him, let alone over 1,000 pounds of them. Du Bin had never encountered such a spectacle in his life. Here, drink this first. After you finish, help me figure out how to convert these into cash flow transfers are fine too, even if the price is lower.
Chapter 2 Old Yi, you've struck gold from the heavens. Is it acceptable to have a lower price? Yi Fan, where did you acquire this windfall? Count me in, Du Bin. A wealthy second-generation heir, lacked for nothing financially. Yet this did not deter his desire to amass even more wealth. Today, I took a glance in the basement and discovered over 1,000 gene of small yellow croaker. It was unfortunate I hadn't gone earlier. Yi Fan casually offered an excuse to Du Bin, recalling Yi Fan's circumstances when they first met, was already convinced. Indeed, it was a pity. The origins of these small yellow croakers were difficult to trace. And if sold, the price might fall below market value. I have just reached out to someone and was about to inspect the goods. As he spoke, he raised his phone, his face brimming with pride. All right, let me take you to Yi Fan's family garage had not been used for 5 years. The moment the garage door was opened, a cloud of dust billowed forth. Du Bin coughed as he entered alongside Yi Fan. After taking just a few steps, he was dazzled by a golden spectacle. Wow, my eyes! This extravagant aura is nearly blinding. Du Bin shielded his eyes and exclaimed, quickly pulling out his phone to snap a few photos, which he sent off. Okay, it's settled. The seller is very pleased with the goods, and they want all of it. However, it will take some time to transfer the cash flow. They'll be able to come for the goods in at most 3 days. We can rent a warehouse in the meantime to transport the goods there. All right then, let us rent a few warehouses of 1,000 square meters each. A more secluded location will suffice. By the way, how much money do you have left? Can you lend me some for a while? Considering the time constraints, Yi Fan decided to borrow a few million from Du Bin to procure some supplies for his father. A few thousand square meters of warehouse? What do you plan to do with that? I still have 5 million left, and with my credit card limit, I have about 10 million in total. Since starting university, Du Bin had been involved in venture capital, earning a few million a year, which he regarded as mere trifles. I plan to engage in some foreign trade business, with no limits on the categories of goods, meat, vegetables, prepared foods, bottled water, tobacco, alcohol, pharmaceuticals, seeds, and so forth. I'll take as much as I can get, but it must be within 3 months. Du Bin had extensive connections, and with his support, collecting tens of thousands of tons of food in 3 months was very feasible. What kind of foreign trade business requires so much? Is the apocalypse upon us, or have we been showered with riches? Du Bin was taken aback by his words, unable to resist teasing him. Yi Fan recalled what Yi Penghai had said and smirked slightly. Of course, it's a windfall from the gods. But rest assured, even if the world ends, if I have meat, you'll definitely have soup to drink. All right then, just because of that statement, I'll consider this 10 million as an investment in you. Dubin patted Yifan on the shoulder and raised his hand to dial the number of Boss Lee, who specialized in warehouse rentals. Hello, Old Lee, it's Dubin. I have a brother who wants to rent a warehouse. Do you have any that are relatively secluded? We need 1,000 square meters. You have 5 unoccupied warehouses? Great. We'll take them all. The address is perfect. I'll take my brother over right away. In just the time it took for a phone call, Dubin managed to sort out the warehouse issue. Having connections made things that much easier. Come on, Fangu, let us go check out the warehouse. 5,000 square meters should be sufficient for your business, right? By the way, do you need any help with transporting the goods? I can bring some people over from my place. When Dubin was engaged in serious matters, he would adopt a more meticulous demeanor, embodying the archetype of someone who was both rough and refined. Sure, find some trustworthy individuals to help manage the warehouse, inspect the goods, and handle transportation. I'll need a substantial quantity, and this time, our benefactor is quite affluent. There will be no shortage of small yellow croakers. Coupled with the small yellow croakers secretly stored by my father, it's only a matter of time before we become billionaires. Yifan hinted at the source of the small yellow croakers to Dubin, who harbored no suspicions. When the former richest man in Jiangqing, Yi Penghai, was still around, Dubin's father didn't even rank. Whether Yifan moved 1,000 jin of small yellow croakers or 10,000, he wouldn't have found it absurd. All right, Fango, rest assured, as long as you have the goods, I can find someone to take them all off your hands. After Dubin readily affirmed, he decided to persuade his father to invest a few tens of millions later, wondering if it would all be converted into small yellow croakers. Making a fortune was merely a matter of time. Half an hour later, Dubin arrived outside the eastern suburbs warehouse. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses and smiling like the Maitreya Buddha, seemed to have been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Dubin, the man hurriedly approached and inquired, "Young Master Du, will your brother be satisfied with the warehouse's location?" Dubin turned to Yifan and asked, "Yigu, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. I'll rent all 5 of them. Let us initially rent them for 3 months. Yifan gazed at the open warehouse door and promptly secured the rental. The man had not anticipated that Dubin would show such respect to the young man beside him. While he was respectful, a hint of joy also crept onto his face. Very well. Young Master Yi, the original rental price for these warehouses was 35 per square meter per month, but since you're a friend of young Master Du, naturally, you are my esteemed guest. I'll take the liberty of offering you a discount to 30 per square meter. How does that sound? Dubin nodded with a smile. Old Lee, you're too generous. Yigu, let us finalize this. Old Lee, I'll transfer the 150,000 to your company account shortly. All right, young Master Du, young Master Yi, you two carry on with your business. After Old Lee hastily departed, Dubin made several more phone calls. In under 3 minutes, he had resolved issues regarding warehouse management and transportation labor. All set, Fango, let us go. I just contacted the largest suppliers of meat, vegetables, and fruits in the city. They're practically waiting with open arms for us. Yifan had initially intended to scour various supermarkets. But with Dubin's swift action, he had directly reached the suppliers. When it comes to getting things done, Dubin is truly the best. Let us finish our business quickly so we can return to rest. Yifan replied, but then he paused. With the apocalypse approaching in 3 months, when everyone would turn into zombies, he realized he should take some time to exercise. By the way, Dubin, I'd like to work on my fitness. Do you have any formidable instructors you could recommend? Absolutely. If you need anything, Brother Du has it all. Let us go. Let us get shopping. Dubin readily agreed. When the two arrived at the designated location, the suppliers and their staff had already been waiting for quite some time. Young Master Du, our meat supply today has a stock of only 3,000 jin, including 1,000 jin of beef, 1,000 jin of pork, and 1,000 jin of lamb. Transportation will likely commence tonight. Young Master Du, our vegetable supply today has a stock of only 2,000 jin, including all items such as cabbage, greens, eggplant, and potatoes. The complete list is prepared, and we can start transporting tonight. Young Master Du, our fruit supply currently has only 1,000 jin available, with varieties including oranges, apples, bananas, and strawberries. Here's the list we've prepared. If it's convenient for you, we can begin transporting now. As soon as Dubin and Yifan approached, the suppliers immediately reported their respective situations. Collecting several thousand jin of goods in a single day was only something that someone with Dubin's connections could achieve. All right, send me the compiled prices. I'll take everything Yigu wants. but don't skimp on the quality. If I find even one instance of subpar goods, don't blame me for being impolite. Dubin warned lightly while swiftly reviewing the accounts. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he handed the information to Yifan. Yigu, take a look at the varieties. Let them provide whatever you find lacking. If they can't, I'll find someone else to supply. As he finished speaking, all the suppliers looked at Yifan with eager expressions. It seemed this gentleman was indeed a true financier. Yifan glanced at the comprehensive list of items, feeling a surge of emotion. This is the essence of having a wealthy brother. Isn't it? Chapter 3 is for supplies. I want as much as you can provide. The items and quantities on the list can be increased. After all, it's business, and there's no loss in buying anything. Whatever you can supply, I'll take, but it must be before June 1st. Any quantity beyond that date, I won't accept regardless of how much you have. After reviewing the list, Yifan addressed the suppliers. Upon hearing this, the suppliers all smiled broadly. Certainly, young Master Yi. We will do our utmost to supply you. In that case, let us sign a supply contract with them. For the next 3 months, they'll supply exclusively to you, and during the coordination, we can have them delivered to the specified location. Especially for meat, the fresher the better. Dubin nodded in agreement, stroking his chin. The preservation of vegetables and meats is not high. Considering this, they would need to rent several cold storage facilities to store those items. Yifan had also considered this issue. That works. He turned to the suppliers. The quantity you supply daily must not fall below 500 jin. If you can provide more, 1,000 jin is acceptable. But the quality must be excellent. I will take everything as long as the quality is guaranteed. Upon hearing Yifan's words, everyone immediately patted their chests in assurance. Rest assured, young Master Yi, we will not provide less than 1,000 jin daily. Seeing the timing was right, Dubin immediately interjected. I'll have my lawyer draft the supply contract shortly. You all prepare to deliver as soon as possible. Certainly, young Master Du, we'll get ready right away. After exchanging a few words with the suppliers, Dubin directly led Yifan away. In a while, I will call Oldly to rent some cold storage. When the time comes, we can simply place the goods there. Also, regarding your foreign trade company, please provide me with a name in the next couple of days, and I will have someone assist you with the registration process. Dubin reminded Yifan, who was seated back in the passenger seat. Raising his hand, he started the car and headed towards the nearest large shopping mall. Since this business deal is substantial, we might as well sweep through the mall as well. Aware of Yifan's need for a large quantity, Dubin had no intention of overlooking the shopping mall. Yifan followed Dubin into the mall. Silently noting this favor in his heart, as soon as they arrived, the mall manager approached them. Young Master Du, what would you like to purchase today? This is young Master Yi, and I am primarily here to accompany him. The manager was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied, of course, young Master Du. Young Master Yi, what would you like to buy? Let us start with tobacco, alcohol, and tea. We'll take as much as you have. Yifan commanded. Upon hearing this, the manager respectfully guided them to the third floor's tobacco and alcohol section. Let us have 100 cartons each of cigarettes priced above 200, making a total of 1,000 cartons. For the alcohol, I want as much as you have, white wine, beer, red wine, etc. Yifan planned to send some food items to Yipenghai later that evening. Items like tobacco and alcohol could be purchased in advance. As for daily necessities, they could be acquired in a couple of days. All right, understood. The manager was astonished by the scale of Yifan's purchases, 1,000 cartons of cigarettes and unlimited quantities of alcohol. It felt like a raid. The attendant in charge of the section was left speechless and hurried over to whisper to the manager, Manager, what if we don't have enough cigarettes to meet the 1,000 cartons? The manager glanced at Dubin, gritted his teeth, and stated, if we don't have enough, we'll contact the headquarters for more. Just tell them it's for young Master Du. I'll take care of it. The attendant hurried away, and the entire section mobilized. Young Master, we have just counted our stock and prepared 1,000 cartons of cigarettes and 600 boxes of alcohol, including but not limited to white wine, beer, red wine, vodka, etc. The manager presented the list of items to Yifan. Yifan accepted it and was quite satisfied with the store's efficiency. All right, I'll take all of it. I need to acquire these items in bulk over the next 3 months. So you can contact Dubin for deliveries according to this list. Having already purchased vegetables and meats, he realized they still needed rice, flour, oil, and seasonings. Okay, but delivery will take some time. The items you are purchasing now will arrive within 2 days. The manager, momentarily taken aback, quickly acknowledged and arranged for the items to be delivered. What shall we purchase next? Dubin cheerfully swiped his card, then turned to Yifan and asked, let us head to the supermarket for rice, flour, oil, and seasonings that we can buy whatever we find there. These items are durable. Ultimately, they are consumables, so we should acquire as much as we can. No problem. Dubin nodded and led Yifan to the first floor for a shopping spree. Dubin was quite renowned in this building, and soon, a manager-level individual followed closely behind them. Let us start with over 100 bags of flour and rice. No upper limit. Give me all the salt you can supply. And for oil and noodles, I want as much as you have. For the seasonings, I want everything. Just give me all you can. Over the years, Yifan had learned to cook, and while his culinary skills may not rival those of a chef, he could whip up a decent meal. When it came to purchasing these items, he considered himself quite the connoisseur. The manager nodded eagerly and quickly called on the staff for assistance. The shoppers in the supermarket were left astounded. Was this domineering style of shopping a bit excessive? After resolving the issues concerning rice, oil, salt, and seasonings, Yifan held the bill and reiterated his previous instructions to the tobacco and alcohol manager. Within 3 months, acquire as much as you can. Understood. After purchasing these items, Yifan accompanied Dubin to a large pharmaceutical factory. They stocked up on cold medicine, fever reducers, antibiotics, disinfectants, hemostatic agents, bandages, and other medications for everything from colds to stomach issues, as well as supplies for bleeding and fractures. In less than a day, Dubin had spent over 5 million of the 10 million in his possession. Now, we just wait for the deliveries. I've already informed others that within 3 months, you should be able to procure at least several tens of thousands of units. After a day of shopping, Dubin felt exhausted. Thankfully, due to his extensive connections, many payments were merely deposits. Once the quality of the goods was confirmed, Dubin would handle the remaining payments. Let us head back, Yifan suggested, feeling a bit weary after a long day. Dubin called over 2 drivers. One of them arrived in a Mercedes, designated to take Yifan home. Young master, the eldest master instructed me to let you use this vehicle. It will be convenient for your travels. Thank you for your trouble. Yifan accepted the car keys and, after the driver left, retreated to his room for a rest. At 8 in the evening, Dubin sent a message stating that a total of 1,000 pounds of meat had arrived, including pork, beef, and lamb, alongside 1,000 pounds of vegetables and fruits. The vegetables and fruits were stored at Old Lee's warehouse, while the meat was temporarily placed in the newly rented cold storage. Looking at the address for the cold storage, Yifan decided to use his portable space suitcase to transport the gold to the 5th warehouse for safekeeping that night. Dubin had meticulously arranged the storage plans, awaiting the arrival of both goods and funds for a smooth transaction. At 3 in the morning, Yifan's phone alarm blared. Rubbing his slightly drowsy eyes, he grabbed the suitcase and made his way to the final warehouse, where he carefully placed all the gold inside. Without delay, he took the now empty suitcase to the warehouse and cold storage, planning to send over 1,000 pounds of pork, beef, and lamb, along with 300 pounds of vegetables and 200 pounds of fruits. The portable suitcase could transform in size, capable of handling over 1,000 pounds of goods in just 3 minutes, truly a testament to the technology of the future. This warehouse had only 3 keys, one with the management personnel responsible for receiving goods, while the other 2 were in the hands of Yifan and Dubin. Let us test the teleportation, Yifan thought, observing the now half-empty cold storage. He opened WeChat and clicked on the document icon under the plus sign in the lower right corner. Detected Time-Space Express Delivery 1. Would you like to teleport this across dimensions to your friend, old dad? Without hesitation, Yifan clicked YESIN the next instant. The suitcase that had been at his feet vanished as if drawn by an unseen force. Chapter 4. This 5 million is merely an appetizer. After confirming the successful transmission, Yifan drove back home for some much-needed rest. With the time-space delivery completed, a suitcase approximately 20 inches in size suddenly appeared in a post-apocalyptic world 100 years into the future. Commander, your time-space express delivery has arrived. The young master is indeed swift, Zhong Wendong remarked as he approached with the suitcase while Yi Penghai was engaged in his daily training regimen. Upon hearing this, he paused, accepting the towel Zhong Wendong handed him to wipe the sweat from his brow. Not bad. That brat is quite efficient. After wiping himself down, Yi Penghai opened the suitcase to find pork, vegetables, and other items he hadn't seen in a long time, bringing him great satisfaction. Wendong, send someone to the warehouse to inventory the supplies, Yi Penghai commanded as he closed the suitcase and strode towards the warehouse. Zhong Wendong, with a smile on his face, nodded enthusiastically, quickening his pace. Understood, Commander. In less than 3 minutes, the trio of triplet sisters tasked with inventorying the supplies had arrived at the warehouse. Outside the warehouse stood numerous men clad in matching black uniforms. Exuding an intimidating presence, I heard the young commander sent over more than 1,000 pounds of supplies. I wonder how much meat there is. Meat? How long has it been since I last had any? I heard there are vegetables too. I bribed Deputy Zhong with a cigarette to get that information. You have cigarettes? Hurry up and give me one. While the men outside were clamoring, the women inside were diligently counting the supplies. 2 minutes later, the eldest sister in charge of reporting, Lu Yu, respectfully announced, Commander, we have completed the inventory. Of the 1,500 pounds of supplies, there are 400 pounds each of beef and lamb, 200 pounds of pork, 300 pounds of vegetables, and 200 pounds of fruit. A detailed list will be provided after this afternoon's inventory. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, the men outside erupted in cheers. Long live the young commander. Fresh fruit has arrived. Yes, I haven't had any in ages. Brothers, let's collect some small yellow croakers. Of course, but I wonder if the young commander's supplies will be sufficient. What if we run out of money? I heard that currency circulation is crucial before the apocalypse. The men discussed animatedly, but as Yi Penghai turned around, the room fell silent. Everyone has been working hard gathering supplies. Today, let us take out 300 pounds of meat and prepare an additional 100 pounds of vegetables to celebrate. We'll also distribute 100 pounds of fruit to everyone for their hard work. Yi Penghai issued the order, and the men snapped to attention, their expressions filled with excitement as they saluted. Yes? Commander. Upon receiving the news, Zhong Wendong approached and quietly reported to Yi Penghai, Commander, the brothers are right. The young commander is still from the time before the apocalypse. We must be cautious about running out of money. As he spoke, he paused momentarily before continuing, moreover, time is of the essence. The 1,500 pounds of supplies being transported back and forth is woefully inadequate. Shouldn't we urge the technical department to work overtime and update the technology? Indeed, it is time for an upgrade. I will go seek them out. Yi Penghai nodded and strode purposefully towards the technical department, his space suitcase in hand. Every person who passed by him offered a respectful salute. And only once Yi Penghai had departed did they turn back to their own affairs. Min Zhanzhan, if we wish to feast, we must have the brothers expand the storage space. How long can this mere 1,000 pounds sustain us? Surely, that scant supply will last but 3 months. We ought to stockpile at least 100 million tons of resources. Yi Penghai placed the suitcase before the technical director, Min Zhan. Min Zhan, accustomed to his commander's demeanor, replied with a stoic expression, the capacity for expansion of the space suitcase is limited. Our current technology permits an increase only to 3,000 pounds. You may collect it by 3 o'clock this afternoon. 3,000 pounds is still somewhat insufficient. What do you think of 6,000 pounds? Yi Penghai pressed for more. Min Zhan gestured toward the lifeless forms of their comrades sprawled on the ground, pale as ghosts, and posed a soul-searching question to Yi Penghai. What does the commander think? Yi Penghai. It appears that is temporarily unfeasible. Yet, 3,000 pounds daily is still somewhat lacking. Recognizing that this matter could not be forced, Yi Penghai shifted to other requests. Since the space suitcase can only transport 3,000 pounds, then surely the transdimensional transportation technology must be upgraded. Last time, the video call lasted less than 3 minutes, and we couldn't even send a WeChat message. With that paltry transport efficiency occurring but once a day, when shall I be able to stockpile 100 million tons of resources? Min Zhan, 100 million tons? You truly dare to dream. Based on the small yellow croaker you had sent to the young commander and the economic standards of a century ago, it is already remarkable that the young master can procure 1,500 pounds for you within a day. 100 million tons. Are you certain the young master possesses such connections to convert funds? Yi Penghai waved his hand dismissively. After all, he is a cub I have personally nurtured. 100 million tons is no trivial matter. As long as you work diligently, I guarantee you shall feast daily. Keep it up. After offering a half-hearted encouragement to Min Zhan, Yi Penghai turned and left in his heart. Min Zhan mourned for the yet-to-be-met Yi Fan for a brief moment before retrieving a superalloy ring. Fortunately, I knew the commander would never be content with the status quo. It is high time to advance the development of this space ring. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, A mouth-watering aroma of meat began to permeate the entire safety base, instantly awakening the deep-seated memories etched in the souls of the technical department members. Wake up! It's the scent of meat. Hurry, get up and start working. Don't you want to eat meat anymore? At that moment, within Yifan's room, Dubin gazed at the yawning Yifan, his eyes filled with concern. I say, brother, you're impressive. Without a word, you've moved 1,000 pounds, yet the company isn't even registered. Have you already begun business? And what about the money? Hand it over. After a night of being a night owl, Yifan yawned again, his eyes laden with confusion. Isn't there 1,000,000? Dubin rolled his eyes and pulled out a stack of bills from his folder. Take a look for yourself. This is how your million has vanished. Vanished? Yifan's still drowsy mind was abruptly awakened. He took the account details and scanned through them. 5,000 square meter warehouses at 30 per square meter, rented for 3 months. Totaling 150,000.5,000 square meter refrigerated storage units at 2 per square meter, rented for 1 month. Totaling 100,000. Premium pork belly, at 15 per pound, 1,000 pounds, totaling 15,000. Premium beef, at 25 per pound, 1,000 pounds, totaling 25,000. Premium lamb, at 30 per pound, 1,000 pounds, totaling 30,000. Quality vegetables, averaging 20 per pound, 2,000 pounds, totaling 40,000. Quality fruits, averaging 30 per pound, 1,000 pounds, totaling 30,000. Premium cigarettes, averaging 500 per carton, 1,000 cartons, totaling 500,000. Beneath this were numerous other details, culminating in a total exceeding 5 million. Seeing Yifan's bewilderment, Dubin rolled his eyes again. This is just a sample. More items are still being delivered. Do you think being the son of the richest man in Jiang City is a joke? At the very least, within 3 days, I can help you gather a ton of supplies. This 5 million is merely an appetizer, including labor, transportation, and deposits. Within 2 days at most, 1 million will be utterly depleted. You should think about how to circulate more funds. Dubin, feeling somewhat stressed, reflected on the irony of being the son of Jiang City's wealthiest man and yet fretting over finances. He had given all his cash to Yifan, and like Yifan's father, he had also sunk millions into purchasing supplies, leaving him helpless in this situation. Chapter 5. Loaning several billion out of money? Yifan furrowed his brow. How long until the buyers for the small yellow croaker arrive? At least until tomorrow, but converting cash flow will take time in the short term. Our financial chain will break once. If it doesn't break today, it will tomorrow, Dubin replied, surveying the house, ultimately saying nothing. Noticing this, Yifan paused momentarily before asking Dubin to help contact the bank for a loan. This house should be worth a considerable sum. Could you find someone to help me mortgage it? Since I've already invested 1 million, we might as well use my property as collateral. Dubin hesitated briefly, but then proposed a more moderate solution. His family might lack cash flow, but they still held considerable property. Securing a loan of several million for turnover would be entirely feasible. MY partners require a substantial quantity, at least exceeding 100 tons. And they are using the small yellow croaker as a deposit. A million can only address immediate needs and is not suitable for long-term use. Moreover, my father has small yellow croakers as well. We need not limit ourselves domestically. We can also import resources from abroad using the small yellow croaker as collateral. This way, we can even reduce the time needed for cash flow conversion. As Yifan spoke, the scope of their plans expanded. After all, the apocalypse would arrive in 3 months. He could indeed play a larger game. Abroad. You're right, Dubin, inspired by Yifan's insights, also broadened his perspective. The two exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions. Then let us apply for a loan together. If your partners require a large quantity, I will profit alongside you. To be honest, my father has already started stockpiling. Now that your business is set up, let us sell together. Dubin didn't hesitate to mention his father's investments. Yifan, already aware of Dubin's father's acumen, was not taken aback. All right, let us mortgage it together. Within 3 days, the small yellow croakers from our clients will arrive, quantity undetermined, but whatever you need, just ask. Additionally, we must contact the world's leading construction teams. I want to build a secure base, using only the finest super-alloy materials. Once Yifan opened his mind, he quickly laid out the next steps. No problem. But why do you need to build a secure base? Dubin readily agreed, but then inquired. With so much grain and supplies, how long do you think we can store them in rented warehouses? We should buy a few thousand square meters of land. The location can be remote, but the soil quality must be good for growing vegetables. Once the base is established, we can sell goods and perhaps even start an orchard. Wouldn't that be delightful? Du Bin was captivated by the vision that Yi Fan painted. You're right. I'll take care of that right away. No need to purchase land. My family has some available just outside the western suburbs. When my father won it back in a bet, he was quite disdainful. Which is fortunate for us. Just wait. I guarantee we can acquire the land without spending a dime. With that, he immediately dialed his father. Hey, Dad. I'm interested in that piece of land you bet with General Song about. What for? I'm using it for business with Yi Fan. If you don't give it to me, I'll tell Mom about your secret stash of money. All right then, thanks, Dad. Don't worry. I promise not to tell Mom. Yi Fan quietly mourned for Uncle Du after witnessing his smooth manipulation. Du Bin hung up, turning to Yi Fan with glee. All set. Let us go get a loan. Our family has plenty of property. We should be able to secure several $100 million. My father has significant private assets, and several properties are already under my name. Why? Yi Fan fell silent. If Uncle Du were to find out about this, he would surely receive a stern reprimand over a stir-fried bamboo shoot with meat. Then let us go. After all, the construction of a secure base was paramount, especially with the apocalypse looming in 3 months. All right, I drove over in the new car. Wait, can this second-hand car also be used as collateral? I have dozens of them gathering dust at home. Why not sell one? Upon realizing the scale of the project, Du Bin was even willing to mortgage his beloved CR. Yi Fan paused for a moment, ultimately nodding. Selling the car is a good idea. We can swap it out for something more suitable later. He only knew that zombies were coming, but he had no idea how formidable they would be. For daily travel, it would be best to switch to armored vehicles. Additionally, they needed to stockpile fuel as well. The urgency of hoarding resources was pressing. Their current pace was still too slow. I'll follow your lead. Du Bin confidently started the new car, taking Yi Fan to the largest bank in the city. He is quite familiar with the president of this bank. In fact, the president would undoubtedly welcome him if it were a matter of a loan. Zhao, it has been quite some time. Do you have a moment today to assist me with some loan transactions? Du Bin casually entered the president's office and greeted Zhao. Zhao, with his round features, appeared very amiable when he smiled. Upon hearing that a loan was needed, Zhao was somewhat astonished. Young Master Du needs a loan? Yes, my brother and I have partnered to establish a company, and we are currently experiencing some cash flow issues. Please, do not mention this to my father. Although Yi Fan's company registration had yet to be finalized, it was still worth boasting about. Upon hearing this, Zhao immediately brightened up, recognizing a golden opportunity for performance metrics. Rest assured, young Master Du, I will certainly keep this from President Du. How much are you looking to borrow? What assets will you be using as collateral? Du Bin gestured for Yi Fan to take a seat on the sofa, his face revealing a rare moment of contemplation. We have too many properties. I can't recall them all at once. Zhao, do you have any paper and pen? Let me think about which one to use as collateral. However, please assist my brother with his business first. He intends to use Haitian Buyuan as collateral. Although described as a standalone villa, Haitian Buyuan actually occupied a vast expanse of land. Moreover, it was the former residence of the once wealthy Yi Penghai. The interior decor and accumulated artifacts were worth over 200 million. Yet, due to Du Bin's close relationship with Yi Fan, no one dared to covet it. Who would have thought that Yi Fan, as the owner, would consider it for collateral? Zhao's interest was piqued. Is young Master Yi truly going to mortgage Haitian Buyuan? Yes, I require several $100 million for some liquidity. I will mortgage it for now. Several $100 million? Zhao turned to Du Bin, who was busy compiling a property list. Could it be that young Master Du was also planning to borrow several $100 million? Zhao silently lamented, realizing why Du Bin had insisted on secrecy. President Du's family was substantial, and such borrowing methods were not typical for them. Just as Du Bin completed the list, he looked up and calmly said, Once finished, I would like to mortgage these properties. If suitable for auction, they can be sold. After all, I am the property owner. Upon reviewing the list, Zhao was instantly taken aback. Good heavens, with just this list from Du Bin, it would be impossible to secure the funds without several $100 million. At that moment, the door to Zhao's office swung open, revealing a woman. Isn't this our young Master Du? With your family's wealth? You're still seeking a mortgage? Is the Du family facing bankruptcy? Chapter 6. I'm still waiting for this money to get things done. Oh, isn't that the pampered Shin Tishang? Have you run out of pocket money again? Seeking funds from the president? Seeing Shin Tishang, Du Bin wasted no time in retorting. The Shintu and Du families had always been at odds, whether in business or generational conflicts. For instance, The Shintu family adhered to elite education, allowing Shintu Sheng only to gain experience within the family business. In contrast, the Du family upheld the principles of self-reliance and building from scratch. Thus, when Du Bin invested millions during high school, Shintu Sheng was still asking his parents for money. While Du Bin earned tens of millions during college, Shintu Sheng was still dependent on his parents. Now that Du Bin was preparing to embark on a large business venture with Yifan, Shintu Sheng was still asking for money from his parents. Unlike some who mortgage properties, I have secured a project worth over 100 million. My father generously rewarded me with $1 million to spend as I please. Shintu Sheng said smugly, pulling out a check to place on the president's desk. Du Bin couldn't help but laugh. $1 million? You dare flaunt that before me? I was making $1 million when you were still begging your mother for money. As his words fell, a soft, affected female voice suddenly chimed in. Oh my, isn't this the school heartthrob Yifan, who has been moping after me for 2 years? Ah, young Master Du, you're here too? What's going on? The speaker was Lu Annie, a well-known beauty at school. However, Du Bin had never been interested in her. Her materialism and pretentiousness were off-putting. It's nothing much, just mortgaging a property. But what use is it to discuss this with you? You wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. Yifan shared a similar attitude towards Lu Annie, especially when she mentioned his supposed 2-year infatuation with her. Those were merely rumors spun by her tongue. With this in mind, Yifan decided to play a bold game. He exchanged a glance with Du Bin, and they reached a silent agreement. Du Bin sighed regretfully. You're right. No one can afford it anyway. Instead of wasting time, we might as well proceed with the mortgage with the president, so we can quickly convert it into cash flow. Shintu Sheng could hardly tolerate Du Bin's tone. Du Bin? Who are you calling unable to afford it? What property can I buy? Why are you asking so many questions? If I say you can't afford it, then you simply can't. Do you have 100 million? Get lost, Du Bin retorted angrily, turning to hand the contract for Hai Tian Bu Yuan to the president. However, Shintu Sheng was quick to snatch the contract away. Yifan frowned, displeased. Shintu Sheng, if you can't afford it, stop pretending. I'm still waiting for this money to get things done. He then turned to Zhao, saying, President Zhao, could you please prepare another contract for us? I will authorize you to handle the auction process directly. Zhao, eager to obtain the agency rights for Hai Tian Bu Yuan, promptly drafted an agency authorization contract without hesitation. Once they signed it solemnly, Shintu Sheng smugly remarked, What auction? I, Shintu Sheng, will buy your worthless property as a sponsorship for your studies. Upon hearing Shintu Sheng's bold claim of 250 million, Zhao's heart fluttered. Young Master Shintu, do you mind checking the contract before you purchase? Young Master Du and the others might be setting a trap for you. Zhao wanted to warn him but refrained, aware that Yifan and Du Bin were present. Noticing the president's expression, Shintu Sheng felt a twinge of discomfort. President Zhao, do you also think I can't afford it? Zhao hesitated, wanting to caution him about the contract. I was just suggesting you review the contract. Whatever the case, since he was so ungrateful, Zhao decided to withdraw, pretending to be busy with insignificant contracts on his desk. This seemingly indifferent act only fueled Shintu Sheng's anger. Young Master Shintu, who would have thought you to be so cunning? Du Bin feigned indignation on Zhao's behalf. Throughout the exchange, Zhao had remained silent, unable to defend himself, silently repeating in his mind. I didn't mean it. Don't say that. Yifan stood up to shield Zhao from Shintu Sheng's gaze, urging Du Bin, let's not waste our breath on him. He can't afford it anyway. Once President Zhao signs and stamps the documents, the auction process will commence. You are right. How could I forget? Du Bin exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Just then, the auction contract was printed. Shintu Sheng lunged forward like a dog after a bone, snatching the auction contract before Yifan could reach it. He quickly signed at the bottom of the contract, declaring, I can afford it. I've stamped it. Whether you want to sell or not, you must. The auction contract becomes legally binding from the moment of signing. If Yifan and Du Bin insisted on not selling, Shintu Sheng could even sue them with this contract. They exchanged glances, both smiling in unison. It's done, now, young Master Shintu, please provide the funds. The total is 250 million, cash only. Shintu Sheng's triumphant smile froze. What? 250 million? Lu Annie, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. That property is worth 250 million. Yifan is not broke? If the son of former tycoon Yi Penghai were broke, then I wouldn't even qualify as a rich second generation. Moreover, please pay close attention. That is Hai Tian Bu Yuan. Selling it for 250 million is already a bargain. If it weren't for Yifan's urgent need for money, it could easily fetch 500 million. Included among the valuables are masterpieces by Master Bai, gems worth millions, antiques, and more, each one priceless. Du Bin's statement contained a kernel of exaggeration. After all, some of the artifacts had been sold off by Yifan's mother to raise cash for a bounty on Yi Penghai. But this did not hinder Du Bin from misleading Lu Annie and Shin Tusheng. Impossible. How could he be selling Hai Tian B yuan? Shin Tusheng found everything today utterly absurd. He quickly opened the contract, and the words Hai Tian B yuan nearly blinded him. Is this really Hai Tian B yuan? Clutching the contract, Shin Tusheng was nearly in disbelief. Du Bin scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. Is there any doubt? Do I need to trick you? Impossible. I clearly saw Yifan working as a waiter in a high-end hotel before. Lu Annie was bewildered. Oh, what if he was a waiter? Before you latched onto Shin Tusheng. You were just an ordinary girl with looks but no wealth, Du Bin retorted with annoyance and turned to Shin Tusheng. I expect to see this money in Yifan's account within 2 days. Otherwise, I will have the Du family's lawyers handle this matter. Brother Yi, let's go. Du Bin, feeling invigorated, added before leaving, oh, by the way, we owe our thanks to young Master Shintu for sending us the money. Over 200 million. That's quite a sum for us to spend. Chapter 7 Bankruptcy is not far off, damn it, Du Bin. Shin Tusheng was on the verge of exploding with rage. Over 200 million in cash. Even if his father could muster such a sum, the shareholders of the Shin family would undoubtedly voice their grievances. After all, he had only managed to secure a project worth over 100 million, which would scarcely suffice to cover this gaping hole. Lu Annie, observing the emotionally unstable Shin Tusheng, felt a twinge of fear and asked, Brother Shin, are you all right? How could he possibly be all right? If it weren't for your desire to purchase some jewelry, I wouldn't have come here today. Stay away from me. We've broken up? Shin Tusheng roared at Lu Annie and stormed out of the bank president's office without a backward glance. Lu Annie stood awkwardly in place, casting a glance at the president who was observing the situation with a detached demeanor before running out with a feigned cry, covering her face. The president leisurely sipped from his thermos filled with goji berry-infused water before rising to properly arrange the property and the list of items concerning the proxy authorization contract written by Du Bin. Placing everything neatly into his desk drawer, Mr. Du certainly knows how to raise his children well, President Zhao mused, before pulling out his personal phone to dial Shin Tusheng's father, Shinpan. Mr. Shin, your son just came to see me and spent 250 million to purchase the Hai Tian. The contract has been signed by both parties. What do you think? Shin Pengyun's jovial demeanor instantly froze. What? He spent 250 million to buy Hai Tian? All right. Thank you for the heads up. President Zhao. Although Shin Pengyun's expression was less than favorable, he still managed a strained smile of gratitude toward President Zhao. However, the very next moment, the smile vanished. The buyer also mentioned that Hai Tian requires cash to be raised within 2 days. Otherwise, the Du family's lawyer would take full charge of the matter. Beep, beep, beep. Before President Zhao could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly ended. Yet, he paid little mind to such trivialities. After all, it was merely the Shin family's affair, and as an eager informant, it was hardly his concern. Stepping out of the bank, Yifan and Du Bin, having just settled into their car, were met with the sight of an irate Shin Tusheng and the campus belle Lu Annie, who were embroiled in a dramatic scene of pleading not to be broken up with. As Shin Tusheng abandoned Lu Annie and drove off, Yifan felt an indescribable sense of relief. The rumors she had endured for several years had finally been vindicated. Previously, she had refrained from intervening for the sake of survival, but now, sensing the impending apocalypse, she had decided to drop out of school. Who would have thought that even in her absence, she would still be disgusted by such a woman? Ha ha ha, I feel quite exhilarated. Shin Tusheng surely deserves a beating for this. Let's go buy some seeds. By the way, I've already been in touch with a top-notch construction team. News will come within 3 days. The buyer for the small yellow croaker will land tomorrow. They are already on the plane today. As Du Bin started the car, he made sure to update Yifan on the situation. Thanks, brother. Once the small yellow croaker arrives, we'll sell him several thousand jin of goods. Du Bin waved his hand dismissively. All right then, speaking of which, I forgot to ask, what name do you plan to give your foreign trade company? Let us call it Chang'an Foreign Trade. Yifan replied nonchalantly, that's a good name. Seizing the moment at a red light, Du Bin sent the name to his assistant. I've already had someone start the registration for your foreign trade company. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should have news today. Once established, you can freely procure food from abroad. Gathering 30 to 40 tons a month will be no trouble at all. Yifan was taken aback by Du Bin's swift actions. Thanks, brother. Once we finish our current tasks, I'll treat you to a nice drink. This 3-month period is crucial. Once the base is completed, I promise to celebrate with you and your family for a day. Deal? It's a promise. I'll make sure to drag my old man along for a day of fun. Let us aim for the end of the month, and we'll celebrate together. Yifan had previously shared a rough blueprint for the secure base with Du Bin, which had inadvertently heightened Du Bin's expectations for its completion. All right, you all return on June 2 ND, and will enjoy a day and night of fun. Yifan had also been contemplating how to ensure that Du Bin's family could accompany him to the safety shelter during the apocalypse. Du Bin's arrangements were perfectly aligned with his plans. As the two drove towards the seed supply factory, Shun Tuxing had already returned home. Awaiting him at the door was his father, Shun Pangyun, who was fuming. Upon entering, Shun Tuxing was met with a furious beating. Shun Tuxing, have you lost your mind? You think you can just buy Haitan Buin? I reckon you've lost your senses. Yifan's ability to navigate life peacefully after his father's disappearance and mother's passing stemmed partly from the Du family's power and partly from the connections maintained by Yi Penghai and his wife. Had Yifan accepted their assistance, it would have been inevitable for him to become the second Yi Penghai. It was no surprise that within an hour of Shun Tuxing purchasing Haitan Buin, he received numerous calls. There were at least a dozen people feigning congratulations or issuing warnings, none of whom he dared to provoke. Many considered the 250 million spent on Haitan Buin the biggest joke in Jiangxing today. The Shin family is on the brink of bankruptcy, Dad. Wait. I was also duped by Du Bin. I had no idea Yifan was Yi Penghai's son, and he has been working as a waiter throughout college. How could I have known? Shun Tuxing dodged a blow from Shun Pangyun, his face aflame with indignation. But you do need to consider the contract. The company just invested in a major project. We can hardly muster such liquidity if we can't raise it within 2 days. Do you believe Du Fengyu will collude with Yi Penghai's old friends to bring down the Shin family? Du Fengyu was the name of Du Bin's father, a well-known figure in Jiangxing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shun Tuxing panicked. Dad, what should we do? What should we do? You must find a way to gather the funds. Shun Pangyun sighed deeply, his expression despondent as he slumped onto the $1,000,000 sofa. Shun Tuxing, upon hearing this, could only mentally note the debt and frantically seek buyers for his cars and properties. His grandiose efforts didn't take long to circulate through the wealthy youth circles. After Du Bin and Yifan finished selecting seeds, upon hearing the news, they burst into laughter at Yifan. That fool Shun Tuxing is frantically mortgaging properties. All at rock-bottom prices. Chun Xiao and Fong Xiao have snatched up several units. To raise cash flow swiftly, selling properties at a discount was indeed the quickest route, of course, in the wealthy circles. Secrets were scarce. Shun Tuxing's purchase of Haitan Buin could not be concealed. Countless people were laughing at his foolishness. Yifan chuckled lightly. Who told him to bully my brother? 250 million is a bargain. Exactly, a bargain indeed. Since Haitan Buin is mortgaged, he might as well move into my regular presidential suite. Here is the room card. Du Bin, with his keen insight, seized the opportunity to hand Yifan the prepared room card. All right. Yifan paused for 2 seconds before tucking the card into his pocket. Boss, we'll take all of these. Let us get a bit more variety. Let us start with 1,000 gene of each type you have. Chapter 8. Building a super secure base. All right. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you right away. The supplier had never anticipated anyone would purchase seeds by weight and variety. After a moment of surprise, he quickly responded with delight. However, this 1,000 gene will take about 2 days to deliver, so please be patient, young Master Ye. No problem. Before the end of May, if you have a large quantity of seeds, feel free to bring me hundreds of thousands or even millions of gene, vegetable seeds, grain seeds, fruit tree seeds, all of them. Considering the influence of Yi Penghai's side, Yifan resolved to request several million gene of seeds. All right, I promise you, we have plenty of seeds. The supplier responded joyfully and hurriedly called his staff to begin sorting the seeds. After exiting the supplier's premises, Yifan and Du Bin found themselves at a loose end. How about we head to my father's land? The designer is also asking for the land size and design requirements. We could check it out today. Typically, the process for mortgaging properties would take at least a week. Fortunately, Shun Tuxing's blunder had alleviated Yifan and Du Bin's urgent need for cash flow. Du Bin even borrowed 10 million from a friend to fill in the financial gap for Yifan. Nowadays, who in the wealthy circles doesn't know that Yifan is a billionaire? The speed at which money was handed over was astonishing. All right, let's go take a look. Ever since Du Bin's assistant began overseeing the supply process, both he and Yifan had completely become hands-off managers. Unless necessary social engagements arose, they had ample free time. As they drove to the outskirts of the western suburbs, the vast expanse of nearly 10,000 mu appeared rather desolate. However, the soil seemed relatively loose, and bending down to grab a handful, one could still feel the moisture within the earth. This place isn't bad. How much area do we have? Du Bin stroked his chin. His brow slightly furrowed. My dad's land only covers 8,000 mu. It's sufficient for ordinary foreign trade, but given the volume we're currently stockpiling, 8,000 mu will surely fall short. Luckily, this location was remote and quite barren. Purchasing several thousand mu wouldn't exceed 30 million at most. Du Bin likely had his own channels to negotiate lower prices. After pondering, Yifan ultimately dismissed that idea. Buying several thousand mu would draw too much attention. Instead, we should consider constructing an underground facility. We already have 8,000 mu, and by utilizing the finest superalloy materials for the base, we could support several billion tons of supplies. Upon hearing this, Du Bin promptly abandoned the idea of purchasing land. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. He then made a call to summon the relevant personnel to begin measuring the area of land. Meanwhile, he engaged in a discussion with Yifan regarding the construction of the safety base. What if we emulate the movies and dig down 200 meters, erecting a multi-story building as our company headquarters? Ever since using the small yellow fish as a deposit, Du Bin's vision had broadened significantly. Coupled with Yifan's foreign trade business, which was genuinely yielding profits, he no longer hesitated or held back. Indeed, it would be splendid to construct a high-tech building employing the latest technologies from around the globe. Du Bin felt a surge of excitement as he spoke. All right, we should allocate a floor for the farm, ranch, and rice cultivation, reserving 7 or 8 floors for cold storage and warehouses, complete with elevators for convenient transport of goods. We must also ensure the inclusion of water reservoirs. We can even reside there ourselves. Providing a floor for my parents. Since we will be living there, we might as well incorporate fitness equipment and recreational facilities, such as a swimming pool. I also own a gaming center, with ample equipment available, which I can have transported here at no cost. As they discussed the construction of the safety base, Du Bin proposed numerous suggestions. Yifan took out paper and pen to jot down their ideas, occasionally adding his own thoughts. We should also establish a shooting range. After all, no one else will enter, and once we install soundproofing, who would suspect we have such a facility? Chuckling, he added, interestingly, I actually have a few channels through which I could procure some firearms. We could arrange that as well. After their conversation about the base construction, the team Du Bin had summoned arrived. A group of professionals commenced their work almost immediately upon arrival. Within an hour, they completed all fundamental surveys. Young Master Du, here are the data for the land, along with soil analysis. Additionally, we have detected an underground water source. An underground water source? That would secure the water reservoir. Du Bin's eyes lit up. Excellent, I appreciate your efforts. I will transfer the payment to your account later. He captured the basic information and sent it to the construction team. They quickly responded, Dear Mr. Du, you may now outline your design requirements. We will need at least a week to prepare, which should give you ample time to make arrangements. Yifan, possessing commendable foreign language skills, glanced at the conversation and urged Du Bin to send the requirements. Upon reviewing the duo's requests, the construction team was astonished. This client intends to construct an 8,000 square meter safety base 200 meters underground. Mr. Du may begin by excavating a 200-meter foundation, but we advise avoiding the water source to prevent unnecessary complications. All right, please expedite the creation of the relevant designs on your end. We require them within this week. Additionally, we will need to utilize a substantial amount of superalloy materials. We will transfer 200 million to you shortly for material expenses. As for your team's deposit, we will use 500 pounds of small yellow fish as a token of our sincerity in hiring the Harris team. All expenditures incurred domestically will be covered by us. Our only stipulation is that all construction be completed by May 15. Half an hour later, Du Bin received a response to his message. Certainly, Mr. Du, we will proceed as swiftly as possible. Having resolved the construction team's matters, Du Bin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Done? Within a week, the most elite team will be at our service for the safety base. In 2.5 months, we will be able to evaluate the results. Now, I should find an excavation team to begin digging that 200-meter foundation. Du Bin's excitement grew, and before Yifan could respond, He pulled out his phone to make another call. Yi Fan, rarely witnessing Du Bin's enthusiasm for a project, refrained from interrupting him. While idly browsing WeChat, Yi Fan received a new notification. Your friend, Dad, has sent you a time-space delivery. Would you like to accept it? Just as Du Bin finished his call, Yi Fan reached out to turn off his glowing phone screen. Never mind, I'll check it later. Let's head back for dinner. Du Bin beckoned Yi Fan to get in the car, and they drove to a high-end restaurant for a meal. After dining and drinking to their satisfaction, Du Bin played the role of chauffeur, escorting Yi Fan to the hotel. Once in the presidential suite, Yi Fan reclined on the sofa, opened the WeChat interface, and accepted the delivery request. In the next moment, the familiar briefcase reappeared in his line of sight. Chapter 9. Greetings, young commander. Yi Fan opened the delivered briefcase and expertly examined the note affixed inside. The strong, vigorous handwriting indicated that the letter was not penned by his father, Yi Penghai. Greetings, young commander. The technical department has designed a portable space ring for you to try. The ring can freely adjust its size according to the wearer's finger and employs advanced nanotechnology. To use it, simply activate the small internal mechanism for pupil and iris verification. The spatial accommodation technology of the portable space ring was evidently superior to that of the briefcase. However, this was not surprising, considering that the briefcase could withstand the pressures of time and space, even if it wasn't particularly spacious. Does this mean I now have 6,000 pounds of small yellow fish? My father is quite impressive. But what is this young commander title? Has he become a commander over there? Recalling Yi Penghai's transformation from his once refined demeanor to one now brimming with vigor, Yi Fan felt a sense of ease. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, if Yi Penghai was thriving, one could assume that his mother, who had passed, would find peace in that knowledge. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Yi Fan continued reading. Due to the current technological limitations, mass production is not yet feasible. The technical department has only developed this single model for you to use for now. Furthermore, we have upgraded the time-space transmission channels, allowing for 2 single-direction transmissions, albeit only in one direction at a time. 2 single-direction transmissions? Yi Fan understood. Previously, the time-space channels operated only once a day, with packages sent out not arriving until the early hours of the following day. Now, however, packages dispatched could arrive the same day. The difference felt akin to that between local and interprovincial express deliveries. The technical department was truly impressive. The video time upgrade now allowed for 5-minute intervals. Though risks of spatial interference remained in light of this, the technical department had tirelessly developed cross-dimensional messaging, limited to 1 message per day, which should suffice for your needs. The letter concluded with the signature of the Minister of the Technical Department, Min Zhan, and all team members. The upgrades indeed offered significant convenience. Yi Fan activated the portable space ring, confirming his pupil and iris. Once adorned, the ring fit snugly on his hand, seemingly unremarkable and discreet in design. It resonated with Yi Fan's preferences. Moreover, its functionality surpassed that of the briefcase in terms of convenience. He could simply will an item into the ring, and it would be drawn in by some unseen force. The special effects felt akin to telekinesis. The sole drawback of the ring was that once the pupil and iris verification was completed, it could not be opened by anyone other than the wearer. If someone attempted to force it open, the internal system would automatically destroy all items contained within and activate a self-destruct mechanism. Yi Fan's initial plan to transport 6,000 pounds now seemed unfeasible. I should head to the warehouse. With an additional 1,500 pounds of small yellow fish yet to be dispatched, Yi Fan possessed a total of 7,500 pounds. If he didn't take the time to send the small yellow fish over, Du Bin might grow concerned about potential delays in payments from their major clients. Yi Fan chuckled softly, lifting the ring on his hand, his thoughts becoming more animated. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to explore other areas and acquire additional resources. Feigning casualness, Yi Fan rented a light truck and drove to the new warehouse on the outskirts of Lingdong. This was a new facility that Du Bin had secured from Oldly. The food storage warehouse was crowded and chaotic, making it inconvenient to store items from Jishi. Consequently, Du Bin had proactively arranged for 3 backup warehouses with Old Elliot. Yi Fan was surprised at how quickly Du Bin's foresight proved useful. After unloading the small yellow fish from the briefcase and the ring, Yi Fan proceeded to find the manager of the food storage warehouse. Dio, you have the latest inventory list? I'd like to see the stock levels. Yes, young Master Yi, please hold on a moment. I will fetch it for you. After 3 days of operation, the warehouse's stock of vegetables and fruits had reached a ton, filling several warehouses. while others still had some space. Gradually receiving new supplies of produce. Please bring in 500 pounds each of vegetables and fruits, as well as 500 pounds of pork, lamb, beef, and chicken. You have 2 hours to transport everything to the open area on the outskirts of Dong. Previously, Yifan had requested a smaller quantity, which he had managed to transport himself. Now, needing to move 3,000 pounds of food, it was no longer fitting for him to make the trips as the owner. As long as the transaction process remained unseen, he could dictate the quantities and destinations freely. Understood, young Master Yi. The staff promptly issued orders. After returning the truck, Yifan drove to the open area on the outskirts of Dong, passing the time by playing games. After about an hour and a half, the delivery team arrived with the light truck. All right, you may head back now. Send someone later to retrieve the truck. Once the employees left, Yifan hopped into the truck and stored the items inside the briefcase. Detected time-space delivery 1. Would you like to send it across dimensions to your friend, Dad? Yifan clicked yes.in the next instant. The briefcase vanished from sight. Yifan pondered for a moment and attempted to send a message to Yipeng Hai. Dad, next time, please send me some additional unidentified spatial rings. After receiving the notification that the message was successfully sent, Yifan exited the conversation window with Yipeng Hai. Just then, Dubin sent a new message. Brother Yi, the buyers have arrived. I've scheduled a meeting with them at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs. If you have time, would you like to join me? Yifan did not expect the timing of the other party's arrival to be so fortuitous. After informing the person in charge via phone that they need not send anyone over, he drove to the new warehouse in the eastern suburbs, using his spatial ring to retrieve 3,000 pounds of little yellow fish, which he loaded onto a light truck. With the aid of the spatial ring, Yifan was able to significantly reduce the manpower and resources required for the transport operation. All right, I happen to be delivering today, and I have the truck ready. Just call me when it's time. He added, by the way, remember to have someone drive my truck back to the hotel from the eastern warehouse. As soon as Yifan sent the message, Dubin almost immediately replied, no problem. Speaking of which, how much did the customer order this time? 3,000 pounds, with an additional 3,000 pounds pre-ordered for delivery in the next couple of days. You can feel free to increase the purchase volume on your end. Dubin's eyes widened as he read Yifan's message, almost popping out in astonishment. They VE pre-ordered 3,000 pounds. How much profit will that yield? All right, brother, rest assured. I guarantee we can manage a ton every 2 days from now on. Eager to return home, Dubin hurriedly wrapped up his current tasks and swiftly headed to the warehouse in the eastern suburbs to meet with Yifan. Let us go, brother Yi. We're about to engage in some serious business. Dubin hastily climbed into the truck, urging Yifan to hurry along. Yifan had never seen a wealthy second generation so eager to make money. He was momentarily speechless, then resignedly steered the vehicle toward the western suburbs. As they passed through the western suburban area, the scene was quite spectacular. An expanse of 8,000 square meters was bustling with hundreds of workers and a dozen excavators at work, creating a lively atmosphere. Noticing Yifan's attention drawn to the activity in the western suburbs, Dubin proudly announced, I've hired over a dozen excavation teams, working in 3 shifts. Within a week, we'll definitely dig down 200 meters without using any water source. Yifan cast a deep glance at him, his mind momentarily consumed by the audacity of it all. It's all thanks to you, Dubin. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs, the buyer and his assistant had been waiting there for quite some time. Young Master Du, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have access to this kind of supply. Ah, I should have contacted old Huang sooner. The buyer, Mr. Huang, had spent most of his life dealing with little yellow fish. He had a round face, his suit open to reveal a protruding beer belly. And when he smiled, a large gold tooth sparkled in his mouth. Mr. Huang, let me introduce you to my brother Yi. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have dared to contact you. Mr. Huang hurriedly approached Yifan to exchange pleasantries. Seizing the moment, Dubin interjected, Mr. Huang, let us skip the small talk and take a look at the goods. Mr. Huang was eager to inspect the merchandise. Yifan helped open the truck door, revealing the dazzling golden hue of the fish, which brought great delight to Mr. Huang and his assistant. In all my years of business, I've never seen such beautiful little yellow fish. The color, the quality, one word, perfect. Mr. Huang's praise was unreserved and genuine. Dubin, observing Mr. Huang's enthusiastic reaction, felt a surge of pride. Mr. Huang, are you satisfied with this batch? Absolutely. Mr. Huang nodded vigorously but then paused. a hint of regret crossing his face. Unfortunately, the origin of this batch is unclear, so I cannot price it according to market value. The best I can offer is this amount. He held up 2 fingers. Du Bin's smile faded, replaced by displeasure. The market price is at least 400. Are you offering me 200? Sensing Du Bin's anger, Mr. Huang's intent to negotiate waned considerably. Young Master Du, it's not that I'm trying to lowball you. It's just that I can't ascertain the provenance of this batch. If my competitors find out, I could potentially suffer a significant loss. The price of little yellow fish was already high, and he couldn't handle large quantities without a clear origin. On the other hand, he feared that the fish might have been illegally sourced. While the origins of this batch were somewhat ambiguous, it was certain that it wasn't obtained unlawfully, so he reassured, "You can use it without worried. I won't accept 200. It must be at least 350. Yi Fan recognized that Mr. Huang was being truthful but didn't agree immediately. Upon hearing Yi Fan counter, Mr. Huang felt relieved. Business people are not afraid of counteroffers. They fear a direct refusal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiled wryly, "Young Master Yi, I'll be honest. 300 is my lowest price. If you're willing to sell, I'll take all 1,500 pounds. Yi Fan and Du Bin exchanged glances, both satisfied with the price. All right, it's a deal. After Du Bin agreed readily, Mr. Huang quickly called for his assistant to prepare for the transportation of the goods, while he himself contacted someone to transfer funds to Du Bin's designated account. The foreign trade company, Cheng'an, had only recently been registered, and Du Bin leveraged his connections to obtain a VIP card. From this moment onward, a flow of over 200 million would become a regular occurrence for the next 3 months. This network must be utilized. 2 hours rushed by. Mr. Huang's associates had already begun transporting the 1,500 pounds of little yellow fish in batches. Meanwhile, the public account for Cheng'an Foreign Trade had also received a deposit of 225 million. Young Master Du, Young Master Yi, if you have more business, remember to look out for old Huang. Mr. Huang didn't forget to discuss future business with Yi Fan and Du Bin before leaving. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, asking, "If there's more, how much can you handle?" Mr. Huang was taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. "You have more?" "Yes, I have an equal quantity of goods, if you can handle it. I can offer 300. Just as Mr. Huang was about to agree, he hesitated. "But if young Master Yi needs cash flow, I might not be able to provide that much." Yi Fan nodded. "I can give you 3 days to arrange it. If you can manage, I might be able to source more from elsewhere, as I need considerable cash flow in these 3 months. Mr. Huang understood Yi Fan's implication, that within these 3 months, he might have thousands of pounds of gold. This could be a substantial business opportunity. "Please hold on for a moment." Mr. Huang hurriedly told Yi Fan and turned to make a phone call. Du Bin glanced at the busy Mr. Huang and quietly asked Yi Fan, "Brother Yi, honestly, how much did they give you?" 3,000 pounds, plus the pre-ordered amount totals 6,000 pounds. After Yi Fan answered softly, Du Bin gasped in astonishment. 6,000 pounds of little yellow fish in exchange for 6,000 pounds of food? Where did this windfall come from? Young Yi, does that customer need anything else? If our channels can provide it, we'll make sure to deliver, Du Bin asked excitedly, almost pounding his chest in assurance. They've requested quite a bit recently, but they only need it within these 3 months. So we should stockpile more. When the time comes, we can make a hefty profit. Yi Fan, with the demeanor of a cunning businessman, made Du Bin chuckle. "You're the real black-hearted one, Young Yi. I must say, well done." As they conversed, Mr. Huang returned after his call. "Young Master Yi, Young Master Du, we'll take this batch of goods, but we'll need to exchange them in 2 days to arrange for cash flow." Du Bin immediately agreed without hesitation. On the way back, sitting in the truck, Du Bin gazed at the figures in his account and couldn't contain his joy. "Ha ha ha! If someone had told me before that I could earn 225 million in a day, I'd have laughed in their face. What a ridiculous dream. But now, my dreams have come true. I've become a billionaire." Having been a wealthy second generation for so long, this was the first time he personally earned several billion. The elation nearly overwhelmed him. "Brother, you should say something. We are billionaires now," Du Bin shouted excitedly at Yi Fan. As his words fell, he noticed Yi Fan was about to loosen his grip on the steering wheel, and his smile instantly turned to horror. "Whoa, brother. Don't. I was just joking. Keep your hands steady." Yi Fan suppressed the smile creeping onto his face and responded. Then he heard Du Bin exclaim, "Wow! Harris is incredibly efficient. He just received the requirements yesterday, and today he has already sent the architectural design. The 500 pounds of little yellow fish were worth it. I'll take a look. 200 meters of underground construction, with a total area of 8,000 square meters, spanning 66 floors, made from super alloy materials. The proposed facilities include entertainment venues, fitness areas, solar power, underground parking. All these requirements were compiled by Dubin based on his and Yifan's specifications to the Harris team. Indeed, according to their design, not to mention 10 tons of supplies, we could handle hundreds of millions of tons. Chapter 11. If I am uncomfortable, others cannot be too comfortable either. Yifan's curiosity was piqued by his words, and he quickly found a nearby open space to park the car. He took Dubin's phone to glance at the design plans, his eyes filled with astonishment. No wonder they are the world's top architectural team. The design for an 8,000 square meter secure base is remarkably thorough. Why not allocate a full 2,000 square meters for an entire vertical water reservoir? What do you think? Yifan enlarged the design blueprint and pointed out the design details above. If an apocalyptic scenario doesn't occur, then arranging hidden water sources for drinking would pose no issue whatsoever. However, in the event of an apocalypse, not only land pollution may arise, but water sources could also be contaminated to a significant extent. A reservoir measuring 2,000 square meters in width and 200 meters in height would sufficiently address their water needs. Additionally, he could even transport water to Yipenghai and the others before the onset of the end times. It's feasible. We should also consider arrangements for the septic tank, waste incineration plant, elevators, and so forth. After Dubin suggested some additions, Yifan joined in the brainstorming, further enhancing the equipment requirements. Half an hour later, Harris responded with a new reply. Very well, sir. Tomorrow we will send you a revised design version. Given Harris's sincerity, the payment of $200 million for the superalloy must surely be forwarded to them. Brother Yi, let them handle the purchase of the superalloy. We lack the channels. But rest assured, I will dispatch dedicated personnel to inspect the goods. I guarantee that if they attempt to deliver inferior products, they won't escape Jiangqing, Dubin assured confidently, exuding an air of wealth and authority, almost as if to declare his connections in Jiangqing. All right, let's proceed. Yifan nodded, restarting the vehicle. After transferring $200 million, Dubin gazed at the remaining balance, unable to suppress a lament. My dream of becoming a billionaire has barely begun, and now it's over. No way, if I'm not comfortable, neither should others be. With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, Shun Tushing. Did you think my words would fall on deaf ears? Do you believe I won't show up at your house right now? As the son of a wealthy tycoon, Dubin naturally possessed the audacity to be brash. Especially since Shen Tushing had been warned by his father, he felt both stifled and furious upon receiving Dubin's sudden demand for payment. If his father were the tycoon, would he need to regard Dubin's whims? Reflecting on the ridicule he'd encountered over the past few days, a glimmer of resentment flashed in Shen Tushing's eyes. I am already raising funds. Can't you wait a few more hours? Why should Dubin wait? He scoffed. You must know that I make tens of millions every minute, right? Wait for you. What are you? Shen Tushing? I demand the money now, immediately, $250 million. If there's even a cent short, I will ensure that the Shun family loses a project. Previously, Dubin had refrained from being too harsh on Shen Tushing due to family ties. But now he was a billionaire. What's wrong with being a bit arrogant? You. Shen Tushing's face turned green with anger. Dubin, feeling unsatisfied, continued. What do you mean? Didn't you act all high and mighty before? If you're capable of flaunting, then surely you can avoid dragging your feet. Beep, beep, beep. Shen Tushing, unable to endure any longer, hung up the phone. Within 2 minutes, Yifan's account received an influx of $250 million. Dubin looked at the SMS notification on Yifan's phone and burst into laughter. Shen Tushing's psychological resilience is lacking. I hadn't even exerted half of my prowess, and he couldn't bear it. Yifan, this is only half of my strength? No wonder Shen Tushing hung up. It's only 4 in the afternoon. Do you have anything you want to purchase? Let's go buy it in advance. Dubin was highly enthusiastic about shopping. After all, Yifan had managed to lure a big spender. How much do we have left? Upon arriving at the warehouse, Yifan, upon hearing Dubin's words, felt slightly tempted. With Shen Tushing's payment, they had a total of $275 million. However, I had previously borrowed $10 million from some friends for operations, so we can only utilize approximately $265 million, Dubin stated, promptly settling the $10 million bill using the company account. Then let's purchase some bottled water. They need it over there as well. Yifan contemplated and decided to prioritize the arrangement of drinking water. Du Bin was astonished. Do they really need that? Where did you find this customer? Impressive. It's all a matter of fate. No need to mention it. Yi Fan waved his hand, unwilling to disclose the details of the other party. Du Bin merely asked casually, not intending to pry further. Everyone has their own secrets. Yi Fan does, and so does he. If you're a brother, don't ask too many questions. Just follow along. Without waiting for the car to come to a stop, he stepped out ahead of Yi Fan. After beckoning the staff to drive over, he voluntarily took the driver's seat and cheerfully called out to Yi Fan. Brother Yi, hop in. We're off to shop. This time, their target was bottled water. Thus, Du Bin directly took Yi Fan to Jiangqing's largest purified water factory. What a rare guest, young Master Du. What brings you here today? The factory owner happened to be inspecting the premises and was somewhat surprised to see Du Bin. Boss Song, I was just about to look for you. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, young Master Yi, who is currently engaged in foreign trade. Du Bin initiated the introduction, and Boss Song quickly realized that business was at hand. He smiled and shook hands with Yi Fan, saying, no wonder the magpies are chirping today. It turns out a distinguished guest is visiting. Young Master Yi, how much are you planning to purchase today? Let us start with a few tons of bottled water. I'll take whatever you have. After returning the handshake, Yi Fan articulated his requirements. Boss Song's smile faltered momentarily. How much did you say? Seeing his uncertainty, Du Bin burst out laughing. Boss Song, you heard correctly. My brother genuinely intends to order several tons of goods. Initially, he was considering placing an order elsewhere. Du Bin's implication was clear, and Boss Song immediately cast a grateful glance in his direction. Thank you, young Master Du. Rest assured, I will ensure young Master Yi is satisfied. He then turned to Yi Fan and said, Young Master Yi, we currently only have 5,000 liters of water available. If we deliver today, it will arrive tomorrow. Yi Fan nodded slightly. All right, let us go with 5,000 liters. You can ask Du Bin for the address. He is handling these matters for me. Boss Song was instantly envious. After all, that was the son of the wealthiest man. He was actually doing business for Yi Fan. 10 minutes later, Du Bin exited the water factory, his eyes gleaming with pride. Brother Yi, you can't do without me. The water that costs 35 per barrel, I arranged it for you at 30 per barrel. That saves you quite a sum. Once we're done with this busy period, you must treat me to a drink. Yi Fan turned to glance at Boss Song, who was at the entrance, grinning broadly, and nonchalantly nodded. Sure, I'll definitely treat you to a drink. Speaking of the water purchase, Du Bin couldn't help but think of fish. He raised his gaze to Yi Fan and asked, Brother Yi, do the customers want fish? Chapter 12. Do they also need that oil? As long as it's food, they want it moreover. I reviewed the list a few days ago. Not only do they require pork, lamb, and beef, but you've also started stocking chicken, duck, and fish. When Yi Fan glanced at the list, he initially thought Du Bin had other channels for procurement. Now, it seemed he intended to test the waters and see if the customers from Chang'an would accept these items. You caught me. I made a small investment since we've established a safe base. With so many goods, just imagine the profits once we sell. Du Bin scratched his head in embarrassment, his eyes sparkling with the prospect of making money. Your idea is quite sound. Right now, our priority must be to purchase water, food, and medicine. Items like livestock and daily necessities can wait until the base is completed. Then we can arrange for engines, gyms, swimming pools, entertainment centers, shooting ranges, and everything else, and we'll move in within half a month. Du Bin noted everything down, nodding vigorously. No problem, I've got it all noted. But if you want to deal with fish, you should go to this fish pond. The pond owner has some influence and has swindled many of my fishing buddies. If you're skilled in fishing, give him a good thrashing. When it comes to influence, no one in Jiangqing could compare to Yi Fan. Though he appeared to be alone, his network was more extensive than Du Fengyu could imagine. At the very least, during the years Yi Fan and Du Bin had been friends, Du Fengyu had benefited from the connections of Yi Penghai's circle. All right, I'll remember that. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he suddenly envisioned a new strategy. Following this line of thought, he could specifically target unscrupulous manufacturers. By the way, can you use the yellow croaker to procure some oil? Whatever quantity you can get, I'll take. The yellow croaker would be worthless in the apocalypse. This is the perfect opportunity to exchange it for valuable resources. Hiss, do they really accept oil? Du Bin was astonished. Yes, they accept as much as you have. Yi Fan was considering acquiring a bulletproof armored vehicle, but those are military supplies and hard to obtain. However, sourcing oil from abroad might be feasible. He planned to stockpile several dozen tons as a reserve. Dubin hadn't anticipated Yi Fan's ambition. After pondering for a moment, he provided a new suggestion. Brother Yi? Using yellow croaker to obtain oil isn't very cost-effective. I suggest we acquire an oil field instead. When the time comes, whether you want 10 tons or even dozens of tons, it would be better than buying oil individually. Yi Fan was taken aback. You can access oil field channels? With some connections, it could be arranged, and the bold foreign tycoons are quite daring, as long as you're willing to trade yellow croaker. There will certainly be those willing to take the risk to buy. After assessing the situation, Dubin believed the idea was feasible. Yi Fan's small yellow croaker is impeccable in color and size, making it an exceptionally lucrative trade to exchange it for oil resources through specialized channels. Furthermore, in the chaotic foreign market, with a touch of caution, one could certainly reap substantial profits. However, the overseas mines are expensive. Without negotiating a price reduction, a minimum of £2,000 is required. How much are you willing to invest? Although Dubin has several channels, the actual negotiations must be navigated independently. £2,000 is his lowest estimate. Start by acquiring £3,000 worth of oil resources. Any excess small yellow croaker should be used to purchase grain. Yi Fan currently possesses £6,000 of small yellow croaker, £3,000 for oil resources, £1,500 for cash flow, and from the remaining £1,500, £500 are allocated as fees for Harris's team. Perhaps later, Harris's team will need to utilize this batch of gold as a deposit. Moreover, for future resource exchanges abroad, it is best to use small yellow croaker, as cash flow conversion is too sluggish. Additional arrangements for resources must also be prioritized. He desires everything, be it flying in the sky, swimming in the sea, or running on the ground. All right, I will contact someone about this, and if there is a suitable opportunity, we will directly purchase the mine, Dubin readily agreed. Where to next? Yi Fan reviewed the inventory list and noted that Dubin had procured a small quantity of various food items, including instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned goods. Unfortunately, due to the limited space in the suitcase, Yi Fan only temporarily sent meat, vegetables, and fruits. Once he Penghai upgrades the suitcase's capacity, he will transport more resources. Let us go check out the fish pond you mentioned. It said that the pond owner is rather unscrupulous. Upon mentioning this, Dubin's expression soured. Not just unscrupulous. I've heard that fellow has connections in Kyoto. Even my father forbids me from confronting him directly. If it weren't for that, I would have already overturned his shabby fish pond. It is rare to see Dubin so stifled. Hearing this adds an intriguing flavor to the tale. Noticing Yi Fan's expression, Dubin became even angrier and growled. Remember to help me reclaim my honor. It would be best if we could shut down his pathetic fish pond. It seems the two have quite the grudge. Yi Fan nodded. Let us go take a look first. Upon hearing this, Dubin swiftly turned the direction towards the fish pond. The sun dipped below the horizon and the cool breeze rippled across the lake. A chorus of curses erupted from the pond. Damn it, no fish caught again. Yi Fan looked at Dubin in confusion. Can't catch anything in the fish pond? Rather than being unable to catch fish, it is more accurate to say that Diao Wei relishes the sense of achievement that comes from others eagerly throwing bait in hopes of gaining his favor. Those who appear calm are merely returning customers with requests for Diao Wei. Most of the ones cursing are likely newcomers. There are indeed plenty of fish in this pond, as Diao Wei previously established a rule. Whoever catches a fish can have him assist with the task. Dubin's status is different. As the son of the wealthiest man, he has no need to seek Diao Wei's help. Yet, he cannot withstand the slander. He went once, and people began saying even the son of Jiangqing's richest man needs Diao Wei's assistance. As the saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. Many have believed this nonsense. Pouring a fortune into the pond to fish is merely a means to seek Diao Wei's aid. After understanding the background, Yi Fan finally comprehended why Dubin was so furious. Do you want him to help with 100 tasks? Dubin's eyes lit up. Yigu, can you catch fish? Yi Fan chuckled and strode towards the fish pond. Dubin's presence attracted the attention of several wealthy patrons. The son of Jiangqing's richest man. Who in this circle doesn't recognize him? Oh, a rare guest. Young Master Du has arrived. Are you here to fish again today? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, revealing their intrigue. Dubin's face darkened momentarily, but upon glancing at Yi Fan, it gradually brightened. My brother, young Master Yi, heard that you can accomplish tasks if one catches fish, and he wishes to try his luck. Diao Wei immediately brightened. Oh, young Master Du, you can't even manage your brother's affairs? Fine. Since business has been good lately, I want to charge you today. Saying this, Diao Wei ordered a set of premium fishing gear to be brought to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, please. Diao Wei looked at Yi Fan with a hint of disdain. What a farce. Calling him Young Master Yi. He is merely a fishing expert brought by Du Bai and Yi Fan accepted the fishing rod, his eyes sparkling with confidence. With this rod, I feel I can catch 100 fish. Chapter 13. I see you're daydreaming. As Yi Fan's words fell, the expressions of those in the fish pond turned to ridicule. 100. I say you're daydreaming. Diao Wei scoffed internally but feigned enthusiasm. Go ahead. Young Master Yi. If you truly catch 100 fish, I will help you with 100 tasks. Yi Fan settled into a position, armed with the fishing rod and bait provided by Du Bin, and began to wait patiently like the other anglers. The water in the pond was not particularly clear. The occasional fish leaping out of the water and the swimming fish indicated that there were indeed fish present. However, curiously, no matter how the anglers fished, not a single fish was caught. The entire scenario was quite bizarre. Yi Fan listened to Du Bin's murmured comments, his gaze drifting towards the nearby fish. He focused and attempted to draw one into his spatial ring. Amidst the rippling water, a fish struggled a bit before disappearing. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement as he opened the ring's space. Within the 3,000-pound capacity, a fish was flopping about, gasping for oxygen. Success! Yi Fan felt a thrill of anticipation. Just as he prepared to exit the space and try for a fish from a greater distance, the fish that had been struggling suddenly ceased moving. Was it suffocating? He attempted to release the fish back into the water. The moment it touched the water, it revived. Yi Fan tried placing the fish back into the space. Within less than a minute, it lay still again. He attempted to place another fish inside. With the same result, it seemed the space could not contain living beings. Once inside, they would suffocate to death. Having deduced the reason, Yi Fan turned his attention back to the pond. He decided to test the limits of the spatial ring's ability to capture items from a distance. There it was. Yi Fan noticed a fish 5 meters away and successfully drew it into the space. After confirming he had caught another fish, he extended the distance to 10 meters, then 15 meters, 30 meters, and finally 50 meters. After catching dozens of fish, Yi Fan gazed longingly at the far end of the pond. Feeling a tinge of regret, it seems next time he should try a larger pond. The joy of harvesting fish for Yi Fan was fleeting. When he finally realized it, the dimming sky had turned to darkness. During this time, several wealthy young men from Jiangxing had arrived, drawn by the commotion. That's young Master Yi, who had young Master Du personally assist him, thanks to Diao Wei's enthusiastic promotion. The entire circle of wealthy youth in Jiangxing was aware of this event. Yi Fan's reputation had already become widely known when Du Bin helped him acquire foreign trade goods. Upon seeing him in person, the wealthy young men found it somewhat unbelievable. Typically, it was Du Bin doing favors. What kind of background does this Yi Fan have to command such assistance from young Master Du? Isn't it him? I had someone investigate, and it turns out young Master Ye's identity is quite extraordinary. Do you know who his father is? The former richest man, Yi Penghai. Once Diao Wei and the group of young masters exposed Yi Fan's identity, it stunned everyone. Yi Penghai, wow. Now I understand why young Master Du assists young Master Yi. No wonder the Shin family went bankrupt shortly after purchasing Haitian Garden. It turns out this is the reason. Wait, when did the Shin family go bankrupt? Just 2 hours ago. I heard it was due to a collapsed project. Upon learning of Yi Fan's identity, the wealthy young men looked at him with a certain fervor. Who doesn't he know of Yi Penghai's extensive network? Although those shielding Yi Fan have not come forward, the Shin family's bankruptcy is enough to prove everything. Tio Bully, the son of Yi Penghai. One must first consult the big shots who share a bond with him. Just as everyone was in shock, a scream from outside the pond caught their attention. My, a fish is on the line. On the tranquil surface of the lake, Yi Fan's fishing line suddenly dipped out. A fish, attracted by the bait's aroma, swiftly took the hook. Yi Fan deftly pulled back on the rod a few times, and a 3-pound fish was placed into the bucket. Did he actually catch one? Diao Wei, watching the 3-pound fish, felt his hand tremble involuntarily while holding a cigarette. Compared to Yi Penghai's friends, his influence felt trivial. Damn, had he known that Du Bin's brother was so impressive, he would not have attempted this venture. Before Diao Wei could finish regretting, another fish was caught by Yi Fan. Oh my, another one! Du Bin grabbed the fish from the hook and placed it into the bucket, grinning widely. Well done, Yi Gu. You've caught 2 already. Keep going. I want you to help me with 100 tasks. He deliberately raised his voice and borrowed a fish basket from a nearby angler to store the fish. The onlooking wealthy young men and anglers alike trembled in fear. This is it. Jiao Wei is in trouble. Jiao Wei, visibly shaken, lit a cigarette with trembling hands, watching helplessly as Yi Fan cast his line back into the pond. In less than 2 minutes, another large fish was caught. Ha ha ha, 3 already, keep it up, Du Bin cheered like a giddy rich heir, fervently supporting Yi Fan. Due to the exasperatingly slow pace, Yi Fan approached a nearby fisherman to borrow 4 fishing rods. With every bait he cast, it was certain that a fish would bite. The slowest response did not exceed 3 minutes, while the quickest was less than a minute. Du Bin, assisting in the release of the fish, was also quite occupied. Finally, after an hour, Du Bin wiped the fine sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with the joy of abundance. The total weight of these 100 fish amounted to at least 1,000 pounds. Selling them to clients would yield over 1,000 pounds of small yellow croakers. What a windfall! Oh, and he still had 100 tasks to assign to Jiao Wei. Realizing this, Du Bin turned to Jiao Wei and proclaimed, "Remember, you owe me 100 tasks. For the first one, let us clear up whether there's any rumor regarding me seeking your assistance. Damn it, does my Du family need to beg you? Do you think Yi Xiao is just a decoration? As for the others, I'll contact you on WeChat once I've decided. But if any task is mishandled, you will regret it." Faced with the powerful forces backing Yi Fan, Jiao Wei could only endure and comply. The wealthy young men surrounding him quickly realized that Du Bin had never actually sought Jiao Wei's help. It was all mere bluster. Feeling deceived, the wealthy youth shot angry glares at Jiao Wei. Satisfied with his actions, Du Bin called for Du family employees to bring a truck to transport the fish, 100 fish. Just moving them would be enough to slap Jiao Wei's face. Shortly thereafter, 6 employees in uniform from the Du family orderly transported the fish away. Under Du Bin's command, they left the fishing pond with great pride. Returning to the driver's seat, Du Bin burst into laughter. "Damn, this is just too hilarious. You should have seen Jiao Wei's face turn green. It was absolutely delightful. 100 fish. Just think of how much we saved." Yi Fan glanced at the space brimming with fish, his eyes sparkling with joy. "I too find today's arrangements quite splendid. Remember to call me next time. We want everything. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat." "No problem," Du Bin readily agreed as he drove away. Little did they know, there wasn't a single fish left in Jiao Wei's pond. Chapter 14. Indeed, the young commander is remarkable at that moment. After a bloody battle with the Zombie King, Yi Penghai returned, freshly armed with his phone from his aide. Upon checking the content, he was infuriated and stormed straight to the technical department, kicking open the door with a resounding crash. The commotion barely stirred anyone. Even Zhong Wendong, who trailed behind Yi Penghai, casually picked up the dented iron door and handed it to an assistant, saying, "Take this to maintenance and have them fix it." "Min Zhan, what on earth is this space ring? Did you go behind my back and develop new technology?" Yi Penghai thrust the message from Yi Fan into Min Zhan's face, clearly displeased. As Min Zhan's superior, shouldn't he have been informed ahead of time about the technical developments? Min Zhan adjusted his glasses. His expression unchanged. It appears the cross-temporal messaging technology has been quite successful. From now on, Commander, you will receive messages from the young commander across time. This is the result of the technical department's tireless efforts. Yi Penghai glanced at the WeChat message, his anger subsiding. "Well, I am indeed quite pleased. But don't change the subject. What is this space ring all about?" "That is the latest technology developed by the technical department, currently expanded to a capacity of 3,000 pounds, capable of transporting alongside a suitcase to a century ago. After iris authentication, only the young master can open it." Min Zhan's serious reply further diminished Yi Penghai's ire. "All right then, let me ask you, what happened with the Zombie King? Did you not say that the serum would weaken it? How did it become so frenzied? It chased me for several hundred meters. If it weren't for Zhong Wendong's timely intervention, I might have lost my life." Yi Penghai questioned angrily. Min Zhan cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Wendong, who averted his gaze guiltily. Min Zhan sighed. "Commander, you are a warlord now. There's no need to play the victim. Let us change the subject. Today, I heard from A Chun that there's a time-space package for you sent by the young commander." Before Yi Penghai could finish his thought, he swiftly pocketed his phone and raced back to his office. As expected, a space suitcase awaited him in his office. "Ha ha ha, my son is indeed remarkable. This 3,000 pounds will sustain us for quite some time. Wendong, instruct the technical department to mass-produce space rings so we can send some supplies to the young commander. Though the initial zombies were not particularly strong, they could still be deadly if one was careless. Yi Penghai gazed proudly at the suitcase filled with provisions. Yes, Commander. Zhong Wendong carried the suitcase to the warehouse before making his way to the technical department, where Min Zhan and his team were engrossed in research. Min Zhan, today's repair cost for the door will be deducted from your meal allowance, Zhong Wendong remarked, eyeing the busy personnel in disbelief. He had never seen technicians so reckless. They constantly danced on the edge of the commander's wrath. While the atmosphere in the office was lively, the commander's temper could explode at any moment. Fine, just deduct it. It doesn't matter since the young commander provided the supplies. Missing a meal won't hurt, Min Zhan replied casually, returning to his work. Perhaps too hungry, he even gulped down a bottle of nutrient solution as a makeshift meal. It was indeed unpalatable, but better than starving. Zhong Wendong remarked, "You're indeed ruthless." Does the technical department have a plan to mass-produce the portable space rings? Mass production is still in the works, but we have made further advancements in the expansion technology. Once the suitcase is emptied, remember to bring it to the technical department. We expect to expand it to 6,000 pounds, Min Zhan replied, pausing momentarily. Did the young commander fill the 3,000 pounds to capacity? Yes, the young commander's abilities far exceed our expectations. The brothers in space technology need to work harder to ensure that before the apocalypse, both the young commander and we can stockpile sufficient resources. Zhong Wendong glanced at the contents of the space. All foodstuffs like fish, meat, and vegetables. The young commander was indeed very concerned about their situation. Preparations were underway, with the entire technical team rotating into special sleep chambers to accumulate ample resources and food within 3 months. If they could gather 1 billion tons, it would suffice for the base's population to last 100 years. However, the fact that they could stockpile nearly half a ton of food in such a short time spoke volumes about the young commander's capabilities. Min Zhan, while playful, held deep respect for Yi Penghai. Not just him, but everyone in the base felt the same. Indeed, the young commander is remarkable, Zhong Wendong exclaimed, before inquiring about the specifics regarding the cross-temporal messages and the portable space ring. Once he returned to report to Yi Penghai, the usually decisive man found himself unusually conflicted about the content of the WeChat message. Wendong, what should I send to Xiao Fan? Yi Penghai pondered. Having traversed to this point and faced countless dangers, now that everything had relaxed, he was at a loss for words to share with his son. His subordinate suggested, Commander, you might inform the young commander that the space rings can be mass-produced and that before the apocalypse. It is essential to gather oil and other resources. Yi Penghai had mentioned some of this previously, but not in detail. A week hadn't even passed, and cross-temporal video connections were still unavailable. Although the message content was limited, it was better than sending nothing at all. All right, I'll send that. Yi Penghai nodded and carefully composed a lengthy message to Yi Fan. Once this period passes, I need to inquire about the family situation properly. I wonder how Jingzhu is doing. Yi Penghai glanced at the screensaver on his phone, which featured a woman strikingly similar to Yi Fan. Her gentle features and stunning beauty unmistakable. She was Yi Fan's mother, Lin Jingzhu, who had passed away many years ago. The lady and the young commander must have had a wonderful time in the past. Just like you, Zhong Wendong offered a comforting remark before turning to leave the office. Time was of the essence. It was time to head to the warehouse and assist the technical department in upgrading the suitcase. After sending the message, Yi Penghai settled into his chair to tackle official duties. When the cross-temporal message arrived at Yi Fan's end, he had just finished dinner and returned to his hotel room to lie down. Xiao Fan, I received the items you sent. The technical department says the space ring can be mass-produced. Before the apocalypse, remember to stock up on water and generators, and prepare oil as well. It's best to make the vehicles bulletproof. Yi Penghai shared much information, resembling a nagging father. By the end of the message, Yi Fan's eyes involuntarily turned red. Remember to take good care of your mother. Dad, Mom is gone. He sent the message, his eyes glistening with tears. The red exclamation mark made Yi Fan secretly thankful that the message hadn't gone through. His parents had always been deeply in love since his earliest memories. Yi Penghai's brothers hadn't distanced themselves from him due to his father's disappearance or his mother's death. Perhaps even the downfall of the Shin family had their involvement, including his foreign trade company, the construction of a safe base, and perhaps even their support. If Yi Penghai were to learn that his mother was gone, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. For now, it was best to keep it hidden. Chapter 15. Time is tight. Tasks are heavy. Arriving by private plane. The next day, news of Yi Fan catching 100 fish spread throughout the upper echelons. Meanwhile, the rumors regarding Du Bin seeking Diao Wei's assistance were clarified by Diao Wei himself. It was said that Diao Wei had been furious about this incident and had closed the fishing pond overnight, sending people to catch fish in large numbers. Yet, not a single fish could be found. Diao Wei, with an air of disbelief, drained the fish pond, reportedly causing the disappearance of over 2,000 fish. Remarkably, the 100 fish captured by Yi Fan were all alive. Upon hearing the news, Du Bin's delight was palpable, his exuberance nearly lifting him off the ground. Countless inquiries flooded in, with admirers abounding. After a sleepless night, Du Bin eagerly awaited until after 8 o'clock, making his way to the hotel where Yi Fan was staying to boast. "You wouldn't believe Diao Wei's expression? It nearly had me in stitches," Du Bin animatedly recounted, not forgetting to belittle a few remarks, as it seemed he was almost done venting his frustrations. Yi Fan, rubbing his tired eyes and yawning, responded with perfunctory amusement, "That truly is hilarious. Is that the sole reason for your visit?" Du Bin smacked his forehead. "Of course not. The Harris team sent over a new design draft this morning, and I wanted your insights on it." He then pulled out his phone to show Yi Fan the page. This design draft exhibited a clear layout. The bottom 10 floors were designated as a material storage area, with well-defined refrigeration and freezing zones, ample enough for even hundreds of thousands of tons. Floors 11 to 20 were earmarked for ecological farming, intended to establish environments like farms, pastures, and orchards. The 21st to 30th floors were recreational areas, including gyms, entertainment venues, shooting ranges, golf courses, and swimming pools. Floors 31 to 40 comprised living quarters, housing, restaurants, and clothing facilities. The 41st to 66th floors were allocated for workspaces, lacking specific planning. The topmost 66th floor featured high-tech concealed entrances and garages. Considering it was an external trade company, the Harris team had even designed 6 elevators for convenience. "This is quite user-friendly," Yi Fan concluded. "Let's proceed as outlined. We can further delineate specifics once they arrive." The Harris team would also require simple arrangements, while the interior setup could be finalized in the last 2 weeks. Yi Fan was quite satisfied with this plan. When Du Bin noted Yi Fan's approval, he extended an invitation for the Harris team to return to their homeland. After receiving Du Bin's 200 million payment, the Harris team promptly confirmed their arrival within a week. To demonstrate their sincerity, they also included a complimentary list of super-alloy materials valued at 100 million. "A week is too slow. We need them urgently. I'll arrange a flight route for tomorrow at 9 o'clock. You can take my private jet back. It should only take about 2 days at best," Du Bin proposed, recalling how the Harris team's location conveniently served as a transit point to the oil-rich nation. He waved his hand decisively, arranging for the luxury of a private aircraft. "All right, sounds good." The member from the Harris team responsible for coordination nearly dropped their jaw upon reading the message. Who were they serving that warranted such extravagance? The notification went out. All members should prepare for a private jet journey tomorrow. The entire Harris team was left in shock. A private jet for everyone. How extravagant. After wrapping up the matters concerning the Harris team, Du Bin returned to the previous topic. "What are you planning to do about the remaining 99 issues with Diao Wei?" Upon realizing the inappropriateness of his question, Du Bin quickly added, "Diao Wei's family holds some influence, particularly concerning foreign mineral resources and firearms for the shooting range. They have established channels for food procurement and can locate buyers for small yellow croakers." Yi Fan was not particularly familiar with the major powers, yet his own backing was remarkable. The Jiao family's influence abroad was substantial, yet domestically, they were overshadowed by Yi Fan foreign dealings. However, their words carried more weight than those of both Yi Fan and Du Bin combined. "Let us ask him to assist in converting the channels for small yellow croakers. I am open to acquiring food, water, processed goods, tobacco, pharmaceuticals, minerals, and super-alloy materials. If the prices are reasonable, they can earn a bit as well. As for the Harris team, you'll be responsible for following up. Yi Fan proposed without hesitation. "That works," Du Bin readily agreed, secretly reveling in the misfortune that awaited Diao Wei. Just the channel conversion alone would be a significant burden for him. It was unfortunate that Yi Fan remained too soft-hearted, allowing Diao Wei to reap some benefits. After expressing his sentiments, Du Bin eagerly followed Yi Fan to breakfast. As they finished their meal, the owner of the yellow croaker procurement business, Boss Wang, initiated a transaction proposal.it, seemed he had managed to secure some cash flow. Let us meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon at the vacant lot of the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. During their meal, Dubin had already outlined the plan for the Harris team's arrival. He needed to apply for flight routes in the afternoon and wouldn't have time to accompany Yifan for the transaction. All right, contact me anytime if any issues arise. After pushing Boss Wang's WeChat contact to Yifan, he stood up to leave. Diao Wei was putting on a front, but as the son of a businessman, he still valued integrity. However, the scope of this matter was quite extensive, and he needed to finalize the details carefully before proceeding with negotiations. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. Yifan requested 2 empty trucks from the warehouse, tossing the fish from his spatial ring into the cargo area. He casually strolled around, pretending to return from a purchase. Delegating the responsibilities to his subordinates, he then drove another empty truck to the Yellow Croaker storage facility, loading 1,500 pounds of small yellow croakers before heading to the southern suburbs' abandoned factory lot. Young Master Yi, you've arrived, Boss Wang, flashing his golden teeth, greeted Yifan with a broad smile, his eyes brimming with joy. He had arrived half an hour early, and to his surprise, Yifan showed up in less than 10 minutes. Let us proceed with the transaction. This time, Boss Wang brought significantly more funds than before. After confirming the goods, Yifan received a notification of 225 million arriving in his account. Young Master Yi, this collaboration has been delightful. Do you have more in stock? I'd like to order a substantial quantity. Boss Wang held up 3 fingers, indicating he wanted 3,000 pounds. Apologies, but I can only provide this much. Boss Wang's face showed disappointment as he ultimately had to let the goods go. All right, young Master Yi, if you have more, do remember old Huang. After Boss Wang departed, Yifan returned to the warehouse with the empty truck. Young Master Yi, our current grain reserves have surpassed 500 tons, and the warehouse is running low. We need to expand it. Please have a look. As soon as Yifan stepped out of the vehicle, the warehouse manager approached him. Ever since Dubin discovered that Yifan's customers could forego the high-end route, they had been purchasing all kinds of rice, flour, and oil in bulk, resulting in a rapid increase in the quantity and variety of grain. The manager claimed to seek Yifan's review, but it was essentially to obtain his approval for warehouse leasing. After perusing the documents, Yifan crossed out the manager's original figures, doubling the amount, and swiftly signed his name at the bottom. Young Master Du is currently assisting in expanding the channels. These supplies will only increase, so we don't need to be overly rigid with warehouse leasing. Understood, young Master Yi. After addressing some of the matters Dubin had left unresolved, Yifan turned back to his vehicle. Just as he intended to send a WeChat message to inform Dubin, a message from Yi Penghai popped up on his screen. Your friend, Dad, has sent you a Space-Time Express. Would you like to accept it? Chapter 16. The first use of gene medicine. Yifan turned off his phone screen, drove back to the hotel, and chose to accept the package. In an instant, the familiar space suitcase reappeared. Xiao Fan, remember to exercise. I've sent you the gene medicine. Don't forget to use it. You might also want to prepare some weapons. If you find any of it unsuitable, you can send it back to me, and I'll have the technical department upgrade it for you. Yi Penghai's message arrived alongside the package. Yifan was taken aback. Gene medicine? Excitement surged as he opened the suitcase. The special paper inside the suitcase was filled with detailed information. Greetings, young commander. The internal capacity of the space suitcase has been upgraded to 9,000 pounds, while the accompanying spatial rings are each set to 1,000 pounds. Considering your extensive collection of supplies, the medical department has prepared 10 bottles of gene medicine overnight for your preparations against the apocalypse. Yifan skimmed through the contents. 1,000 pounds of small yellow croakers and 10 bottles of gene medicine. Trembling, he picked up the suitcase. Inside the gleaming suitcase, nestled in the corner, was an unassuming silver ring. Unlike the custom ring made by the technical department for him, this spatial ring had a more rigid design, only allowing access to its contents by pressing the ring switch. The inadequacy of the ring's internal space was evident from the medicine box, which lay nearly level with the small yellow croakers. If there had been a bit more space, it wouldn't have been so cramped. The gene medicine was developed 5 years into the apocalypse to combat zombie hordes, and has been in existence for 95 years up to now. To counter the formidable zombie kings and their armies, aside from the zombie crystal cores, the enhancement rate of the gene medicine has reached over 90%. The enhancements include, but are not limited to, strength, agility, speed, and mental development. It is recommended that you initially use 1 bottle to unlock basic abilities, and after upgrading your capabilities, consume the gene medicine in batches for further enhancement. Due to the overwhelming potency of the gene medicine a century later, taking it may result in intense pain and generate considerable noise during the process of ability enhancement. It is advised that the young commander finds a secluded place to consume it to avoid drawing attention. The final remarks were penned by Zhang Yingyi, the head of the medical department. By the century mark after the apocalypse, some humans and zombie kings have grown powerful enough to move mountains and fill seas. The existence of gene serums has gradually become humanity's most formidable asset in the battle against zombies. How incredible! Gene serums. They enhance strength, speed, and mental acuity, and can even be further upgraded. In this apocalyptic world, there are also zombie kings. What caliber of adversaries is his father fighting against? Yifan, holding less than 10 milliliters of azure liquid, felt an overwhelming excitement within him. I recall a dilapidated cave nearby, where few people venture. I shall head there first. With an impatient heart, Yifan grasped his spatial suitcase and drove to the cave. After confirming the area was desolate, he solemnly consumed the gene serum. Immediately, an excruciating pain surged through his chest, rapidly spreading to his limbs. Under the influence of the serum, his limbs expanded, tearing through his clothing and becoming increasingly bloated. Even Yifan's eyes transformed into a pure, crystalline blue. Lying on the cold ground, he could hear the thunderous beating of his heart and felt the searing agony coursing through him, as if every inch of his body were being torn apart by an unknown force. Yet, he dared not succumb to unconsciousness. Time passed, and gradually, the pain subsided. When sunlight poured into the cave, Yifan beheld his clothes reduced to tatters, his black eyes now ice blue, and his once short hair now cascading down to his waist. This was utterly absurd. Yifan gazed down at his shredded garments and waist-length hair, astonished at the sight. However, after the shock wore off, he felt a thrill at the outcome. It seemed my strength had greatly increased. He covered his modesty with the remnants of his clothing and hastened to the rear of his vehicle to open the trunk. With a resounding crack, he lifted the entire trunk lid off. Holy smokes! Yifan's eyes widened at the trunk, now resembling confetti. Instinctively swallowing hard, it appeared that without practicing strength control today, returning home would be a challenge. Judging by his current strength, he could likely detach the steering wheel. After hastily donning a pair of pants, Yifan bent down to grasp a stone about the size of his palm. Let me test my proportions first. With that, he squeezed the stone tightly. But before he could apply much force, the stone shattered into fragments. Holy cow, the stone broke? What about the tree? Yifan then embraced a tree large enough for 3 people to encircle. He effortlessly uprooted the nearly 100-pound tree. That stone must weigh several hundred pounds. Yifan lifted a massive boulder weighing around 500 pounds with ease, even able to juggle it casually. After careful consideration, he attempted to lift a small car weighing 1.5 tons. Compared to the ease of moving the boulder, the car was considerably more taxing. This indicated that Yifan's arm strength was likely between 2,000 to 300 pounds. 2,000 pounds. With such strength, I will have something to rely on when the apocalypse arrives. Yifan thought with delight, but soon began earnest training in strength control. His hair needed attending to, as did the color of his eyes. The pharmacy department had not mentioned this, had they? I hope it can be reversed, Yifan mused, while his hands never paused. After an afternoon of effort, the dense forest had been significantly thinned by Yifan's actions. The uprooted trees were stored in his spatial ring. Following his strength test, he discovered significant changes in his speed. He could easily see objects from several meters away, and even his thoughts felt clearer. Upon reflection, the effects of the gene serum were quite promising. Phew, that will suffice for today. After an afternoon of training, Yifan's control had improved to a level where he wouldn't destroy things. He glanced at his ice blue eyes and donned a pair of sunglasses. Seizing the opportunity while it was still early, Yifan visited a barbershop to restore his original hairstyle. On his way back, he deliberately purchased a pair of black contact lenses to conceal his identity. Having resolved these details, Yifan felt hunger pangs. Upon returning to the hotel, he devoured a meal that was thrice his usual portion. Du Bin, who had just returned with the Harris team and arranged their accommodations, was astonished at the sight. Holy smokes, Yigu, did you go 2 days without eating while you were out? That shouldn't be the case. Chapter 17. I didn't. Don't speak carelessly, boss. After satisfying his hunger, Yifan turned his head, his brows slightly furrowing. 2 days? Du Bin, unaware of Yifan's recent endeavors, was amused by his surprise. Yes, I brought the Harris team back. Construction of the secure base is set to commence tomorrow. Have you been dating recently? It was no surprise that Du Bin was so curious. Having known Yifan for many years, he had never seen him flirt with any woman. The only rumors surrounding him involved that green TBTCH Lu Annie, which were intentionally fabricated. Currently, Yifan's focus was solely on his career, unconcerned with romance. If you have the time, please help me find combat techniques for killing. Yifan's physical capabilities had reached the pinnacle of human potential. Ordinary combat training no longer piqued his interest. If he was going to learn, it had to be lethal techniques for real combat. What? Killing techniques? Yi Gu, what happened? Du Bin was momentarily shocked and quickly inquired. Seeing Yifan's determination to seek help, he felt a warmth in his heart. Business is expanding rapidly, and with the emergence of the little yellow fish, it is inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals will take notice. If you wish to avoid an early demise, you best learn with me. Though Du Bin had only facilitated the return of the Harris team recently, he had caught wind of some gossip. Reflecting on Zhao Wei's predicament, Yifan nodded in agreement. You were right, Yi Gu. Weren't we planning to develop an oil mine? Zhao Wei actually managed to secure one that produces a ton of oil daily, and it only cost 2,000 pounds of little yellow fish. I had worn out my tongue trying to negotiate for a smaller operation, but they demanded 3,000 pounds of little yellow fish. Truly heartless. However, Zhao Wei hasn't had a pleasant time these past few days. I heard he nearly faced assassination. The regulations surrounding firearms abroad are far less stringent than those at home. Had it not been for his subordinate's quick response, he would likely still be in the hospital. Speaking of this, Du Bin felt a residual fear. Thankfully, it was by mere chance that Yifan approached Zhao Wei. Otherwise, if the situation had been reversed, he would have certainly ended up in the hospital for 10 to 15 days. That would be splendid. The oil will be shipped back promptly, and in the future, we will entrust Zhao Wei with all our overseas food, oil, and mineral needs. Yifan was impressed by Zhao Wei's quick reflexes, but soon realized that without some capability, Zhao Wei wouldn't dare toy with Du Bin. However, it must be said that Zhao Wei is indeed talented. Having just cleared up the rumors about his previous requests, he has now leveraged our little yellow fish to forge new connections and is thriving abroad. Now, those people believe that you and he are somewhat connected. Aside from a few, no one dares to openly antagonize him. Du Bin chuckled at the irony. It was Yifan who had sought out Zhao Wei, yet now, people were calling him his big brother. It seems he has discovered my father's identity and sought help from my uncles. Though Yifan had not explicitly stated it, those individuals would silently look out for him. Similarly, while Yifan did not openly acknowledge it, they would quietly stockpile supplies, waiting for the opportune moment to hand over their resources to him in a reasonable manner. Indeed, now everyone addresses you as young Master Y. By the way, Yi Gu. Speaking of Zhao Wei, he indeed has connections. We can acquire many resources for our shooting range through him. Du Bin mysteriously brought his thumb and index finger together, forming a gesture reminiscent of a bang. If you wish to procure something, we can have him arrange a couple of items for us to experiment with. Yifan pondered for a moment before nodding. That sounds good. Have him help us obtain a couple? After Du Bin signaled an affirmative with an okay, he plopped down into his seat. He called the waiter to order a plate of pasta while not forgetting to ask, by the way, Yi Gu, the Harris team wishes to meet with you to discuss the next steps. Would you be available to meet with them? Sure, let's meet. Yifan nodded and enjoyed a hearty dinner with Du Bin. Around 8 in the evening, Du Bin arranged for the head of the Harris team and their designer to meet with Yifan in the reception room. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Hornby Harris, the architect and owner of Harris. This is our star designer, Lin Xiyu. Coincidentally, she is also a local from Jiangxing. Hornby was a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes, speaking fluent Mandarin. The woman beside him wore a light gray professional pencil skirt. Her long, slender legs, graceful figure, and somewhat impressive curves were complemented by her shoulder-length hair, enhancing her delicate features made even more exquisite by subtle makeup. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Lin Xiyu, the designer at Harris. You can discuss all modifications and design ideas regarding the architecture with me. I have full authority to coordinate with the architectural organization. Lin Xiyu's voice was melodious, reminiscent of a gently flowing stream, making her words particularly pleasant to hear. However, her speech subtly conveyed her identity and status. She was a capable and intelligent woman. Mr. Hornby, Miss Lin, Welcome to Jiangxing. I currently have but one condition for you, which is to complete all construction by May 15th. This requirement was previously mentioned by Yi Fan before inviting the Harris team. The matter was reiterated during the meeting, indicating Yi Fan's profound concern regarding this issue. Hornby remarked, "Our Harris team is among the most elite and efficient globally. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi, we will deliver all construction within the stipulated time frame. However, before that, I wish to inspect the construction site. If the preliminary preparations are in order, we hope to commence as soon as possible." Merely 2 months is not only a test for the Harris team but also a significant challenge. Consequently, everyone on the team is eager to embark on this construction endeavor. Yi Fan guided the Harris team to the western outskirts of the land. Hornby immediately took his team for an on-site inspection. Du Bin intervened to temporarily halt operations, allowing Hornby's team to conduct their assessments. Before long, the Harris team confirmed their findings. "Mr. Yi, based on our professional evaluation, this location is quite suitable for the construction you desire. With an additional excavation of approximately 10 meters, we can commence work tomorrow." After several days of diligent overtime, the excavation team had completed the vast majority of the work standards, with only a few tasks remaining to wrap up. "Very well, let us begin work tomorrow." At Du Bin's command, the sizable excavation team was mobilized once more, a magnificent sight that left members of the Harris team in a Yi Fan still had 10,000 pounds of small yellow fish to clear. And thus he took his leave under the pretext of handling it. Hornby watched Yi Fan depart, his expression one of astonishment as he remarked, "See you have previously expressed a desire to return to your home country for development. I now suddenly understand, if your new superior is someone as young, capable, and handsome as Mr. Yi, I believe staying here would not be an unwise choice." Lin Siyu noticed Du Bin's gaze and felt a wave of panic. "I am not. I do not. Please do not say such things, boss." Chapter 18. Truly my son. Yi Fan remained oblivious to the small interlude that occurred after his departure. His car had been sent to the repair shop for maintenance the day he returned to the hotel. The vehicle he was currently driving was a new Audi gifted by Du Bin. He cleared out space in his suitcase for the small yellowfish and returned to the food storage warehouse. Using the guise of delivery to transport 1,000 liters of bottled water, 3,000 pounds of fruits and vegetables, rice, flour, cooking oil, and an additional 1,500 pounds of fish from Diaowei's fish pond, totaling 10,000 pounds of goods, which he loaded onto a medium-sized truck and transported to an empty space in the eastern suburbs. Upon detecting a time-space delivery notification, he confirmed it. The suitcase before him vanished from sight. "Dad, will my eyes return to their original color after turning ice blue? My current strength allows me to lift weights below 3,000 pounds, and my agility, reflexes, and intellect have all seen exponential growth, along with an improvement in my vision." Realizing that contact lenses are ultimately not a long-term solution, Yi Fan pondered this and sent a new message to Yi Penghai. During the process of sending the message, he remembered that he had not tested any physical data beyond his strength. After a moment's contemplation, he booked a training room for approximately 3 days. Until Du Bin found a coach, he intended to spend a few days in the training room. For this purpose, Yi Fan specifically visited a dedicated offline store to purchase outdoor survival equipment and supplies. "Boss, I need 2 of the finest 6-person 4-season tents, 2 sets of raincoats, trekking poles, climbing backpacks, and compressed biscuits." The owner, recognizing a valuable customer, promptly summoned staff to assist with the preparations. Fortunately, the location was relatively remote, making it convenient to park a medium-sized truck in addition to the tents, raincoats, boilers, bedding, and other outdoor survival gear in double quantities. Yi Fan also purchased 4 2,000-liter water tanks for water storage. That will be 5,000 total. 26-person 4-season tents at a unit price of 1,000, totaling 2,000. Raincoats, trekking poles, climbing backpacks, compressed biscuits, gas boilers, dishes, toothbrushes, and other supplies. I'll round it down to 1,000. And 4 water tanks valued at 500 each, totaling 2,000. As the owner calculated the accounts swiftly while the staff moved the items, he found Yi Fan's purchases to be relatively expensive but still reasonably priced. "All right, I'll transfer the payment now." After settling the bill, Yi Fan inspected the items in the truck and then decided to head to a small supermarket. "Boss, give me 10 boxes of instant noodles, along with some hanging noodles, rice, and various seasonings." After confirming the order for the prepared food, Yi Fan personally selected some pork, beef, lamb, and chicken hearts from the nearby meat section. He then handpicked tomatoes, eggs, hot peppers, potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Finally, he selected some eggs and century eggs before finally stopping. That will be 2,000 totaled. Ye Fan had purchased quite a bit of meat, totaling over 100 pounds, while the prepared food and vegetables added up to around 50 pounds. After paying, he headed to a department store to buy 4 sets of high-quality cotton quilts, thin blankets, and air conditioning blankets, along with 10 sets of clothing for all seasons. This shopping excursion amounted to nearly 10,000 in total. After filling the water tanks with water for daily use and bottled water, Ye Fan decided to return to the hotel for some rest. The nearly 300 pounds of items occupied only a fraction of the space. On his way back, he returned the truck to the warehouse and drove the Audi back to the hotel to rest. The next day, Ye Fan rose from bed, instinctively stretching his body, glancing at the time with a hint of surprise. It's only 6 o'clock? I returned from yesterday's busy schedule around 2 in the morning. Yet, despite only a few hours of sleep, he felt revitalized, indicating that the gene medication had significantly enhanced the quality of his rest. After freshening up, Ye Fan had breakfast at the hotel and coincidentally encountered Du Bin, who was preparing to head out with Hornby, Lin Siyu, and others. Ye Gu. Where are you off to? Ye Fan feigned a casual demeanor, deliberately donning the climbing backpack he had purchased the previous day. I am planning to train in the training room for a few days. If you have any news, please let me know in advance, and we can go together. Du Bin gave an okay gesture. No problem. I've already made contact there. We should have a response in about 2 to 3 days. Ye Gu, rest assured, this time it will definitely be a great surprise, he excitedly concluded, recalling that Lin Siyu and the others were still waiting behind, and hurriedly added, forget it, I'll tell you more later. I need to accompany Hornby and the others to oversee the construction. Ye Fan watched Du Bin and his party depart before driving to a renowned fitness training facility nearby. This facility offered a range of tests related to speed, agility, and strength, though the rental fees were also quite steep, starting at several thousand. Ye Fan opted for a training room priced around 10,000 and rented it for 3 days. I've already tested my strength. Now I need to assess my speed and reaction time when striking objects. After familiarizing himself with the training room's projects and testing directions, Ye Fan first assessed his speed using the machine. He began with his maximum speed. Within the 100-square-meter training room, Ye Fan sprinted with all his might back and forth. His form was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, moving across the ground with remarkable swiftness. By the time he felt utterly fatigued, an hour had already elapsed. His maximum speed clocked in at 100 kilometers per hour, a result that left him reasonably satisfied. Next, he activated the obstacle mechanism. Setting the initial attack duration to 10 minutes, the countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. Spheres glowing with luminescence would shoot toward Ye Fan 3 seconds after the countdown. The dropped spheres would be collected within a certain range for reuse in the shooting sequence. As Ye Fan observed the spheres seemingly transforming into slow-motion animations, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, he quickly realized that it was not the speed of the spheres that had diminished, but rather his eyes could now clearly track their trajectories. The 10-minute attack phase concluded without Ye Fan being struck by a single sphere. To test his limits further, he attempted the intermediate level of 20 minutes and the advanced level of 30 minutes. During the intermediate phase, he was hit 1 to 2 times due to slight lapses in attention. In the advanced phase, he could potentially be hit around 10 times. His reflexes were approximately 2 to 3 times superior to those of an average person. While his brain could react swiftly, his body still exhibited occasional sluggishness. A bit more training would likely yield significant improvements. Although his physical abilities far surpassed those of 99% of humanity, he still faced the drawback of delayed reflexes due to a lack of training. However, judging by the current results, his overall capabilities were commendable. After training for an afternoon, Ye Fan looked at his glowing form with a wry smile, preparing to take a shower. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a new message from Yi Penghai. Undoubtedly, my son, well done. Achieving an A grade on your first use of the gene medication. Chapter 19. Very well arranged. Do not arrange again next time. An A grade. Ye Fan's eyes narrowed in curiosity. He continued reading, and indeed, Yi Penghai provided an explanation. Based on the color change of your eyes and the strength of the grade, classifications range from A to D, with the colors being ice blue, deep red, orange red, and pale yellow. The level of physical development has reached over 85, classified as grade A, represented by an ice blue hue. A range of 60 to 80 corresponds to a deep red, while 30 to 55 is depicted as orange red, and 0 to 25 is characterized by a pale yellow. Based on your description, it appears that your inability to adjust your physical state has resulted in a continuous proximity to a state of power expansion. By effectively managing the energy within your body, the color of your eyes can be completely concealed. However, during the early days of the apocalypse, typically only 5% of humanity can successfully undergo genetic optimization, with 95% perishing due to excessive energy. Therefore, if you are apprehensive about potential mishaps, it is advisable to dilute the substance before consumption. Upon reaching the final message, Yi Fan lamented, "If only I had diluted it first." Recalling those torturous 2 days, he nearly bit through his gums in frustration. Is there truly such a pitfall for one's own son? Never mind, let us focus on training for now. Yi Fan retrieved a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and continued with his training regimen. After 2 days of relentless effort, he finally managed to control the power within him with ease. The essence of controlling power lies in maintaining a state of tranquility. Whenever emotions fluctuate or the body senses danger, the color of the eyes will change accordingly. In the initial stages of learning, Yi Fan struggled to grasp the concept of controlling the internal power. However, through time and the rather unorthodox explanations from Yi Penghai, he fortuitously found his direction. "Son, remember to send me the items." Yi Penghai eagerly awaited today's updates. Yi Fan glanced at the time, which read 1 in the morning, then checked the interdimensional courier notifications and sighed inwardly. It is already this late. I might as well deliver the supplies and then return to rest. After 2 consecutive days of solely eating, drinking, and attending to nature's calls without leaving the training room, Yi Fan used his phone to log out of the training facility, shouldered his backpack, and returned to his vehicle. He started the engine and stored the 10,000 pounds of small yellow croaker in the warehouse. The quantity of small yellow croaker had diminished significantly, yet Diao Wei's efficiency was commendable. The consumption of small yellow croaker was evidently much greater than when Du Bin was present. In merely 2 days without replenishing the stock, nearly half had been consumed. Yi Fan suddenly grew curious about how much food Du Bin and Diao Wei had managed to accumulate together. Since he was on his way to deliver supplies, he decided to check it out. Given the substantial quantity of supplies Yi Fan required, Du Bin's team operated in shifts, sometimes even 3 at a time. Moreover, Du Bin's compensation was notably higher than market rates. And while the demands were stricter, the working hours and management were quite humane, leading to a generally favorable experience. Yi Xiao, thanks to the tireless efforts of General Du and General Diao, we are now averaging about 500 tons of goods collected daily. And this number continues to increase, including but not limited to food, medicine, seeds, as well as oil and coal resources. As soon as Yi Fan arrived, the warehouse supervisor approached him, holding a prepared list of supplies, and reported the information as if reciting a cherished tale. Of course, our primary focus remains on food and medicine. Currently, the daily supply of fruits, vegetables, and meat is around 400 tons, with bottled water at 100 tons. Oil resources averaging 50 tons per day, coal resources also at 50 tons, seeds fixed at 1,000 pounds daily, and approximately 100,000 boxes of medicine procured each day. After reviewing the list, Yi Fan acknowledged their efficiency. Not bad. Keep it up. Prepare a vehicle for me. I need 10,000 pounds of goods this time. Prepare 1,000 pounds each of chicken, duck, fish, lamb, and pork. 1,000 pounds each of noodles, rice noodles, packaged rice, and frozen hot pot meatballs. And let us start with 10,000 boxes of medicine, counting each item as a box, regardless of its intended use. Thankfully, Du Bin had suggested establishing a foreign trade company, which allowed for the acquisition of numerous permits for bulk purchases of various medicines under the operations of Diao Wei and Du Bin. Medications such as antidepressants and sleeping pills were limited in quantity but proved useful in rare situations. Understood. You shout, "Is there anything else you require?" The supervisor responded promptly, displaying commendable professionalism. Next time, arrange for some seafood and medical equipment, preferably at the surgical room level. The higher the quality, the better. We don't need too many. Just 2 or 3 sets will suffice. Yi Fan had no intention of overspending on medical equipment. It was best to allocate all funds wisely before the apocalypse. And as for after, well, unclaimed items could be taken without hesitation. Understood. Yi Xiao. Yi Fan waved him off. Approximately 2 hours later, the 10,000 pounds of goods were loaded onto the truck. Yi Fan drove to an open area in the eastern suburbs, climbed into the truck bed, and stored the items in the spatial suitcase. Upon detecting the interdimensional courier, He was prompted whether to send it across dimensions to his friend, his father. Yifan clicked yes. Once the spatial suitcase vanished, he returned to the driver's seat and drove the truck back to the warehouse. Lying once more on the soft bed of the hotel, Yifan stretched his body and swiftly drifted into slumber. The following day, after 6 hours of rest, Yifan awakened promptly. Noticing it was only around 10 o'clock, he freshened up and decided to head downstairs to the restaurant for a meal. After finishing his meal and preparing to take a stroll to aid digestion, he fortuitously encountered Dubin returning from outside. "Brother Yi, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to find you. Regarding the coach, I've made arrangements for you, and you can start tomorrow. Come on, let's go inside and discuss it." Dubin, parched after a morning of running around, eagerly pulled Yifan inside the room. Through his vivid descriptions, Yifan finally understood the location Dubin had chosen for him. "What? I asked you to help me find a coach, and you sent me to the special forces?" Yifan raised his eyebrows in astonishment, his surprise evident in his eyes, which pleased Dubin immensely. He smugly replied, "I spent 2 whole days leveraging connections for this. I figured, what coach could possibly be better than one from the military? So, I went through great lengths to get us both in. However, they would only be accepted for 2 months, as that batch of instructors was about to retire. Teaching 1 or 2 made no difference, which was why they agreed and be prepared. Since we're considered privileged, we might face some scrutiny. But that's all right. We're going in to train, and as long as we survive, let them push us to our limits," Yifan replied. "I initially wanted you to experience the benefits of the genetic enhancement, but now I've decided to let you relish the joy of being pushed to your limits." Oblivious to the predicament he had placed himself in, Dubin continued to boast, "By the way, Brother Yi, I also managed to secure some favorable conditions for our work. We can bring our phones and have the freedom to take leave. But it must not be during training hours. After all, rules are essential, right? Aren't I impressive?" Yifan clapped half-heartedly and without enthusiasm. "Impressive, Brother Du, truly impressive. The arrangements are excellent. Please don't arrange anything further." Chapter 20. What does it mean to suddenly feel the urge to hit someone? Thus, that very evening, Yifan and Dubin packed their belongings and moved into the 6-person dormitory of the unit. "Hey, newcomers, I heard you'll be training here for 2 months? Our training is quite grueling. Are you sure you can keep up?" The other 4 members of Yifan's dorm were all new recruits who had joined this year, having proven themselves through arduous trials. Due to their rigorous training, they were puzzled by the presence of Yifan and Dubin. Why would a pampered young master leave the comforts of home to endure hardship here? Dubin, with a bitter expression, replied, "What else could it be? We were sent here by our families. I heard this place is known for its tough training, which is precisely why they arranged for us to be sent here for 2 months of tempering. What should we call you, brother? I'm Dubin, and this is my brother Yifan." The young man, noticing Dubin's friendly demeanor, softened his previously distant attitude. "I'm Zhang Yun, the dorm leader of 306. The gloomy guy here is Chu Ning, the short-faced one is Tang Xiao, and the big guy doing the training is Wang Song. Brother Zhang, Brother Ning, Brother Xiao, Brother Song. I hope you all will take care of us in the coming 2 months." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's attitude improved even further. "No problem, no problem. Have you 2 trained in physical fitness before? Our daily training volume is high, and the intensity is considerable. It may be quite challenging to keep up." Under Dubin's guidance, Zhang Yun informed them about the daily training content and scheduled. It was indeed unfortunate for Yifan and Dubin, as they arrived just 3 days before a collective training session. The training session would include, but not be limited to, a 5,000-meter run with a 20-kilogram load, a 5,000-meter swim with weight, a 25-kilometer cross-country march with a 30-kilogram load, a 7-day survival exercise in the wilderness, shooting at the range, high-altitude parachuting, comprehensive firearms training, boxing, and more. Seriously, is our luck this bad? Dubin was nearly dumbfounded. Yifan patted Dubin on the shoulder, his eyes filled with calm assurance. "What are you worried about? Aren't I here with you?" Thanks to his kind suggestion, he had to run back and forth to the warehouse daily to deliver supplies. If he didn't make Dubin cry for 2 days, it would be a disservice to the genetic enhancement provided by his father. Encouraged by Yifan, Dubin regained his confidence. "You're right. As long as we don't die, we'll just keep pushing ourselves." At 5 in the morning the next day, Yifan woke up early and roused Dubin. The young master was momentarily bewildered but quickly dressed. As soon as the clock struck 5:30, the assembly command rang out. The 6 members of the dorm lined up and began a 5,000-meter run with weights. A weight of 40 kilograms had just pressed down upon Du Bin's back, causing him to nearly stumble and fall to the ground. In stark contrast, Yifan exuded an air of ease, appearing completely unfazed. Wow, Brother Yi is quite the performer. I almost believed him. As the command for the weighted run was issued, the 100-strong team swiftly surged forward, leaving the newly joined Yifan and Du Bin trailing at the rear. After running approximately 2,000 meters, Du Bin's stamina was nearly depleted, while Yifan, who had started alongside him, appeared to be moving with the grace of a leisurely stroll. He even had enough energy to observe Du Bin's physical condition. Noticing this, Du Bin's stubborn temperament flared up, and he stubbornly held his breath to complete the 5,000 meters. Thud. The moment he reached the finish line, Du Bin had no time to boast to Yifan before collapsing from exhaustion and losing consciousness. Who shares a dorm with him? Someone carry him back. He has fainted from fatigue. After inspecting Du Bin's condition, Instructor Song's impression of both him and Yifan significantly improved. Observing the commotion, the other members also began to shed their biases towards the two and no need for that. Just give him some water. It's too much trouble to return to the dormitory. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan produced a diluted gene serum and poured it into Du Bin's mouth. Zhang Yun, who had been preparing to leave, silently returned to the group. That guy Yi is quite formidable. You, young man, are impressive. What is your name? Instructor Song took note of Yifan's state and began to entertain other thoughts. Report, Instructor. My name is Yifan. Yifan is a fine name. I observed your effortless completion of the 5,000 meters. Such physical training should not pose a challenge for you, correct? His words contained a hint of provocation. It is known that while the weighted run is fundamental training, many new recruits have struggled immensely with it. If Yifan were to respond poorly, it would surely incite the wrath of the others. Are you implying you wish to see me get beaten? Yifan jested in response to Instructor Song, continuing, however, for me, this hardly even counts as a warm-up. If the instructor is willing to teach me boxing or combat techniques, I would gladly compete against all present. His physical abilities would reach unprecedented heights through training. Conversely, skills in boxing and martial arts were what he currently lacked. Instructor Li, accompanying Instructor Song, eagerly chimed in. All right. Old Song, let us have them rest on the spot for 10 minutes. We shall teach him combat and boxing. Anyone who loses to Yifan will have their return weight doubled. Those who triumph over Yifan will have their load reduced by 20 pounds. What do you say? As Li spoke, he turned his gaze back to Yifan. Very well. If I lose, I will bear the weight of one person's burden. Yifan was equally eager to participate. Thus, Instructor Song and Li took it upon themselves to teach Yifan combat and boxing. 10 minutes into the rest period, someone quickly called for a duel. Yifan, is it? Be careful. I excel in combat and striking, particularly Muay Thai and Sanda. Hong Chi, robust and stable on his feet, delivered rapid strikes. He was one of the instructor's favored recruits. As his words fell, his fists flew towards Yifan at an alarming speed. At that moment, Du Bin regained consciousness and was stunned by the scene before him. What on earth is happening? Why is my brother fighting someone? Zhang Yun, noticing he was awake, quickly explained the situation. Du Bin's mind was nearly overwhelmed by Yifan's actions. Weren't we supposed to be novices together? This script is all wrong. Just as he finished this thought, he witnessed Yifan execute a swift shoulder throw, sending Hong Chi crashing to the ground. Before Du Bin could ponder further, another challenger quickly stepped up. The subsequent duels unfolded in a continuous stream. None of those who entered the ring stood a chance. Du Bin watched, feeling increasingly numb. Surely, he must have awakened in the wrong way. How could this one-man army be his brother Yifan? This is intriguing. Yifan, your physical prowess is the best I have ever seen. Would you be interested in formally joining us? Based on Yifan's current performance, his strength, speed, reflexes, and agility were astonishingly high, even surpassing that of typical elites. Instructor Song and Li were immediately taken with his potential and extended an olive branch publicly. I apologize, instructors. My situation is unique, and I must decline your invitation. Yifan politely rejected their offers and then extended an invitation to the instructors and fellow recruits. However, our company is currently hiring, so any brothers in need of work are welcome to join us at Cheng'an. With generous benefits. Du Bin, seated nearby, silently gave Yifan a thumbs up. That's my brother Yi for you. Even advertising? Instructor Song and Li exchanged glances, genuinely tempted by the proposition. After all, they would be retiring in 2 months, and securing a job would be ideal. You should keep quiet. Are you really advertising for jobs here? Everyone stand up, assemble, prepare for the return journey. Except for the one who fainted, everyone else will carry an additional 40 kilograms. The 10 slowest on the return trip will be responsible for washing everyone's clothes. Move out, at Instructor Song's command, those burdened with weight dashed forward, eager not to lag behind. Du Bin, terrified, slung on his weighted pack and sprinted to the front of the line. Everyone, what s with the sudden urge to hit someone? Chapter 21. The leap of the technical department upon returning. Instructor Song announced a 10-minute rest. Du Bin approached Yi Fan, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Brother Yi, let me tell you something incredible. After I finished the 5,000 meters, I dreamt of an old woman calling me to drink soup on a bridge. The moment that soup entered my stomach, I felt utterly invigorated, and I even felt like I could punch a 100-pound bull. Do you think I might have broken some sort of personal limit? Yi Fan, slightly exasperated by Du Bin's fantastical tale, replied. I can assure you that you could indeed punch a 100-pound bull. But that soup was not from the old woman. It was from me. Du Bin's eyes widened in shock. What kind of water is that amazing? Is it some kind of mystical elixir? Yi Fan looked skyward at a 45-degree angle, somewhat reluctant to respond to Du Bin's query. Du Bin is great in many ways, but he occasionally defaults to fantastical novel tropes. Can't he just believe in science? Gene serums are legitimate scientific products. Since you're feeling good, shall I apply for self-directed night training? Every night. We can run from here to the warehouse as our endpoint. Du Bin's expression changed in alarm. Brother Yi, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. The warehouse is at least several hundred kilometers away, and running back on our legs would surely break them. Moreover, they would have to return for training the next day. Wouldn't that be over 1,000 kilometers round trip? The gene serum requires a suitable amount of exercise for further enhancement. Are you sure you don't want to join me? Compared to the undiluted gene serum, the diluted version seems to alleviate pain, and the reduced dosage doesn't significantly alter eye color while enhancing strength and stamina. Let us go. Du Bin quickly jumped in. Thus, the plan for Yi Fan and Du Bin to engage in night training was set in motion. The subsequent physical training for Yi Fan and Du Bin ceased to be a drain. It was merely a warm-up. Observing his teammates drenched in sweat, Du Bin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After a day of training, both had indeed learned a great deal: pull-ups, one-handed push-ups, swimming drills, all-around firearms training, military boxing, and more. All of these benefited them immensely. Wow, this life is too enjoyable. If it weren't for my billion-dollar family fortune waiting for me, I would genuinely want to stay here longer. I hit an 8-ring on my first shooting attempt. Ever since taking the gene serum, even arduous training had become a form of enjoyment for Du Bin. Zhang Yun and the others speculated that Du Bin might have experienced a breakthrough after that 5,000 meters. But none took his words to heart. Yi Fan, however, pulled out some chocolate and cigarettes from his backpack, distributing them among his dorm mates. Brother Zhan, we plan to apply for self-directed night training tonight. There are family matters to attend to, so it might get a bit noisy when we return. Please bear with us. Sure, if we need anything, we'll let you know. Gratefully accepting Yi Fan's offerings, Zhang Yun readily agreed. Yi Fan and Du Bin approached Instructor Song to submit their report for self-directed night training while handing over 2 fine cigarettes. With Instructor Song set to retire next month, coupled with the two's notable identities and affability, securing their night training pass was swiftly accomplished. That evening, after Yi Fan and Du Bin exited through the gates with their night training passes, they began to race towards the warehouse, following the route planned on their phones. Like 2 flashes of lightning, their dark figures zipped past with the sound of the wind. As Du Bin sprinted, he opened up his stride, taking in the scenery flashing by with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. After 3 hours, they arrived at an open area on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Yi Fan rested for a few minutes and then said to Du Bin, "Let us split up for now. I'll go get the little yellow fish and store it in the warehouse while you prepare the supplies. We'll quickly arrange for people to send it over." All right. Knowing time was of the essence, Du Bin was about to run again when Yi Fan stopped him. There are cameras ahead. Have someone come to pick you up. I'll head to meet the contact first. Yi Fan dashed towards the warehouse where the little yellow fish was stored and opened the WeChat interface for Yi Penghai. Your friend Dad has sent you a space-time delivery. Would you like to accept it? After clicking yes, the familiar space suitcase reappeared once more. Yi Fan skillfully opened the box, immediately noticing the paper atop the suitcase. Greetings, young commander. Following extensive research by the technical department, the technology of the spatial suitcase has achieved a remarkable advancement. It can currently accommodate a volume of 100 tons. Moreover, the entire technical team has prepared an upgrade box for your spatial ring. Simply use the upgrade box to execute the spatial expansion operation. As he read Min Zhan's message, Yifan felt a surge of astonishment. In less than a week, the technical department had upgraded the capacity to 500 tons? Such speed is astonishing. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the expansion. Following the operation manual provided by Min Zhan, Yifan retrieved a sleek, high-tech black box. He placed one side of the control ring against the box. And instantly, the upgrade box caved in from within. Subsequently, the black casing gradually transformed into silver. As time passed, the box disintegrated into a colloidal form, which was then absorbed by the spatial ring. Approximately 10 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. Yifan surveyed the significantly enlarged personal space ring, feeling immensely satisfied. Given the technical department's efficiency, he was determined to fill the goods he was sending. When Dubin received the call, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Are you joking, Yigu? 100 tons? We can only use that in a few hours." Yifan rubbed his ears, slightly pained by the outburst. "I have channels to deliver to you. Those individuals are rather special and cannot be seen. Just tell me a few warehouse locations, and I can handle it myself. If you have no pressing matters, find a training room to assess your situation. And we can arrange a meeting later." Originally, sending out 5 tons of goods would require a process. Now that Yifan had 500 tons of personal space, why bother with the formalities? He could simply enter the warehouse to collect the items. "All right then, you are the boss, so it's your call. I'll show you first." Upon hearing that someone was taking care of it, Dubin quickly provided the warehouse locations, even withdrawing all the personnel stationed there for the sake of convenience. 10 tons each of chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, fruits, seasonings, rice, flour, oil, petroleum, coal, and pharmaceuticals. After emptying the small yellow fish from the box, Yifan turned to inspect the item list in the warehouse designated by Dubin.as. He confirmed the list with one hand. The various goods mentioned began to disappear in succession. Once he closed the suitcase, Yifan transmitted the 100 tons of goods back to Yi Penghai. "Dad, I've received about 500 tons of goods here daily. 100 tons is hardly sufficient. This time, I've also sent some petroleum and coal. If you need more, I can send it over. By the way, do you require seawater resources? Before the apocalypse, water resources were inexhaustible. Can these resources be utilized?" After sending the message, Yifan immediately contacted Dubin to arrange a meeting in an open area. By the time they reconvened, it was already 2 in the morning. "Yigu, has that 100 tons been delivered?" Yifan nodded. "It's been delivered. Those individuals have unique identities. The gene serum was provided by them. No wonder you are doing business with them. Yigu, you have a keen eye. How much of the small yellow fish did they provide?" 100 tons. I've stored it in the warehouse." Upon hearing this, Dubin's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. 100 tons? That means I could become a billionaire. Chapter 22. Truly, our young commander is impressive. If one calculates it that way, it seems reasonable. Congratulations, you've become wealthy overnight. When your father sees you, he might have to relinquish his position as the richest. Yifan could see through his thoughts at a glance. Dubin, beaming with pride, cleared his throat and said, "Let's keep a low profile. It's only slightly better than my Yigu. Let us head back. I feel I can be even faster than before." Perhaps due to Dubin having been administered the gene serum after exercise, his speed was not inferior to Yifan's. "All right, take 2 days to acclimate. And after that, I'll send you some more gene serum." Dubin gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, readily agreeing. On their way back, Yi Penghai had already automatically received the package sent by Yifan. "Commander, the young commander has filled the suitcase. That's 100 tons of supplies." When Yi Penghai and Zhong Wendong returned to the base, they saw Assistant Chen holding the suitcase, shock evident in his report. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the returning subordinates erupted into cheers. "Long live the young commander. The young commander is incredible." Hearing the cheers from below, Yi Penghai couldn't help but smile. "Well done, Assistant Chen. Have the warehouse clear out some space, and also arrange for additional meals in the cafeteria for the brothers. Today, we dealt a heavy blow to the Zombie King. It won't be back for at least a month." The base personnel displayed expressions of joy. After Yi Penghai took a shower in his room, he immediately checked his phone. Sure enough, Yifan had sent him a new message. Collecting 500 tons in a day? You even want to send me seawater resources? Yi Penghai felt a surge of excitement upon reading that in the apocalypse, what was most lacking was technology and purification methods. Resources such as water and minerals were indeed scarce, and acquiring them would be ideal. I'll prepare a water tower for you. Just leave half for yourself when the time comes. Water resources, mineral resources, food, timber, as long as it's a resource, I want it all. After replying, Yi Penghai hurried to the technical department. Observing the collapsed door once more, Zhong Wendong silently signaled for the staff to carry it out for repairs. Min Zhan, your technology is lacking. It's only been 3 days, and you've expanded it by 100 tons. Yet, our young commander's daily haul reaches 500 tons. The entire technical department was astonished. 500 tons in a day. The young commander is simply remarkable. By the way, think of ways to create some water towers. Before the apocalypse, water resources were inexhaustible, and we should take advantage of it. The materials for the spatial ring were limited, and post-apocalyptic resources had nearly been exhausted. If the technical department had not contacted Yifan using their superspatial technology, they might still be relying on nutrient solutions to survive. Understood, Commander. We will accelerate the expansion technology. Please ensure the missing resources are replenished as soon as possible. It was indeed fortuitous that the emergence of oil resources could upgrade some of their technologies. If they could obtain a few more resources, the technical department could create another spatial ring similar to Yifan's, or even develop a more advanced spatial ring upgrade box. Yi Penghai nodded. All right, I'll take care of it. After urging the technical department, Yi Penghai turned to leave. The technical staff, watching him depart, could no longer contain their excitement and erupted in cheers. 500 tons. The young commander is too amazing. That's enough for our base to sustain itself for several years. I thought 10 tons was already the young commander's limit. It turns out it was only because the space was limited to 10 tons. I know, right? This time, let us set a small goal. Let us aim for 1,000 tons. Someone go inform the medical department. Arrange for all the energizing medicines, and get some for me too. Even if I have to kneel today, I want to maximize the space. The technical department, invigorated, began feverishly working on advanced technology. The medical department, upon hearing the news, was equally thrilled. Rest assured, Commander, we will cooperate with the technical department's needs and mass-produce the required medicines. Thanks to the young commander's medicine, the brothers' recovery has exceeded our expectations. Truly, it's the medicine from a century ago, said Director Zhang Yingyi, pride shining in his eyes. Yes, expedite your research. Time is of the essence. All of you work hard. Let us see if we can send some seed cultivation liquid over to him as well. The initial version of the gene serum has performed admirably. The young commander has already enhanced it to a level. Yi Penghai, thinking of his son, felt an overwhelming sense of pride at a level. Did the young commander dilute the gene serum? The initial version was already quite potent for humans a century ago. We have optimized it as much as possible. Indeed, our tests indicate that the initial gene serum can only achieve a B-level standard. Surely the young commander wouldn't have chosen to consume it directly for maximum efficacy. Truly, he is the son of the commander. Upon hearing the conversation among his subordinates, Zhang Yingyi, who had forgotten to include the dilution instructions, broke into a sweat. Doesn't that mean he unintentionally put the young commander in a tough spot? Hopefully, the young commander never finds out about this. The young commander is our commander's son. Of course, he would be as you suspect. Now, everyone, get back to work. Don't you want to eat? Yi Penghai appreciated Zhang Yingyi's proactive attitude. With the strong collaboration between the technical and medical departments, as well as the joint efforts of everyone in the base, they finally managed to send the spatial suitcase, spatial ring upgrade box, and purification water tower to Yifan just before the final minute of the time-space algorithm. Having exhausted the day's transmission quota, with this 1,000-ton spatial suitcase and purification water tower, the young commander would surely offer even more surprises. Zhong Wendong gazed at the dispatched spatial suitcase, his eyes brimming with joy. Without a doubt, he will, after all. He is your young commander. Yi Penghai resolutely declared as he strolled towards his desk, where numerous official matters awaited his attention. Once the apocalypse commences, we shall have a thorough conversation with Xiao Fan and her child. At that time, Yifan, who has been on the minds of many, is diligently training alongside Du Bin in the ranks. Their growth has been remarkably pronounced. Not only have the instructors taken notice, but even some higher-ups have acknowledged their presence. Is this the pair you recommended? Are you certain they are rich second generation? The influential figure who facilitated Du Bin and Yifan's entry is somewhat taken aback. They've only been in the team for a few days, and they've already completely adapted to pull-ups and the like? If it weren't for my inspection visit with the leader today, I would have thought old Du intended for his son to abandon business for military service, right? Confirm this for me again. If these two are indeed promising talents, and they truly wish to join, I will secure special approval for them. Aren't you familiar with their parents? Wouldn't it be prudent to call and inquire? Understood, leader. I shall make the call at once. Chapter 23. But could he voice such concerns? The influential figure pulled out his mobile phone and stepped aside to call Du Fengyu. Old Du, you are not being fair. You've put him in quite the predicament. What do you mean, Lin Go? What have I done that is unfair? He has been preoccupied with a major project lately, working tirelessly without returning home. After all, his wife is by his side, so whether his son is at home is inconsequential. You're pretending not to know. Yet Xiaodu mentioned he got into a bit of trouble at home and you sent him to the team for 2 months of reflection. I thought you were being reckless, but it seems the lad has some genuine talent. Weighted running for 5 kilometers, pull-ups, push-ups. He handles them as if they were child's play. And then there's Yifan. My superior holds him in very high regard. Do you have intentions of enlisting them? If so, my leader would be keen to have them on board. After all, I was the one who recommended them. We can't let others benefit from our discovery. Lin Gu spoke with urgency, leaving Du Fengyu momentarily stunned. Just Du Bin's physique alone, he can hardly evade being chased and beaten, and you're telling me he can manage weighted runs for 5 kilometers and pull-ups? He'd be dead halfway through. Lin Gu, could you elaborate on this? I've been preoccupied with company matters and haven't been keeping an eye on home. Du Fengyu sensed something was amiss. Lin Gu did too. After a moment's thought, he briefly recounted the situation. Upon hearing it, Du Fengyu felt his blood pressure surge. What the hell? He gets into trouble and you send him to the team for reflection. Lately, Yifan and I have been thriving with the foreign trade company, and our partners have even mentioned that rebellious child. Wanting a piece of the action, my wife has been grinning from ear to ear upon hearing the news. If I were to criticize Du Bin, I wouldn't even be allowed in the house. With this attitude, do I dare to show that little brat any displeasure? And now they've gone to the team to stir up trouble. Why should I take the blame for this? Lin Gu, I need to discuss this matter with those 2 boys at the team. If it's convenient for you, please provide me with an address. Convenient? Oh, it's exceptionally convenient. My leader is present. Just come directly. After hanging up, Du Fengyu's expression darkened considerably. Just then, his wife returned from a beauty spa, and noticing his grim countenance, she asked in surprise, "Who upset you?" Seeing his wife, Du Fengyu gritted his teeth at the thought of Du Bin. Nothing, just some company matters I need to handle. Remember to eat lunch. With that, he stormed out, radiating an aura of impending doom. His wife, uninterested in company affairs, retreated to the lounge for a nap. When Du Fengyu arrived at the team, Lin Gu had kindly reserved a small conference room for the 3 of them. Upon seeing his father's dark expression, Du Bin immediately recoiled. Dad, what brings you here? Sit, sit. I thought I heard magpies chirping today. Turns out it's a wonderful occasion because you're here to see me. Du Bin, ever the sycophant, deftly poured tea for his father, careful not to ask any probing questions. Don't ask. Asking is a sign of cowardice. Oh, a wonderful occasion. Had I not come, I'd still be in the dark about how close you were to being sent away. If your mother finds out about this, will my knees survive her wrath? Just the thought of his wife's temper, combined with a glance at Du Bin, made Du Fengyu curse his younger self for being swayed into fatherhood by his wife's persuasion. Yifan, calmly sipping water, remained unfazed. The future tycoon and the son of a wealthy family, he was accustomed to the dichotomy of a henpecked husband and a youth immersed in fantastical notions. Uncle, what brings you to us today? As Du Fengyu appeared ready to hurl his teacup, Yifan's timely interjection saved Du Bin from a dire fate. Upon hearing Yifan speak, Du Fengyu's tone softened considerably. Oh, it's nothing too serious. I'm just curious why you both abandoned your flourishing business to come to the team. Is it that the profits no longer bring joy, or is someone bullying you? Neither, really. Our business has expanded significantly, and we wish to learn ways to protect ourselves. Dad, you may not know, but our company now has daily revenue in the tens of billions. Your son has become a billionaire through sheer hard work. Unable to contain himself, Du Bin boasted as he struck a pose, the billionaire. Your father struggled for decades to become a millionaire, barely reaching a valuation of tens of billions. Yet you, in less than a month, you've become a billionaire. While there might be some embellishment in that claim, it hardly matters. Tens of billions in revenue? You're playing at a whole new level? Even Du Fengyu, seasoned in business for decades, was taken aback by the scale these two youngsters had quietly achieved. Yes, my father left me some assets, which I only recently acquired. Yi Fan's words, tinged with both truth and exaggeration, convinced Du Fengyu. If Yi Penghai's son couldn't succeed, it would indeed be absurd. All right then, Du Fengyu glanced at his son and then at Yi Fan, finally letting out a resigned sigh. I suppose I shall take some credit as well. You two have quietly accomplished something significant. Noticing his father's expression soften, Du Bin eagerly reported on the company's recent developments. Upon learning that Yi Fan and Du Bin, along with Diao Wei, had opened both domestic and international channels and acquired resources such as oil mines, coal mines, and grain, 500 tons daily, Du Fengyu could no longer contain his excitement. Good lad. You two are indeed impressive. I'll get involved. Du Fengyu was a man of action. As soon as he spoke, he began contacting channels to make the necessary adjustments. Despite being recognized as the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Du Fengyu's network was not inferior to Yi Penghai's. With his involvement, the channels opened by Cheng and foreign trade skyrocketed. The daily stockpile of 500 tons doubled, reaching a new high of 1,000 tons. Thank you, uncle. The company we are collaborating with has significant demand, but it is only for 3 months. We plan to recoup our funds by the end of May, and then we can take a break and host a party. You and Annie should come and join us at the end of the month. Indeed, Dad, we have a surprise for you. Du Bin recalled his promise to Yi Fan and quickly chimed in. The young ones are quite clever. Very well. I shall set aside time at the end of the month to gather with you. I've been so busy lately that it's high time I unwind. After agreeing, Du Fengyu left with a cheerful demeanor. Once his father departed, Du Bin let out a sigh of relief and turned to Yi Fan, giving him a thumbs up. Ye Gu, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would surely have faced the consequences today. Yi Fan waved his hand, modestly concealing his contributions. Not long after Du Fengyu exited the conference room, he encountered Lin Gu. Old Du, how did it go? What did those two boys say? Facing his friend's eager gaze, Du Fengyu felt overwhelmed. It was all the fault of those two youngsters leading him astray. He hadn't even inquired about the main issue yet. But could he divulge this? They insisted on diligently studying during their period of mistakes. Old Lin, please take good care of the two children. Rest assured, Old Du, will say this. As long as they don't push themselves to the brink of death, train them as hard as you can. Do not hold back out of respect for me. Du Fengyu left a pitfall for Du Bin and the others, before turning away with a flourish. Lin Gu, curious to see the limits of the two boys, promptly summoned Instructor Song, who was responsible for overseeing them, to relay the new requirements set forth by the father and uncle. Chapter 24. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same. Du Bin, what do you think about purchasing some remote mountain peaks? On the way back, Yi Fan suddenly gazed at the nearby trees and proposed to Du Bin. What do we need mountains for? Du Bin was puzzled by Yi Fan's abrupt shift in conversation. Logging, timber is also a resource. Who knows, it might be in demand there as well? Let us stockpile a large quantity first. If they need it, we can keep it. If not, we can resell it. Yi Fan was aware that in the future, land and water resources would be tainted by meteorite pollution, leading to an apocalypse. However, under such circumstances, wouldn't their environment also undergo changes? Yi Fan could not be certain, nor did he dare to gamble on that uncertainty. Regardless, with small yellow croakers being as plentiful as cattle, he aimed to gather every resource he could, be it food, mineral resources, or water resources, including seeds and plants. He intended to prepare extensively. For a century after the apocalypse, no methods to eliminate zombies had been developed. He did not believe himself to be superior to those who would come a century later. All right, what else do you wish to purchase? Du Bin promptly pulled out a small notebook to jot down his requests. As for mineral resources, buy as much as possible, excluding coal mines. Extract more, and then seek out a group of skilled loggers. Stockpile as much timber as you can. The world is on the brink of collapse. And yet we still speak of environmental protection. The collection of resources takes precedence. By the way, let us gather some saplings and seeds. When the time comes, we shall establish a grand farm to store everything. Additionally, let us not forget essentials like toothpaste, toothbrushes, and blankets. though our primary focus remains on food supplies. The small yellow fish have been exhausted. If we deplete Yipeng Hai's resources, we must continue gathering. We must produce relentlessly. All right, let us acquire some superalloy materials. I'll reach out to Hornby and have him procure items from Diao Wei, who possesses the channels to obtain such materials. Dubin hastily jotted down everything that came to mind. Then he pulled out his phone to inform his assistant, Hornby, Diao Wei, and others. Once these matters were settled, the two briskly returned to the team. Instructor Song, upon seeing their return, rarely broke into a smile. The higher-ups just mentioned that both of you performed admirably, exhibiting remarkable physical endurance. To cultivate your resilience, henceforth, whatever training the others undertake, you too shall do double. Should your performance be deemed inadequate, we will notify your parents and request Mr. Du to discuss the matter. Du Bin's pupils dilated in shock, and he exclaimed, "What the hell? My father would surely kill me." Upon hearing his lament, everyone erupted into laughter. Who doesn't he know that Yifan and this wealthy second-generation heir were sent here by their families to endure hardship? Surprisingly, after just one day of discomfort, they adapted swiftly. They thrived in this environment. At this moment, everyone's mindset was balanced. Attention, teammates, stand at attention. Today marks the day of intensive training, a day to assess everyone's efforts thus far. The primary training tasks today include a weighted run of 5,000 meters, a weighted swim of 5,000 meters, a 25-kilometer cross-country march with a 30-kilogram load, shooting at the range, high-altitude parachuting, comprehensive firearms training, and personal combat competitions. Given that tomorrow entails a week-long wilderness survival training, virtually all daily training has been consolidated into today. Yifan and Du Bin, being temporary additions, will not participate in these activities. Therefore, they will be separately assigned to wilderness survival training courses tomorrow. With the orders from above, Instructor Song felt even more disheartened regarding the physical capabilities of the two. Indeed, according to the recently issued commands, the weight on Yifan and Du Bin's backs reached 80 kilograms. This weight was not excessively burdensome for either of them, merely causing slight hindrance to their movements. Once their bodies adjusted, the 5,000-meter weighted run became an enjoyable endeavor. They were truly physical marvels. Despite carrying 80 kilograms, they ran with remarkable speed. Damn, that Du fellow is sprinting again. He is definitely showing off. If I could match him, I would surely give him a run for his money at night. Damn, that scoundrel Du just flipped me the bird. Yifan, accustomed to maintaining a low profile, would not instigate confrontation. Du Bin, however, was different. He thrived on attention, relishing the chance to flaunt. He bore no disdain for others. He simply enjoyed the feeling of being unassailable. Thanks to Du Bin drawing the ire of others, the team's performance in the weighted run was unexpectedly commendable. Instructor Song observed Du Bin, still spiritedly chatting with Yifan, and thought to himself, "This kid is truly talented." He single-handedly elevated the entire team's speed. The intensity of his provocations rivaled that of his father. The swimming portion of the weighted run proved less forgiving for Du Bin. Everyone else was immersed in their frantic strokes, leaving no one to notice him. Under the added weight, his strength, capable of striking a 100-pound bull, felt as though it landed on cotton. Fortunately, the young master possessed decent swimming skills, aided by Yifan's friendly reminders. Du Bin once again pushed himself to the limit in the competition. "Go, Du! I just suggested to Instructor Song that if you don't place in the top 3, your weight will double. That would be life-threatening. You want to double it again?" Observing Du Bin thrashing about in the water and Yifan cheering from the shore, everyone sighed in relief while finally recognizing Yifan's exceptional prowess. If Du Bin was a husky, charging headlong into battle, then Yifan was undoubtedly the finest dog trainer. Offending Du Bin would result in a mere bite. However, incurring Yifan's wrath might lead to him training Du Bin to bite you. Truly, one must tread carefully. Little did Yifan know that his words had placed him among the untouchables in everyone's eyes. As for the upcoming shooting range, high-altitude parachuting, firearms training, and personal combat competitions, Yifan, without exception, claimed first place. Du Bin, slightly behind, secured the second position. At least Yifan took first, ensuring that his father would not take issue with Du Bin's second place. After a day of training, Yifan took Du Bin out for night drills. Instructors Song and Li, cigarette in hand, watched the two depart, chuckling quietly. These two youngsters truly possessed boundless energy. After a day of intensified training, they still had the vigor to venture out at night. Indeed, I heard they even started a foreign trade company, now valued at nearly 100 billion. Nearly 100 billion? And this Mr. Du still sent them here? Who knows? What do you plan to do after your discharge? Instructor Lee paused. I'm not sure yet. I plan to visit home first. After paying respects to my family, I might join Yifan and the others. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same. That kid learns remarkably fast. I doubt I could teach him anything in a month. To be considered for a position in their company, you know. Instructor Song and Instructor Li's conversation went unheard by Yifan, who was busy reviewing the supplies sent by Yi Penghai. Chapter 25. Yes, Class A, do you want it? Greetings, Vice Commander. The technical department has tirelessly worked to expand the capacity of the portable space case to 1,000 tons. In the future, limitless space may even be possible. If feasible, the technical department hopes to acquire some mineral resources. Additionally, your spatial ring can also be upgraded to 1,000 tons. The operation of the portable space case is 2 purifying water towers, each capable of holding 1,000 tons, have been prepared by the technical department, with one being a gift from the commander. The operation of the purifying water towers is Yifan did not expect the technical department to present him with such a grand surprise. Not only was the portable spatial ring expanded to 1,000 tons, but the water purification towers were also astonishing. Capable of holding 1,000 tons, the water quality is unrestricted. Whether it be river water, lake water, or sea water, any water can be purified into pure water with the touch of a button. What an incredible leap in technology! The notion of acquiring mineral resources aligns perfectly with my intentions. Wait, does that mean the portable space case can also hold 1,000 tons of small yellow fish? Yifan swallowed hard, and as he gazed at the portable case, excitement coursed through him. No wonder ancient people often dreamed of sleeping amidst mountains of gold and silver. He found himself slightly inclined to that notion. However, this thought was quickly extinguished by Yifan in the post-apocalyptic world. Such riches were mere scrap metal. It would be far more practical to exchange them for food. With this in mind, Yifan called Du Bin. Du Bin, a major business opportunity has arisen. Let us start with 1,000 tons of supplies. Du Bin fell silent for 2 seconds before his voice shot up. How much did you say? 1,000 tons? He had just finished discussing the procurement of new minerals with Diao Wei. Now, a customer wanted 1,000 tons of supplies. Yes, 1,000 tons. Don't get too excited. Quickly make arrangements. I'll send people to move the goods. Yifan reminded him. Du Bin, thrilled, replied, no problem. I'll give you the address right away. Everyone will be cleared out, and the warehouse can be emptied without issue. Wait for my news. From tomorrow onwards, we'll split our goods in 2. We'll keep half, and the other half will be stored elsewhere. This will make it easier to distinguish. Yifan had previously informed Du Bin that all supplies should retain half for preservation. Although the previous stock was minimal and scattered in various locations, 1,000 tons of inventory, combined with the amount sufficient for just today, would indeed clear out several warehouses. All right, you handle the arrangements. I'll await your news. After hanging up, Du Bin swiftly dialed several numbers to mobilize employees and organize supplies. While Du Bin coordinated the team, Yifan upgraded his portable spatial ring according to the instructions provided by Min Zhan. Perhaps due to advancements in technology, this upgrade was noticeably quicker, taking only about 10 minutes for Yifan's portable spatial ring to expand to 1,000 tons. 20 minutes later, Yifan's phone vibrated with the meticulously planned addresses and routes for the warehouses from DuBin.its, all thanks to you. DuBin. Yifan silently praised as he followed the routes to each address. The advantages of having a spatial ring became evident. Yifan transferred most of the small yellow fish from the portable case into the ring's space. Then, he moved the supplies into the portable case. Ready to exchange the small yellow fish in the warehouse.as for the placement of the water purifier, Yifan had a plan. However, filling the 1,000-ton purification reservoir would take time, and since this shipment included pure water, he decided to wait until the water tower was filled before returning. 2 hours later, Yifan completed the material exchange and transmitted the portable case to the future. This time, he sent 500 tons of food, 300 tons of water, and 200 tons of mineral resources, which should suffice for their expenses for a while. Yifan murmured to himself before turning to meet Du Bin in the open area. Brother Yi, you're really something. Your speed is impressive. Du Bin grinned widely, flashing his white teeth and giving him a thumbs up. Yifan's expression darkened. A man shouldn't talk about speed. Didn't he, you know? Forget it. Since you've been performing well lately, I'll arrange something nice for you. Yi Fan glanced at the time. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. Considering their early outing today, it was quite surprising they were still out at this hour. Yes, he spoke. He produced a mineral water bottle containing a diluted gene serum and handed it to him. Here, this is what you asked for. Gene serum. Du Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. How much is left? Given your circumstances, including this one, you have a total of 9 doses left to take within this month. Yi Fan had initially contemplated tricking Du Bin with an undiluted gene serum. However, after considering the time and various factors, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Unbeknownst to him, Du Bin, blissfully unaware of his narrow escape, happily drank the serum. Aside from a slight sweetness, he felt no significant difference. This farmer's punch is indeed a bit sweet, Du Bin remarked, smacking his lips, but Yi Fan ignored him. On their way back, Du Bin's speed noticeably increased. Wow, this is exhilarating. Yi Gu, when can I drink it again? Yi Fan was reluctant to respond to his incessant questions and even contemplated knocking him out to administer the gene serum without resistance. Fortunately, Du Bin ceased his chatter after a while. As they returned, they happened to pass by a lake. Seizing the opportunity while Du Bin was distracted, Yi Fan covertly pressed the switch of a purification water tower and tossed it into the lake. After taking the gene serum twice, Du Bin's speed had indeed improved significantly. The two arrived back at their dormitory a half-hour earlier for a brief rest. When dawn broke, Yi Fan, Du Bin, and Zhang Yun split into 2 teams, one led by their instructor for wilderness survival training, while the other prepared for a live-fire wilderness survival exercise. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Under the tutelage of Instructor Song and Instructor Chen, Yi Fan and Du Bin experienced a qualitative transformation. With only a month and a half remaining until the impending apocalypse, Du Bin exclaimed in astonishment, Yi Gu, why have my eyes changed color? After consuming 10 doses of gene serum, he stared at his newfound light red eyes. His mouth agape in disbelief. Yi Fan reveled in seeing Du Bin, who had never encountered such a transformation before. It's normal. This is proof of your successful gene enhancement. Congratulations, B-level Evolver Du Bin. Evolver. Wow, that sounds so sophisticated. Then what are you? A level. Du Bin curiously glanced at himself before turning to Yi Fan. Yi Fan revealed his ice-blue eyes and nodded slightly. Yes, a level. Do you want it? Du Bin's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Absolutely. All right, next time I'll get you a bottle of undiluted gene serum, as long as you can endure the excruciating pain of your body tearing apart. Within a day at most, your eyes will be as beautiful as mine. Yi Fan added with a smirk, of course, if you can't handle it, I'll make sure to visit your grave during Qingming. Du Bin stepped back in fright. Is this A-level evolution a matter of life and death? Yi Gu, you seem to be well prepared, Du Bin remarked, clearing his throat. Honestly, I think everything is fine as it is and no need for grave visits. Just then, his phone chimed. Upon reading the message, his light red eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, Yi Gu, the base has been completed. Already? Yi Fan was taken aback. He leaned in to take a look. It was a photo of the building's exterior and an update from designer Lin Xiyu. Du Xiao, the Harris team has successfully completed the base construction. When would you both be available for an inspection? We've updated the interior design plan and need your approval. In other words, once the Harris team finalizes the interior decoration, the base would be almost ready for occupancy. Shall we head over now? We still have time. Yi Fan suggested. Du Bin, noting that it was only 2 in the morning, was suddenly filled with excitement. This was their high-tech security base built at great expense. He wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight without taking a look. A poor night's sleep would surely affect his monthly evaluation. Yi Fan shared his anticipation for the newly constructed base. He paused before turning to Du Bin. However, you need to find a way to adjust your eye color. I'll teach you a method. Give it a try. If it doesn't work within an hour, you can wear this. Yi Fan pulled out a pair of pure black contact lenses from his pocket and tossed them to Du Bin. Du Bin was astonished. Yi Gu, you really came prepared? Less chatter, let's hurry. Are we going to check the base or not? Yes. Teach me quickly. After spending over half an hour, Du Bin finally managed to revert his eye color back to normal. Eagerly, he urged Yi Fan to head back and take a look. As they hurried back to the western suburbs, the Harris team was still hard at work. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Du Bin arrive, Hornby and designer Lin Xiyu promptly approached them. Yi Xiao, Du Xiao, thank you for taking the time to come here amidst your busy schedules. Our Harris team has successfully completed the construction of the 66-story base. Working in 3 shifts around the clock. In the next half-month, We will do our utmost to complete the interior decoration. If all goes well, you should be able to move in within 2 weeks. We have used the safest and best materials globally, so you can rest assured regarding safety. As Hornby finished speaking, a staff member hurriedly whispered something in his ear. He quickly instructed Lin Xiu to attend to the 2 guests before following the staff member away. Please, this way. I will take you both on a tour of the base via the elevator. To facilitate transportation and cargo delivery, the base was equipped with 2 freight elevators with a capacity of 5 tons and 4 passenger elevators with a capacity of 2 tons. All made from superalloy materials. As they rode the elevator, Yifan and Dubin could clearly see the staff working inside the base, transporting goods into the freight elevator. We have utilized the world's most advanced technology for the base's overall design. You can choose whether to allow outsiders to see the interior or not, and the same applies to the exterior, Lin Xiu explained as she operated the elevator. The automatic switching between internal and external views left Yifan and Dubin quite satisfied. Upon reaching the 66th floor, Lin Xiu pulled out a tablet and displayed the relevant design blueprints for Yifan and Dubin to review. According to your expectations, the bottom 10 floors are designed as cold storage, frozen storage, fruit and vegetable classification areas, and food storage points, equipped with backup power sources to prevent power outages. The overall structure is divided into solar power storage, with backup generators on standby and a dedicated soundproof room. Floors 11 to 20 are designated as ecological farming areas, featuring high-tech irrigation systems, the latest feed production lines, and dedicated medicinal rooms along with related libraries. We have also constructed preset scenarios for farms, pastures, orchards, and fish ponds. You can review the design blueprints and provide any suggestions for changes. Floors 21 to 30 are for entertainment, which includes a gym, shooting range, golf course, swimming pool, as well as dedicated libraries, KTV rooms, small restaurants, and arcades, all powered by solar energy. Floors 31 to 40 are designated as living areas with restaurants, housing, and clothing zones. To enhance the aesthetic appeal, we have also included a large aquarium in the dining area, with the water source connected to the fish pond. Providing a special purification function, floors 41 to 66 are reserved for workspaces, but we currently have no specific arrangements. Do either of you have any thoughts? Yifan and Dubin were initially focused on establishing a foreign trade company, making the workspaces nearly superfluous. However, since the financier had raised this request, Lin Xiu certainly had to accommodate it. After touring the entire 66th floor, Yifan and Dubin were satisfied but began to seriously contemplate this issue. Let's designate the workspace as a training area, incorporating the shooting range into it, along with a superalloy training room equipped with speed measurement devices and related high-tech equipment, plus a storage facility. As Yifan spoke, he suddenly thought of his father. The training room should ideally be equipped with relevant devices for a century later. He would inquire about that later. Let's allocate 10 floors for the training room, making the top floor a garage for convenient transportation. I'll send over the detailed designs in a couple of days. The remaining 15 floors will be allocated as follows: 5 floors for training, 5 for living, 2 for food storage, 1 for entertainment, 1 for living, and 1 for farming. Dubin, slightly puzzled, remarked, Yigu, isn't that a bit redundant? Indeed, hence all floors below the 50th will be our private domain. While the 50th and above will serve as the actual office space, of course, you can invite some trustworthy individuals to join us below the 50th floor. When they see our true world, they will surely be left in awe, Yifan explained. And let's also arrange a garage at the entrance of the 50th floor for convenient access. Yifan casually added this last detail, secretly preparing to keep the 50th floor as a contingency. Even if the base were discovered, it was unlikely anyone would think to investigate the additional 50 floors below. Yigu, you're the best. Besides the food storage, training area, and shooting range, the other facilities above the 50th floor can be slightly less advanced, Yifan added. Let's also include a medical area. We can dedicate 1 floor from the workspace as a medical unit, set up according to laboratory and hospital standards. That way, if anyone gets injured, they won't need to go to a hospital. They can be treated right here. A repository for storing pharmaceuticals could be established on that level, eliminating the need for trips to retrieve supplies. In fact, it would be prudent to create a dedicated area for the cultivation of medicinal plants, with specific personnel assigned to nurture the drugs, while we seek channels for procuring seeds and other essentials. The 2 individuals exchanged ideas and added numerous requirements. Lin Xiu, taking notes, could not help but feel a sense of longing. Du Xiao, your plans resemble the idyllic peach blossom spring. Just hearing about them makes me want to stay. To be candid, I am quite skilled in culinary arts, emergency first aid, and bandaging. If you're looking to hire employees, I hope you will consider me. Chapter 27. If my father knew about this, he would be furious. Aren't you planning to return? Dubin blurted out his thoughts without thinking. No. This mission poses a significant challenge for Harris, which is part of our reason for coming here. Moreover, my parents hope I can develop my career domestically. After graduating, Lin Siyu ventured abroad due to her acceptance into Harris's team. The prolonged separation from her family had led to their dissatisfaction. Coincidentally, Yifan's current assignment was within the country. Considering various factors, Hornby reluctantly approved her resignation request. I see. Then welcome aboard. To be honest, neither of us is particularly adept at cooking, so if you're truly willing to join us, I will offer you double the salary, Dubin declared, knowing full well he lacked culinary skills, and even Yifan, though capable, seldom cooked for him. Eager to secure his own interests, Dubin quickly agreed before Yifan could voice his thoughts. Then I look forward to your guidance, Du Xiao, Yi Xiao, Lin Siyu said with a gracious smile. Aware that the decision was firm, Yifan added, welcome to the team. Once the base is established, your first meal before officially joining will serve as your assessment. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Lin Siyu's self-recommendation successfully secured her position at the base in the countless days and nights that followed. She felt immense gratitude for the decision she had made. Yifan glanced at the time and turned to Dubin, saying, it's about time. We should head back. Lin Siyu demonstrated commendable work abilities. I hope she can perform equally well in a month and a half. Wow. Jiawei actually called me. It seems something's come up. Let's ask him as we walk. Just after leaving the base, Dubin's phone rang unexpectedly. Go ahead and answer it. With our physical condition, it won't affect us whether we sleep or not. Dubin pressed the answer button. Dugu, we have a serious problem. There's a black market gang that has taken advantage of our selling conditions and deliberately set the transaction location at their place. If it weren't for a friend's warning, I would have fallen for it. However, the situation is dire, and we have no choice but to proceed with the deal, but if we do, we might not return. Could you consult with Yigu and see if he can offer any advice? Hearing this, Dubin immediately became furious. Damn it, this kid is really bold. Just wait. I'm hopping on a private jet to deal with him. Yifan, having understood the conversation, covered Dubin's mouth to suppress his outburst. He took the phone and asked, are those people involved in the food business or something else? After a month, Minjian and the technical department had expanded his spatial ring to 10,000 tons. With the possibility of reaching tens of millions of tons before the end of the world. It would be a waste to continue learning without this space. The black market, taking advantage of others, was more suited to utilizing his spatial abilities. Those guys deal in food and firearms, but the transaction with me is for food. However, I know where they deal with their other items. Yigu, do you have a way to handle them? Dubin's ears perked up at this. He looked at Yifan, who said, since they enjoy preying on others, we shall do the same. I know some very special individuals who can move 1,000 tons of goods in a single day. If we enlist their help, who do you think will be the one getting eaten? Yifan said leisurely. Jiawei and Dubin's eyes brightened. Yigu, you're amazing. This matter now rests in your hands. I will await your news here. Dubin silently gave a thumbs up to Yifan. All right, you find a way to delay the transaction. As long as it's not overly unreasonable, agree to it. Dubin and I will head over in the next couple of days. No problem, just watch me, he replied before hanging up. Yifan then said to Dubin, we have learned quite a bit now. After today, let us end our training early. Today at 5 a.m. marks the beginning of the monthly assessment. Our rankings will determine Du Fengyu's attitude towards us, so we must participate. Understood. Yifan and Dubin hurried back to their dormitory. Taking about an hour, the first monthly assessment since joining the team was officially underway. Attention, teammates. After a month of rigorous training, the moment of truth has arrived. This assessment will prioritize shooting skills. Over the course of 2 days, Yifan and Dubin amassed a wealth of knowledge and skills, including physical training, professional skills, survival training, tactical training, herbal identification, first aid knowledge, reconnaissance, and the use of firearms and armored vehicles. They had acquired all the foundational abilities expected of professional team members. With just a bit more training over 6 months, they could undoubtedly become the backbone or elite force within the team. Unfortunately, neither of them aspired to that. This left instructors Li and Song somewhat regretful. Yes, Yifan did not expect the first training to be a test of shooting ability, and even more absurdly, he and Dubin were to undergo blindfolded training. Come on, Instructor Song, isn't this a bit too obvious? Dubin exclaimed, clutching the black silk band. Laughter erupted from those familiar with him. What if it is? Why should it matter? You've been so cocky every day. Instructor, please keep it up. I'll give you half of my smoke rations this month. Me too. I'll share half with you. Go, ye go. Even blindfolded. You should show Dubin who the real boss is. Yi Fan shrugged, casually holstering his gun, and tied the black band over his eyes. He then lifted his handgun and aimed at the target, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 10 rounds, aside from the center being completely hollowed out, the target appeared as pristine as new. Holy cow! 10 rings, blindfolded 10 rings, a shooting god. I see a shooting god. What kind of skill is this? I can't even shoot that accurately with my eyes open. The spectators gasped in disbelief. And I'll be dead if my dad finds out about this. Yi Fan's performance astounded everyone, to the point where some acquaintances nearly broke down in tears. Some were military second generation. Even if their fathers were not present, they would surely hear about it. Returning home would likely result in a stern reprimand. Meanwhile, a handful of others placed their hopes on Dubin. Heaven help us, please let Dubin underperform. Otherwise, I fear I'll face a double whammy when I go back. Dubin, catching the whispers, coldly smirked inwardly. Do you think I've never been beaten before? You think my title of shooting goddess little brother came without effort? Fueled by anger, Dubin also achieved an impressive score of 9 out of 10 shots. A wave of lament swept through the crowd. Just as the two were left bewildered, Instructor Song called out, "Attention, teammates. Tomorrow, we will have a weighted run. Everyone must carry 80 pounds from home. When gambling, one must accept the consequences." The group groaned. Had they known, they wouldn't have dared to bet with the instructor. Chapter 28. Well, someone is quite vigilant. Following the conclusion of the monthly assessment, after Yi Fan and Dubin secured first and second place, they formally submitted a request to Instructor Song and Instructor Chin for early termination of their training. I had a feeling you two would be leaving soon, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Instructor Song, cigarette in mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, revealing a hint of regret. Had it not been for Yi Fan and Dubin's remarkable accomplishments in business, they would likely have transitioned to formal team members by now or even become the elite forces of a specific squad. Regrettably, such talent could not be harnessed in this field. We owe it all to you and Instructor Chen. Thanks to your guidance, we have been able to excel in this area. If you and Instructor Chun ever have time, you are welcome to come visit us. To be frank, we have a significant project underway, and you would be pleasantly surprised, Dubin joked, offering 2 fine cigarettes, the invitation unmistakable. It was no secret that Instructor Song and his team would be retiring within a month. But it was only those instructors who could elicit such an invitation from Dubin. When the time comes, we will return home to pay our respects to our ancestors. Once that is done, we can consider the future. Instructor Song and Instructor Chen had lost their parents long ago. Even after retiring, it mattered little where they worked. They merely wished to return home after so many years. All right then, just contact us when the time comes, Dubin replied in agreement. Instructor Song also submitted their termination request for processing, which was approved before noon that day. While the two packed their belongings in their dormitory, Zhang Yun and others hurriedly finished their dinner before rushing back. Yi Gu, Bin Gu, you're leaving? Yes, we have matters to attend to. Staying here for another month is already pushing it. Normally, it would take about 2 months for them to learn the essentials of survival. After the gene medicine enhanced their physical fitness and strength, it ignited a sense of admiration in Instructor Song and Instructor Chen, leading them to generously share their knowledge, thus granting the trainees the opportunity to apply for an early withdrawal from training. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun displayed a hint of regret on his face. Dubin patted his hand and remarked, "Oh, what's the big deal? Come visit us in the western suburbs sometime." Zhang Yun and the others had often heard Dubin mention the company they were developing in the western suburbs. His words sparked a look of longing among them. "All right, we will definitely go take a look when we have the chance," Zhang Yun declared, and the others readily echoed their agreement. After all, they had spent a month together as roommates. Yi Fan contemplated for a moment, then pulled a walkie-talkie and spare batteries from his bag and handed them to Zhang Yun. "If you go to the western suburbs and don't know the exact location, use this to contact us. Take care." After confirming the walkie-talkie channel, Yi Fan surprisingly embraced Zhang Yun and the others. He was uncertain whether he would have the chance to see them again after this farewell. As Dubin and Yi Fan stepped outside, they couldn't help but tease, "Yi Gu, your performance just now was so unlike you. I almost thought we wouldn't be coming back." Yi Fan shot him a glance. Then you can stay here. I'll tell Uncle Du to give you an extra month. No, I was just joking. Dubin waved his hands repeatedly. While they were conversing, the luxury car responsible for picking them up arrived. They stuffed their luggage into the trunk and headed straight to the airport. The Du family's private jet was parked in one corner, and the flight arrangements had already been made. Just waiting for the two to board. Let us go. Let us enjoy a few days abroad and then come back. After a long absence, seeing their private jet again, Dubin waved extravagantly and boarded the plane first. Yi Fan, after carefully observing the plane's position, decided to take the opportunity to store it in his space for precaution. As the plane ascended, Yi Fan gazed at the diminishing ground below, then closed his eyes to rest. Dubin had been training with Yi Fan during the day and night for the past few days, so he too decided to sleep. When they awoke again, they had already arrived at the airport in the country of Chou. After disembarking, Chou's men swiftly escorted them to his villa. Yi Xiao, Du Xiao, you two have finally arrived. Upon seeing them, Chou immediately wore a troubled expression and began to express his recent frustrations. It turned out that during the 2 days he had intentionally delayed, the opposing party had not only made unreasonable demands, but had also unilaterally changed the items of the transaction. It was well known that Chou primarily sought food supplies, with medicines being secondary. Upon learning that the items had been replaced with useless medical equipment, electronic products, or books, Chou was nearly driven to madness. Had Yi Fan not provided prior warning, he would have already flipped the table. Medical equipment is somewhat useful. We just happen to be preparing to establish a district, so those items will come in handy. As for the electronic products and books, we'll see about those later. What is the location of the transaction? What are they using to transport the goods? Yi Fan prepared to investigate the situation alone. As there were no restrictions on firearms abroad, in fact, as long as one had some connections, acquiring firearms could be done through legitimate channels and would be entirely legal. There are expected to be 3 containers involved in our transaction. But I delayed things a bit, causing our deal to mix with others on the same day. The actual partner for this transaction with Chou was a notorious black market gang named Patrice. Typically, someone of Chou's stature would not provoke them. However, the newly appointed leader could not resist the temptation of easy profits, leading to the current predicament. All right, give me the address and I'll go check it out. Also, arrange for some bulletproof vests and sniper rifles, including silencers. Upon mentioning these items, Yi Fan's demeanor instantly shifted, radiating a formidable presence. Even Dubin exuded an unusual aura. Chou then noticed that the temperaments of Yi Fan and Dubin had transformed dramatically from before. It seemed the two had been deliberately concealing their true prowess. All right, I'll prepare that right away. Chou was a local powerhouse in this area, so acquiring such items would be a piece of cake for him. If the current leader of Patrice were not so greedy, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. After confirming the specific address, Yi Fan donned the bulletproof vest, stowed the silenced sniper rifle and loaded magazine into his space, and headed toward the port. Just as Chou had indicated, numerous containers were stationed at the port. Not far from the containers, several individuals clad in black and armed with firearms were patrolling the perimeter. Quite vigilant, Yi Fan thought as he observed the guards stationed every few steps. With a swift motion, he retrieved the sniper rifle from his space and set it up on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. His actions were executed with such speed that it wasn't until the guards began to fall that Patrice's men reacted to the assault. Enemy attack, quickly, take defensive positions. Chapter 29. Adapting to the apocalypse early on. Judging the direction of the shots, Patrice's men immediately heightened their alertness toward the sniper's position. Unfortunately for them, they were facing Yi Fan, who had undergone genetic evolution. In merely 5 seconds, he could seamlessly shift his position. As the enemy adjusted their formation, Yi Fan once again aimed his sniper rifle, effortlessly taking down several more adversaries before relocating yet again. This cycle repeated several times, resulting in dozens of fatalities at Yi Fan's hands. Only when all the standing foes were dispatched did he retract his sniper rifle, don a set of black tactical gear, and find a concealed spot behind a container. Wow, I've really hit the jackpot. Easily unlocking the container, Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement at what lay within. A complete set of medical equipment, including an electric operating table, an AED defibrillator, and an oxygen concentrator, was all present. Establishing a small medical facility would be entirely feasible. After finishing with the first container, Yifan turned to the second. It was filled to the brim with various pharmaceuticals, a veritable mountain of supplies. It seemed like quite a lucrative deal, though it was fated that neither party would be able to proceed. Yifan swiftly closed the door and moved on to the third container. Inside were laptops, tablets, and an absurd array of electronic products, including electric massage chairs and massage devices. It felt like unboxing a mystery box as he systematically opened each container. Aside from the few he had just inspected, the remaining containers contained exactly what Cho Wei's intel had indicated: seafood, prepared foods, books, and hardware supplies. Items that appeared useful but were merely fillers, clearly intended to swindle Cho Wei. He resolved to visit Patrice's lair when he had the chance. It was sure to yield significant rewards. Elated, Yifan stored all the containers in his space. Just as he was about to leave the port, his gaze caught sight of a nearby cruise ship, where dozens of containers gleamed enticingly. After assessing the remaining space in his storage, Yifan decisively turned back toward the cruise ship. The interior of the cruise ship had few patrolling guards, and no one seemed to take today's transactions seriously. After all, Cho Wei had agreed to their exorbitant demands to buy time. For Patrice, this was tantamount to Cho Wei backing down. Thus, the atmosphere inside the cruise ship could be described as tranquil and festive. Yifan scoffed inwardly, then approached the containers, swiftly packing them into his space. In under 10 minutes, his storage was filled to capacity. Looking at the remaining containers, he pulled out his phone and messaged Yi Penghai, "Dad, if you're not too busy, please send me the space suitcase, preferably empty and without any contents." Having just finished training, Yi Penghai could hardly sit still upon receiving the message. He immediately had the technical department send over an empty suitcase. A short while later, Yifan received a notification for space delivery. Upon accepting it, familiar contents filled the specialized paper once again. "Hello, Second Lieutenant. Considering the significant demand for supplies in the apocalypse, the technical department has upgraded the space suitcase to 2,000 tons. Your personal space ring upgrade box is also included in the suitcase. Please check upon receipt." It was as if a pillow had been delivered to a sleepyhead. Yifan realized he indeed needed to expand his space. Having come abroad, he was eager to seize opportunities like today to exploit the situation. Especially with black market gangs like Patrice, the more encounters, the better. Holding the now empty suitcase, Yifan stashed away all the containers left outside. Just then, a man in black approached the deck. The now empty deck, combined with the sight of Yifan in black and the scattered bodies of his fallen allies, created a bizarre and surreal scene that left the man momentarily stunned. "Get over here." Enemy attack. Reacting instinctively, Yifan swiftly broke the man's neck before he could fully comprehend the situation. The rush of close-quarters combat was far more intense than he had anticipated compared to long-range sniping. Well then, let us adapt to the apocalypse early. He felt the temperature in his palm gradually drop. The icy blue of his eyes glimmered under the moonlight, growing ever colder. After speaking, he callously discarded the body into the sea and stepped back into the cruise ship. Minutes later, corpses floated upon the surface of the sea. After another stretch of time, the cruise ship vanished without a trace. With his bountiful gains, Yifan melted into the shadows, disappearing into the night. At 3 o'clock that night, when the other party responsible for handing over to Patrice arrived, the port was already devoid of any human presence. Even more bizarrely, both the containers and the cruise ship had vanished into thin air. In less than 5 hours, news of Patrice being blackmailed reached the ears of Jiao Wei. "You mean to say, there was not a single living soul on site, and even the containers and cruise ship have disappeared?" Jiao Wei listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes filled with disbelief. Indeed, it is said that everyone on shore met a gruesome end, shot in the head. From the reports, it is highly likely that it was Yi Xiao himself who did this. As for those thrown into the sea, most had their necks snapped. The methods employed were both swift and remarkably professional. Judging by the fingerprints, it is likely the work of a single individual. The subordinate provided a unique analysis, his eyes still wide with astonishment. The notorious reputation of Patrice was not solely due to their ruthless methods, but also because their subordinates were all elites. It was unexpected that these individuals, when faced with Yifan, had no strength left to retaliate. Jiao Wei couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He was aware that Yifan and Du Fengyu had undergone training in a certain special location for a time. But he never anticipated they would have reached such a level of proficiency. "Why ego? Why not take a couple of days to rest? It's not every day we get to enjoy ourselves. How about we go out to sea for some fishing?" The protagonists of their conversation, Yifan and Du Bin, entered the room in succession. Fishing? Sure. Let's head out later. Yifan yawned, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. He had spent the previous night unpacking containers and was quite tired now. He was puzzled by what Patrice's people were thinking, as they had packed an entire box full of women's supplies and small umbrellas. Fortunately, Yipenghai on that side needed these items as well, so he sent half of them over. The hardware supplies were also in demand by Yipenghai, and Yifan planned to gather more to send over. Going out to sea? How about we use the cruise ship I just acquired recently? I've been too busy to take it out even once. Diawei interjected casually. By the way, Patrice was supposed to trade goods with us yesterday. But someone got to them first and I wonder who is behind it. If I have time later, I need to settle the score with them. Yi Xiao, do you want to come along? Du Bin glanced at Yifan, who was sitting nearby, and immediately beamed. Of course, we must see such a significant matter through. Not only did he want to settle the score, but he also intended to make Patrice pay double. As for whether Patrice would comply, that was irrelevant. With someone capable of transferring thousands of tons of goods, he was not worried about taking down Patrice's stronghold. All right, let's go together to Du Bin. Stop grinning and hurry up for breakfast. Coming right away. After breakfast, Diawei directly called Patrice's boss, Milton. Mr. Milton, how do you plan to handle the situation regarding the goods? On the other end of the line, Milton nearly spat blood upon hearing Diawei's inquiry. The individual who had deliberately targeted Patrice might very well have been one of his own. How could he even have the audacity to ask about the missing goods? Yet, Milton had no grounds to accuse Diawei. The missing cruise ship had no records of setting out to sea, and the containers that disappeared left no trace of movement, as if they had vanished into thin air. What pained him the most was that the lost goods were worth at least hundreds of billions. His people had merely docked at a port during the transaction, and then everything was gone. Adding to that was the billion-dollar cruise ship. Milton faced losses exceeding 500 billion. If he had to compensate Diawei and the other partner, Patrice could very well face dissolution. Mr. Diao, it's hard to convey everything over the phone. Why don't we meet and discuss the goods in person? Given the immense losses Patrice had suffered, the quickest way to recover funds would be to engage in another round of blackmail. Naturally, the relatively weaker Diawei, who was likely the main culprit, became their next target. Dio, you still have goods? Diawei feigned surprise, saying, to be honest, my client is in urgent need. If there's a delay of even a day, I stand to lose billions. If you still have goods, I'm willing to pay a bit more to acquire them. Du Bin observed him, suddenly realizing what it meant for a high-level hunter to appear as prey. Indeed, we can arrange a transaction for a day later. All right, no problem. By the way, remember to bring the compensation portion. Both Diawei and Milton were well aware of each other's intentions to engage in blackmail. The success of this endeavor hinged on who possessed the superior skills. Diawei's greatest advantage at present was that Milton was unaware of the exact location of his warehouse, while he knew precisely where Milton's stronghold lay. If he timed things correctly, he believed Yifan could wipe out Milton's lair in one fell swoop. Yigu, this is Milton's base. If we truly engage, what are your chances of success? Upon hearing this, Yifan regarded Diawei with newfound admiration. A person who could balance restraint and ruthlessness would undoubtedly thrive in the apocalypse. 10 out of 10. Even humans without gene evolution, armed with modern weaponry, were no more than children to Yifan, akin to toddlers wielding toy guns. Regardless of their numbers, completing the task was merely a matter of time. Moreover, his spatial ring still had less than 1,000 tons of capacity. It would be more than sufficient to swallow up everything from Milton's stronghold. Considering the coastal location nearby, Yifan sent a message to Yipenghai, Dad, please send me the spatial suitcase and the purification water tower tonight. Both empty. Yifan extinguished his phone and prepared to continue his meal when he noticed Du Bin rubbing his hands together, excitedly inquiring, Yigu, can those people allow spectators? How about adding me to the list? Yifan shot him a sidelong glance. Are you sure you want to go? Du Bin hesitated, images flashing through his mind, and he quickly shook his head vigorously. No. I'm not sure. Seeing he understood his implication, Yifan added, yesterday, I at least sniped a dozen people. Each day following the apocalypse required one to live with their head on the line. Yifan decided to let Du Bin experience the harsh realities of life and death. Du Bin's pupils constricted sharply, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. He couldn't articulate the feelings that washed over him after hearing those words. Yet, this rush of adrenaline produced a peculiar mix of excitement, fear, and eagerness to try his hand at killing someone himself. Yifan continued, mimicking the action of snapping a neck with his right hand. Du Bin's expression stiffened. He understood Yifan's intent. In comparison to himself, Yifan had long been prepared to face danger alone, while he, having also consumed the gene potion to become stronger, had not reached such a resolve. Du Bin clenched his fists for a moment and took a deep breath, stating, "Count me in. I'll handle the sniping." "All right, Diao Wei, it's your job to delay Milton." Yifan nodded, feeling quite satisfied. This was the Du Bin he knew. Before they set out, Diao Wei specifically provided Yifan and Du Bin with the relevant firearms. Yifan selected 2 sniper rifles, an M9, suppressors, 500 rounds of ammunition, and 2 specially crafted long knives. After confirming the transaction time between Diao Wei and Milton, the 2 of them set off in the Land Rover prepared by Diao Wei. After several hours, they arrived at a location just a few hundred meters from Milton's stronghold and concealed themselves. "Let's have some food and rest up before tonight's operation." After retrieving food from his backpack for Du Bin, Yifan lay back in the driver's seat, closing his eyes to rest. Time flew by, and as night fell, Yifan awoke to find a message from Yipeng Hai, received around 3 in the afternoon. "Son, this batch of goods is great. Get more hardware materials. The technical department is in need of supplies. I've sent the items to you, so be sure to check." Du Bin found a sniping position, assembling his sniper rifle and suppressor, waiting in place for Yifan's command. Meanwhile, Yifan, taking advantage of the terrain, concealed himself in a corner out of Du Bin's sight and extracted the spatial suitcase. "Hello, Commander. Due to sufficient materials this time, the spatial suitcase has been expanded to 10,000 tons. If you could gather more hardware materials and other supplies, the spatial upgrade box has also been sent to you. This upgrade box can be completed within 5 minutes, and the operating instructions are." After browsing through the instructions provided by the technical department, Yifan quickly arranged for the upgrade of his spatial ring. 5 minutes later, Yifan opened the vastly expanded space, feeling a surge of satisfaction. 10,000 tons? That was more than enough to completely empty Milton's stronghold. After stowing the spatial suitcase back into the ring, just as he was about to act, Yifan suddenly heard the voices of patrolling guards. Is Diao Wei really that foolish, or is he pretending? How could he genuinely agree to a trade with the boss? Who knows? Someone who can build a company worth hundreds of billions must be quite cunning. True enough. Everyone stay vigilant. Don't end up like the last group who died without knowing how. The boss has already set off. Let us find out the warehouse's location quickly. Yifan smirked coldly. Find out the warehouse's location? He raised his hand, signaling Du Bin to prepare for action. In the next moment, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed. Enemy attack. A sniper has appeared. Stay alert. Chapter 30. What good news? To prevent being caught by the sniper again, Patrice's men hastily sought concealed positions. They remained oblivious to the fact that lurking in the shadows was someone far more terrifying than the sniper. Yifan donned a black stealth suit, resembling a phantom as he claimed one head after another. Anyone who dared to show their face was swiftly executed by Du Bin. Remarkably, the adversaries had only dispatched 2 individuals in their attempt to annihilate Patrice. Was this not absurd? Despite Yifan's utmost efforts to remain concealed, his presence ultimately became apparent. The members of Patrice, hidden within their stronghold, beheld the man with half of his face obscured, revealing only his icy blue eyes. And an overwhelming sense of dread and absurdity washed over them. They possessed hundreds of close combat experts and elite snipers. The marksman prepared to take aim. Walker, Milton's most loyal subordinate, issued new orders from the uppermost floor. Dozens of red dots converged on Yifan's head, heart, and limbs, awaiting Walker's command to eliminate this audacious assassin who dared to provoke Patrice. Sensing the intimidation emanating from the dark void, Yifan smirked slightly, his apathetic icy blue gaze reflecting indifference. "Kill him." Walker, seething with anger, ordered the new directive, only to witness Yifan leap from the ground to a height of several meters, agilely twisting in midair. Drawing 2 pistols as he descended, he aimed at Walker, who stood at the window on the top floor. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resounded continuously, accompanied by the sound of bodies hitting the ground, composing a macabre symphony of slaughter. By the time Yifan returned to the ground, all the snipers, including Walker, had been eradicated in a single wave. After signaling Du Bin to remain vigilant, Yifan strolled into Milton's lair with an air of nonchalance. The elites, armed with firearms and long knives, charged at him like unleashed beasts the moment he appeared. Yifan unsheathed his long knife, systematically dispatching each foe, After clearing the small building of all enemies, he commenced a thorough sweep from the top floor downward. Violently dismantling Milton's safe, he seized all assets, mineral contracts, gold, silver, jewels, and cash, taking everything to go. What a hidden chamber! He stuffed antique decorations and cigars with vodka into his spatial pouch. Useful items were retained, while worthless trinkets, sniper rifles, handguns, and ammunition were all collected as well. Even the wine cellar and food in the basement were not spared. Once he had thoroughly ransacked the entire building, Yi Fan withdrew from the solitary structure, returning to Du Bin's sniper position. Du Bin sat in place, looking up at Yi Fan with trembling voice, saying, "Brother Yi, could I trouble you for a cigarette?" Everyone has a different definition of life, and thus their reactions vary. Du Bin had witnessed the entire process of Yi Fan entering the building, seeing firsthand the peril amidst gunfire. From his perspective, Yi Fan had danced with death countless times. If he had hesitated even slightly, Du Bin would have been left mourning the loss of his friend, powerless to do anything. Yi Fan sat silently beside Du Bin, then personally took a cigarette and placed it at Du Bin's lips, igniting the tip with his own hand. The taste of nicotine spread through Du Bin's mouth as he exhaled slowly, gradually calming his emotions. Until the cigarette burned down to ash, Du Bin solemnly remarked, "Brother Yi, next time, take me with you. I no longer wish to be a mere bystander." He had come to a stark realization of reality's cruelty. "All right," Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Du Bin silently disassembled the sniper rifle and returned it to the case. Their vehicle drove away under Yi Fan's control. Hours later, those sent out on a fool's errand beheld a scene reminiscent of hell, prompting them to report the situation to their superiors in fright. The news of Patrice's stronghold being compromised rapidly spread throughout their circle. Meanwhile, Milton and Du Bin finally convened at the agreed location. "We sincerely apologize for the loss of goods, Mr. Wade. To express our regret, we have prepared 1,000 tons of grain, 200 tons of fruits and vegetables, 200 tons of oil, and 100 tons of medicine. 500 tons of supplies as compensation." Diao Wei sat across from Milton, a cold smirk forming within him. Patrice was notoriously stingy. They only indulged in black market dealings among themselves, never allowing others to take from them. Yet, this was all a cunning scheme. Contingent on whether Yi Fan and Du Bin were quicker than Patrice's operatives, "Mr. Milton, I am quite satisfied with your apology. I have also prepared 100 tons of yellow croaker in the warehouse. As long as your goods are sufficiently good, I wouldn't mind paying you double," Diao Wei stated, as his subordinates respectfully opened a briefcase and presented it to Milton. Before Milton could utter a word of pleasant cooperation, a phone call abruptly interrupted the transaction. As he answered, two men of Eastern descent entered the room. Clad in black attire, their expressions were indifferent. The man with icy blue eyes exuded a palpable aura of bloodshed, while the other, with faint red eyes, bore a subtle menace. "What is it?" Milton hastily glanced at the two, then turned his displeasure to the voice on the other end of the line. "Boss, our stronghold has been compromised." According to the surveillance at the entrance, there were only two individuals present. The missing man is a sniper. The one who appeared was dressed in black, with icy blue eyes. The voice on the line detailed the enemy's characteristics. Milton instinctively glanced at Yi Fan and Du Bin. Sensing something, the two raised their gazes to meet Milton's. "Oh, Mr. Milton, how does it feel to be outsmarted?" Yi Fan chuckled lightly, slowly drawing a fully loaded M9 and aiming it at Milton. With a series of gunshots, Milton watched as his lifeless subordinates fell, and Du Bin, who nonchalantly holstered his weapon, felt a chill creep into his heart. It was over. He had hit a solid wall. "Sir, let's discuss this calmly. We genuinely intend to trade with you. Just ask Wei Xiao. I truly have prepared 1,500 tons of supplies." Milton raised his hands in surrender, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Where are the supplies located?" Yi Fan casually unlatched the safety. In a desperate bid for survival, Milton quickly divulged several warehouse locations. Upon returning, his subordinates confirmed the authenticity of Milton's locations and brought back a deeply alarming piece of news. "Wei Xiao, we discovered a group searching for warehouse locations. According to their interrogation, they are from Patrice." Milton's eyes widened. Just as he was about to explain, his voice was abruptly silenced by gunfire. Thus, the nefarious and treacherous Patrice was utterly obliterated. "Diao Wei, the rest is up to you. Where is the yacht? Du Bin and I will go deep-sea fishing." Yi Fan casually placed the gun on the table, his demeanor nonchalant. as if he had merely dispatched a chicken. All right. For reasons unknown, Diao Wei felt an inexplicable sense of fear towards Yifan. More accurately, a profound reverence. Oh, by the way, give me an empty warehouse address. I'll have someone put Patrice's belongings inside. Antiques and such can either be auctioned or exchanged for supplies. Also, take charge of these minerals. I will come by to arrange for their extraction when I have the time. Patrice had long held dominion, and organizing all their resources could amount to the wealth of a small nation. After today, all of this would belong to Yifan. All right, I will arrange that immediately. Diao Wei accepted the mineral contracts Yifan handed him. The value behind these thin sheets of paper exceeded several hundred billion. Furthermore, if there are any firearms or armored vehicles, procure as many as you can. Yifan cast a glance at Diao Wei's impeccably dressed subordinates. His future plans were all too apparent. Rest assured. Brother Yi, whatever you require, I will ensure it is properly arranged. Diao Wei readily agreed, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within. After all, this was Patrice's territory. Henceforth, it would all belong to him. Perhaps he would even secure a place among the big shots at future gatherings. The future head of the family was likely a certainty. With these thoughts, Diao Wei hurriedly reported a warehouse location close to the port to Yifan. At the end of his statement, he thumped his chest and assured that he would deliver all resources by the end of May. Once delivered, there will be no further need. I will personally come by to collect them before the end of May. Tomorrow morning, have your people start selling the items, along with the mineral resources. Expedite the arrangements. Understood. No problem. Lao San, take young Master Yi and young Master Du to the port to enjoy my recently purchased yacht. Diao Wei possessed a 10-meter luxury yacht valued at 70 million, top tier among smaller vessels, lavishly outfitted. Few young heirs squandered wealth as he did, given the exorbitant costs of yacht maintenance. All right, Wei Gu, young Master Yi. Young Master Du, this way please. Lao San was quite adept at handling matters, not only displaying respectful demeanor but also possessing a silver tongue. During the journey from the transaction site to the port, he regaled them with tales of the nearby scenic spots. Over there is the warehouse location that Wei Gu provided for young Master Yi. It's quite close to the port. As they passed the warehouse, Lao San casually remarked. Yifan discreetly noted the location, nodding slightly. Have everyone withdraw. I will send people over tonight to store the items. Understood. Young Master Y. As the two conversed, they arrived at the port. The sight of the 10-meter, 2-story yacht greeted them, with two elegantly dressed women in uniforms standing at the entrance, their skirts swaying gracefully, gazing inward from the expanse of the laid-out red carpet. One is immediately struck by the opulent decor. Goodness, what an extravagant display orchestrated by Diao Wei! Upon entering, Du Bin's eyes fell upon a dining area adorned with gold leaf and an array of whiskeys, prompting him to voice his astonishment. The waitstaff, numbering around a dozen, included elegantly dressed women in kipeos, their slits nearly reaching their waists. The air was infused with a medley of enticing fragrances, faint yet alluring. Indeed, it was a grand affair. Yifan casually summoned a waiter to request a large fishing net, 2 fishing rods, and bait. Realizing the implications, Du Bin immediately raised his thumb in commendation. Brother Yi, your foresight truly surpasses all. After all, the ocean teems with countless fish. Whatever they could catch would be theirs for free. Just imagine if they were to reel in a bounty of yellow croaker. Such wealth. With this thought, he turned to the waiter and instructed, bring over another 10 or 8 nets. The waiter, sweating profusely, replied, yes, young master. These two young masters certainly bore a resemblance to nouveau riche. Once the yacht anchored in the sea, they quickly changed into floral shirts, patterned shorts, and flip-flops, complete with oversized sunglasses, an unmistakable beachwear ensemble. Brother Yi, care for a set like mine? Du Bin inquired, gesturing to his own flamboyant shirt and spinning around to showcase his outfit. Thankfully, his parents had blessed him with good looks. Yifan waved dismissively. No need. You wear it well. That I intend to dive in shortly. Donning dark swim trunks, he leapt from the deck into the sea, determined to catch a ton of fish to present to Yi Peng Hai. All right, I shall fish here. With the nets cast, Du Bin settled at the edge of the deck, fishing in his floral shirt. The man swimming in the ocean was handsome, with a tall stature and sculpted abs that captivated the onlookers aboard the yacht. Du Bin grimaced. Was his shirt truly less appealing than Yifan's physique? Submerged in the water, Yi Fan tossed 2 underwater tanks onto a relatively flat seabed. The vibrant marine world around him was alive with diverse fish. 50 meters away, a school of sardines swam blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, human beings, who appeared harmless from afar. After placing the tanks, Yi Fan set off to explore other areas. His formidable physique, honed through genetic evolution and rigorous training, became his advantage in hunting the ocean's bounty. Any edible fish within reach was swiftly stored in his spatial inventory. Even sharks were not spared from his grasp. After a busy afternoon, Yi Fan emerged with a satisfied smile, having filled his spatial suitcase and ring with a ton of fish. Now, that's what sea fishing is all about. After retrieving the tanks brimming with seawater, he returned to the yacht. "Brother, you finally returned. I thought you had fallen overboard," Du Bin yawned, eyeing the plump catches laid beside him. With time slipping away, he suggested, "Let's reel in our nets and head back." Yi Fan glanced at the sun descending on the horizon, casually agreeing before retreating to change. Du Bin, responding in kind, executed a swift maneuver to gather the nets. To his astonishment, upon inspection, the 10 nets yielded several thousand pounds of fish, each one remarkably robust. "What a windfall," he mused, delightfully calling over a dozen people to assist in hauling the fish on board. By the time all the catches were aboard, dusk had enveloped the sky. As the yacht docked, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and a cool sea breeze brushed against their skin. "Young Master Yi, young Master Du, I have splendid news. Would you care to hear?" Diao Wei, having awaited their return, approached with an air of mystery. "What good news?" Du Bin inquired with curiosity, while ensuring the waitstaff handled their fishing spoils. Observing the hundreds of pounds of fish being unloaded, Diao Wei exclaimed, "Your sea fishing exploits are truly impressive. Forget that. Continue with your tale." "What is this good news?" Yi Fan interjected, sensing the significance of Diao Wei's words. "A weapons cache. Young Master Yi, young Master Du, Patrice has a small arsenal. It includes grenades, explosives, armored vehicles, firearms, helicopters, as well as tear gas and smoke bombs, filling an entire warehouse. My men have taken stock. There are over 3,000 firearms alone and a staggering 2,000 pounds of explosives. Had we not acted swiftly, I might well have been blown to bits." Du Bin's face betrayed a hint of lingering fear. Several explosive packages had been placed just 3 kilometers from their meeting point. Had they returned a moment later or delayed their actions, he could have been reduced to ashes. Patrice's connections were evidently formidable. It was clear they had crossed paths with a substantial entity. The mere presence of armored vehicles and explosives indicated that such resources were not easily obtained without significant ties. It was no secret that Patrice had recently acquired a new boss. However, it was startling to learn that Milton had the means to procure such an arsenal. "You are right, Diao Wei. Remain vigilant and inform us immediately of any anomalies." The fact that they could reap such immense rewards from merely dismantling Patrice's lair was akin to pulling off a grand heist. Yi Fan would not mind if more opportunities like this arose. Indeed, young Master Yi.O, and aside from the small arms cache, Milton confirmed the existence of those 1,500 tons of resources. Currently, our mining operations yield 1,000 tons per day. Investing in high-end extraction equipment could double that to 2,000 tons. With Milton's procurement channels, we've already secured everything we need. Our total resource intake could reach 4,000 tons daily. Diao Wei's efficiency was commendable. In just one afternoon, he had secured not only the weapons cache but also Patrice's supply lines. Yi Fan nodded appreciatively, clearly satisfied with Diao Wei's execution. "Excellent. I shall take all of it. Should we find ourselves short on yellow croaker, just let me know, and I will arrange for more to be delivered." Yi Fan spoke nonchalantly, unaware that Diao Wei was sweating profusely at the implications of his words. "Understood, young Master Yi. Here are the locations of all the warehouses, including the weapons cache. I have arranged for personnel to guard them, and should you require it, I can have them vacate at any moment," Diao Wei said, respectfully presenting a sheet filled with information. Yi Fan accepted the paper, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "You do not wish to keep any for yourself?" Diao Wei could have easily kept the weapons for expanding his family's influence, but chose instead to relinquish everything. This was not typical of Diao Wei's character. No, I cannot. If it were not for you, young Master Yi, I might not even be here right now," he insisted. Yi Fan regarded Diao Wei thoughtfully before slipping the paper into his pocket. "Come to my company at the end of May. We shall celebrate properly. The yacht should not rest during these days. Let them set out to fish daily, and I will purchase all the fish they catch at market prices. Yifan was now trading entirely in yellow croaker, exchanging fish for gold, an arrangement that undeniably favored Diao Wei. Understood, Diao Wei replied, perspiration soaking his back as he watched the two depart. His men had interrogated Patrice's associates and discovered that the hundreds of elite operatives at Milton's stronghold had been nearly wiped out by Yifan alone. Throughout their month of training, what had transpired to transform these two young masters into figures reminiscent of grim reapers? From now until the end of May, you shall fish daily, as much as you can. On days you fail to fish, I shall send you into the sea to feed the fish. Do not even think of resting at night. Cast your nets. Diao Wei dared not disregard any command from Yifan. After reprimanding his subordinates, he hastily set about expanding his channels. Once back in the car, Dubin eagerly took the driver's seat and turned to Yifan. Brother Yi, shall we return to rest or inspect the weapons cache? Let us visit the weapons cache, Yifan replied, providing the location while turning his gaze towards the window, brimming with anticipation. All right, hold on tight. Dubin pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the weapons cache's exterior. The guards had evacuated 10 minutes prior, and the overseer had hastily departed after handing over the keys. Brother Yi, let us go inside and take a look. Dubin exclaimed, opening the door with impatience. Inside, an array of firearms, armored vehicles, explosives, and grenades overwhelmed Dubin's senses. Wow, so many bullets. There must be tens of thousands. I was just contemplating establishing a shooting range. And now we have our very own private arsenal, Dubin marveled, lifting a Desert Eagle with fascination, before switching to a golden AK-47. He eagerly explored every weapon that caught his eye. Upon discovering tens of thousands of bullets hidden within a concealed compartment, Dubin could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, Not bad. I shall inquire later whether Diao Wei possesses the expertise to modify armored vehicles, perhaps to procure one for myself. The armory contained merely 2 armored vehicles. Yet their design appeared rather antiquated. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, vehicles have become essential for mobility, and they must be transformed into the most formidable bulletproof armored cars imaginable. I wonder what materials will be utilized in the post-apocalyptic world a century hence. Yifan mused, feeling somewhat satisfied with the state of the armory. 2 armored vehicles, 10 crates each of grenades, tear gas canisters, and smoke bombs, approximately 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 1,000 firearms, including but not limited to rifles. Handguns and sniper rifles constitute a commendable assortment. Coupled with the items he had acquired from Milton's lair, alcohol, a small umbrella, and a military dagger, he had ample resources to establish a modest armed unit. Brother Yi, are you heading back now? Dubin inquired, his initial excitement waning. You may return. I have a few other matters to attend to, Yifan replied, casually fabricating an excuse to send Dubin on his way. He then requested an empty cold storage unit from Diao Wei to store the seafood from his spatial ring. It was only after he had successfully placed a ton of weapons into the spatial ring that Yifan could truly relax. Detecting interdimensional delivery 1, would you like to send it to your friend, your father? With the disappearance of the spatial briefcase, Yifan closed the armory door and sent Diao Wei a message. The armored vehicles are too outdated. Find someone to upgrade them into the most powerful bulletproof vehicles. 100 years after the apocalypse, Yi Penghai had just finished dealing with official duties when he received the spatial briefcase and a new message from Yifan. Father, my daily income has reached 4,000 tons, and with seafood and water resources, achieving 20,000 tons a day is easily attainable. Yi Penghai gazed at the spatial briefcase overflowing with fish, his previously stern expression softening. Good lad, you truly are my son, he praised. Then summoned Zhong Wendong to assist in transferring the contents of the spatial briefcase into the storage area. Meanwhile, he made his way back to the technical department. Bang! As the door was kicked open once more, Min Zhan, with an impassive demeanor, remarked, Commander, what brings you here today? The technical department had been tirelessly researching spatial expansion technology for several days, with some members having only just entered their sleep chambers moments ago. Yi Penghai's entrance was likely to startle quite a few from their slumber. As his words fell, several thuds echoed in response. The closed sleep chambers automatically opened, revealing the technical staff, each cradling their heads, grimacing in discomfort, which left Yi Penghai feeling somewhat guilty. Ahem. Well, the deputy commander just shared some good news with me. Our daily food reserves might exceed 10,000 tons. However, the problem lies with our technical department's inadequate capabilities. The spatial limitations are far too low. Failing to meet the deputy commander's needs. 10,000 tons is simply insufficient, especially with only a month and a half remaining until the apocalypse. Do you not wish to strive for more? Since Yi Penghai established contact with Yi Fan to commence interdimensional delivery, the overall consumption level at the base had reached a level of luxury. We must work harder. Our next target is 100,000 tons. Indeed, Commander, if you could allow me 2 hours of rest, we shall commence work immediately after. 100,000 tons? That is hardly enough. Our goal is infinite space. Let the deputy commander hoard supplies until his hands are sore. Hoarding supplies until our hands are sore. Motivated by Yi Penghai's encouragement, the technicians were invigorated, eager to dive into the next phase of spatial expansion research. Unfortunately, their bodies could not keep pace, even with enhanced physiques. They required brief periods of rest. Thankfully, the sleep chambers improved their physical condition and sleep quality, and 2 hours would suffice for them to continue their efforts. Very well, brothers, whether we can double the quality of our provisions depends on you. After sharing some motivational words, Yi Penghai turned to Min Zhan and inquired, by the way, one of the functions of the purification water tower is to extract salt from seawater, converting it into fresh water. Correct? Indeed. If the deputy commander is storing seawater, we will not only have fresh water but also an abundance of salt. In the past month and a half, Yi Fan had sent tens of thousands of tons of materials, covering a comprehensive range, yet salt was a consumable. The more, the better. As the two conversed, Zhong Wendong approached, carrying an emptied spatial briefcase. Commander, we have tallied the supplies in the storage area. Apart from the water tower's contribution of 10,000 tons, we have approximately 5,000 tons of salt and 10,000 tons of fish, which the deputy commander likely caught directly from the sea. After processing, we estimate around 9,000 tons remain. Moreover, there are various seafood items, such as crayfish, king crabs, and sea urchins, preserved in substantial quantities. The deputy commander has certainly considered our nutritional needs. Zhong Wendong spoke gently, a slight curve of pride appearing at the corners of his lips. The technicians who had yet to return to their sleep chambers exclaimed in disbelief, "Seafood? There won't be any of that a century from now." However, those familiar with the various seafood recipes on the intelligence network know it is exceptionally delicious. Long live the deputy commander. I won't sleep. A few hours less won't kill me. Commander, could you please urge the medical department to provide us with some potions to restore our health? I feel that if the potions are sufficient, I can continue fighting for another month until the deputy commander's apocalypse begins. The members of the technical department, as if infused with vitality, leaped from their sleep chambers, despite the dark circles under their eyes, returning to their workstations to continue researching new spatial expansion technologies. Yi Penghai nodded in satisfaction, solemnly patting Min Zhan's shoulder. Min Zhan, look at everyone's enthusiasm. Upgrading the spatial briefcase, personal spatial rings, and purification water tower to accommodate an additional 100,000 tons is not too much to ask. Is it? Min Zhan's expression darkened. Not at all. For the improvement of living standards for everyone at the base, we shall endeavor to meet that goal. Yi Penghai nodded. Very well, then continue your work. I shall go urge the medical department. Rest assured, there will be ample potions. As Min Zhan watched the commander depart, he sighed internally, wondering what seafood might taste like. Yi Fan likely never anticipated that the seafood he casually prepared would drive the entire technical department into a frenzy of innovative research. At that moment, he was preparing to continue stockpiling supplies abroad. It must be said. Raiding an enemy stronghold is indeed rewarding. Not only does defeating a malevolent force double the resources at one's disposal, but it can also yield unexpected treasures. At the very least, Patrice's armory serves as an excellent example. Brother Yi, shall we return first? Lin Xiu suggested, proposing that someone from their side head back to assess the progress of the interior decoration. Making any necessary adjustments on site, Dubin approached Yi Fan with his phone in hand. After reviewing the design plans, Yi Fan found many aspects commendable, yet he needed to pay particular attention to the designs for the training room. Farm and water storage facilities die in the wake of the apocalypse, land pollution is severe, and meat will be scarce. Thus, these features are indispensable for ensuring palatable meals. All right, let us return for a visit, Yi Fan replied with a slight nod. It had been 3 days since the construction of the safe base commenced. According to Harris's timeline, The storage area below should have been completed by now. Taking advantage of this time, he could spend a few days consolidating the supplies scattered across the globe into 2 shipments, one for Yipunghai and another to be stored within the safe base. When the apocalypse arrives, the completion of preparations could proceed more swiftly. After securing the flight route, Yifan bid farewell to Diaowei and, together with Du Bin, returned to the domestic front as Yifan anticipated. The moment they arrived outside the safe base, Lin Xiyu hurried over with news. Young Master Yi, young Master Du, the storage area has been completed. Would you like to take a look? As her words fell, the gates of the safe base swung open automatically. Yifan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well done, Du Bin. Let us go inside and take a look. Du Bin, observing the grand entrance, felt a surge of delight. All right, I'm on my way. Chapter 32. 1 month remaining, Apocalypse Warning. As Yifan and the others arrived at the lowest level of the storage area via the elevator, they witnessed 2 freight elevators operating at full capacity. Workers, equipped with specialized tools, busily categorized the supplies within the base. Very well done. Lin Xiyu's talent for design was indeed commendable, and the Harris team's technology was equally impressive. The cold storage and refrigeration zones, as well as the divisions for fruits and vegetables, had been meticulously planned. The layout was both rational and aesthetically pleasing, even leaving the well-traveled Yifan and Du Bin unable to pinpoint a single flaw. As long as you are satisfied, we have utilized superalloy materials for all our construction, ensuring safety. We have also incorporated the latest technological advancements, guaranteeing that your facility is the most advanced technological building to date. Bar none. As she spoke, Lin Xiyu stood a little taller, her face radiating pride. Yifan nodded slightly. What about the power supply system? You previously mentioned the need for power storage, and we are making detailed arrangements. Even in the event of a power outage, the energy we have stored thus far is sufficient to sustain operations for an entire year. Lin Xiyu did not fully grasp why Yifan was so concerned with power storage. Yet she had still prepared the highest level plans. Yifan furrowed his brows and said, well, let's continue with the storage for now. Compared to generating electricity with diesel generators, Yifan preferred solar energy storage or advancements in energy storage technology. With this thought in mind, he sent a message to Yipunghai. Dad, do you have any storage devices for electricity? I plan to store some energy using solar charging. After sending the message, there was no reply from Yipunghai, and Yifan promptly turned off his phone screen, continuing his exploration of the safe base with Du Bin. The material storage area on the lower level was nearly filled to capacity. At this rate, completing the storage of 100 million tons of supplies within a month seemed quite feasible. Good, well done. The design of the material storage area was the simplest yet most urgently needed aspect of the base. Lin Xiyu's ability to quickly supervise the construction progress within 3 days demonstrated her foresight. As they once again boarded the elevator, Du Bin whimsically switched the display inside. The moment the azure water reservoir came into view, it was truly breathtaking. Lin Xiyu smiled and said, we also use superalloy materials for both the interior and exterior of the water reservoir. Combined with special materials, even an earthquake would not affect our company. However, it isn't completely filled yet. In addition to this, they had constructed a large aquarium. With Lin Xiyu's presentation, what had only been spoken of before materialized into reality, laid out before Yifan and his companion. A variety of colorful fish danced and frolicked in the water. A slow-moving sea turtle glided leisurely past them. A seahorse suddenly expelled countless unknown objects from its abdomen, if not for the fact that they were still in the elevator. This immersive scene might easily lead one to believe they were underwater. We hired a specialized designer to recreate the underwater environment, 1-1, to ensure that viewers have a genuine sense of being underwater. We also employed the latest projection technology. Naturally, we have also prepared professional diving equipment, including mermaid gear for the aquarium, which is part of my design as well. When it came to her designs, Lin Xiyu always had much to say. After Yifan and Du Bin concluded their tour of the material storage area and confirmed that there were no further issues, they proceeded to the aquaculture area on the 11th floor. Young Master Yi, here are the design plans for the ecological aquaculture area. Please take a look. The layout of the aquaculture area was extensive, with rice paddies, wheat, potatoes, and yams allocated across 3 layers for staple foods. Vegetables and fruits such as greens, apples, and oranges, along with livestock like cattle, sheep, rabbits, chickens, and ducks, each occupied 2 layers as well. Tio addressed the herbal needs. Yifan specifically requested Lin Xiyu to construct a 2-layer herbal area, with a separate layer designated for spices such as cumin and Sichuan pepper. The areas for rabbits and poultry could be slightly expanded, and more fish fry could be added to the aquarium. In the future, if they wished to change their diet, they could even go fishing. The arrangement of the agricultural and pastoral areas above the 50th floor should be reasonable, with a comprehensive variety as much as possible. Understood, young Master Yi. After Lin Xiyu quickly noted down Yifan's requirements, the three continued to explore other areas. The entertainment and living areas were Harris's team's specialty, so designing those posed no problem for Yifan. The training room has been well done, Dubin. Later, have someone purchase the most advanced speed testing equipment and fitness apparatus. Get the best. Got it? Yigo, I'll go find someone right away. Dubin exited the elevator, casually placing his phone to his ear, appearing as if he was about to discuss business. Yifan and Lin Xiyu stood in the relatively spacious elevator, momentarily unsure of what to say. Ahem, young Master Yi, would you like me to show you around a bit more? Dubin's intentions were quite clear. However, Yifan was currently too preoccupied with the impending apocalypse to contemplate personal matters. Aware of her superior's intentions, Lin Xiyu felt both awkward and a tinge of regret. Her background and family circumstances destined her to be out of reach of someone as outstanding and handsome as Yifan. I appreciate your help. Yifan was not particularly skilled in interacting with women, so he acquiesced to Lin Xiyu's guidance. Through her explanations, he gained a profound understanding of the future safe base's complete layout. Proceed according to your design. Yifan stated with satisfaction. Lin Xiyu nodded joyfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course, Du shout at that moment. The previously delayed Du Bin, under the pretext of making a phone call, finally returned. Observing the two engaged in amiable conversation, he felt a sense of relief. Ye Gu has finally begun to communicate normally with a girl. As a brother, he genuinely felt concerned. Du Bin, for the next half-month, stay here to assist in monitoring the company's operational progress, including material reserves, internal construction, and the logistics of employee sustenance. All of it will be under your purview. Yifan cast a glance at the overly clever individual and decisively decided to leave Dubin behind while he ventured abroad to stockpile supplies. What? Ye Gu, you've entrusted everything to me. What do you plan to do? Dubin had not forgotten about Yifan's acquisition of a small arsenal. Given their current capabilities, as long as they were cautious, taking down a not-so-great gang's lair would be as easy as child's play. He suspected that ever since Yifan had severed ties with Patrice, he had developed an obsession with stockpiling supplies. That's precisely what I mean. Focus on your tasks. I will return in 3 days to check on the progress. Yifan casually remarked as he turned and entered the elevator. Dubin rubbed his nose, innocently raising his hands in a gesture of confusion. Lin designer, I hope to receive your guidance moving forward. After leaving the base, Yifan boarded a plane once more, returning to Jiaowei's luxury cruise ship. Good day, Deputy Commander. The technical department has been working day and night to upgrade the space expansion technology to 100,000 tons, including the upgrade boxes for the personal space ring and purification water tower. Moreover, the purification water tower has developed a size-adjustable feature and a one-button water extraction function to facilitate your collection of water. The operation method is .I. In addition, the cross-temporal technology has also received related upgrades, increasing the frequency of temporal express deliveries from 2 times a day to 4, with video calls capable of lasting 10 minutes without interference, and cross-temporal messaging has gone from 1 message per day to 4. Including the opening of image channels, I believe the commander is eagerly anticipating the completion of your base. While Yifan was perusing the messages out of boredom, he happened to see a temporal express delivery from Yiponghai. There was no denying that the technical department's upgrade efficiency was impressively swift. Now, every few days, technological advancements were essentially multiplying. After upgrading the personal space ring and purification water tower to 100,000 tons, Yifan eagerly opened the space point. 100,000 tons was an enormous capacity. The dozens of tons of supplies he had placed within barely occupied a corner of the space. I'll place the purification water tower tomorrow. Yifan slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The next day, when Yifan arrived at the restaurant for breakfast, Jiawei was already enjoying his meal. Good morning, young Master Yi. How did you rest yesterday? Quite well. Yifan nodded slightly as he pulled out a chair and sat across from Jiawei. The waitstaff swiftly delivered a sumptuous breakfast to the table before quietly departing. By the way, please arrange for a water tower factory and set up a warehouse specifically for storage. I will send someone to collect it every other day. Yi Fan casually instructed. Jiao Wei wiped his mouth and replied with a smile. Sure, no problem. By the way, young Master Yi, are you interested in forces similar to Patrice? I've heard that there's a gang smuggling some unsavory items. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. Jiao Wei eagerly divulged the information he had gathered. Due to lax firearm regulations abroad, there were often bold individuals attempting to assemble armed groups to engage in criminal activities. The force Jiao Wei had his sights set on was called Taylor, which was comparable in scale to Patrice but engaged in far more nefarious activities. This included drug trafficking, arms dealing, organ and slave trading, and gambling. If it was profitable, Taylor had not overlooked it. Upon noticing Yi Fan's keen interest in dismantling Patrice, Jiao Wei promptly initiated investigations into various forces. Rather than allowing such individuals to exploit their power for wrongdoing, it was better to seize their resources to strengthen themselves. Then let's take them down. But all illicit items must be destroyed. Jiao Wei nodded vigorously. Of course, we will keep anything useful for ourselves, and for items such as organs or those who have been deceived, I will find a way to ensure they are properly settled. For those who cannot return, I can arrange for them to work in the mines and other areas. As a benevolent employer, Jiao Wei offered quite a generous salary. How is the fishing arrangement coming along? Yi Fan had only mentioned sending the cruise ship out for fishing, but someone like Jiao Wei would certainly make additional plans. I've already arranged for people to fish extensively. We may not have much, but with so many hands, catching 10,000 tons in a day is a trivial matter. Yes, the more we catch in a day, the better. I'll take as much as you can provide. Jiao Wei readily agreed and sent his capable assistant Yu Jinghuan to take Yi Fan to inspect the mineral resources. To date, the total amount of minerals in Jiao Wei's possession had reached 1,000 tons. Fortunately, the people from Patrice had not engaged in mineral trading recently. Otherwise, their resources would have been at least halved. Report the location of a warehouse for 20,000 tons. I need to deliver some goods. Understood, young Master Yi. Patrice had quite the appetite, hoarding several thousand tons of mineral resources. After listening to Yu Jinghuan's report, Yi Fan decided to send some mineral resources to Yi Penghai today. With such a wealth of minerals, the technical department's cutting-edge technology would undoubtedly reach new heights. Who knows, perhaps the space could even expand to 100 million tons. Yu Jinghuan was indeed quite capable. Not only did he send the locations of the warehouses to Yi Fan, but he also casually withdrew all the personnel stationed there. Even those who had left their posts were subsequently dispatched to fish. Not a single resource was wasted. After Yi Fan received 100,000 tons of minerals, it wasn't long before Yi Penghai swiftly returned the emptied space suitcase. Son, have you arranged for seed planting? If so, I can have the technical department assist you by sending some robots over. In the world a century hence, aside from a scant few newborns, labor, in large part, has been supplanted by robots. Albeit agricultural robots represent only a fraction. However, I trust Min Zhan will tackle the relevant issues. Yes, I have designated over 10,000 square meters for planting and grazing. When harvest time comes, I will send it all to you. In these tumultuous times, trust in others is hard to come by. Aside from those he genuinely trusted, Yi Fan had no intention of allowing too many people into the base, the underground farm and ranch. Located 50 levels deep, would ideally benefit from apocalyptic technologies. All right, I will leave this matter to the technical and medical departments to ensure your seeds yield abundantly and fragrantly. That evening, Yi Fan once again sent a shipment of food, seasonings, and medical supplies, totaling 100,000 tons, to Yi Penghai. Shortly after sending these supplies, Jiao Wei coincidentally sent new intelligence. Young Master Yi, we have located the trading site of Tyler.it is set for tonight. Instead of waiting for a more opportune moment, shall we take them all at once? Yes, send me the address. Under the cover of night, Yi Fan replied, donning his stealth attire as he made his way to Tyler's trading location. Upon arrival, he witnessed a disarray of people, shackled and numb, orderly filing out of an open container. Some bore the marks of bandages around their waists, their faces ashen. Theo confined hundreds of individuals within the same container. Disregarding their lives? A cold chuckle escaped Yi Fan's lips as he found a suitable vantage point, loaded his sniper rifle, and aimed at the heads of both parties involved in the transaction. Bang! With the sound of bodies hitting the ground, Tyler's transaction crumbled into chaos. What followed was a one-sided massacre. By the time Jiao Wei's men arrived, Yi Fan had already resolved the matter. These individuals are yours. I shall take my leave to rest. PST at this particular moment, it is evening, and many active netizens are still online. Just after Yifan posted a topic regarding an apocalyptic warning, a plethora of individuals began to respond. Point 1. The original poster is on point. There are numerous posts about the end of the world daily, but yours resonates the most. Point 2. This is hilarious. An apocalypse? The original poster must be dreaming. Shall I pour some water into your brain to wake you up? 3. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? How frightening. Do you think I would believe that? 4. Are food advertisements now flooding the forum? Where's the administrator? Delete this post. As time passed, the messages rapidly refreshed. Point 23. I'm laughing so hard I'm about to choke. Are the ones above fools? Just don't hoard, and you'll be fine. Point 24. Exactly. What if what they say is true? I'll hoard one, thanks to the original poster. Point 25. Regardless, I've started hoarding. If this meal isn't finished, there's always the next. Is it unreasonable to buy a fire axe with the apocalypse looming? 26. I'm in tears. I want to hoard too, but I don't even have money for food. 27. This is indeed a tragic yet amusing tale. My condolences to those above. As the discussion heated up, Yifan's post gradually ascended to over 100 replies, with opinions both favorable and unfavorable. Some individuals, preferring to believe rather than doubt, swiftly stockpiled food and axes, while others scoffed at the notion, even resorting to in the city of Zhongqing. If one were to speak of the wealthiest individual aside from Yifan, it would undoubtedly be his father, Du Fengyu. Without waiting for Yifan's response, Du Bin hastily dialed his subordinate to inquire about his own father's younger brother. Yifan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that it was indeed Du Bin. Half an hour later, both Yifan and Du Bin arrived at the lending company of Shenfugao. Are you gentlemen here to apply for a loan? The attendant inquired. Please, step inside. You've come to the right place for financing. We have a formal lending process in place. Simply fill out your identification and mortgage contracts, and the funds can be disbursed within 10 minutes. Upon seeing Shenfugao's alluring figure and flamboyant attire, Du Bin suddenly understood why Shenfugao was a leader in the industry. Beautiful lady, our company is currently facing a cash flow crisis, and we lack connections at the bank. Could you possibly expedite the loan for us? The market conditions are truly dismal. Du Bin lamented openly to the attractive woman. His knack for spinning tall tales made even her heart flutter. Clearly, he was an affluent yet powerless lamb waiting to be sheared. Very well, please follow me, she replied. The owner of Shenfugao, Yu Laren, was a middle-aged man who exuded a remarkable sense of approachability. I've heard about your situation from Xiao Wan. How much do you intend to borrow? Yifan placed the documentation related to Chang'an foreign trade on the table. The foreign trade industry is notoriously complex, and my cash flow has completely dried up. I cannot produce more funds on the books. If you could lend me 50 billion, I assure you that I will repay the principal and interest within a month. Yu Laren glanced over the documents and was instantly filled with exhilaration. The fact that the CEO of Chang'an was seeking his assistance was a tremendous surprise. However, 50 billion was an exorbitant amount. Even he could not conjure such a cash flow on short notice. 50 billion is too much. I can't manage to raise that amount, Yu Laren admitted after a moment of joy. Du Bin's expression soured. Then what are we to do? I still wish to utilize the Du family's company for some liquidity. Du family's company? Yu Laren stammered in disbelief. You are young Master Du? Du Bin nodded. Chang'an was established by Yifan and myself. Since the company is in dire straits, I naturally want to contribute. I also need to borrow 50 billion. My father's company will ultimately belong to me, so let's use all of this as collateral. Yu Laren's pupils widened in shock as he quickly verified the documents provided by Du Bin. Upon confirming their authenticity, he felt a surge of elation. All right, since young Master Du has said so, we will think of a way. After all, this was Chang'an and the Du family. Allowing such a lucrative opportunity to slip away would be a grave mistake. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Laren indeed managed to secure 100 billion in funding. With a repayment term of 1 month. A month later, Yifan and Du Bin would need to repay over 250 billion in total. The funds have been transferred, correct? Mr. Yi, young Master Du, we look forward to a pleasant partnership. On June 3 our company will send representatives to collect the payment, Yu Laren said amiably, resembling a smiling tiger. Yifan and Du Bin exchanged joyful handshakes, and with the 100 billion in hand, they departed in a Land Rover, leaving Shenfugao behind. Did you truly lend those 100 billion? The woman asked, affectionately linking her arm with Yu Laren's, her eyes gleaming with surprise and curiosity. That's an astonishing sum. Yes, indeed. Rest assured, after a month, both Chung-in and the Du family will belong to our company. It was worth my while to humble myself and borrow several hundred billion. Yu Laren chuckled, already envisioning the splendid life of becoming the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Du Bin, having secured the 100 billion without effort, felt they had struck gold. Brother Yi, when they come to collect the payment, let us just send them right in. Just watch how I won't report them. With a massive cash flow restored, Du Bin returned to his former extravagant self. Yi Fan chuckled softly, thoroughly satisfied with the current outcome. June 3rd for repayment? By that time, it might as well be the apocalypse. Let's see if they even come to collect. Upon returning to their base, they found Instructor Song and Instructor Chun standing in confusion, questioning the whereabouts of the promised company. Where's the company you mentioned? All we see is barren land. Instructor Song, Instructor Chun, what brings you here? Come, let us take a tour of our company. As the saying goes, joy brings a light spirit. Having resolved his immediate cash flow crisis, Du Bin felt even more elated upon seeing the two instructors. Where's the company you spoke of? Instructor Chun queried, pointing at the desolate land. Seemingly at a loss for words, Du Bin chuckled, and right before their eyes, he showcased the marvels of cutting-edge technology. The previously barren ground rose up, revealing a several thousand square meter underground parking garage, filled with an array of dazzling luxury vehicles that left them utterly awestruck. Instructor Song, Instructor Chun, the company has invested heavily in assembling the finest team for its construction. Is it not astonishing? Du Bin confidently activated the security and protection systems. Yi Fan led the instructors into the elevator, the high-end design around them leaving no doubt that they had stepped into a technological marvel, especially when Du Bin activated the projection of an ocean world, immersing them in an unparalleled sensory experience. This is your company? As the elevator reached the 51st floor, Instructor Song and Instructor Chun gazed at the decor with increasingly peculiar expressions. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, our company primarily focuses on foreign trade, acquiring products including but not limited to grains, fruits, seasonings, and daily necessities. We have partnerships both domestically and internationally, and our company's valuation has reached 100 billion. If you too are in search of suitable employment, you might consider joining Chengda. Yi Fan had previously extended an invitation to the two instructors, partly due to their amicable relationship and also because he recognized that they were unencumbered by ties in the world. Du Bin chimed in, indeed, if you join us, we offer a monthly salary of 6,000, and your role would involve managing personnel, similar to your previous duties in the squad, but without the training. Additionally, we have a dedicated training room, a gym, and all living expenses will be covered by the company, completely free of charge. When you have free time, you can go diving at the aquarium, and if you get hungry, you can dine at the restaurant downstairs. Oh, and there's also an arcade. As Du Bin animatedly recounted the extensive internal facilities, he couldn't help but notice the increasingly odd expressions on Instructor Song and Instructor Chun's faces. Yi Fan rubbed his cheek in exasperation and suggested, Du Bin, why don't you take the instructors on a tour first? We can discuss work matters after the tour. All right, leave it to me. Du Bin flashed an OK gesture and led the instructors to the training area on the 51st floor. The training area comprised 20 rooms, each with a similar layout but equipped with various advanced tools such as the latest speed measuring devices, weighted backpacks, and reaction testing equipment, basic essentials for any training facility. Why do you have so many training rooms? Are you planning to establish a security company? Instructor Song mused, unable to think of any other reason. Honestly, I haven't considered it much. It's all at Yi Fan's behest. If our company fails to turn a profit, we'll rely on these training rooms to recoup our losses, Du Bin joked. Continuing their tour, he showed them the entertainment area, food storage section, and ecological farming zone. The more they followed him, the more astonished they became. This was no mere company. It was akin to a miniature security base. Just the 2 floors of storage could sustain a small group for over a decade. These materials seemed unrelated to a foreign trade company. Why invest in such things? Driven by their professional instincts. Instructor Song and Instructor Chun instinctively probed for more details. I can't say for certain why we're doing this, but whatever Yi Fan decides is undoubtedly for good reason. Don't let his quiet demeanor fool you. His network is far more extensive than mine, Du Bin replied mysteriously. Exchanging glances, Instructor Song and Instructor Chun began to harbor questions about the intelligence Yi Fan had received that warranted such lavish investment in a security base. He was not one to act without purpose. With this curiosity in mind, they decided to remain at Chang'an, not solely for the appealing employee benefits and environment, but also due to the intriguing information Du Bin had mentioned, which sparked their desire to learn more. If the instructors choose to stay, we can arrange for you to reside on the same floor. The 41st floor has a presidential suite, spacious and with a view of the aquarium, perfectly comfortable. While Du Bin engaged in conversation with the instructors, Yi Fan was focused on the message just received from Diao Wei, reporting on the findings regarding Tyler. Young Master Yi, thanks to our efforts in apprehending Tyler, I must say, I have never encountered such a repugnant organization in my life. Not only were they involved in the trafficking of organs and live humans, but they also conducted human experimentation. Just the military arms we uncovered included 2 warehouses, with TNT and grenades taking up a significant portion of one. The matter at hand is exceedingly complex, compelling him to engage with domestic officials to facilitate the repatriation of individuals. However, the gains are not insignificant. Taylor's mining resources are abundant, and in the forthcoming month, the yield could reach a staggering 100 million tons. Moreover, they have suppliers of daily necessities, which, despite being acquired at low prices, still yield substantial profits. By the way, regarding the armored vehicles you specifically requested, these are all high-quality models, many of which are the latest additions, totaling 100 top-tier armored vehicles. After all, aside from the expenses incurred in acquisitions, the remaining labor force has been exploited to its utmost limits. Many of those who have suffered prolonged exploitation have succumbed to mental instability and, in a moment of liberation, chose to end their lives, leading to a scene that spiraled out of control. Have the 2 armored vehicles been modified as previously discussed? Yes, 2 vehicles have been successfully modified. The individual responsible is quite talented, treating the vehicles with the same reverence as one would espouse. Should we proceed with the modification of the remaining 100 armored vehicles? I guarantee they will be transformed into brand new models within a month, featuring the highest specifications. Chapter 34. Apocalypse Black technology modifying armored vehicles requires a high level of expertise, a task not suitable for just anyone. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Very well, let us proceed with all modifications. Tomorrow I will meet the individual responsible for the modifications in person. At this juncture, Yi Fan sent another message. All water towers from the water tower factory should be divided in half, with one half filled with seawater. I will deliver one half to the clients, while I have other plans for the other half. Speed is of the essence. The more water towers, the better. Although each purification water tower can hold up to 100,000 tons of water, water is a non-renewable resource, and once it's used, it's gone. We must exploit every opportunity before the apocalypse descends. All right, I will make arrangements immediately. After discussing serious matters with Diao Wei, Yi Fan proceeded to apply for the flight route, meticulously planning tomorrow's itinerary. Just as he finalized the arrangements, Du Bin sent a new message. Brother Yi, Instructor Song, and the others have agreed to stay. Fortunately, I listened to your advice and replaced the shooting range on floors 51 and above with simulation guns. Otherwise, today would have been quite disastrous. Observing the sweat emoji in Du Bin's response, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This lad seems to know what a disaster truly means. Previously, while sniping Patrice, he displayed no hint of fear. Nevertheless, this is for the best. Even if the apocalypse arrives, Du Bin will encounter no issues. Please entertain the instructors for now. Arrange some tasks for them this evening. I have already applied for the flight route, and tomorrow morning, you will accompany me to Diao Wei's side for further training. With a month remaining until the apocalypse, Yi Fan intends for Du Bin to practice close combat techniques further. Sure thing, brother. You can rest assured that I will handle this matter well. Du Bin had longed to accompany Yi Fan on an adventure. He swiftly delegated the tasks to his assistant and Lin Xiu before personally escorting Instructor Song and Chun Bai to the material storage overseer. Old Li, Uncle Li, these 2 are the future security team leaders. Song Feiyue and Chen Bai.as. Our company is still in the operational phase. Please explain the processes for transporting and receiving materials to them so they can familiarize themselves. It is essential that both leaders are well informed about our warehouse as well as the client's warehouses for future personnel mobilization. Song Feiyue and Chun Bai, both former instructors, are well suited for management roles. Upon observing their impressive demeanor and resolute gazes, Old Li could not help but exclaim internally. It seems that young Master Du has found some remarkable individuals. Rest assured, young Master, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Old Li has watched Du Bin grow up, so Du Bin naturally trusts him. Very well, I will take my leave for now. Brother Yi requires my assistance with other matters. Fei Yue, bye, I shall excuse myself. To prevent any lapses in the storage of vital company materials, such as farms and storage areas, Dubin has employed long-standing employees from the Du family, with Old Li being one of them. All right. Dubin hopped into the elevator, urgently seeking out Yi Fan, who was dining in the restaurant. Brother Yi, when are we departing? The flight is scheduled for 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, with a 3-day round trip. We need to clear out the supplies from both ends. Once everything is wrapped up by the end of the month, we can start hiring next month. Understood. You are the elder brother. Your word is law. That evening, Yi Fan timed his actions carefully, attempting to dispatch supplies afternoon the following day. Remarkably, this bug was well timed. He successfully delivered a total of 400,000 tons of supplies in one go, eliciting immense joy from Yi Penghai on the other end. Xiao Fan, I have received the supplies. Excellent work. By the way, the technical department has been working on an intelligent security manager that can comprehensively monitor satellites and the base perimeter, with plans for automatic upgrades to the base's security system, including agricultural and ranching robots. I will send some over to you, so please remember to receive them. Since the cross-dimensional messaging update, the exchanges between Yi Penghai and Yi Fan have noticeably increased. Occasionally, when Yi Fan is unavailable for a day or two, Yi Penghai will enlist Zhong Wanzhong's assistance to receive documents and messages, providing a detailed report upon Yi Fan's return. Through these brief interactions, Yi Fan has come to understand just how formidable the evolved zombies will be post-apocalypse. It remains unclear when humanity will discover the antidote to eradicate all zombies. Strength must be gained swiftly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yi Fan and Dubin boarded the private plane, arriving at the location provided by Diawei. Goodness, this place is as remote as our company, Dubin remarked, gazing at the desolate forest. Upon receiving the news of their arrival, Diawei drove up in an armored vehicle, its impressive design evoking envy from Dubin. Impressive, Wei Xiao, you've really acquired an armored vehicle. Diawei chuckled, stepping out to open the car door, personally inviting the two to enter. All thanks to Yi Xiao, we have 100 of these armored vehicles at our disposal. What? 100 vehicles? How did you manage that? Can you get me one as well? Dubin exclaimed excitedly, patting the armored vehicle. That's a question for Yi Xiao to answer. He dismantled Taylor's stronghold, rescuing thousands while also acquiring dozens of mines, villas, and cash flow. 100 armored vehicles and at least 3 weapon depots. Using TNT to take down a small nation is no problem at all. Diawei chatted casually with Dubin as they drove. Before long, they arrived at a hillside villa spanning several thousand square meters. The sight of dozens of armored vehicles lined up at the entrance was undeniably striking. Wow, these are all the latest models of armored vehicles. Incredible! Dubin had seen his fair share of impressive sights, but the allure of the armored vehicles was undeniable. Indeed, Taylor must have been up to something nefarious to amass such a collection. It was only a matter of time before it turned into a terror operation. Thankfully, I discovered it in time. These are all spoils of war. By the way, let me introduce you to someone. Diawei turned to pull out a young man dressed in a dark long-sleeve shirt, his face shadowed yet handsome. This is Ailong, the genius behind the modifications of these armored vehicles. Ailong is a modification prodigy. Any vehicle that comes into his hands can be transformed into something extraordinary, and this individual here is the one who saved your life, Yi Xiao, alongside his friend, Du Xiao. Upon learning that it was Yi Fan, Ailong's face lit up with excitement. Yi Xiao, thank you for saving my life. Had it not been for you opening the container, I would have suffocated inside. The air supply within the container was limited. Taylor showed no regard for the individuals crammed inside, treating their lives as inconsequential as long as the organ transplant was completed within 8 hours, regardless of whether they lived or died. For someone as frail as Ailong, had he been delayed even a few minutes, he would have been reduced to ash by now. What container? Please elaborate. Dubin. Although these armored vehicles were not the latest models prior to their modifications, they exhibited commendable performance across various aspects. According to Westbrook, Yi Xiao desires the pinnacle of armored vehicles. Thus, aside from enhancements to the vehicle speed and payload capacity, their ballistic protection capabilities have also been upgraded to the highest standards. Even in the event of a bomb detonation, our safety is assured. Ailong is indeed a master in the realm of modifications. Yi Fan, having personally driven one of the armored vehicles, found it to be the fastest among those he has operated, and its blast and ballistic resistance features are the most advanced he has encountered to date. How many of the 100 armored vehicles have been modified so far? Yifan fluidly parked the vehicle back in its place and turned to inquire of AI Long. Currently, only about 3 have been modified. The rest are still arriving gradually. However, I assure you that we will complete all modifications within a month, AI Long confidently pledged. All right, once the modifications are complete, you can directly join my company as our dedicated maintenance technician. Though you will need to work on your physique, Yifan remarked. He still possessed a considerable amount of genetic agents that had yet to be utilized. Having faced life and death, AI Long was not a timid individual. Unless there were special missions, he would not need to accompany the vehicles. However, should any issues arise with the vehicles en route, it could lead to unnecessary complications. With AI Long present, repairs could be conducted, allowing them to continue their journey. Yifan was not inclined to reveal his spatial abilities just yet. AI Long's training had to be prioritized. Understood, Yi Xiao. I shall follow your arrangements. AI Long owed his very life to Yifan. It was not merely a matter of training. He would protect his benefactor at all cost. If you have family, they are welcome to join us. The company will provide food and accommodation, and we will arrange annual health checkups as a comprehensive service. The safe base was equipped with medical facilities and laboratories, along with corresponding power supply systems. Even with medical equipment running year-round, maintaining operations for several years posed no significant problem. AI Long's face lit up with joy. Thank you? Yi Xiao. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Ensure the armored vehicles are modified swiftly before the end of May, as I have other uses for them. By the way, AI Long, are you able to modify vehicles like Land Rovers and Hummers? I wish to have them fitted with bulletproof glass as well. Both Du Bin and Diao Wei were taken aback by this statement. Goodness, are we going this big? Diao Wei, momentarily stunned, quickly made a decision. I will find a manufacturer to procure a batch of top-tier bulletproof glass. Du Bin chimed in. I will arrange to bring the vehicles over. Yi Gu, how many do you need? Yifan replied. I require vehicles that are off-road capable, fast, and resistant to impact. The model is not limited, but preferably Land Rovers or Hummers. Diao Wei, you can procure as much bulletproof glass as needed. I will take all of it. Additionally, AI Long will need tools and materials, so procure 1,000 sets as spares. Yifan turned to AI Long, who appeared astonished. Once he regained his composure, AI Long eagerly nodded. No problem. As long as there are tools and materials, I can repair any type of vehicle and even address electrical issues. Although it is said that different fields are like climbing mountains, AI Long had always possessed commendable practical skills. Electrical repair and vehicle modifications did not conflict for him. All right, you can go ahead with your tasks. We will return home with our private plane at the end of the month, as will Diao Wei. Rest assured, Yi Xiao, I am preparing, AI Long replied before taking his leave. Diao Wei called out to AI Long and turned to Yifan. Yi Xiao, having finished inspecting the armored vehicles, shall we visit the weapons depot? Du Bin, upon hearing this, was instantly elated. Let us go, let us go. We must see it. After all, it contains spoils capable of obliterating a small nation. I must witness it for myself. Diao Wei ushered Yifan and Du Bin into the Land Rover, resuming their discussion about the company's current status. After acquiring Taylor's channels, the daily intake of food, water from the water tower, minerals, and medical equipment had reached a staggering 100,000 tons. Continue gathering, the more, the better. Du Bin and I will be in the country for the next month. We must eliminate any wrongdoers we encounter. After all, those scoundrels would undoubtedly become even more rampant in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It was better to eradicate them outright. Understood, Yi Xiao. I have already set my sights on several targets. We will have news within 2 days at the latest. Taylor's weapons depot was even larger than Patrice's, boasting a more comprehensive array of weaponry. There were over 1,000 sets of body armor and gas masks, with thousands of sniper rifles, assault rifles, and handguns. The ammunition alone exceeded 100,000 rounds. Additionally, there were over 20,000 grenades, TNT, bombs, tear gas canisters, and flashbangs combined. No wonder Diao Wei claimed it was more than sufficient to bomb a small nation. With the weapons at hand, assembling an armed force of over 10,000 was certainly feasible. However, all of this would benefit Yifan. After touring the weapons depot, Yifan and Du Bin returned to the villa to rest. When Yifan awoke once more, it was already 6 in the evening. Just in time for dinner, he toyed with his phone, intending to check for urgent messages on WeChat before heading out for a meal. Just then, A spatial express delivery arrived from Yipanghai. Your friend Dad has sent you a cross-dimensional express delivery. Would you like to accept it? After clicking to accept, the familiar spatial briefcase reappeared before Yifan. Greetings, Commander. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the technical department, we have finally unraveled the secrets of infinite space. The portable space upgrade box has also met the requirements. However, due to the limitations of the purification water tower's materials, it can currently only accommodate 10 million tons and cannot be expanded further. Additionally, the purification water tower has been enhanced with several new features. The technical department had thoughtfully included a one-click water extraction function to facilitate Yifan's collection of seawater. Within 60 minutes, the purification water tower could be filled, making it incredibly convenient. Moreover, when Yifan needed drinking water or for technological purposes, he could activate a hidden switch to convert it into a shower or faucet mode. Infinite space. Yifan meticulously examined the interface, his eyes brimming with delight. The technical department was truly impressive. They had developed such cutting-edge technology within a month before the apocalypse. Could he now simply collect anything he encountered without worrying about running out of space? This was exhilarating, however. Yipanghai's mention of robots was not addressed by the head of the technical department, Min Zhan, suggesting that they were still under research. Yifan did not pursue the matter further and quickly upgraded his spatial ring and purification water tower using the upgrade box. 30 minutes later, gazing at the seemingly endless space, Yifan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With such a vast area available, he could indiscriminately stockpile resources. With this thought, Yifan eagerly messaged Jiao Wei. Hasten to locate the positions of those factions and aim to eliminate their strongholds within this month. I expect news within 3 days. Understanding that this matter could not be rushed, Yifan then proceeded to wash up. During the 2 days of waiting for news, Yifan and Du Bin occasionally went sea fishing. Especially after Yifan acquired infinite space, it felt akin to reaping a bountiful harvest. The 10 million ton purification water tower was filled to capacity. Over 1 million tons of seafood were being stuffed into the space as if they were worthless. When encountering larger fish, Yifan felt compelled to chase them down and stow them away. After 2 consecutive days, Yifan sent Yipanghai a shipment of 1 million tons of goods, including water, food, minerals, seafood, medicines, and daily necessities. Yigu. The flight has been arranged for tonight at 10. Alright, let us prepare to head back. Upon returning to the cruise ship, Yifan suddenly realized it was time for them to return. Resources still needed to be sent to Yipanghai. The following morning at 5, Yifan and Du Bin returned to the safe base. At precisely 6, Yipanghai sent a new message. Xiao Fan? The intelligent security steward and agricultural and ranching robots from the technical department have been dispatched to you. Remember to receive them. Yifan was somewhat surprised after reading the message. He had anticipated a delay in the delivery from the technical department. To his astonishment, they had managed to develop it in just 3 days. Finding an excuse to step out for supplies, Yifan returned with the intelligent security steward and the agricultural and ranching robots. Greetings, Commander. The full name of the intelligent security steward is the Ultra-Dimensional Monitoring Defense System, a super-intelligent robot created by humanity post-apocalypse to enhance labor productivity and technological prowess. All commands issued by you can be executed by the Ultra-Dimensional System. Furthermore, if relevant materials are available, the system can also autonomously perform technological upgrades, replacing the need for a maintenance technician. Due to the existence of cross-dimensional channels, the commander may also potentially communicate with the commander through the system in a non-interfering manner in the future. However, this technology is still under research and is expected to be implemented soon. Additionally, the medical department has prepared over 1,000 bottles of seed cultivation liquid for the commander. The seed cultivation liquid can enhance yield and taste, and all seeds treated with the liquid will retain its effects when subsequently used for sowing. Moreover, the system can fully coordinate the agricultural and ranching robots. The commander merely needs to issue commands to the system. The method to activate the system is, Min Zhan had remarkably written 2 pages of content. After reviewing the information, Yifan understood that the so-called intelligent security steward was merely a casual term from his father. The system's capabilities were extensive. From now on, Yifan could monitor all movements beyond several kilometers from the base. Not only that, but the system would also automatically verify the identity of incoming individuals, including iris and pupil verification, and monitor any unusual activity among internal personnel, placing everything under its surveillance. The future of cutting-edge technology is truly breathtaking. After Yifan expressed his amazement, He activated the hyperdimensional surveillance defense system following Minjan's instructions. In an instant, the spherical model transformed into a humanoid simulation robot, standing at half a meter tall. Its facial features and overall appearance were indistinguishable from those of a living person. System successfully initiated. Esteemed young commander, I am the hyperdimensional surveillance defense system. Please bestow a name upon me. The moment the system powered on, a mechanical voice filled the air. Huiyu, Yifan casually named it. Acknowledged. The name Huiyu has been deemed feminine. Altering appearance accordingly. As Huiyu spoke, her appearance and voice underwent a remarkable transformation. If the previous system resembled a mere simulation robot, the current Huiyu embodied the essence of a living being. She possessed a gentle and exquisite visage, a graceful figure, and a soft, melodious voice. Were it not for her slightly vacant gaze, one would hardly suspect her to be a robot. Alter your appearance. From this day forth, your persona shall be that of an aloof and regal femme fatale, Yifan commanded. Understood, young commander. Huiyu's form shifted once more, now clad in a deep blue qipao that accentuated her elongated silhouette, emanating an air of elegance and cold detachment. Yifan nodded in satisfaction and activated the farm's robots. The same spherical model morphed into two men with distinct appearances. The farm robot displayed a dark complexion and a hearty visage, while the ranch robot had a fairer skin tone, a robust build, and a square jaw imbued with a hint of ferocity. The farm robot was named a Hui, and the ranch robot was dubbed a Da. All robots would henceforth refer to me as young master. Understood, young master. Huiyu, a Hui, and Ada bowed respectfully. Let them commence their tasks. Certainly. A faint green light flickered in Huiyu's eyes as a Hui and Ada turned to enter the elevator. Young master, I have detected that our current technology is outdated and possesses the requisite materials for an upgrade to level 1 defense technology. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? The upgrade will take half a month and will enhance capabilities such as monitoring dynamic activities within a kilometer, satellite connectivity, security system upgrades, iris detection, energy storage enhancements, and advanced irrigation. Upgrade. Initiate the upgrade immediately. Yifan, having heard the details, promptly opted for the upgrade. Huiyu's eyes glowed with green light. Understood, young master. Huiyu will take her leave now. After Huiyu departed in the elevator, Dubin approached. Hey. Yigu, where did you find this stunning beauty? I thought you were just stepping out for a bit. What happened? Yifan shot him a glance. A client sent me several high-end robots. From now on, the farm will be managed by them. And as for that stunning beauty, her name is Huiyu, and she is also a robot. Yigu. If you don't want me to pursue girls, just say so. No need to be so indirect, and please, don't mention that Huiyu is a robot. I adore her aloof demeanor. It's simply exhilarating. Dubin was utterly unconvinced. Interrupting Yifan, he turned to seek Huiyu. Yifan, but I am speaking the truth. I hope Dubin doesn't regret this later. He is beyond persuasion now. Chapter 35. Dare to collect debts? Cut them all down. The following morning, having booked their flights, Yifan and Dubin flew abroad, deciding to return to the country every 5 days before the end of May. Yigu. Isn't 5 days a bit too long for us to return? Huiyu managing such a vast organization alone must be exhausting. Dubin remained entranced by Huiyu's beauty, bringing her up in every conversation. Yifan cast him a sidelong glance, ruthlessly shattering his plans. Not at all. Diawei has contacted at least 10 organizations, with a minimum of 3 possessing weapon caches, and the mineral resources are unknown. Are you certain you don't wish to investigate? Of course, we must investigate. Huiyu must have been chosen for a reason. When shall we take action, Yigu? The mention of weapon caches instantly altered Dubin's demeanor. Huiyu won't be running away from the base. But if we don't act soon regarding the weapon caches, they might just disappear. We shall act tonight. Yifan meticulously arranged the timeline, eager to gather more resources in the last month of the apocalypse. Be it weapons, food, or seeds, he intended to collect everything. Upon hearing this, Dubin slammed his foot on the accelerator, racing toward Diawei's location. That night, following Diawei's provided coordinates and information, Yifan and Dubin swiftly eliminated 2 rival factions. Amassing billions in food, tobacco, and pharmaceuticals, thousands of firearms, nearly 10,000 tons of container supplies, 50 military Humvees, 1 Predator, and several mineral sites. A truly monumental haul. However, Such a massive acquisition attracted the attention of numerous rival factions. In an instant, powers such as Patrice and Tyler withdrew, fearing to follow the path of the previous two factions. The underworld forces had become unusually subdued. The next morning, Diao Wei, having depleted his resources searching for several days, was infuriated upon learning the news. Wei Gu, who among you threw grenades as fireworks last night? Overnight, at least 5 of the 10 organizations I had my eye on vanished, and 3 have relocated. I can't even find their new hideouts. Had he known these two would be so reckless, he would have warned them to keep a low profile. As Jiao Wei recalled the information he had gathered, his heart ached. Yi Fan had anticipated this scenario. Of course, he had deliberately orchestrated it. After all, Hui Yu had updated the satellite system the night before. Since they were to play, they might as well play grandly. After enjoying Diao Wei's explosive reaction, Du Bin leisurely interjected, "Don't fret, Wei Xiao. The grenades were part of our plan. We are fully aware of where the factions you were monitoring have fled." Upon hearing this, Diao Wei's pupils widened in shock. "Yi Xiao, you know where they have gone?" Du Bin took the opportunity to boast. Not only does Yi Gu know their whereabouts, but he is also aware of the exact locations of all factions. "Whenever you wish, we can pay them a visit and dismantle their strongholds." The more he spoke, the prouder he became. All credit went to Hui Yu. Yet, it was rather peculiar for a girl to have such an affinity for generators. Truly, she was a woman worthy of Du Bin's admiration. "Wow, Yi Gu, could you share that information with me? I've gathered quite a bit of intel. We must not let any wrongdoers escape. Let us arrange everything." Diao Wei spoke excitedly, his eyes gleaming with evident ambition. With Patrice dismantled, many previously untouchable factions began to lower their profiles and seek closer cooperation with Diao Wei's family. If this continued, becoming the foremost family in the West was merely a matter of time. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Yi Fan casually replied. With Diao Wei's assistance, Yi Fan and Du Bin quickly initiated their hunting operation. The resources in their possession surged by approximately 100,000 tons daily. This zero-cost acquisition event was nearly overwhelming for the two of them. As time flew by, half a month passed. Hui Yu sent a report to Yi Fan in the form of a chat message. "Young Master, the safety base has been upgraded to Level 1 Defense Technology Building. Enhancing the safety factor of the base. It is advisable for the young master to begin stockpiling land and to gather medicinal herb seeds." Yi Fan, reading Hui Yu's message, felt a surge of delight within. The robots from a century after the apocalypse were incredibly efficient. Not only did they enhance the security and surveillance of the base, but Hui Yu also applied the post-apocalyptic spatial expansion technology to the base's water reservoir and storage facilities. While the surface of the base appeared unchanged, its internal capacity had doubled. "Hui Yu, what is the maximum level to which the safety base can be upgraded?" In response to the young master, the safety base can be divided into a total of 10 levels, with corresponding technology and materials increasing progressively. In the later stages, required items may involve meteorites, so please take note to gather them. "Gather meteorites? Aren't those the very culprits that turned humanity into zombies? Why would we want to collect such things?" Yi Fan voiced his confusion. Hui Yu responded. In reply to the young master, while meteorites indeed brought forth unknown and potent viruses, their threat has diminished significantly in the post-apocalyptic world. As long as the young master utilizes appropriate containment vessels for isolation, the old master will surely be pleased with the transcendent gift the young master provides. That was a rather sophisticated answer. Truly, a robot produced a century later. "Very well, you monitor the situation for now. Inform me of any suitable upgrade materials, and I shall handle the collection." "Understood, young master." After extinguishing his phone, Yi Fan allocated resources to Yi Penghai while casually inquiring about the meteorite collection process. Around 2 a.m., Yi Penghai finally replied. On the day of the apocalypse, meteorites fell, and although the outbreak of the zombie virus was severe, the initial evolution was minimal, and their movements were relatively slow. You can simply use cold weapons to decapitate the zombies. When the zombies become stronger or their numbers increase, you can throw explosives to eliminate them all at once. Collecting meteorites is indeed a challenge. The initial meteorites will spread the virus within 30 days, and without specialized tools, infection is highly probable. Fortunately, your inquiry was timely, and there is still time. The technology department will prepare specialized meteorite containment boxes by the end of May, and I will send you some serum at that time. By the way, has your base been upgraded? Yi Fan informed Yi Penghai about his promotion to the first-level technology building. "It's good that you've leveled up. Kid, take good care of your mother. After the apocalypse, we can have a proper chat. Thus, the conversation came to an end. Ye Fan stared at his phone screen, feeling that he could not afford to waste even a second. During the waiting period for the collection box on Yipanghai's side, Ye Fan deliberately shortened his return time. Aside from the necessary dispatch of supplies, he devoted all his energy to gathering resources. Before he knew it, only 3 days remained until the countdown to the apocalypse. The lost collection box and serum that Yipanghai had promised were also transmitted to Ye Fan. Hello, young commander. The meteorite collection box possesses excellent virus isolation capabilities. Use it. Simply activate the collection function with one click. All meteorites within a radius of 500 meters from the box will be collected. Please take care to ensure safety, and if injured, administer the serum immediately. This was the first time Min Zhan's message was so brief, clearly indicating that people a century later still harbored great apprehension towards the zombie virus. The following statement was penned by Li Yingyi, the head of the medical department. The serum for the zombie virus remains effective within 30 minutes for individuals bitten or scratched by zombies. The sooner it is administered, the better the effect. The longer the delay, the greater the risk of ineffectiveness. The medical department is striving for mass production of the serum. Please ensure safety. Signed, all members of the base. As he finished reading, Ye Fan's mood inevitably sank. What would happen when the apocalypse struck was a complete unknown. Even Yipanghai, who lived a century later, could not be certain. However, nearly a month of frenzied resource gathering had allowed Ye Fan to amass trillions of tons of supplies. Moreover, this did not even account for the stockpiled resources at the base. It was time to prepare for the return journey. Ye Fan cleared all the resources in Diao Wei's possession, bringing along Du Bin, Diao Wei, and several trusted aides, including AI Long, as they boarded a private plane to the outskirts of the safe base. The timing of their return was quite fortuitous. Just as they arrived at the perimeter of the base, they encountered a menacing group of individuals wielding iron rods. The leader was someone they recognized well, Yu Laren, who had previously lent them money. Young Master Yi, young Master Du, you've come at just the right time. There are only 2 days left until the end of May. Might I request an early repayment? Asking for money ahead of schedule? Wasn't he this extortion? Du Bin stepped forward, visibly displeased. Didn't we agree to repay on June 3rd? IVE never heard of a rule for early repayment in a loan. Yu Laren, seemingly unfazed by Du Bin's words, calmly explained the situation. This is how it works with legitimate banks. But we operate on high interest, so the rules are naturally different. Ye Fan found this amusing. So, their lack of legitimacy somehow made them right. All right, Du Bin, give them the money, Ye Fan declared. Both Du Bin and Yu Laren's expressions subtly shifted. One was puzzled by Ye Fan's apparent intent to publicly commit murder outside the base, while the other was astonished that Ye Fan actually had money to settle the debt. Were their calculations not in vain? Thinking of the ruthless individual backing Yu Laren, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Young Master Yi, due to your previous delay in paying the interest, our interest has now reached 3 trillion. Yu Laren's face darkened, but he still attempted to explain, hoping to dissuade Ye Fan and Du Bin. Unexpectedly, Ye Fan nodded. No problem, just tell me how much. Du Bin, pay them. All right, Ye go. I'll do it right away. Your mother sells. Are you trying to rob me of my money? Du Bin retorted, slapping Yu Laren across the face. In that instant, Diao Wei's men charged toward Yu Laren's thugs. In less than 3 minutes, the entire western suburbs were left devoid of anyone standing, save for Yu Laren. Du Bin lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling smoke into Yu Laren's face. Yu Laren, was it? You thought you could swindle me, Du? After a month of bloodshed, my killing intent has only intensified. With a slight change in his gaze, he managed to terrify Yu Laren. Young Master Du. Please, I merely follow Ye Fan send a portion of the remaining supplies to Yipanghai before finally lying back down to rest. This respite lasted until 7 in the evening. When he awoke, Du Fengyu and his spouse had already been invited by Du Bin to the safety base. Uncle Du, how is the company we established? Ye Fan invited Du Fengyu and his wife to the conference room. It had been quite some time since the couple had seen Ye Fan. After being shown around the base under Du Bin's guidance, they felt even more satisfied with Ye Fan, especially with the presence of Hui Yue, which delighted them immensely. To be frank, it seemed somewhat unfortunate for such a beautiful daughter-in-law to be matched with their son. Although Du Bin had yet to pursue her, it did not prevent them from making mental connections. Indeed, you have your father's flair for handling affairs, Du Fengyu praised. his eyes betraying a hint of joy. Speaking of which, do you still plan to hold the celebration for 2 more days? Is the company not operating? I heard you even gave the entire staff a holiday? The personnel involved with Yifan's company were far too numerous. During the brief 3 months he had been in charge, thousands of individuals had received the highest salaries in the industry. Yes, I have arranged for the warehouse to be cleared, and all transactions have reached a conclusion. Uncle Du and Auntie, please stay with us until the 2nd. My father has matters he wishes to discuss with you. This last statement was deliberately made by Yifan, though it was not entirely unfeasible. Only by witnessing the apocalypse firsthand could Yi Penghai truly grasp the reality of the situation. All right, we shall stay until then. The number of people at the 66th floor base was not large. Apart from the officially appointed Song Feiyue, Chun Bai, Chef Lin Siyu, Mechanic Ai Long, Warehouse Manager Old Li, Diao Wei and his group, and Du Bin's family of 3. The only others present were the 3 robots, Huiyue, a Hui, and Ada. Huiyue, prepare for the celebration. It would be a great opportunity for Diao Wei to get acquainted with Uncle Du and the others. Uncle Du, tonight we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. Yifan instructed Huiyue before turning to Du Fengyu with a smile. Having been a boss for many years, Du Fengyu was rarely addressed in such a manner by the younger generation. In a moment of nostalgia, he felt as though he had returned to years past, attending banquets with Yi Penghai. Had it not been for his support, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing today might have been someone else. Very well, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated, Du Fengyu replied emphatically, his wife Hong Qiaolon sitting beside him, beaming with joy at the sight of her spirited husband. Du Bin, please attend to Uncle and Auntie. Huiyue just messaged me that Ai Long's modified vehicle has arrived. I will go fetch it. Du Bin responded from a distance. Got it? Leave it to me. As it was a founding celebration, Huiyue naturally assisted Lin Siyu in preparing the meals. Ada and Hui were more than capable of handling the scene setup. With Huiyue's clear instructions, the 2 robots executed their tasks flawlessly. After placing 100 modified armored vehicles in the underground garage, Yifan also stored 50 Hummers, 50 Land Rovers, and additional vehicles such as Predators therein. Thanks to Huiyue's earlier implementation of space expansion technology, even more vehicles could fit, saving Yifan considerable effort. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, the celebration commenced. Under Huiyue's arrangements, the banquet appeared extraordinarily upscale. A 2-meter-long table was laden with a plethora of delectable dishes. Du Bin and Diao Wei approached Huiyue with bottles of vodka they had acquired from an unknown source, eager to strike up a conversation. Meanwhile, Song Feiyue, Chun Bai, and Ai Long gathered together, munching on food while chatting amiably. Watching the lively young people, Du Fengyu and his wife chose to sit on the sofa, sweetly conversing with one another. Observing this scene, Yifan felt a slight discomfort in his stomach. One must not underestimate the emotional toll of being force-fed affection by middle-aged individuals. Du Bin, with a glass in hand, exuberantly approached Yifan, eyes brimming with excitement. Brother Yi, as the host of this celebration, you simply cannot abstain from drinking. Come, let us fill our glasses. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Commander Song, Commander Qin, Diao Wei, Ai Long, everyone should join us for a drink. Du Bin excelled at enlivening the atmosphere, transforming the relatively small gathering into a lively affair. Even Du Fengyu and his wife found themselves indulging in a fair amount of alcohol under his encouragement. That night, Yifan and his companions toasted and exchanged drinks, reveling in the final day before the apocalypse. June 1 SD, 12:00 a.m. The world was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 36, The Apocalypse Descends. At 6 in the morning, several unidentified meteors streaked through the atmosphere, igniting in a blaze of heat as they descended with alarming speed. The violent tremors roused countless individuals from their slumber. Du Bin, still feeling the effects of the previous night's revelry, hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Glancing at the thin blanket draped over him, he then looked at his parents sprawled on the sofa, and at Song Feiyue, Chun Bai, and others lying on the floor. He hurriedly called out to everyone, "Wake up! An earthquake has occurred. Get up quickly!" Yifan had awakened at the very onset of the tremors. Huiyue, connect to the satellite and activate the projection. Huiyue nodded slightly, and as her eyes flickered, a virtual projection materialized before everyone. As the imagery shifted, the harrowing reality of the post-apocalyptic world unfolded for all to witness. Countless meteors plummeted, creating craters that rendered buildings unrecognizable. Power lines and other electrical infrastructure lay shattered or severed. Those unable to escape could only watch helplessly as meteors descended upon them, resulting in instant death. As Du Bin and the others beheld this scene, their minds fell into a state of utter blankness. What was this vision? The apocalypse. The meteor showers continued from 6 in the morning until noon. Claiming countless lives, Du Bin sat in stunned silence, a wave of trepidation and panic washing over him. How could this happen? This cannot be real, right, Brother Yi? Du Bin looked up at Yi Fan, seeking confirmation. However, Hui Yue quickly shattered his hopes. What you are witnessing is indeed real. The apocalypse has arrived. With the emergence of a new projection, the brutal reality of the apocalypse was vividly displayed through the high-definition cameras of drones. The cries of women, the wails of men, the screams of children, and the explosions of ignited vehicles echoed around them. Scenes that could only be found in films now unfolded in stark reality. As the eldest among them, Du Fengyu, who had seen much of the world, took a deep breath and formulated a terrifying hypothesis. Xiao Fan, did you know about this long ago? Not exactly early. Uncle.its not that I intended to hide it from you, but this matter cannot be explained. Just like the doomsday warning he had issued earlier. Among those who had seen the post, how many truly believed it? Du Fengyu nodded, his expression complex. Diao Wei, Song Feiyue, Chen Bai, and the others felt similarly mixed emotions. It was no wonder Yi Fan had initially provided such generous employee benefits. If they had witnessed the apocalypse and still failed to understand that he was concerned for their safety, that would be truly foolish. Ai Long, realizing he had once again been saved by Yi Fan, knelt on the ground in gratitude, exclaiming, Brother Yi, thank you. You have saved my life once more. What can I do in this lifetime to repay your kindness? From being rescued from the shipping container to the onset of the apocalypse, Ai Long was overwhelmed with gratitude. Du Fengyu gazed at his wife and son, his eyes brimming with relief and fear. Indeed, Xiao Fan, we owe you so much. Otherwise, our family of 3 would have faced a tragic separation. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Du, you are too kind. Were it not for your support, I would not have been able to establish the base and gather such supplies. However, we now face an even more pressing dilemma. Yi Fan turned to Hui Yue. Responding to her master's cue, Hui Yue adjusted the projection. Suddenly, corpses lying silently on the ground jolted upright and lunged toward a nearby screaming woman. It was like a domino effect, with more and more people rising from the ground. They would bite and pounce on anyone in their vicinity. All those bitten by these creatures transformed into grotesque beings, zombies. How could this happen? Lin Xiyu gasped, covering her mouth in fear. As her words fell, the room plunged back into silence. The base's supplies, including clothing and other essentials, were sufficient for Yi Fan and the others to survive for over 100 years. Even accounting for the provisions in Yi Fan's space, they could comfortably retreat within the base for 200 years. Yet, would zombies not evolve? They would. Moreover, they had no idea how terrifying the evolution of zombies could become. This was the reason Yi Fan referred to the situation as troublesome. As you can see, a highly dangerous zombie virus is spreading across the world, and it may become even more formidable. While our base's defenses appear adequate, many necessary technical upgrades and materials are still lacking. Therefore, I plan to stockpile more usable supplies and resources while the zombies are still relatively weak. I will accompany you. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Du Bin, Song Feiyue, Chen Bai, Ai Long, and Du Fengyu's couple all chimed in. Even Lin Xiyu, albeit fearfully, expressed her willingness. Yi Fan was pleased to see Du Fengyu, Ai Long, and Lin Xiyu showing clarity and courage in their expressions. Du Bin, Song Feiyue, and Chen Bai were not ordinary individuals. They could easily take a life without flinching. Conversely, Du Fengyu and his wife, Ai Long, and Lin Xiyu had never undergone any specialized training. If they were too afraid to even consider confronting zombies, the ensuing problems would be significant. After all, in Yi Fan's vision, every member of the team must possess a certain level of combat capability. Last night, everyone had indulged in a bit of drink, and it seems their current state is likely not as good as mine and Du Bin's. We shall venture out today to assess the situation. Once Ai Long replaces the Humvee's glass with bulletproof glass, we can proceed with a full team operation. As for training, that responsibility will fall to Song Feiyue and Chen Bai, who will be the instructors for everyone moving forward. Yi Fan spoke eloquently, his calm demeanor inadvertently soothing the slight unease among the group. Song Feiyue and Chen Bai exchanged glances and smiled as they chimed in. Leave the training to us. We were instructors in the military. However, we might be a bit strict, so don't complain later. With a hint of humor, they added, though we are a bit older now and may lack in physical prowess, we assure you we won't hold anyone back. Du Fengyu also sought to lighten the mood by cracking a joke. Lin Siyu, not one to be outdone, remarked, I may not be skilled in fighting, but I excel in first aid. With proper training, I could handle zombie slaying just fine. AI Long scratched his head, a hint of shyness evident on his face. I'm not great at fighting either, but I can repair vehicles. You can leave electrical issues to me. Of course, I lag behind in physical fitness. Once the conversation flowed, the atmosphere brightened considerably. Yi Fan nodded with a smile, saying, regarding physical fitness, rest assured, I have acquired some special potions from my father that can enhance our abilities. Lifting several hundred pounds will feel like child's play. Upon hearing this, Song Feiyue and Chen Bai could only helplessly facepalm. It was no wonder Du Bin had been utterly exhausted on his first day at the team, only to bounce back the next day with seemingly boundless energy, even taking the time to tease his teammates. Now it all made sense. Du Bin proudly raised his chin, unashamed of his dubious advantages. That's right, but who told you I'm Yi Ji's brother? Throughout the entire exchange, Diao Wei and his confidants had remained silent. Only when the banter among the group began did he slowly speak up. Yi Gu, thank you for saving me and my brothers. We'll definitely contribute to the collection of supplies. Du Bin, carefree as ever, approached Diao Wei and patted him on the shoulder, grinning, Diao Wei, now you understand how formidable my brother Yi is. From now on, call me Bin Gu, and I'll look out for you. Diao Wei's lips twitched slightly. This guy never failed to be insufferable. Perhaps it would be better for my men to protect you? Though Diao Wei did not verbally express his gratitude, he held it in his heart, and it had nothing to do with Du Bin. As his words fell, several of his trusted subordinates stepped forward decisively. Du Bin exclaimed in surprise as he engaged with them. These were individuals accustomed to the razor's edge of life, their strikes neither overly fierce nor gentle. Not only did Du Bin join in the fray, but even Diao Wei became embroiled in the skirmish. Lin Siyu, watching with concern, was about to intervene when she was stopped by Hong Qiaolon, who said, let them vent their emotions. The world has suddenly changed, and everyone is feeling the weight of it. Although everyone tacitly avoided speaking of despair, the unforeseen calamity still caught them off guard. Diao Wei understood Du Bin's intentions, and thus the interactions were intentionally restrained with a hint of rivalry. Yi Fan called to Ada and a Hui to clear the surrounding area, then turned to Lin Siyu, saying, why don't you go prepare some food? I think these guys will be hungry soon. Let them express their emotions freely. It's beneficial for everyone. Lin Siyu nodded and turned to assist Hong Qiaolon in the kitchen. After arranging lunch, Yi Fan looked to Song Feiyue and Chen Bai, inquiring, with the special potion to enhance physical fitness, how long until we can train a capable team? The quickest would be 3 days. Given Lin Siyu and the others' temperament, which seems quite promising, if we accelerate the training, I believe they could be ready in 2 days. Once they get accustomed to combat, becoming stronger is merely a matter of time. It must be said that Yi Fan had a keen eye for selecting individuals. Not to mention the eldest, Du Fengyu and his wife. Even the seemingly delicate Lin Siyu possessed a resilient character. As long as she dared to strike when facing an enemy, victory or defeat would be determined at that moment. All right, then it's up to you. Once we return, we should prioritize everyone's physical training. Yi Fan, knowing Du Bin was trained by these two, understood their teaching capabilities. Upon hearing this, Song Feiyue and Chen Bai felt greatly reassured. It was clear that Yi Fan genuinely cared for each individual, ensuring no one was favored over another. Once physical fitness is enhanced, let us prepare for relevant training. Collecting supplies is urgent. We must strive to secure resources before others do. After finalizing the training matters, Yi Fan turned to Hui Yu and asked, can the training room be upgraded? Hui Yu's eyes brightened as she nodded. Yes, the ordinary training room can be upgraded to a 3-fold gravity training room. And we can also upgrade the equipment for speed and strength testing. Very well, let us proceed with the upgrade. After Hui Yu departed to execute the order, Yi Fan's gaze shifted to AI Long. The 20-year-old youth, observing Du Bin and Diao Wei venting their emotions, felt a twinge of envy. AI Long was somewhat introverted and not adept at communicating with others. He only exhibited youthful enthusiasm when discussing his repair expertise. AI Long, how long will it take to modify the Humvee's glass? His space still held nearly 100 military Humvees scavenged, so there was no worry about running short. However, Yi Fan naturally wished to conserve resources. To modify a Humvee with bulletproof glass, I will need about an hour and a half. Ye Fan nodded slightly. All right, then start by modifying one Humvee's glass. In the future, more new members may join the base. And those individuals could be either foes or friends. Until we ascertain their intentions, I hope everyone at the base can improve together. It's all right if you're not skilled in communication. Everything can be addressed gradually. But combat capability must keep pace. In this apocalyptic world, human intentions are unpredictable. If there's anything you can't approach Du Bin about, feel free to come to me. AI Long nodded appreciatively, his face again brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Ye Good. I'll go modify the Humvee right away. All right, I'll have Hui Yu call you when it's time for dinner. Okay. AI Long took the elevator straight to the top floor. Ada and Hui seized the opportunity to gather the decorations from yesterday and put them away in the warehouse. Oldley, responsible for guarding the warehouse, had drunk quite a bit the previous day and was still asleep, clearly quite intoxicated. Considering his age, everyone tacitly refrained from disturbing him. An hour slipped by swiftly, and mealtime arrived. The bruised and battered Du Bin, Diao Wei, and the others followed the crowd to the dining hall. The home-cooked dishes laid out on the table brought tears to several eyes. Who would have imagined that these seemingly ordinary dishes would become rare delicacies on future tables? At the 2-meter-long dining table, Du Fengyu and his family occupied the left side, while Diao Wei, Song Feiyue, Chen Bai, and 4 of their trusted subordinates sat on the right. The empty seat at the head of the table was clearly left intentionally for Yi Fan. AI Long had instructed Hui Yu to bring food to the top floor, so Yi Fan, sitting at the head, addressed the group. Let us eat first. As he spoke, everyone officially began their meal. After lunch, Yi Fan and Du Bin sought out the largest mountaineering backpack, selecting 4 durable long knives and a fire axe from the weaponry storage before taking the elevator to the top floor. When they arrived, AI Long had completed the modifications. Ye Gu, Du Gu, the modifications are done. I've also stored spare fuel in the vehicle. As long as the tires remain intact, we should be fine for the round trip. Good. Make sure to eat well. We're heading out to gather supplies. AI Long glanced at the half-finished meal. All right. Ye Good. I'll finish eating and then go learn from Song Gu and the others. Within the base, there was a local area network, with its stability primarily maintained by Hui Yu. Only within this base could mobile phones function as they did before the apocalypse. Once outside the base, communication would rely solely on walkie-talkies. The modified green military Humvee drove out of the base. Sitting in the passenger seat, Du Bin gazed at the shattered ground and the dilapidated buildings, engaging Yi Fan in a low-toned conversation as if chatting idly. If one listened closely, they could detect a quaver in his voice. Ye Gu, what do you think caused the world to change so suddenly? Their location in the western suburbs was somewhat remote, fortunate enough to evade the densest meteorite impact zones. However, once they ventured beyond that stretch, the obstructing meteorites, crumbling structures, flesh-eating zombies, and the ubiquitous cries of despair were chilling reminders of the apocalypse. Yi Fan deployed the meteorite collection box, allowing it to autonomously explore nearby meteorites. Tio synchronized with the collection speed. He deliberately slowed the vehicle. Noticing Du Bin's mood was evidently not quite right, he gently replied, who knows? At the very least, we who have managed to survive in this world are quite remarkable. According to the data provided by Hui Yu, the global mortality rate from the meteorite impacts reached a staggering 60%, and the number of individuals turning into zombies soared to 30%. The remaining 40% of humanity was gradually succumbing to the transformation into zombies. In light of this, one might ponder that our survival signifies the future of humanity. Much like how you once envied ancient emperors with their harems, now we have ample reason to strive for life and reproduction. The responsibility is indeed weighty. Du Bin was momentarily silenced by Yi Fan's unique perspective. To his surprise, he found Yi Fan's words to be quite reasonable. Adjusting his emotions, he prepared to enter the city, but before doing so, he felt compelled to remind you of one crucial point. Do not let your compassion overwhelm you. This is the apocalypse, a stark contrast to the past. Any attempt from those who seek to draw near to us could very well end with a dagger in our backs. Those who indulge in moral coercion, those who speak with insincerity, should be eliminated without hesitation. Keeping such individuals alive is a waste of resources better spent elsewhere. If we encounter zombies, there is no need to panic. Their Achilles heel is their brains. As long as we can sever their heads, all will be well. Having conveyed this, Yi Fan drove slowly into the city limits, in stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of the pre-apocalyptic world. The once crowded city had swiftly descended into a nightmarish hellscape. Occasionally, one could spot ragged figures sprawled on the ground, their bodies marred and bloodied. As the vehicle advanced, an increasing number of zombies and corpses came into view for both Yifan and Du Bin. Occasionally, desperate survivors attempted to flag down the Hummer, but they were summarily ignored. "Brother Yi, there's a service station up ahead. Should we take a look?" After traveling approximately 1,000 meters, a sizable service station came into view. A combination of a convenience store and a gas station, its contents remarkably intact, albeit devoid of power. Yifan nodded. "All right, I'll retrieve a spare fuel canister from the back," since they were out scavenging for supplies. Huiyu naturally ensured that Yifan was well equipped with potentially necessary tools, and the fuel canister was among them. "All right, I'll assess the situation first. Brother Yi, you should hurry and catch up." Du Bin, wielding a fire axe, led the way. The store's entrance featured automatic glass doors, and with a desire to test his mettle against the zombies, Du Bin smashed through the glass with a single blow. However, as the door shattered, a woman's terrified scream echoed from within. "Who is it? Come out immediately!" Du Bin rubbed his ears, irritated, and shouted. As soon as he spoke, the woman stood up, her face alight with surprise. "Du Bin? Is that you? Where's Yifan?" Upon closer inspection, Du Bin realized that the woman was none other than Lu Annie, the one who had previously spread rumors that Yifan was infatuated with her. "What does it matter where Brother Yi is? Who are those two beside you?" Du Bin replied, his patience wearing thin. The two men accompanying Lu Annie wore expressions of discomfort. "Who is this man? What is your relationship with him?" The tone in Lu Annie's voice was laced with insinuation, prompting Du Bin to roll his eyes in exasperation. How unfortunate it was to encounter such trifles while out gathering supplies. He is Lu Annie attempted to feign ignorance, but Du Bin swiftly drew a handgun and aimed it at her. "You spread rumors about Brother Yi, and I let that slide. Now you're trying to tarnish my name? Speak up, tell them what our relationship is, playing both sides while fishing for compliments." The world had ended, and she dared to test his patience. Du Bin's mood, already sour, became increasingly irritable due to Lu Annie's provocations. With fear evident on her face, Lu Annie quickly stammered, "I have no relationship with Du Bin. We are merely classmates." After this admission, she adopted a pitiable expression. "Du Bin, I see you have plenty of weapons. Could you lend us a few? You came here by car, right? You must have seen those monsters. They're all devouring people. It's terrifying. Just think of it as doing a good deed." Before Lu Annie could finish her plea, Yifan, who had just arrived at the convenience store entrance, decisively fired a shot. Why listen to her drivel? We could use this time to gather more supplies. With that, Yifan skillfully opened the counter door and retrieved a usable magnetic card to access the gasoline. "All right, Brother Yi, you carry on. I've got this covered." Du Bin nodded in agreement, a detached smile gracing his lips as he dispatched the two unfamiliar men with a couple of well-placed blows from his axe. He realized that anyone associating with Lu Annie was unlikely to be of good character. It was foolish to waste time with her when they could be scouring for supplies. Yifan intentionally delayed a bit to allow the meteorite collection box to gather nearby meteorites. However, as they had arrived relatively early, the convenience store still held a plethora of items, and they soon filled the Hummer to capacity. Looking at the remaining goods in the store, Du Bin expressed his regret. "If only we had brought our truck. By the time we return, all this would have been taken." Yifan chuckled softly, offering some reassurance. "At least we've secured a full load of supplies. Let's leave some for others." Convinced by this rationale, Du Bin exited the convenience store with his fully packed backpack. Before leaving, Yifan cast a final glance at the store's surroundings, and as he turned to depart, all remaining items within the store vanished without a trace. Chapter 37. A frenzied scavenging of supplies. When Yifan and his companion returned to the base in their fully loaded Hummer, the underground garage door automatically swung open, and Huiyu's figure soon appeared before them. "Welcome back, young master." Huiyu had already connected to the satellite and was well aware of Yifan's every move. As soon as he returned home, the system steward was ready to greet its master. Ailong, also in the underground garage, smiled upon seeing the two return. "Brother Yi, Brother Bin, you're back. I've just finished modifying a Hummer. You can use it for now, and I'll handle the heavy lifting." Ailong, experienced in car modifications and repairs, possessed strength beyond that of an average person. Yifan shook his head. "No need. Let Ada and Ahui take care of these tasks in the future. Ada and Ahui were robots known for their high efficiency. Under Huiyu's command, these two robots could serve as cleaners and movers, proving to be highly versatile and convenient. All right, I'll head off to train with Chunbai and the others. After handing the keys to Huiyu, Ailong departed for the 66th floor. The notion of taking gene serum after training was proposed by Huiyu, as the human body, when extremely fatigued, would greatly enhance the serum's effects. Of course, this was only applicable to diluted gene serums. Undiluted serums, due to their potent effects, could impose a tremendous shock on the body, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences if the user was overly fatigued. If Yifan had fainted or exhibited weakness during his first experience with the gene serum, it could have resulted in dire consequences. All right, off to train then. Yifan nodded, watching as Ailong enter the elevator. Turning to Huiyu, he instructed, handle the dilution of the gene serum. Ensure everyone receives it in 10 doses. Out of the 10 bottles of serum sent by Yipeng Hai, 8 remained. Including Old Li, there were a total of 11 individuals. Considering this, Yifan messaged Yipeng Hai to send more gene serum. Huiyu's eyes briefly glimmered with a fleeting light as she sensed the 8 additional bottles of gene serum beneath the Hummer. Understood, young master. Du Bin, observing Huiyu's cold demeanor and willingness to obey Yifan, felt a mix of envy and admiration. Huiyu, next time, don't just welcome Brother Yi. Welcome me too. Huiyu, being an advanced system, promptly responded to what seemed to be idle chatter. Turning her gaze toward Du Bin, she paused for 2 seconds before replying, very well, young master Du, welcome back. Du Bin's face broke into a broad smile. Rolling up his sleeves and tousling his hair, he struck a confident pose. All right then, just wait here at the base. I'll go out and bring back even more supplies. Reflecting on the 10,000 supplies amassed by him and Yifan over the past 3 months, Du Bin felt an overwhelming joy. While others trembled at the world's transformation, they were already out scavenging for resources. While others battled zombies for their daily meals, their base was already well stocked with meat. Equipped with ample resources and weapons, who could rival their audacity in this new world? Very well, young master. Please bring back even more supplies to fill the entire base warehouse. Du Bin waved his hand dismissively. Leave it to me. With Huiyu's encouragement, Du Bin shed his earlier gloom, his spirit rejuvenated. He even volunteered to take on the role of driver. Come on, Brother Yi, let us go gather supplies and slay some zombies. Du Bin deliberately put on a show in front of Huiyu. Upon hearing this, Huiyu added, if you encounter zombies with special items in their brains, I suggest you collect them. Those are zombie cores, which can be transformed and absorbed through special methods for your own use. Zombie cores? No way. I thought those only existed in movies. What can they do? Can they really help one evolve? Du Bin exclaimed, astonished. Huiyu nodded. Indeed, they can. However, low-level zombies rarely possess cores. Roughly 1 in 100,000 might have one. Currently, with the zombie virus just emerging, most zombies are only at level 1, evolving slowly, and the probability of encountering cores is merely 10%. As zombies evolve to level 2 or above, the emergence of zombie cores will also gradually increase, consequently heightening the level of danger. The drop rate for zombie cores of level 2 and above will escalate to within 50,000. With the enhancement of zombie levels, some of them may awaken intelligence or ascend to become zombie kings capable of commanding other zombies. Huiyu's explanation left Du Bin feeling somewhat uneasy. On their way back, they had encountered those zombies. Although level 1 zombies pose little threat to them, the prospect of facing level 2 or higher, especially the zombie king, was truly terrifying. All right, we will keep an eye out. Yifan nodded, turning to take a seat in the passenger seat. Du Bin, realizing the urgency, hurried after him. Hey, Yigu, wait for me. Why the rush? Before parting, Du Bin made sure to turn and bid farewell to Huiyue. Huiyue, I'm off now. We'll return next time. The Hummer roared away as the base's gates slowly closed. Huiyue slightly opened her right hand, drawing the gene potion from beneath the Hummer, before she turned and entered the elevator. Meanwhile, the Hummer, speeding away from the western suburbs, encountered a horde of zombies for the first time. These zombies had transformed remarkably quickly. After all, there weren't many people in the suburbs. Du Bin stared in shock and disbelief at the dozens of stumbling zombies approaching them. Just an hour ago, they had only seen 1 or 2 stragglers. Now, they were facing a horde. Furthermore, the meteorite they had previously encountered had vanished without a trace. Let us just run them over. These creatures are no longer human. Du Bin quickly responded, slamming the gas pedal to the floor. All right, consider it a game of bowling. In an instant, the roaring engine drew the attention of the zombies, who swiftly rushed toward the Hummer. Within moments, the nearly 3-ton vehicle crushed its way through the horde. In less than 2 minutes, dozens of zombies had been reduced to a gruesome smear. Goo. Let us check if there are any zombie cores. What if we find some? Despite being a wealthy second generation, Dubin couldn't resist the allure of a potential windfall. The thrill of such surprises was simply irresistible. He hoped for more of such luck to come their way. All right, let us take a look. Fan, equally intrigued by the existence of zombie cores, got out of the car as well. The two of them used their long knives to poke open a few intact skulls, confirming the absence of cores before parting ways. Remember to slow down a bit when we enter the city. The number of zombies has increased, and there will likely be even more in the downtown area. We should avoid inadvertently stumbling into a horde and causing unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, Yigu. I'll be careful, Dubin assured as he eased off the accelerator. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan tossed out the meteorite collection box. On his first outing, he had managed to collect only 5 meteorites, somewhat slow, but progress could be made gradually. However, the number of zombies was rapidly increasing like a snowball. Safety had to be their top priority. The Hummer arrived at the service station they had previously reached. Dubin had intended to raid for supplies, but upon glancing inside, he realized that the resources had long been cleared out. Damn, who acted so quickly? A convenience store this large, and they left nothing for those behind. Looking back, we were too generous, Dubin grumbled. Fan raised an eyebrow, also feeling that their slow pace in gathering supplies was proving to be a challenge. He then pulled out his phone to message Huiyue, inquiring, can the space expansion technology be applied to vehicles? Huiyue replied, yes, young master. The expansion space varies based on the material. Which vehicle would you like to expand? Let's start with the modified Hummer and mark it accordingly. Huiyue responded, understood, young master. Dubin noticed Yifan's actions of opening the chat interface and his eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, Yigu, your phone still works outside the base? Isn't there no signal out here? They had activated the local area network within the base during mealtime, but Huiyue had explicitly informed them that it could only be used inside the base. Thus, Dubin was astonished by Yifan's actions. This phone was given to me by my dad. The material is somewhat special. There is only one in the world, and its main advantage is that it can communicate with the base and send out distress signals. Yifan's phone was made of ordinary material, but the tech department had expended considerable effort to link it with a world a century ahead, endowing it with the unique ability to function without modern signals. Huiyue had also upgraded the phone system and hardware at Yipenghai's request. The materials used were indeed unparalleled. Dubin exclaimed in admiration, it's all thanks to Uncle Yi. To have such an amazing phone is incredible. Now we can communicate with the base while outside, ensuring our safety. Indeed, I just browsed some forums, and many people are still active online. I heard some regions have not been hit by meteorites. And water resources, networks, and electricity are still functioning normally. Those folks are truly fortunate. Yifan tucked his phone into his pocket. On the screen, which he had failed to turn off in time, Post's warning of the apocalypse continued to update. 10086. What the hell is going on? Is this really the apocalypse? 10087. Oh no, June 1st is the end of the world. The original poster wasn't lying. Thank goodness I stocked up on food. 10088. I thought it was better to be safe than sorry, so I hoarded some supplies. Thank goodness I did. It's terrifying out there. People are being eaten. 10089. Who are those people? They're zombies. I saw someone die and come back to life in an instant. 10090. I saw it too. Their blood turned green. Panic was spreading rapidly across the forums, with many users posting for Yifan's advice. However, having endured countless insults, Yifan chose not to respond. After a moment of silence, Dubin remarked, those people are truly lucky. Meteorites had claimed countless lives and destroyed numerous buildings. They had witnessed the largest meteorite in the projections, which had obliterated entire houses in Jiangxing. The moment the meteorite struck, water and electricity had been cut off. Those who had never experienced despair could not comprehend the fortune of living in a place with water and electricity during an apocalypse. Indeed, luck is on their side. As they approached the city entrance, Yifan cautioned, stay alert. If we encounter zombies, we run them over. If we come across strangers, ignore them, and be prepared to shoot if necessary. We grab the supplies and make a swift exit. Concerned that Dubin might hesitate, Yifan emphasized the point. Dubin nodded, understood, preparing to enter the city. The Hummer rolled into the urban area, where buildings lay in ruins from meteorite impacts, iron areas that had not been struck. Corpses were strewn about haphazardly. The horde of zombies, drawn by the sound of the engine, was steadily growing. Wow, we've just reached the city's edge, and there's already a horde of several hundred zombies. If we venture further into the city, we could be facing thousands. What are we going to do? Dubin lamented as he observed the approaching horde. Still managing to express his frustration to Yifan, he had witnessed even more formidable displays abroad. He wouldn't flinch at a few hundred zombies, let alone thousands. However, the thought that these creatures would continue to evolve and become increasingly troublesome gnawed at him. We can just blast them with explosives. There are plenty of them, no shortage at all. Let us hurry and run them over. They're just an eyesore. Why Yifan didn't he boast? They truly had more than enough explosives. All right, but Yi Gu, where to next? Should we go to the supermarket? They had enough food, but stockpiling solely provisions felt insufficient. In a supermarket. Let us head to the hospital first. Wai Yifan had ample medicine and supplies. But there was still a gap in medical personnel. He intended to visit the hospital to see if there was a suitable doctor to recruit. If not, he would scavenge the medical supplies instead. Additionally, at Hueyu's suggestion, he had gathered hundreds of tons of medicinal herb seeds and cultivation soil. Once they had the time, he would ask Hueyue to upgrade the base, specifically allocating a floor for cultivating herbs. Yi Penghai had also mentioned that they had plenty of nutrient solutions for the seeds, so they could share the cultivated herbs with his side later. The hospital? That's indeed a splendid idea. Let us go. The Hummer sped towards the largest hospital in the city center. Any zombies that appeared along the way were swiftly dispatched as Dubin pressed the accelerator. Soon, they arrived outside the hospital, where wandering zombies were slowly approaching the vehicle. Dubin efficiently turned off the engine, picked up his machete, and dispatched each zombie with precision. Wai Yifan followed suit, quickly clearing the encroaching zombies. He tossed an MP3 player he had scavenged, pressed play, and set it down a short distance away. In a world where one may encounter hell, I do not cry. I have already lost my dignity to give up. The song was surprisingly fitting for the moment. With so many points of contention, Dubin abandoned his urge to critique and quickened his pace, joining Yifan as they stepped through the hospital doors. Thanks to the MP3 thrown by Yifan, which drew the attention of the zombies, most of them have been lured away. The few straggling zombies pose no greater challenge to the two than slicing through a watermelon. The hospital in the city center consists of two buildings. One serves as an outpatient clinic for patients seeking medical attention, while the adjacent structure is dedicated to inpatient care. Brother Yi, let us split up, suggested Dubi In. In addition to gathering medicine, is there anything else you wish to acquire? The hospital houses a plethora of items, and even if they plan to relocate, it will depend on the circumstances. The space within the Hummer is ample, yet not excessively so. You should head to the inpatient building and prioritize collecting supplies. If you encounter any doctors skilled in herbal medicine or fields like internal medicine, surgery, or cardiology, we could recruit them for our base. As for any morally dubious individuals, we should eliminate them without hesitation to save time. Nightfall approaches swiftly. Several hours have passed since they finished their meal, and if they continue to dawdle, darkness will likely descend upon them. Understood, replied Yifan. Dubin turned and made his way to the other building. The inpatient facility was significantly taller than the outpatient clinic, though it mostly housed the elderly, infirm, and those suffering from debilitating conditions. Should he encounter anyone in a state worse than death, Dubin would be inclined to grant them a merciful end. In the apocalyptic world, living in such a state is akin to enduring a living hell. Wai Yifan ventured alone into the inpatient department. The receptionist, once adorned in hospital attire and a cap, had transformed into a zombie. Due to the primitive nature of these zombies, lacking any intelligence and unable to see clearly, she could only wander within the confines of the front desk area. Stripped of her vitality, her ashen visage and vacant gaze still exuded a peculiar charm. After dispatching the receptionist zombie, Yifan opened the front desk drawer and collected anything of use, hastily stowing it away in his spatial pocket. He could always discard the useless items later. The first floor yielded little of value apart from the front desk. After casually tossing a photocopier into his space, Yifan ascended to the second floor, which was designated for registration and consultation. He made a beeline for the office of the outpatient doctors. Any doctor who had not yet succumbed to zombification was swiftly dealt with by Yi Fan. After securing disinfectants, pills, and other essentials into his pocket, he continued his relentless ascent. The third floor and above were filled with departments such as obstetrics, neurosurgery, and cardiovascular surgery. Apart from pillaging the doctor's offices, Yi Fan also seized various advanced medical equipment. He diligently collected everything of value, from surgical tables to instruments, leaving no useful item behind. After approximately 2 hours of thorough searching, he finally cleared all 17 floors. His spatial pocket was filled to capacity, and his backpack was also brimming with supplies. When Yi Fan descended, Dubin had yet to emerge. Without the aid of spatial storage, Dubin naturally could not match Yi Fan's efficiency in gathering resources. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan returned to the inpatient department. Dubin, known for his boldness and meticulous nature, typically executed tasks with remarkable efficiency. Upon reaching the first floor, Yi Fan observed that all the staff members who had turned into zombies lay lifeless on the ground. The precise nature of their demise suggested a swift conclusion. The inpatient department presented a tableau of human suffering. As Yi Fan glanced into one of the patient rooms, he witnessed a frail, elderly zombie. Its hair thinning and a breathing apparatus strapped to its face, lying atop a young, motionless zombie riddled with wounds. Surrounding the young figure were numerous corpses, including patients in hospital gowns and suited youths who had come to visit their relatives. It was a veritable hellscape. With a sigh, Yi Fan collected the functional breathing apparatus and stored it in his pocket. With Hueyue's expertise, these machines could potentially be repaired for future use. If not, they could be repurposed as valuable resources. Aside from these cumbersome devices, he also rifled through some of the patients' cabinets. It must be said, Dubin excelled in this regard. Every cabinet he opened was empty, a testament to his thoroughness in looting. With 2 hours remaining before darkness enveloped the land, and the inpatient building comprising only around 20 floors, even at a leisurely pace, they would have ample time to return. Yi Fan took his time, methodically sweeping through each floor. In less than 10 minutes, he reached the 15th floor, where he fortuitously encountered Dubin. "Brother Yi, your timing is impeccable. I've run into a bit of trouble," Dubin said, puffing on a cigarette as he stood at the door. A patient zombie in a hospital gown sprawled at his feet. Yi Fan's gaze shifted to the single-occupancy room, where he spotted 2 strikingly beautiful sisters standing inside, brandishing fruit knives. The elder sister wore a white coat, a name tag identifying her as the surgeon Su Lily hanging from her chest, while the younger sister, with a simple ponytail and eyes filled with trepidation, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. "What's the situation?" Yi Fan inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. "Didn't you mention wanting to find a doctor? This pair happens to be a surgical team, and this room belongs to the younger sister. I was considering inviting them to our base, but they refused to listen. I'm torn between eliminating them or forcing them to come with us." Having encountered such living beings amidst his scavenging, particularly 2 attractive women, Dubin found himself contemplating the situation, though he was not consumed by lust. However, leaving the sisters on this floor filled him with unease. There was always the risk they might stab him in the back while he was preoccupied with gathering supplies. Perhaps Dubin's words instilled a sense of fear in Su Lily, as she momentarily appeared flustered. "Kill them. They can't even comprehend human speech. Keeping them alive serves no purpose." Yi Fan lacked the patience to correct the sisters' desperate mindset in this apocalyptic world. If they were willing to heed advice, it would be preferable. If not, they could be swiftly dispatched. In these dire times, there was no room for melodramatic dialogues. "Very well," Dubin said, smacking his lips as he approached the Su sisters with his knife drawn. The younger sister, witnessing Dubin advance with the weapon, was gripped by terror. However, thoughts of her own ailment somewhat dulled her fear. "Brother, my sister is an excellent doctor. If you truly intend to kill someone, take me instead. She is a master's graduate who studied abroad and has published numerous papers." "That's quite the exaggeration. The articles she wrote were beyond our comprehension. Say something useful instead of wasting our time." Dubin, prior to the apocalypse, had been a straightforward businessman. The number of papers published by any doctor was irrelevant to him. He was merely a wealthy heir and had no interest in such matters. "I am proficient in surgical procedures, whether organ transplants, physical examinations, or emergency surgeries. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was simply overwhelmed." Su Lily quickly regained her composure, bowing apologetically as her beautiful autumn eyes brimmed with tears. Who was that on the floor? Du Bin, observing the tears in her eyes, soon realized that her distress stemmed from the man lying lifeless on the ground. That was my father. He tried to bite me just now. But my sister intervened. Yi Fan, noticing the young girl's youth, bent down to pick up the medical record hanging beside the bed. The patient's name was Su Xiaotong, admitted due to renal failure. Even before the apocalypse, there was a severe shortage of kidney donors in Jiang City. Now, in this new world, finding a compatible donor was nearly impossible, especially after the onset of the zombie virus. No one could guarantee that a harvested kidney was free of the infection. Should it be transplanted into another person, it could very well turn them into a zombie, rendering the procedure futile. Yifan fell silent for a moment before sighing, "Forget it. You may go to I1T kill you." His own mother had succumbed to renal failure. Despite the wealth of the Yi family and their previous attempts at matching kidney donors, they ultimately faced severe rejection due to complications in no time. She passed away as a result of infection and various complications. Du Bin glanced at the medical records, quickly grasping the underlying reason for Yifan's change of heart. "Let us go. I'll escort you down. Brother Yi, allow me to handle the bag." Du Bin fortuitously found a larger backpack nearby, and the two exchanged their burdens, which seemed a fitting arrangement. "All right, hand me an empty bag. And be cautious. Try not to make too much noise." Yi Fan had entertained the thought of bringing Su Lily into their base. However, based on her earlier display of panic, he felt it necessary to observe her further. A doctor's most critical trait was a calm demeanor, even when faced with the horror of a zombified parent. They should strive to maintain control rather than allow a young girl like Su Xiaotong to plead for mercy. "Understood, Brother Yi." While Yi Fan's words appeared merely as caution, they subtly hinted at the need for vigilance regarding the Su sisters. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, doctors had become a precious rarity. Su Lily did not seem to lack awareness, yet her prior behavior was indeed concerning. Should the sisters encounter zombies and refrain from resorting to treachery or demonstrate courage in dealing with the undead, then they would be welcomed into the fold. As for Su Xiaotong's health issues, those could be addressed in due course. Yi Fan had procured gene serums capable of transforming individuals into superhumans. Renal failure, in his eyes, was a challenge he could surmount in Du Bin's mind. Yi Fan had reached a semi-divine status. To put it succinctly, there was nothing that Brother Yi could not accomplish. As Du Bin hastily descended the stairs, Yi Fan swiftly continued his looting upstairs. Meanwhile, Du Bin led the Su sisters outside the hospital. The MP3 that had once attracted the zombies lay in ruins in a corner. And with the loss of their target, the wandering zombies now drifted aimlessly, appearing devoid of aggression. Only those who have truly witnessed their grotesque visages can comprehend the terror these creatures embody. "We have essentially ravaged everything within the building. You too should fend for yourselves. By the way, it is now the apocalypse, and those beings are all zombies. If either of you is bitten, you will become like them. When the time comes, I will grant you both a swift end, out of consideration for our acquaintance. Du Bin is not afraid of them coming to investigate. After all, we have collected all the necessary supplies. As for what Su Lily and her sister choose to do afterwards, that is none of his concern." However, before departing, Du Bin did provide the sisters with a long knife and 2 bags of scavenged instant noodles. In these times, even drinking water has become a luxury, let alone using hot water to prepare noodles. "Thank you, brother," Su Xiaotong whispered her gratitude, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings, brimming with fear and anxiety. "These are creatures that consume human flesh and no need for thanks. Farewell." Du Bin smiled faintly and turned to walk towards the Hummer, effortlessly dispatching any zombies he encountered with a single strike. After observing a few times, Su Lily quickly discerned that the zombies' weakness lies in their heads. Su Xiaotong, watching Du Bin leave, then glancing at her sister, who stood frozen with the long knife, felt a wave of sorrow. Their father was gone. Their mother had fled, and her sister was incapable of fighting. As for herself, she was ill. What would happen if she could not be cured? What would her sister do then? "Sister, let's ask brother if he can take us with him." In her years of illness, Su Xiaotong had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, becoming more adept at discerning human intentions. While it was true that Yi Fan and Du Bin were willing to kill, they did not indulge in the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Moreover, her sister had indeed fallen into a state of confusion at first. In this so-called apocalypse, it is incorrect to judge people by the standards of the world that once was. Brother, they said they wouldn't kill us. Did you not hear? Su Lily was not afraid of the dead, yet she felt an intrinsic repulsion towards these undead zombies. Many doctors study anatomy during their medical training, particularly surgeons who dissect countless animals and corpses. However, the moment Su Lily's father rose from the dead and lunged at her as a zombie, it truly terrified her. Su Lily quickly realized the situation and immediately thought of this. Yifan lightly shook his head, saying, "We do not have any kidney sources here. We can discuss the specifics later. In any case, we currently have an ample supply of medication for renal failure. As we have a pharmacy." He was not concerned that these sisters might harbor any ill intentions regarding the pharmacy. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are mere talk. As their conversation reached this point, Yifan lost interest in continuing. He turned to Du Bin, the driver, and said, "Drive steadily. I'll take a short nap. Notify me promptly if anything arises." Du Bin, focusing intently on the road ahead, responded, "Understood, ye go. You rest well. I'll handle everything else." With quite a distance still to cover to the base, Yifan could afford a brief respite. Meanwhile, as Yifan and his companion made their way back, Du Fengyu and the others at the base were sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, too fatigued even to move a finger. The instructors from the teams, like Song Feiyue and Chen Bai, were similarly affected. Hui Yue stood not far from the group, her emotionless gaze sweeping over a few individuals as she quickly assessed their physical conditions. She then stated, "It's sufficient. I have detected that your physical stamina is completely depleted. The diluted medication is ready. I will administer it to you now." Hui Yue, Ade, and Ahui swiftly administered the diluted genetic potion to Du Fengyu and the others. Before long, the two individuals with the best physical conditions, Song Feiyue and Chen Bai, began to regain their vigor and strength. "What is this feeling? I feel an infinite surge of energy, almost an urge to engage in a fight." "Me too. Just clenching my fist. I can feel the power that the ones with the best physical attributes, they absorb the effects of the medication most rapidly." This outcome had long been anticipated by Hui Yue. Following closely behind them were Diao Wei and his 4 trusted subordinates. Diao Wei, a scion of a prominent family, had trained in martial arts and firearms since childhood, endowing him with superior physical prowess compared to the average individual. However, he still lagged behind Song Feiyue and Chen Bai. His 4 subordinates, having trained extensively under him, exhibited even better physical qualities. Yet, due to their long-term association with Diao Wei and reduced training frequency, their absorption rate was not as rapid as that of Song Feiyue and Chen Bai. The couple Lin Xiyu and Du Fengyu demonstrated the most remarkable absorption of the potion. Oldly, initially intending to participate, had declined, believing that, in the face of the apocalypse, someone of his age should not squander such resources. Moreover, the base would require someone to guard the supplies, and his physical capabilities were no longer up to par. Thus, he decided to remain at the base as a caretaker. It must be said that Du Fengyu had a keen eye for people. The fact that Oldly could forsake the allure of genetic evolution demonstrated his exceptional character. The genetic potion would evolve differently for each individual based on their physical constitution, potentially enhancing speed, strength, or other attributes, all of which required personal exploration. To facilitate relevant training experiments, I have also prepared the necessary physical training assessments. Tomorrow, Instructor Song and Chun will conduct intensive training sessions aimed at achieving the desired results within 2 days. Hui Yue continued without haste. Additionally, the training room is equipped with a gravity mode. Once you all adapt to your newfound strength, I recommend training under load for even better results. Both Song Feiyue and Chun Bai had engaged in weighted training before, but a gravity training room seemed somewhat fantastical. Yifan's base was indeed high-tech. "Shall we begin with the strength tests now?" Song Feiyue and Chen Bai swiftly stood up, shaking off the fatigue, and approached Hui Yue to peruse the contents printed on her A4 sheets. Strength tests, speed tests, stamina tests, and more. It appeared that their day would be filled with activity. Upon finishing their review, a spark of long-buried competitiveness ignited in their eyes. "Chen Bai, shall we have a contest? The loser has to wash the winner's socks." "All right, let us do it. If I lose, I'll make you wash the socks I've saved up for 3 days. "Oh, as if you haven't saved any." The two exchanged playful banter, their faces lighting up with long-missed smiles. Diao Wei felt the surge of power in his body and eagerly turned to Hui Yue, asking, "Hui Yue, when does training commence?" 3 minutes from now, the young master will be back soon. We have about an hour until his return. Everyone, recover your stamina, and we will conduct a brief assessment. Once we confirm your conditions, I will tailor different training regimens based on your individual capabilities. Additionally, be cautious. Your strength will be significantly greater now. Until you learn to control it, avoid handling fragile items. Before Hui Yue could finish her sentence, Lin Xiyu, feeling somewhat parched, accidentally crushed a plastic water bottle in her hand. The sight of water splashed all over Lin Xiyu created an awkward moment for everyone present. Fortunately, she was wearing dark clothes, thus averting any embarrassing situations. Hui Yue paused, adjusting her tone. Until you learn to control your strength, refrain from handling easily breakable items, lest you encounter unforeseen mishaps like Lin Xiyu just did. Diao Wei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What an absolutely perfect description of an unforeseen mishap, freed from the constraints of his noble lineage." Diao Wei had adapted quickly and expressed his true self. His manner of speaking had gradually become more akin to Du Bin's. Among the entire base, only Yi Fan remained capable of keeping these two in check. Lin Xiyu, feeling embarrassed, wiped her face without saying a word, only to hear Hui Yue address her. "Miss Lin Xiyu, please change your clothes in the adjacent training room. There are specially designed steel cups there, along with prepared bottled water. Gather back here in 3 minutes." "All right, thank you." Lin Xiyu hurried to the training room next door. Indeed, all the necessary items were prepared. Hui Yue truly lived up to her role as the base's steward, handling matters with great care. After quickly changing, Lin Xiyu returned, and thus commenced the intense testing regimen. An hour later, Du Bin drove the Hummer back to the outskirts of the base. The Su sisters gazed at the barren landscape, confusion evident in their eyes. "Is this really the base? It looks like a wasteland." Just as the sisters' doubts began to take root, the ground suddenly rose several meters. As the gates swung open, Hui Yue's figure appeared. Young Master Du, welcome back." After a brief pause, Hui Yue added, "And welcome to the new members." Chapter 39. Heaven in the Apocalypse. Su Lily looked at the aloof and beautiful Hui Yue, a hint of shyness crossing her face. Yi Fan, oblivious to the sisters' subtle emotions, merely nodded and said, "Hui Yue, these are Su Lily and Su Xiaotong. 2 sisters. Please arrange for them to stay in a twin room on the upper floors." The upper floors refer to rooms on the 50th floor and above, which are reserved for core members. Yi Fan intended to observe Su Lily and Su Xiaotong further, as caution was paramount in the apocalypse. Negligence could easily lead to one's demise. Hui Yue nodded, "Understood, young master. Diao Wei and the others have completed their training. Would you like to check on their results?" Yi Fan nodded, "Yes, please take care of these two and give them a tour of the upper levels of the base." "Certainly, young master." Su Lily, Su Xiaotong. "Please follow me." Hui Yue's eyes glimmered with a green light. Ade and Ahui slowly emerged from the elevator. Hui Yue instructed, "Please organize the vehicles and supplies." "Understood, Miss Hui Yue." With Ade and Ahui present, Yi Fan and Du Bin proceeded to the lower levels. Coincidentally, Diao Wei and the others had just finished all their testing and were resting in the training room. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Du Bin return, everyone stood up to greet them. "Yi Gu is back. How fierce are the zombies outside?" Diao Wei asked with a cheeky grin, wiping the sweat from his face. His seemingly casual question was one that many were genuinely concerned about. Du Bin playfully slapped Diao Wei on the back, chiding, "You, my friend, have become quite audacious, asking how formidable the zombies are." Diao Wei chuckled, "Indeed. Yi Gu, Du Bin, my test results are in. My speed is exceptionally agile, 3 times that of an ordinary person." Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. "Not bad, that's impressive. What about Xiyu?" I developed my strength. Following her earlier mishap with the water bottle, Lin Xiyu was found to possess the strongest physical prowess during the strength tests. Now, she could deliver punches with a force of several thousand pounds, truly embodying the image of a petite powerhouse. Song Feiyue and Chun Bai's overall scores were balanced, approximately double that of ordinary individuals. Their physical capabilities had already been somewhat developed prior, so the effects of the genetic potion were not as pronounced on them. This was similarly true for Diao Wei's other 4 subordinates, who had developed their abilities evenly, achieving a well-rounded skill set. Du Fengyu, likely due to his prior business background, had a majority of his mental faculties developed, with agility being secondary. Conversely, Hong Qiaolan was quite the opposite, showcasing strong agility with mental development taking a back seat. Aside from a few individuals with notably strong developments, everyone's physical strength, stamina, and speed had essentially doubled. If the entire team underwent further training on fundamental combat techniques tomorrow, they would be ready to venture out for resource gathering the day after. What about AI Long? Yifan expressed satisfaction with the genetic testing results for everyone. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being called out, Ailong said, I arrived rather late and have yet to complete the testing. Currently, it only indicates that my cognitive development is quite commendable. However, I feel invigorated, and I believe my efficiency and modifications will surpass my previous capabilities after this. Speaking of modification efficiency, Ailong's excitement was palpable. For a modifier, enhancing efficiency equates to bolstering their execution power. With the same amount of time and energy, he might even be able to modify 2 or 3 vehicles in the future. What a remarkable advancement that would be. That's good. Huiyue must have informed you that the gene serum needs to be consumed in 10 phases. Each intake will result in varying degrees of enhancement in your body, but the overall trajectory will remain unchanged. You will gradually learn to harness your own powers. Song Feiyue, Chenbai, you two will escort them to the cold weaponry storage tomorrow to select some suitable items for practice. The current zombies are still quite weak, so once they learn basic combat skills, they can start honing their abilities. If you wish to avoid zombification, be cautious not to get bitten or scratched. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to send you off in pain. The group had long been aware of the zombie situation. Yet, hearing it articulated by Yifan made their hearts tremble inexplicably. Yes, Captain. Since Yifan took the head seat at the dining table, Dubin promptly took the initiative to joke and assumed the role of the deputy captain of the execution department. Song Feiyue and Qianbai transitioned from being the security team leader to the captain and deputy captain of the guard team, respectively. After the base reduced personnel, there would undoubtedly be further changes to responsibilities. But for now, this was sufficient. Diao Wei was appointed as the captain of the specialized supply collection team, managing his 4 trusted aides as he had before the apocalypse. Du Fengyu and his wife were primarily there to build courage and would likely spend most of their time with Old Li, guarding the base. Given their age, the couple was more suited for logistical and defensive work than venturing out. As long as they maintained their daily exercise, they could still develop a certain degree of combat effectiveness. Making it a decent choice, Yifan nodded slightly. Additionally, we have recruited a new member today who is still in the probationary period. The gene serum is currently classified as a top-secret asset of the base, so please remember to keep a low profile during your meal later. Understood, Captain. Diao Wei quickly responded, immediately pulling Du Bin aside. Bin Gu, let us have a chat. Seeing this, Yifan took the opportunity to step away. Du Bin recognized the group's curiosity about the Su sisters and readily agreed. All right, everyone take a break. I'll share what transpired today. Du Bin was adept at storytelling. Even a non-thrilling tale was rendered captivating in his narration. Brother Yi is right. It's the apocalypse now. I won't hesitate to deal with any moral hypocrites or green tea bitches I encounter. From now on, if I have to exchange more than a word with them, it will be a waste of my life. That makes sense. I'll do the same. Diao Wei's 4 trusted aides chimed in with rare indignation. It seemed they had their own untold stories before joining Diao Wei. Du Bin cast a meaningful glance at the 4 before shifting his focus to Lin Xiyu and the others. The thoughts of girls often diverge from those of boys. In a fleeting moment of eye contact between Lin Xiyu and Du Bin, she instinctively inquired, Bin Gu, is the new member very pretty? Quite beautiful, with a pleasant temperament. I heard she is a master's graduate returning from overseas. Her sister was quite the storyteller, claiming she has authored some papers. Meanwhile, I'm just an ordinary rich second generation. I don't pay much heed to such things. Recalling Su Lily's demeanor, Du Bin subtly spoke well of her in front of the others. Conversely, Hung Qiaolon expressed regret. It is a pity that a 16-year-old child has renal failure. Why do good people always have such short lives? Du Fengyu gently patted his wife's shoulder, offering comfort. Don't be so melancholic. In this era, being overly sentimental can lead to dire consequences. Take my advice. It's better not to be a good person. The group collectively thought, Uncle Du, you certainly know how to comfort people. Meanwhile, the Su sisters, who were the subject of discussion, had accompanied Huiyue to the entrance of a standard double room on the 56th floor. Huiyue, just how expansive is this space? Su Lily asked, her astonishment not waning as she walked alongside Huiyue. The base's entrances and exits were discreetly designed. The garage at the main entrance housed nearly 100 vehicles, all luxurious models she had only glimpsed in videos before, Hummers, Land Rovers, and the like. Each one would have cost a fortune before the apocalypse. Even more astonishing was the fact that Yi Fan's base had an elevator. 80% of the world was devoid of electricity, yet Yi Fan's base still operated elevators. Was this place truly a paradise in the apocalypse? The base encompasses 6,000 square meters. The basic water and electricity supply is akin to pre-apocalypse standards. So please rest assured, Miss Su Lily. As she spoke, Huiyue retrieved a key card and swiped it to unlock the double room, illuminating the entire space. It was a standard double suite, but it was well equipped. Beyond basic amenities, it included a wardrobe, a sofa, a desktop computer, and a writing desk. The curtains were automated, and to enhance the environment, the window projected an aquarium scene. By merely opening the curtains, one could gaze upon the wonders of the ocean. Such an arrangement was indeed a high standard in the post-apocalyptic world. Wow, sister, look, it's the ocean. And fish. Su Xiaotong, who had never been to the seaside, was incredulous to see live fish in the midst of the apocalypse. Su Lily was equally taken aback by the sight before her. These are fish, all alive. In a world overrun by zombies, this base has live fish. Huiyue, are these real? Su Xiaotong, despite her maturity, was just a young girl. Her curiosity surged upon encountering something so rare. Indeed, they are real. We have a dedicated aquarium and a water purification system. Not only this window, but the dining area is equipped accordingly too, if you find it useful. We also have diving gear available. After Huiyue calmly explained, Su Xiaotong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, that's amazing. Su Lily hadn't seen her sister this thrilled in a long time. She smiled gently, ruffling her sister's hair. Yes, it's all thanks to you for persuading Brother Yi and the others that we have such a wonderful place to stay. You've done great too. Xiaotong. Su Xiaotong shyly smiled, suppressing the impulse to shout with joy. She turned to Huiyue. Huiyue, can we explore the base now? She was eager to see more of the base, of course. Huiyue nodded and turned to leave the room. The Su sisters quickly grabbed their keycard and followed Huiyue's lead. The base comprised 5 distinct areas: training, living, entertainment, and agricultural zones. All individuals entering the base, regardless of their identity, were required to possess a certain level of combat capability to prevent chaos during emergencies and to avoid being coerced by others. Naturally, if such a situation arose and you were unable to save yourselves, our personnel would act swiftly to neutralize the threat to prevent unnecessary trouble. Huiyue was not human. All her programming was dictated by Yi Fan's orders. Until Yi Fan rescinded the command to neutralize, she would proceed with default settings. Upon hearing this, Su Lily paused. But my sister's health condition is not conducive to training. What should we do in this case? Huiyue's gaze flickered momentarily before she continued. Renal failure is not an incurable condition. The young master likely has methods to restore her health. Until then, the base will not impose any training requirements that exceed Miss Su Xiaotong's physical capabilities. Of course, once her health is restored, if the base requires her to undergo relevant training, she may eventually need to combat zombies. Should that situation arise, would you consent? Huiyue's eyes glimmered as the recording function activated. I agree. If I can get better, I will definitely work for the base like my sister. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. I can do anything. Before Su Lily could respond, Su Xiaotong eagerly answered Huiyue's question. Huiyue recorded the entire exchange before shifting the camera back to Su Lily. Will you agree? I agree. Su Lily gritted her teeth and chose to comply. There was perhaps no base more advanced and superior than Yi Fan's. If her sister could recover, she would willingly join in the fight against zombies. The surveillance cameras here have recorded your words as evidence. Although we are in an apocalyptic world, one must at least comprehend the mistakes made before facing death. Our base is quite humane in that regard. Huiyue smiled faintly, her expression appearing rather stiff. Su Xiaotong remarked, Sister Huiyue, your words are rather terrifying. However, upon further reflection, Huiyue's arrangements seem quite reasonable. In truth, the base could forego the expenditure of resources to document such matters. Huiyue's clear communication to the two of them carries a hint of admonition. Su Xiaotong nodded in understanding, saying, Sister Huiyue, rest assured, my life is my own to govern. As long as I can recover, I am willing to comply with any request. All right, it's time for a meal. Let me take you to the dining hall, Huiyue stated. Currently, the base is not overly populated, and many of the lower-level facilities remain closed. Regardless, aside from the slightly inferior equipment, there is little distinction between the upper and lower levels. Yi Fan and the others decided to dine on the 57th floor with the Su Lily sisters, taking the opportunity to become acquainted. This dining hall serves as the living area's cafeteria. If there is anything you wish to eat, you may ask a Dia and a Hui to prepare it. Previously, the cooking duties were managed by Lin Siyu, but due to the pressing time constraints today, she has yet to master the control of her strength. Thus, a Dia and a Hui have taken over the cooking responsibilities. Very well, they responded. The Su Lily sisters observed the individuals seated or standing around the 2-meter-long dining table, their expressions a mix of restraint and astonishment. Given that Jiao Wei and the others had spent years abroad, they were accustomed to dining on steak, complemented by Lafite sourced from the wine cellar. In contrast, Yifan and his companions were enjoying homely dishes such as tomato and egg soup, spicy stir-fried meat, and fish-flavored shredded pork, with 7 or 8 plates laid out before them. Were it not for the sight of hordes of zombies during their descent and the various craters and corpses littering the return path, they might have believed they had returned to the world before the apocalypse. How abundant must Yifan's base be in resources? You have arrived just in time. The dishes are all ready. Will you dine with us, or would you prefer to join Jiao Wei for some Western cuisine? Dubin glanced at Yifan, who remained silent in his seat, and took the initiative to play the role of host. The appearance of the sisters immediately captured the attention of Lin Siyu and the others. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Su Lily, our base's future doctor, and this is Su Xiaodong, the sister of Dr. Su. With Dubin present, there was never a dull moment. After introducing the Su Lily sisters to Jiao Wei and the others, he enthusiastically continued with the introductions of the base's members. These are my parents. You may address them as uncle and aunt. This is our beautiful chef, Lin Siyu. These two are our instructors, Song and Chan. And the handsome fellow over there is Jiao Wei. Known as Wei Xiao, the 4 beside him are his subordinates. Dubin introduced everyone in turn, finally emphasizing Yifan. And last but not least, this is our base's captain, Brother Yifan. You may call him as such. The Su Lily sisters regarded Du Fengyu and his wife with wide-eyed astonishment. Few families managed to stay together in the aftermath of an apocalypse. Just then, AI Long returned from working on a vehicle. Dubin exclaimed, "Oh yes, this is our genius mechanic. AI Long, everyone here is quite gentle and amiable, making for easy interactions." As his words faded, the sounds of bowls and chopsticks clattering filled the air. Dubin turned to see that, aside from Yifan, everyone else had either broken their chopsticks or shattered their plates. The Su Lily sisters were left utterly bewildered. Is this what he meant by gentle and amiable? Could this be a euphemism? The praise directed at AI Long left everyone feeling somewhat awkward. Who would have thought that a simple meal could lead to such a mix-up? A Hui, please switch their plates and chopsticks for metal ones. Yifan instructed, after which everyone, except for Du Bin and the Su Lily sisters, began using stainless steel utensils. The Su Lily sisters remained particularly silent at the dining table, as did those who had previously made a spectacle of themselves. However, the stainless steel utensils did not save the others who had yet to master their strength. They merely salvaged a semblance of dignity in another form. For instance, Jiao Wei, seated beside Su Lily, carefully cut into his beloved steak, but due to his excessive force, he inadvertently punctured the metal plate, creating a dent. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "These are merely mistakes. They can be fixed." Witnessing him rectify the situation, Su Lily thought, "Thank you for your explanation. My heart now bears a new shadow." AI Long, sitting next to Su Lily, silently twisted his slightly bent chopsticks back into shape. Su Xiaodong remarked, "AI Long, please don't adjust them secretly." I saw that too. The atmosphere at the dining table, with the exception of Yifan and Du Bin, grew increasingly peculiar. Su Xiaodong trembled as she ate, her gaze often drifting toward the nearby aquarium, where the azure water and numerous swimming fish created a serene and heartwarming scene. Overwhelmed by the beauty before her, Su Xiaodong felt a profound sense of awe, and upon glancing back at Yifan, her eyes reflected newfound admiration. Su Lily, dining alongside her, remained in a state of astonishment as well. The extraordinary strength of her teammates and the base's facilities evoked a sense of the ordinary that she had longed for before the apocalypse. After dinner, Yifan noted the slightly pale complexion of Su Xiaodong and instructed Hui Yue, "After you finish showing them around the base, take Su Lily to get those medications." "Understood, young master," Hui Yue replied. Aside from the dining hall, the living area also features a dedicated clothing section and a limited supply of cosmetics, though they occupy only a small space due to their resource-intensive nature. The clothing in this section is free for anyone to take back to their rooms. Before the apocalypse, One would have to purchase clothing, but now it is essentially free of charge. Yifan has a considerable stash in his space that he has yet to display, as it would only take up room. Following this, Huihue guided the sisters through the entertainment area and the farm. Su Xiaotong beheld the vast arcade and the farm flourishing with various fruits and vegetables. Tears of envy brimmed at the corners of her mouth. Sister, am I in paradise? Is this all real? Upon arrival, she had observed the many yellowing leaves of the trees, as if they were on the verge of death. Yet, here in the base, there were so many vegetables and fruits. Unable to restrain herself, Su Xiaotong pinched her cheek, fearing that what she saw might merely be an illusion. Huiyue, puzzled by Su Xiaotong's actions, nonetheless replied, "All the plants are real. There is no need for doubt. It will take some time for the fruits and vegetables to mature, so they cannot be harvested for your tasting just yet." Huiyue, unaware of the sisters' astonishment at the base, turned to lead them to the vast medical supply area. The Su Lily sisters were once again left in shock. Did they raid a hospital? In fact, Yifan had indeed looted a hospital, though he was unaware that the sisters had inadvertently guessed the truth. He was currently inquiring with Yipeng about Su Xiaotong's renal failure. Compared to Su Lily's earlier irrational behavior, Yifan held higher hopes for her sister, believing that if she could recover and undergo genetic evolution, she might become a significant asset for the base in the future. Yipeng quickly responded. Renal failure was indeed difficult to remedy before the apocalypse, but in a century, such issues will be trivial. However, the base has some matters to attend to over the next couple of days. I will arrange for someone to deliver the items you need. After replying with a simple acknowledgement, Yifan turned back to the base's group chat and tagged Huiyue. Please provide the Su Lily sisters with mobile phones and add them to the group chat. Tomorrow, let Su Lily learn combat techniques from Instructor Song and Chen, while Su Xiaotong observes. Understood, young master, Huiyue promptly replied. Next, Yifan tagged all members. In 2 days, we will conduct an outdoor training session for everyone. With the objective of eliminating zombies and collecting resources, all members are to form groups of 2-3. You may choose your own team. As Su Lily added her phone to the group chat, she was met with a scene that left her in disbelief. So this is truly the apocalypse? Why do I suddenly feel as though I am at work? She wondered. Why does this base still have internet access? Isn't the world completely offline now? Just as Su Lily pondered this, Huiyue sent another message. The base has a local network, allowing us to browse the web or watch movies just like before the apocalypse. Of course, there is no access outside the base. After reading Huiyue's 2 lines, Su Lily could only think of 2 words, impressive. To have a local network after the apocalypse, with computers available for leisure activities. If this ISNT paradise amidst the apocalypse, it would be truly absurd. Following Yifan's message, nearly everyone mentioned in the chat received a response. Even Su Xiaotong complied with the initiative. Noticing the sisters' messages, Yifan specifically tagged Su Xiaotong. For now, you need not take action. Wait until the special medication arrives and you recover before continuing the relevant training. Understood, Captain, Su Xiaotong replied. Once Yifan saw her response, he tagged AI Long. This evening, I will have Huiyue modify the vehicle S space. Get some rest tonight. After tomorrow's training, we will need about 7 vehicles for my separate mission. Understood, Brother Yi. AI Long replied. The conversation concluded there, and the group chat fell silent. As Su Lily gazed at the chat, she felt a surge of anticipation for the training scheduled for the following day. Consider the performances of Ailong and his companions today. Su Lily felt utterly disheartened. The strength displayed by those individuals was formidable. Could she possibly keep pace with them? At that moment, the impressive group that had seemed so powerful to Su Lily still remained in their respective training rooms, not yet departed. Among them was Huiyue, who, after delivering a phone, continued to assist with strength control training until the early hours of the morning. It wasn't until 2 o'clock that the training finally ceased. All right, everyone's strength control is nearly perfected. With a bit more practice tomorrow, you will be able to wield it with ease, Huiyue announced. After a brief pause, she turned to Lin Xiyu and advised, you need to intensify your training. Your great strength is an advantage. If you master your control and unleash it at the right moment, it will undoubtedly serve you well on the battlefield. Lin Xiyu had been lamenting her fate as a strong girl. But upon hearing Huiyue's words, she felt a surge of energy. Well then, if I am to be a strong girl, let it be so. It's certainly better than being just a muscle-bound Barbie. After comforting herself, Lin Cuy's worries dissipated. As night fell and the clock struck 3, Yifan arrived at the underground garage, where Huiyue was upgrading the Hummer's space. Countless electrical components and minerals, under her deft control, seemed to magically meld into the vehicle's exterior. The technology of spatial expansion was indeed astonishing. Whether in his personal spatial ring or the purification water tower, each application of this futuristic technology never ceased to amaze. "Young master, are you heading out?" Huiyue inquired, turning slightly to acknowledge Yifan's presence. He nodded. "Yes, I need to step out." "Which vehicle did I take this morning?" The meteorite storage box from Yipenghai had already been transported back. Yifan, feeling quite fit, was ready to gather the meteorites he had missed during his earlier excursions. Not only this evening, but he planned to carve out time each subsequent day for the collection of meteorites and supplies. After all, with his spatial capabilities being infinitely expandable, what was the point of having all that space if not to gather resources in this post-apocalyptic world? "The first vehicle on the far right is the one you drove out this morning," Huiyue replied, and as she spoke, the key to that vehicle floated effortlessly into Yifan's hand. "What sort of technology is this?" Yifan teased, feeling in good spirits. "This is anti-gravity technology, one of the future's black technologies. The gravity training room operates on the opposite principle, and similarly, a zero-gravity space can be achieved," Huiyue answered with precision. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "That's sufficient for now. By the way, if Du Bin or the others need to contact me, please relay their messages. Also, ensure that all upgraded vehicles are equipped with satellite intercom functionality, similar to walkie-talkies, or perhaps integrate your system as well." Huiyue hesitated slightly and shook her head. "I'm afraid my system cannot currently be installed in the vehicle. Modern hardware does not meet my standards for integration." As a top-tier robot from a century after the apocalypse, Huiyue's hardware configuration was among the highest quality of the post-apocalyptic era. Even Yipenghai had only managed to produce 2 such units, one of which was now assigned to Yifan. "All right, then let's prioritize the intercom and positioning systems for now, while we can discuss the system integration after subsequent hardware upgrades," Yifan concluded. "Understood, young master," Huiyue acknowledged, activating the base's main entrance with a gesture. "Also, mark the locations of the meteorites and select the most suitable route for me to follow." Huiyue could effortlessly monitor all meteorite locations via satellite, making route selection a simple task. Not only was he interested in the meteorites around Jiangxing, but he intended to gather those from other cities as well. Suddenly, Yifan recalled that the private plane belonging to the Shin family had yet to be retrieved. He would need to find time to collect it in the coming days. As Yifan drove the Hummer away from the base, the roar of the engine drew the attention of the wandering zombies. Observing the approaching horde, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, crashing through them, turning hundreds of zombies into mere pulp in an instant. The Hummer sped forth, arriving at the eastern urban area as planned by Huiyue. Upon deploying the meteorite collection box, he armed himself with his trusty long knife and strapped on a fire axe. Making his way to the nearby large supermarket, he began his looting spree, gathering an array of snacks, beverages, canned goods, and instant noodles from the first floor. The second floor yielded rice, flour, cooking oil, and daily necessities. On the third floor, he collected a few Lego toys but spared no books. The fourth floor, filled with various clothing items, was wholly stripped bare. The fifth floor's untouched vegetables and hot pot ingredients were also taken. After thoroughly pillaging the supermarket, Yifan proceeded to the adjacent pharmacy, where every medicine and supply was hastily gathered into his spatial storage, including small umbrellas and testing sticks. He continued this methodical approach through hardware stores, restaurants, and glass factories, filling his storage with supplies. Hours slipped by unnoticed. Despite the abundance of supplies, Yifan felt no fatigue, nor did he contemplate returning, as the fuel within his spatial storage was ample. After sending a message to Huiyue, he prepared to drive the Hummer to another location for meteorite collection when he heard someone calling out his name. "Yifan? Is that really you?" Puzzled by the audacity of someone risking their life in such a manner during the apocalypse, he turned to find Shen Tuxing approaching briskly, his expression a mix of greed and desperation. "Yifan, we are old acquaintances now. I see you are doing quite well. Could you possibly take me along?" Since the Shin family's downfall, Shen Tuxing had experienced a harrowing descent into hardship, particularly after Lu Annie. That wretched woman had moved on to another man. She had deliberately sought to undermine him. Once a privileged heir, he now found himself residing in a slum. It was only thanks to his family's bankruptcy that he had escaped being crushed by a meteorite. Fortune had smiled upon him as he joined a survival team, managing to endure the apocalypse. Initially, he doubted his eyes, but upon confirming Yi Fan's identity, an opportunity for revenge presented itself. Shen Tusheng, eyeing Yi Fan's well-equipped demeanor, planned to deceive him into joining their group, intending to seize his gear amidst the chaos and throw him into a horde of zombies, watching as they tore him apart. This was the only fate that could quench his thirst for vengeance. Indeed, our base is currently recruiting, and we have ample water, electricity, and even plenty of women if you wish to join. I could help you out. Are there many people on your side? Yi Fan had initially contemplated ending Shen Tusheng's life with a swift strike, but quickly noticed a man in the distance creating a commotion to attract zombies. This group was clearly up to no good, and Yi Fan decided to observe their intentions first. Shen Tusheng's eyes lit up upon hearing Yi Fan's proposal. Is that true? There is still Wi-Fi available? Yi Fan nodded. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, take a look at my phone. I was just chatting a few minutes ago. Yi Fan casually opened the chat interface with Huiwe, displaying the clearly marked locations of meteorites. Perfect. Your base is recruiting, and we have more than enough personnel to in these apocalyptic times. We humans must unite to combat the zombies. Shen Tusheng immediately bought into Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan offered a nonchalant nod. You're right. If your group is large, I can certainly assist in vouching for you. Is it convenient for you to take me there now? Of course. Just follow me. We gathered a wealth of supplies and have plenty of women. I thought since we were acquainted before the apocalypse, I'd lend you a hand. I never imagined you'd be faring better than me. Both before and after the end of the world, Shen Tusheng remained as foolish as ever, his thoughts easily readable. Now that Yi Fan had achieved his goal, he had no desire to engage further. Given the zombies lurking nearby, Shen Tusheng abandoned any notion of idle chatter. After all, Yi Fan's demise was imminent, and conversing with the corpse seemed pointless. Leading Yi Fan through a maze of turns, they arrived at a small residential building. The entrance, including the main door, was surrounded by iron railings, making it a rather suitable refuge in the apocalypse. Had Yi Fan not possessed his own base, he might have found himself residing in such a place alongside Shen Tusheng. Brother Sheng, you're back? Hurry and open the door. Upon arriving, Shen Tusheng heard a boy softly calling to his companions. With his enhanced hearing, Yi Fan caught every word of their conversation. As he waited, a smirk crept onto his lips, his gaze glinting with a cold light. Indeed, scoundrels only congregate with other scoundrels. This group had lured women to serve as mere playthings or rewards for obedient subordinates. New male recruits would be judged solely on their capabilities. Those deemed worthy could ascend the ranks, enjoying the privilege of selecting women. For those with sufficient resources, it was not uncommon to entertain multiple partners in a single evening. Human nature inherently seeks to avoid harm. Some women, desperate to survive, might sell themselves, which is understandable. However, to coerce others into such a fate, how were these individuals any different from beasts? Shen Tusheng remained unaware that their team's secrets had been entirely unraveled by Yi Fan. As he observed the person approaching to open the door, his face was adorned with a solicitous expression. Brother Chen, I've brought some people along. This is Yi Fan, who has come from another base. He is a good brother of mine from before the apocalypse, and I specifically invited him to help recruit. At this point, Shen Tusheng paused momentarily, turning to Yi Fan and inquiring, by the way, what is the name of your base? The Chingham base. We used to operate a foreign trade company, and we had arrangements to deliver goods on the 3rd of this month. However, the apocalypse arrived unexpectedly, and we still have those supplies stored at our company. Yi Fan spoke with a smile, his tone reminiscent of boasting, which elicited a delighted grin from the so-called Brother Chen. It seemed he was yet another fool with a temperament akin to Shen Tusheng. How fortunate you are. Come in, come in. Guests are welcome. Someone, quickly bring Yi Gu a bottle of joyful fat house water. After shutting the iron door, Brother Chen eagerly invited Yi Fan upstairs to the top floor. The top floor contained only 2 rooms, but from the layout of the entire small building, it appeared that 4 rooms had been combined into 2. Through the open door, the leader of the survival team, Wang Siki, was seen kissing a model-like woman. Brother, we have visitors, Brother Chen hastily called out to the excited Wang Siki. Annoyed, Wang Siki turned his head, and upon seeing Yi Fan's attire, his eyes immediately lit up. Ah. A newcomer? Please, sit down. Bring a bottle of joyful fat house water for the newcomer. Observing Wang Siki's attitude, it was evident he had adapted to the apocalypse remarkably well, especially with the tattoos of a green dragon on his left arm and a white tiger on his right. which gave him a rather streetwise appearance. Within 2 minutes, a subordinate brought the joyful fat house water. Yi Fan, not one to be polite, opened the bottle and took a swig. What do we call you? My friend? Wang Siki inquired, his smile somewhat subdued by Yi Fan's straightforwardness. Yi Fan. Before the apocalypse, I was just an ordinary CEO of a foreign trade company. My base is currently recruiting, but our combat capabilities are lacking. By chance, I encountered Shen Tuxing, who mentioned that many skilled fighters are present here, so I came. Yi Fan fabricated a story, casually placing his fire axe and long knife down, projecting an air of trustworthiness as if he genuinely came to recruit. A glance exchange between Wang Siki and Brother Chun conveyed their thoughts. This CEO is quite naive, approaching them without any guard. Just as they pondered this, Yi Fan suddenly asked, by the way, is everyone from the team present? Wang Siki, taken aback by Yi Fan's urgency, subtly reached for the hilt of his long knife, replying casually, yes, everyone is here. As soon as his words fell, a series of thud sounds echoed as bodies collapsed to the ground. Wang Siki shot his gaze upwards, only to find a dark gun barrel aimed directly at his head. Yi Fan. No, Yi Gu. Why are you suddenly making a move? Put the gun down first. We can discuss things properly. Wang Siki stammered, raising his hands in alarm. Yi Fan chuckled softly. Discuss what? Discuss how to coerce you into submission? Spare me. Faced with such scum as Wang Siki, Yi Fan felt no remorse. Swiftly rise, it is a grim reality that such occurrences, where one is dispatched with a single shot, are destined to proliferate in this post-apocalyptic world. Should one encounter such individuals in the future, it would be prudent to eliminate them immediately, minimizing unnecessary chatter. Dubin scratched his head, finally grasping why Yi Fan had said so much. It seemed he feared that Dubin might venture out, display bravado, and ultimately meet his demise. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I shall not put on airs in public. Dubin assured him. Understanding the underlying message, Yi Fan responded with a resigned acknowledgement. Well then, I cannot hinder your pretensions among ourselves. That said, it is indeed a colossal waste of ammunition to dispatch such individuals with a gun. Brother Yi, I suggest next time you employ a knife instead. If cold weapons are available, why rely on firearms? Dubin remarked, striking while the iron was hot. After he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow hard. By the way, Brother Yi, you haven't retained any contingency plans, have you? Yi Fan shrugged. It seems I inadvertently left behind a music box that plays Happy Birthday. If we were to leave now, it should be gone. Dubin silently gave Yi Fan a thumbs up. In this society, my Brother Yi is indeed formidable, speaking little yet acting decisively. Let's rest for another half hour before we prepare to depart. Yi Fan commanded. Dubin promptly tagged Hui Yu in the group to relay the message. After yesterday's training, AI Long swiftly modified the remaining vehicles. 7 modified Hummers, enhanced by Hui Yu, stood ready in the front row of the underground garage. Half an hour later, the fully prepared members gathered in the dining hall. Satisfied with the noticeable transformation of the team members since his departure, Yi Fan remarked, indeed, everyone has made significant progress during my absence. Deserving of commendation. His voice was soft, yet the praise imbued in his words brought smiles to the faces of all present. Dubin, standing nearby, nodded with excitement. No wonder you're my Brother Yi. Your leadership is exceptional. However, he cautioned, we are not only facing zombies but also a myriad of individuals surviving in this apocalypse. If anyone feels inclined to play the savior and expects the base to bear the costs, I shall personally expel both the savior and those they seek to save. Furthermore, I hope that everyone present today returns safely thereafter. After a brief address, Yi Fan turned to Dubin, inquiring, have they divided into teams? Dubin nodded vigorously. Teams are all set. Diao Wei's group of 5, along with Lin Siyu, will operate 3 vehicles. I will accompany Su Lily. My parents will form another group with 2 vehicles, while Instructor Chen, Instructor Song, and AI Long will share 1 vehicle, leaving the last for you. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. The arrangements are quite satisfactory. Let us prepare to set off. Armed and ready, the group boarded their respective Hummers within 5 minutes and departed from Chang'an Base. Diao Wei's team consisted of his 3 trusted aides, with Lin Siyu and another responsible for vigilance. Du Bin's team was composed of Su Lily and Du Fengyu, while AI Long drove for Chan Bai's team. Yi Fan enjoyed the freedom of solo travel, naturally driving himself. He activated the display screen above the right side of the Hummer, where Hui Yu had preloaded the walkie-talkie function. Yi Fan opened the communication channel. Addressing everyone, the walkie-talkie function operates much like a local network within the base, allowing for both location tracking and communication. Should any issues arise, feel free to activate the walkie-talkie feature to reach out. His sudden voice startled everyone, yet the information he provided filled them with joy. One of the most inconvenient aspects of the apocalypse is the communication issue, and Yifan had preemptively devised a solution. Moreover, the vehicles had been modified to double their cargo capacity, meaning they could gather significantly more supplies in the same time frame. While many are still adjusting to the early days of the apocalypse, we should swiftly gather more resources. In the future, I shall have Huiyu devise further enhancements for the vehicles using advanced international technology. This mission encompasses not only the collection of food and medicine, but also tools and hardware. Shortly, I will instruct Huiyu to transmit the locations I've previously scouted, alongside areas already explored by others, via satellite to the vehicle's display. Choose a direction and prepare to act. After severing the walkie-talkie channel, a live navigation route appeared on the display. At the top, a notification from Huiyu read, "Please select your direction to proceed." Chang'an Base is truly impressive. The satellite system's communication capabilities have been ingeniously utilized. After the initial shock, the routes chosen by others quickly appeared with specific information. Diao Wei's team opted for the western city area. Although not bustling, there were plenty of supermarkets. If they moved quickly, they could procure at least a ton of goods in a day. Furthermore, the Hummer's maximum load capacity is 2 tons, and their mission only requires gathering food, medicine, and hardware. Given their current strength and combat prowess, filling the Hummer's space would merely be a matter of time. Dubin's family and Su Lily chose to head to the southern city, an area familiar to them due to their past work there. They could navigate blindfolded to find resources. As for Song Feiyue and Chen Bai's team, they headed north, where Huiyu had suggested a plethora of hardware stores, with AI long well-versed in such items. Yifan, however, chose not to select any route. He intended to head towards the airport to retrieve Dubin's family's private plane. Should the need arise for flight, it would be advantageous to have it on hand. Moreover, he contemplated acquiring a few helicopters as well, just in case they might be needed someday. With that thought, Yifan opened the meteorite distribution route shared by Huiyu, tossed out the meteorite storage box for independent exploration, and leisurely set off. Ever since Yifan sent the meteorite storage box back, the technical department had upgraded it once again. The current storage box is equipped with a global positioning system. Wherever Yifan goes, as long as he activates his phone's location, the storage box will automatically return. To enhance the storage box's endurance, the technical department installed a solar-powered battery. Before the storage box arrived, they had charged it sufficiently for independent operation for a month. However, to safeguard the storage box, the technical department recommended retrieving it every 2 days, allowing for necessary upgrades to prevent damage from external forces. As Yifan made his way to the airport, Diao Wei and his team encountered varying degrees of zombie attacks. Wei Xiao, I must say, these zombies are quite unsightly. Indeed, in comparison, Miss Huiyu's dolls are exceptionally well-crafted. Freed from the constraints of the previous social hierarchy, Diao Wei's subordinates gradually embraced their true selves. Having lived on the edge for years as bodyguards, they were unperturbed by the zombies, even finding the humor to joke with Diao Wei. Wielding a knife to decapitate a zombie, Diao Wei quipped, "What does appearance matter when dealing with zombies? If you find them ugly, then look away. There's no need to feign liveliness." Meanwhile, Lin Siyu, who was experiencing her first encounter with zombies, felt her palms grow clammy. Yet, as the zombies approached, she inhaled deeply, recalling the various techniques imparted by Feiyue and the others. With a swift motion, the sharp blade sliced through the zombie's head, earning applause and encouragement from the men present. "Well done, Siyu. You've made progress. Keep honing your skills, and you'll come to relish the thrill of dispatching zombies. In a moment, follow me to the nearby supermarket. The rest may proceed as they wish, but be wary of zombies." Understood. Diao Wei and Lin Siyu each grabbed a large backpack and dispersed along different routes. Meanwhile, Dubin's family, along with Su Lily, exited their vehicle, confronting the approaching zombies. These zombies, both male and female, bore grotesque visages, their exposed wounds a gruesome sight, with several adorned with remnants of vegetation. Are we truly going to kill these zombies? Despite having undergone several days of training, Hong Qiaolan found herself struggling to adapt to the scene before her. Her mind still tethered to the world before the apocalypse, Du Fengyu glanced at his wife and son, charging forward to cleave a zombie's head with a single stroke. "Qiaolan, do you understand why Xiaofan insisted we undertake this mission?" He swiftly dispatched another zombie, continuing, because what we face is no longer human. Furthermore, whether it's a zombie or a person, anyone posing a threat to the base must be dealt with decisively. If someone ever targets the base or our son, and you possess the means to protect them but hesitate out of compassion, do you think you could live with yourself if it costs your child's life? Du Fengyu, a businessman, had come to terms with the harsh realities of the post-apocalyptic world. In contrast, Hong Xiaolon, inherently kind-hearted though possessing a shrewdness befitting a merchant, grappled with the notion that her benevolence could endanger others at the base or her own family. In that moment, she contemplated whether she would prefer her husband to have never possessed such kindness. Hong Xiaolon fell silent. Knowing something and acting upon it are two vastly different matters. It was then that Su Lily, after a brief moment of contemplation, dashed toward the zombies, wielding her weapon with fervor. The girl's gaze was fierce and determined, each strike imbued with precision and intensity. If the act of killing these inhumane beings or enemies is to safeguard my family, then I shall fight to the death to eliminate them. To harm my family for the sake of others is the most foolish of actions. My father has already perished in this apocalypse. I cannot allow my sister to suffer at the hands of others. Su Lily declared loudly, her resolve growing ever stronger. As a doctor, she had conducted numerous dissection experiments. No one present could rival her knowledge of human anatomy. Xu Xiaotong had been well cared for during her time at the base. She had been well fed, her health had improved, and with the base's comprehensive medical facilities, coupled with the training from Instructor Song and the various novel experiences like the aquarium, her attention had been effectively diverted. In fact, Xu Xiaotong was happier after the apocalypse than before. If such a base were to be destroyed by someone with ill intentions, she would dedicate her life to avenging it. Du Bin watched the two individuals fiercely slaying zombies ahead, a smile of amusement playing on his features. Yes, this is how one should confront the apocalypse. Mom, take it easy. I will lend them a hand. Hong Xiaolon's kindness was a rare treasure in this world of despair. Du Bin did not want his mother to lose her compassion. He also hoped that her kindness would not be mindless. It is said that a mother becomes strong for her children. Upon witnessing Du Bin's fierce confrontation with the zombies, Hong Xiaolon's wavering heart completely tilted in his favor. You little rascal, still daring to show off in front of your parents? Step aside. The zombies here were few in number. The three of them, having mastered their strength, dealt with them as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Conversely, Su Lily was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Well done, Su Lily. Come, let us gather supplies. Dad, Mom is in your hands. Du Fengyu nodded with a smile. All right. Vice Captain, Du Bin led Su Lily to a nearby hospital, while Du Fengyu and Hong Xiaolon headed to a nearby office building. The four of them, with their large backpacks, driving a Hummer while dispatching zombies, attracted the attention of many survivors. At the same time, Song Feiyue, Chun Bai, and Ai Long also arrived at their destination. Ai Long, have you ever killed anyone before? Song Feiyue asked. Chun Bai and Song Feiyue had executed missions where killing, whether humans or zombies, was a trivial matter for them. In comparison, Ai Long, the genius in modification, might find it a headache to overcome his mental barriers. Ai Long, feeling awkward, shook his head. No, I was just an ordinary person before. However, I can handle zombies. I just need to practice a bit more. Despite his introversion, Ai Long was remarkably reliable when it came to tasks. Song Feiyue and Chun Bai exchanged glances, nodding slightly as they observed the approaching zombies. All right. You try to handle it first. If you truly can't adapt, remember to let us know. Don't push yourself too hard. Ai Long nodded, stepping forward to face the zombie. The grotesque creature, with its ashen eyes and twisted features, appeared somewhat repulsive. Ai Long suppressed his discomfort, gripping his long knife and swiftly striking down. With the splatter of brain matter, a small, light blue item, about the size of a peanut, rolled away. What the hell? A zombie crystal core? Song Feiyue and Chun Bai immediately sprang into action, seizing their long knives and charging towards the zombies. Watching the two instructors attack with the ferocity of wolves among sheep, Ai Long swallowed hard. Had he inadvertently triggered something within them? How could they become increasingly fierce in their assault on the zombies? Unfortunately, the drop rate for zombie crystal cores was as low as a blind box, with the chances of winning being exceedingly slim. Other than Ai Long's find, no other zombies yielded a crystal core. Let us go. We need to gather supplies. Don't worry about the Hummer. Feiyue has upgraded the anti-theft system. Those who aren't part of our group can't even open the door. Huiyue had become a symbol of technological prowess for the base. If AI Long was a genius in modifications, then Huiyue was regarded as a technological prodigy by everyone. Anything related to technology, she could arrange flawlessly overnight, as if performing magic. AI Long had never encountered someone so remarkable and secretly admired Huiyue as a role model. All right, I will definitely kill more zombies next time. AI Long clenched his fists. The exhilaration of slaying zombies and obtaining crystal cores had replaced his fear of them. Previously, he hadn't even killed a chicken. After enduring the dark days inside the container, he witnessed many lives lost and saw the warmth fade from those who once lived. Those dark days had made AI Long more introverted, but had also darkened his soul. Having conquered his fear of zombies, AI Long's movements had become notably sharper. With a little training, he would undoubtedly become a valuable asset to the base. When Yifan arrived at the airport, Huiyue intercepted videos of the group's actions via satellite and sent them to his phone. This way, every member of the base would be considered a combatant, which was a positive development. Yifan spent a few minutes reviewing the information, feeling no surprise. On the contrary, if these individuals hesitated to take action, he would contemplate expelling them from the team. The apocalypse does not require kind-hearted individuals. Useless kindness will only lead to one's own demise. Reflecting on the darkness he and Dubin had encountered, Yifan sent a new message to Huiyue. Su Lily's performance has passed. Once she returns, arrange for her to take the gene serum. Huiyue replied, understood, young master. This ensured that every member of the base would be combat ready. As for Old Li, he was quite alright staying at the base. Few could afford to retire in this apocalypse. When Yi Penghai found the time to send the gene serum, he would allocate a bit for Old Li to improve his health. The actions of everyone in the base could not be too disparate. Falling behind would only invite disaster. This was an unchanging lesson learned through blood and tears. Yifan put away his phone and exited the vehicle. The zombies outside the airport swarmed like a vast sea, densely packed as if they had no end in sight. Yifan's purpose for coming today was to retrieve the private plane at the airport. He had no time to dally with these zombies. Instead, he leaped, stepping on the heads of the zombies as he advanced with grace. The zombies did not even have time to react before Yifan had made his way into the airport. Compared to the throngs outside, the interior of the airport was noticeably less crowded. Yifan took out a long knife from his space and walked steadily inside. The waiting area had long been plunged into darkness. Among the wandering zombies, one could occasionally spot a uniformed zombie mixed in. Yifan stuffed all the visible food, cigarettes, and other supplies into his space, dispatching any approaching zombies with a swift strike. The airport stores were few, but instant noodles and similar items were abundant. He collected a whole pile. He didn't overlook any local specialties, regardless of their taste. After spending an hour scavenging the airport's waiting area and other locations, Yifan finally arrived at the airstrip where Dubin's private plane was parked. In stark contrast to the calm of the airport's waiting area, the airstrip appeared brutally chaotic. Several planes had been smashed to pieces by meteors, with two others having crashed just a few hundred meters away from the airport, evidently having encountered meteors shortly after takeoff. Those passengers were quite unfortunate. However, some planes had fared better, such as Dubin's private plane, which had remained unscathed. Even the neighboring aircraft was intact. A helicopter. How lucky is that? Yifan strolled leisurely around the airstrip and indeed discovered a helicopter. He marked the helicopter's coordinates and sent them to Huiyue. Huiyue immediately relayed the information to the meteor collection box, which would come to retrieve the meteors at the designated coordinates. When Yifan left tomorrow, he would simply collect the meteor box back. After returning to the Hummer, Yifan closed the door and took out his phone. After 2 days without contact, Yi Penghai sent a new message. Xiao Fan, the meteor collection is going well. The tech department is working overtime to research new technologies. Is there anything you want me to send over? Send me some medication for kidney failure. I have a promising girl I intend to bring into the main combat range. Also, send me a chef robot and the gene serum. Alright, I'll have someone prepare it for you. Their conversation ended there. Shortly after, Yifan received a time-space express package from Yi Penghai. I'll pick it up when I return. It is still early. I'll explore other places. In the past few days, Yifan had encountered several survivor teams and, finding some to his liking, would occasionally trade supplies for upgrade items, while he dealt with those he disliked directly. Life had been quite carefree. Soon, night fell. 7 Hummers gradually returned to the Chang'an base. Huiyue, along with Hui and Ada, helped to sort the supplies, while Oldly was responsible for tallying the totals. Diawei's team collected 3,000 jin of food, 2,000 jin of rice, flour, and oil, and 5,000 jin of hardware supplies. Du Bin's team gathered 5,000 jin of food, with 3,000 jin each of cigarettes and alcohol, along with various special items. Song Feiyue's team gathered 6,000 jin of hardware supplies and 3,000 jin of food. Chapter 42. Aside from this, I have nothing to thank you for. Each team's harvest was substantial, with no team collecting less than 5,000 jin. Yi Fan felt delighted as he listened to Oldly's tally. Certainly, let us continue this momentum of sweeping through the challenges ahead. In a few days, resources are likely to dwindle significantly, and those who survive will instinctively opt to stockpile supplies. It is imperative that everyone remembers to don their bulletproof vests during their daily excursions. Although firearms are prohibited domestically, one cannot dismiss the possibility that individuals may resort to the use of lethal weapons. Genetic evolution has merely enhanced human physical capabilities and bodily functions. It does not confer complete immunity against firearms. A single peanut could strike the heart, and even an evolved individual would succumb on the spot. Understood, Captain. When it comes to matters of safety, there are no objections from anyone. Once everyone confirmed they understood the gravity of the situation, Yi Fan disbanded the team on the spot. Reflecting on the supplies sent by Yi Penghai, Yi Fan paused and said, Su Lily, please have Su Xiaodong come to my room this evening. Realizing the potential ambiguity of his statement, he quickly added, if you are uneasy, you are welcome to join as well. Upon hearing this, Du Bin could not help but exchange knowing glances with Yi Fan, implying a playful suggestion. Brother Yi, are you engaging in some secretive fun with the sisters? Yi Fan dismissed him with indifference. Once a person's mind strays, their thoughts become decidedly frivolous. Hui Yu, attuned to the time-space transmission between Yi Fan and Yi Penghai, raised her hand and applauded, declaring, Congratulations, Miss Su Lily. I believe the young master inquired about methods to cure your renal failure. Her words left the audience in stunned silence. Wait, renal failure can actually be cured? Du Bin blurted out. Even Su Lily, well-versed in medicine, displayed astonishment. Does this mean a kidney transplant isn't necessary? Or is there a kidney source available? Given the current apocalyptic circumstances, even if a kidney source existed, Su Lily would harbor reservations. No one could be certain whether the living were tainted by the zombie virus. If a kidney from an infected individual were to be transplanted, it could spell disaster. The others, including Diawei, turned to Hui Yu, the person closest to Yi Fan in the base. Surely, she must possess insider knowledge regarding the treatment for renal failure. Why resort to a kidney transplant? The most compatible organs for the human body are its own. Renal failure is merely a condition that, for the young master, should not pose a significant challenge. Hui Yu, as a robot, lacked comprehension of the medical procedures surrounding kidney transplants. A century hence, humans rarely succumb to ailments such as the common cold. Medical technology had made remarkable strides amidst the struggles against zombies. The world's leading medical practices were shared and advanced collectively among humanity. Particularly following the advent of genetic serums, the majority of survivors had perished not due to disease, but in conflicts with zombies. The remaining 20% of humanity primarily consisted of non-combat personnel engaged in research or technology. Beyond this, death from other causes had become virtually non-existent after a century. Genetic evolution had eradicated all human diseases. Correspondingly, the mortality rate had reached 90%. The scant chance of survival had become a crucial factor in fostering unity among the remnants of humanity. Yet, this medical advancement would leave Du Bin and others from a century ago utterly astounded. The notion that renal failure could be cured without a kidney source. Yi Fan possesses such astonishing technology. How am I to contain my curiosity? Hui Yu's revelation heightened the intrigue among the gathered crowd. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Hui Yu tilted her head slightly and remarked, Haven't you all experienced something similar before? The principles are alike. Only the direction of application differs. What is so surprising about it? Du Bin and the others were momentarily silenced, almost forgetting that they had previously consumed genetic serums. All right, disperse, everyone, Du Bin gestured to send the crowd away. Su Lily, bewildered, gazed at him, but he spoke earnestly, You are fortunate to have encountered Brother Yi. Had it been someone else, they might have hesitated to part with such valuable resources. Hurry and clean up. Then bring your sister along. Du Bin, oblivious to the implications of his words, continued his training. After a day of battling zombies, no one was inclined to attend to Su Lily's emotional fluctuations. Thus, a misunderstanding took root. Meanwhile, Yifan awaited the arrival of his guests, seated on the edge of his bed as he opened the WeChat interface. Upon clicking yes, the familiar spatial suitcase reappeared. He glanced at the spherical object, akin to those with Huiyu, and prepared to venture out the following day. In addition, Yi Penghai had sent various other items, including 100 bottles of seed cultivation liquid, 100 bottles of genetic serum, one healing potion capable of curing Su Xiaodong entirely, and an instruction manual for a virus purification box. Greetings, Vice Commander. The zombie crystal nucleus was discovered to be absorbable by humans 3 years post-apocalypse. However, due to numerous impurities and contamination with various zombie viruses, the residual side effects could lead to half-zombification, creating beings that are neither fully human nor fully zombies. Ultimately, such entities will succumb to full zombification. No human can resist the invasion of the zombie virus, and those who are half-zombified may evolve into superior zombies, some retaining a modicum of reason and intelligence, becoming formidable adversaries for humanity. Consequently, humanity invented the virus purification box. Initially, the indicator light is red during virus purification, orange during the process, and green upon completion. During purification, the Vice Commander must refrain from opening it to prevent viral spread. The usage of the zombie crystal nucleus poses more drawbacks than benefits for the living. Particularly in cases of failed conversion, this presents a catastrophic threat to humanity, which already faces low survival and birth rates. To avert such a disaster, humanity united their technological advancements to develop the virus purification box, enabling them to contend with the zombie kings for several years. Even if Yifan were to encounter a zombie king, they would at least be able to respond with composure or strike first. Given the current growth rate of zombies, Yifan's would likely surpass that of the zombie king. The letter from Min Zhan indicated a palpable apprehension regarding the existence of zombie kings, as he conveyed the dangers of converting the zombie crystal nucleus with significant urgency. Only towards the end did he address the specifics of the conversion process. Once the virus purification is complete, it can be directly integrated into water for conversion, ensuring the fastest and most effective results. Swallowing it whole is also an option. Why Yifan was taken aback. Is the conversion of the zombie crystal nucleus conducted so carelessly? Is everything written in novels about holding it in one's hand to absorb merely a fabrication? Just as Yifan was grappling with his astonishment, the doorbell chimed. He hastily stored the suitcase and other items within the spatial realm and rose to open the door. To his surprise, he found Su Lily instinctively tightening her clothing while holding Su Xiaodong's hand. He frowned and asked, "Why so tense?" "I won't bite." "Please, come in." Aside from the Su sisters, Du Bin and the others resided on this floor. The noise of Su Lily entering was rather noticeable. Hearing the commotion, Du Bin stealthily hid by the door, eavesdropping on the unfolding events, but unfortunately, he could not enjoy the spectacle for long, as Yifan quickly closed the door. Du Bin pouted and resumed his training, reminding himself that personal strength took precedence over gossip. Yifan led the sisters into the spacious presidential suite, which spanned around 300 square meters and was lavishly decorated, presenting a unique ambience. The immaculate condition of the room revealed Yifan's penchant for cleanliness. Observing the meticulous organization throughout the space, Su Lily felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks at the thought of spending the night there. Meanwhile, Su Xiaodong, less preoccupied, curiously inquired, "Captain, is it really possible for me to be cured?" Yifan nodded, "Yes, but you'll need to wait while I conduct some research." Uncertain about the precise application of the healing potion, he planned to consult Huiyu for clarification. "Huiyu, how is the healing potion administered?" After sending the message, he took a photograph for Huiyu to scan. The healing potion was originally intended for treating injuries sustained by humans a century later. As Su Xiaodong was an ordinary person from a century ago and suffered from renal failure, a condition deemed terminal in the future, after countless tests, the medical department had barely developed a potion capable of curing renal failure. However, if the potency were too strong, it could place a significant burden on Su Xiaodong's frail body. Consequently, the head of the medical department had lost several clumps of hair and was currently engaged in developing a hair growth serum. Was this potion's formulation significantly weaker than the standard healing potion? Yes, this potion needs to be diluted before administration. Indeed, it is advisable to divide it into at least 3 doses, mixing it in a 2:1 ratio, with a 1-day interval between doses to assess the effects before proceeding with the second and third doses. Renal failure, at its core, signifies a decline in kidney function. Administering the entire potion at once would be akin to a person deprived of food for an extended period suddenly overeating, potentially resulting in adverse effects. Hui Yu further advised, considering that humans from a century ago generally possessed weaker physical constitutions, it would be prudent for the young master to dilute a portion of genetic serum slightly less than 1/10, to provide a buffer in case her body cannot withstand the potion's effects. Understood. Yi Fan extinguished his phone screen and turned to adjust the proportions accordingly. He then handed a cup to Su Xiaodong, saying, "Please drink this and let me know if you feel unwell. Be cautious." Yi Fan also prepared a portion of genetic serum to place on the table nearby. He had scarcely finished speaking when Hui Yue sent a new message. The process of curing renal failure may induce excruciating pain in the body. It is advisable for the young master to have Su Xiaodong lie down and wait for recovery after drinking. Yi Fan took out his phone, which had ceased vibrating, and added, "Let us go to the adjacent suite to drink. After you finish, rest on the bed. If you experience any discomfort during the process, be sure to inform me." Su Xiaodong nodded. Without uttering a word, she obediently drank the water in her hand and followed Yi Fan into the suite. Su Lily accompanied her sister into the room. Upon seeing her sister arrive, a wave of fatigue washed over Su Xiaodong. Almost immediately, she felt a sharp pain in her kidneys, causing her complexion to turn pale. "Captain," Yi Fan understood that the healing agent was taking effect and felt a sense of relief. "Do not worry. This is a normal occurrence. Endure this phase, and it will pass if you truly cannot bear it. Signal me to bring you water." In other words, if Su Xiaodong could withstand the pain, the cup of water designated as a backup would become unnecessary. Su Xiaodong nodded in discomfort, her face growing increasingly ghastly with the pain. It was permissible to cry out if it hurt. The soundproofing here was sufficient that those outside would not hear. Unless there was a threat to the safety of the base members, Hui Yue would only activate internal surveillance to investigate the situation. Otherwise, the monitoring would remain off. "Do not worry, sister." Su Xiaodong was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. She looked at her anxious sister and wanted to offer some comfort. But instead, she coughed up a stream of black blood. As time passed, Su Xiaodong's complexion gradually improved, and the black blood diminished. Su Lily's heart finally settled back into her stomach. Seeing that Su Xiaodong had fainted from the pain, Yi Fan turned to Su Lily and said, "Help her take a bath, wipe her down, and change the bedding." Su Lily gazed at her sister's furrowed brow, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." Yi Fan waved his hand and returned to his room. After Su Lily bathed Su Xiaodong and changed her clothes and bedding, she finally walked into Yi Fan's room. "Captain, thank you for saving Xiaodong." She had just checked Su Xiaodong's pulse. Her recovery had already reached a level comparable to before she fell ill. Although she was unaware of what kind of medicine Yi Fan had used, it was evident that it was of considerable value in this post-apocalyptic world. For Yi Fan to produce such miraculous medicine, she felt there was little she could offer in return, and no need for thanks. It was a trivial matter. "Why did you not rest alongside Xiaodong?" Yi Fan had just taken a combat shower, having killed quite a number of zombies that day, and was enveloped in the scent of blood. To his surprise, as he stepped out, he encountered Su Lily, who had come looking for him. As they spoke, Yi Fan stood up to grab a glass of water and took a sip. Unexpectedly, he turned to see Su Lily wearing a very minimal bikini after removing her outerwear. Yi Fan spat out the water. "What are you doing?" Yi Fan did not avert his gaze. Su Lily's figure was exquisite, with curves in all the right places, a slender waist, exactly the type he would have admired before the apocalypse. "Aside from this, I have nothing else to offer you." Su Lily was not one to be coy. Having undressed, she had no intention of putting her clothes back on. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Have you thought this through? Are you certain this is voluntary?" Setting aside her initial irrationality, he was otherwise quite pleased with her demeanor. He had not anticipated her to present such a scenario today. Su Lily nodded. "All right, go take a shower. But I must make it clear, I will not have only you as my woman." Yi Fan was still a novice and lacked experience. He needed to take this opportunity to learn. "Okay." The presidential suite was dimly lit, with only the bedside lamp on. Yi Fan lowered his head to steady Su Lily's lips and began to explore new territories step by step. That night was destined to be sleepless. The next day, Yi Fan emerged from his room feeling refreshed. Upon hearing the commotion, Dubin hurried over, a teasing expression on his face. "So, how was it, Brother Yi? My assist was quite commendable, was it not?" Dubin noticed that Su Lily had not emerged all night and pondered over what might have transpired. However, upon reflection, it seemed he had inadvertently assisted Yi Fan yesterday. This was rather good. It was somewhat unacceptable for his brother to remain a novice in this post-apocalyptic world. Yi Fan placed a cigarette in his mouth and lit it, releasing a puff of smoke as his brow slightly furrowed. Did you have a hand in Su Lily's situation? Dubin shrugged. You could say it was a happy accident. Besides, you did not refuse to. Yi Fan scoffed lightly, as if you would have refused either. After a pause, he added, thanks. Consider it a personal favor owed. The two went to the dining hall for breakfast. Lin Siyu watched as Yi Fan carried 2 plates of breakfast, feeling as though her meal had lost its flavor. She had once had the opportunity to be with Yi Fan. Had she known, she would not have played hard to get. Lin Siyu was not someone who initiated contact easily. Although Yi Fan's attitude towards others was not exactly cold, it was not overly warm either. She found it difficult to gauge his demeanor and thus refrained from making a move. Consequently, Su Lily became the first to take the plunge. Diao Wei observed this scene, feeling envious. He too desired a girl to warm his bed. The reality was that the current women were hardly appealing. The survivor groups he encountered were either filled with moralists or women full of ulterior motives. Their scheming was almost palpable. Did they truly think him blind? Before the apocalypse, Diao Wei and his confidants would occasionally indulge in revelry. Now, they had been reduced to associating with restart wives. With this thought, Diao Wei could not help but sigh. Why was there not a single girl interested in him? Yi Fan remained oblivious to the envy his unintentional actions had stirred among his teammates. As he brought over breakfast, Su Lily had just awakened. This girl, like her, had little experience but had been quite vigorous later on. Had it not been for her lack of endurance, she might have taken the lead last night. Yi Fan sighed inwardly and placed the packed lunchboxes on the table. You worked hard last night. Come eat. Su Lily had already dressed. Her legs were a bit uncooperative, but she replied, okay, I'll be right there. Su Lily stretched her legs and then joined Yi Fan for breakfast. Just as they finished, Su Xiaodong also rose. Captain, sister, what are you eating? It smells so good. Su Xiaodong was completely roused by the aroma of the food. After a night of self-repair, her complexion had noticeably improved. Even her voice sounded stronger. Breakfast. Brother Yi specially brought it for you. Su Lily glanced at Yi Fan. The charm in her eyes stirred something within him. Observing the different interactions between Yi Fan and Su Lily compared to last night, Su Xiaodong, with her mature insight, vaguely understood something. She chose not to speak but simply expressed her gratitude before quietly finishing her breakfast. After the two had eaten, Yi Fan finally said, from today onward, Lily, you and Xiaodong officially join the Chang'an base. Once you finish eating and have digested, you can train with Xiaodong and do bin.at that time. Some of the base's secrets will be unveiled to you. The secrets that Yi Fan referred to were beginning to dawn on Su Lily. For instance, the medicine that Su Xiaodong had consumed yesterday and the extraordinary strength displayed by Diao Wei and the others. Everything seemed to follow a trail. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Brother Yi. Such a base would naturally need to be cautious in accepting new members. Were she in his position, she would likely be even more prudent. After sending off the Su sisters, Yi Fan called Hui Yue, handing her the seed nutrient solution and genetic potion before heading out to scavenge. Meanwhile, under Yi Fan's direction, Du Bin and Diao Wei took the Su sisters to the lower levels. Upon witnessing the decor, which far surpassed that of the upper levels, the Su sisters were utterly astonished. They had initially thought the base they had seen before was already top-notch. Only now did they realize that the previous sites were merely appetizers. At this hour, the entire base was preparing for training before heading out. Thus, when the Su sisters arrived, Du Bin, Diao Wei, and the others were all gathered in the training room. Upon seeing Su Lily, the expressions on everyone's faces varied. At a critical moment, it was Du Bin who came to her aid. All right, everyone begin training. Instructor Song, please assign someone to teach Su Lily, while Hui Yue will handle monitoring. In Yi Fan's absence, Du Bin was the de facto leader of the base. When he spoke, everyone instinctively complied. Su Lily had already expended a considerable amount of energy yesterday. As training commenced, her fatigue became immediately apparent. Du Bin smirked slightly, secretly giving a nod of approval to Yi Fan and YEGE's still the best. Half an hour later, after Hui Yue confirmed that Su Lily was utterly exhausted, she was rewarded with a diluted genetic potion. Yesterday, Su Xiaotong had already consumed a bottle of the healing agent. Even without Du Bin mentioning it, she understood that this seemingly ordinary water was anything but. However, after waiting for a while, when no pain manifested, a question mark slowly emerged on her face. Why doesn't it hurt at all? Du Bin glanced at Su Xiaotong beside her, instantly realizing, oh, your sister's discomfort was likely due to the need for healing. This one doesn't hurt. Hui Yue, take her to the adjacent training room and test her abilities separately. As he spoke, Du Bin's expression turned serious. By the way, Su Lily, this potion is classified information of our base. Be sure not to leak it. Otherwise, you won't need Yigu to take action. I will handle it myself. Su Lily nodded. Rest assured, I won't say a word, if even for the sake of Su Xiaotong. She cannot divulge even a fragment of information regarding the base. Du Bin nodded in satisfaction and turned to Hui Yue with a beaming smile, saying, Hui Yue, please take her over for training. It was only during the subsequent tests that Su Lily comprehended why. Upon her earlier arrival at the base, there had been instances of Jiao Wei and others shattering dishes and developing hundreds of methods for puppet deaths. Now, it was her turn. Su Lily, your testing focus is on speed. Your physical abilities have also improved. Currently, your strength is around 3,000 pounds, and your agility and reflexes are relatively balanced. Overall, you are doing quite well. Adapt to your strength properly. Chapter 43, Emptying the 100,000-ton Granary. After the training session concluded, Du Bin and the others gradually formed teams and departed from the base. Hui Yue was busy coordinating other matters, leaving only Su Xiaotong and Su Lily in the training room. Su Lily wielded the long knife in her hand and calmly stated, if you have something to say, just say it. In our current situation, there are no secrets between us sisters. Su Xiaotong nodded slightly, her expression serious as she asked, is it your own choice, sister? Su Lily affirmed, yes. The items given by the captain are invaluable. I cannot trade my life for them. I can only exchange my most precious possession. And of course, he treats us well. In the midst of the apocalypse, humanity is acutely aware, including Su Lily and Su Xiaotong. Su Xiaotong remained silent, simply embracing Su Lily. Su Lily refrained from returning the embrace, as she could not yet control her strength that a careless exertion could easily cost Su Xiaotong her life. I will recover soon, sister. Once you have mastered your strength, please check on me. Although I feel much better already. Su Xiaotong released her hold on Su Lily and smiled, saying, all right, but you will have to wait a few more days. Su Lily glanced at the puppets scattered on the ground, her expression quite awkward. Su Xiaotong nodded and quietly sat down to read. In her previous illness, reading had been her sole form of entertainment. Now, with her health unexpectedly restored in this apocalyptic world, reading had become her newfound pleasure. What delighted her even more was that Yifan had established a vast library within the base. After completing her tasks, finding time to visit the library would be a truly enjoyable affair. In stark contrast to the leisurely activities of the Su sisters, Yifan encountered the first formidable survivor team of the organization. Calculating carefully, it had been a week since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. The vast majority of powerless ordinary people either perished beneath falling meteors or fell prey to zombies. The remaining individuals huddled together for warmth, which was hardly surprising. However, encountering a survivor team armed with cold weapons and fully equipped was a first for Yifan. This place has already been targeted by our organization. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly, or don't blame us for being ungracious. The teams collecting supplies were numerous, yet few. Like Yifan, sought out the police station for firearms. Especially considering Yifan was alone, the attitude of this group of survivors grew increasingly arrogant. What if I don't? Yifan decisively discarded the long knife in his hand, retrieving a handgun from his backpack and aiming it at the leading young man. His sudden draw startled all the survivors. The boss is still inside gathering firearms, yet here they are, having a gun pointed at their heads. This is absolutely outrageous. Hey bro, put the gun down first. There are more police stations nearby. You could switch to another. Liang Chumin, glancing at the dark muzzle, felt a wave of panic. The guy before him appeared quite handsome and had an amiable demeanor. Yet he was acting so fiercely. They hadn't even exchanged blows yet. I was here first. If Yifan had arrived later, it would have been a different story. He had come here first. While this group was responsible for searching for supplies and simultaneously blocking others, they were merely taking advantage of his solitude. Why Yifan wouldn't tolerate such indignity? He located the young man who had previously shouted at him and shot him down without hesitation. The loud gunshot, lacking a silencer, not only attracted the attention of those scavenging for supplies within the station, but also drew countless zombies. What a lunatic! The Zhishang survivor team had somewhat better luck. After the apocalypse, they found a factory that was sufficient to meet their survival needs. Subsequently, they discovered a small factory selling cold weapons, which allowed them to equip themselves better for slaying zombies. Further swelling their numbers, they aspired to establish a power base, suppress zombies with firearms, recruit followers, and build a stronghold. Rumor had it that the authorities had bases to shelter survivors, but few knew their exact locations or how to reach them. The apocalypse had come so abruptly that only a handful had heeded Yi Fan's warnings and stockpiled provisions. Most dismissed it as mere hunger marketing. Yi Fan, unwilling to waste ammunition, quickly climbed onto a nearby Hummer and casually tossed a music box over. What the lunatic, truly a lunatic. The Zhishang survivor team members frantically trampled the music box that produced sound. After ensuring its destruction, they hastily retreated into the station and shut the door, asked the leader. Zhishang surveyed the zombies outside, and the joy of finally finding firearms vanished in an instant. What on earth is happening? Wasn't I clear about keeping the noise down? Liang Chumin, upon hearing his brother's reproach, felt helpless. Brother, it's not that we made a lot of noise. It's that lunatic outside. He deliberately fired a shot and tossed a music box on the ground. The zombies are all drawn to the sound. What do we do now? As Liang Chumin's words fell, the familiar melody echoed once more. This is outrageous. All present felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Not only had they resorted to violence, but now they had also attracted zombies with the music box. In this post-apocalyptic world, while one might lack morality, one should not lack decency. The group was on the brink of madness. Hearing the sounds, the zombies surged closer. Zhishang hurriedly grabbed firearms to distribute to his subordinates to deal with the zombies. Yet, in the next moment, all the firearms in front of them mysteriously vanished, including those scattered on the ground. Yi Fan toyed with his handgun, a playful glint in his eyes. Waste ammunition? Did he ever agree to that? Good heavens, this is absurd. Everyone was taken aback by the scene. However, the zombies had already breached their defenses. With no alternatives, they could only resort to cold weapons to confront the undead. Chen Zhishang gazed at the young man perched atop the Hummer, vaguely sensing that the earlier disappearance of their weapons was the work of this enigmatic adversary. Realizing this, Chen Zhishang inwardly regretted not recognizing the mysterious nature of his opponent sooner. He would never have dared to offend him so easily. Now, their survival depended entirely on whether this stranger would show mercy. But would he? In this world of despair, people would fight tooth and nail for a morsel of bread. Why would he expend effort to save a group of strangers? Despair enveloped Zhishang in that moment of hopelessness. A sudden thought struck him. Brother on the Hummer, I know where there are abundant supplies. If you're willing to spare us, I can reveal the location of the granary. A granary? Yi Fan perked up at his words. How do I know if the location you speak of is genuine or not? He had no qualms about allowing Chen Zhishang, who had learned his secret, to continue living, but he needed to ascertain the authenticity of the granary's location. Following Zhishang's remark, Yi Fan recalled that he had indeed overlooked many opportunities for resource plundering after the apocalypse, such as granaries and well-preserved reservoirs, both ripe for the taking. Fortunately, it was not too late. If he could spare some time to raid these resources, they would eventually become his possessions. More than the elusive dance of the unknown, Yi Fan was eager to discover the whereabouts of this so-called granary in the days that followed. He had meticulously observed the surrounding environment and found that the meteorite's descent had brought not only the zombie virus and environmental pollution, but also rapid plant decay. What would the land, incapable of supporting seeds, ultimately transform into? A sense of heaviness settled in Yi Fan's heart as he contemplated the accumulation of hundreds of tons of soil. He needed to hasten the pace of resource collection. First, tell me the specific location. Yi Fan aimed to bypass Chen Zhishang and directly seize the granary. Clearly, Chen Zhishang anticipated this, rolling his eyes and saying, Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, but the granary's location is quite concealed, and there might be other survivors around. You wouldn't want others to learn of it ahead of us and snatch the supplies, would you? What a clever fellow. Yi Fan nodded slightly, raising his long knife and leaping off the Hummer. The evolution of zombies required years of consumption for advancement. It was anticipated that within 3 months, Yifan's team would remain the most formidable force among survivors and even zombies. After 3 months, zombies could evolve into Tier 3 or higher. As for when the Zombie King would emerge, that depended on when humanity discovered the use of zombie crystal cores. Naturally, Yifan would dispatch team members to actively hunt high-level zombies, ensuring that his team's strength would always remain at the forefront. As Yifan descended from the vehicle, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. With the sound of his landing, dozens of zombies began to converge upon him. Wielding the long knife, Yifan sliced through the surrounding zombies with ease, reducing them to mere fragments in mere moments. After 3 swift strikes, no zombies stood before him. Witnessing this scene invigorated Qin Zhishang and his companions, who fought desperately against the zombies. With Yifan's support, the pressure on everyone was significantly alleviated. Before long, all the zombies within and around the police station were eradicated. Now it is permissible to discuss the location of the granary. Yifan expertly lit a cigarette, and the aroma of nicotine wafted through the air, enticing several individuals to inhale deeply and savor the scent. In recent days, they had been toiling for their livelihoods, hardly able to indulge in cigarettes or alcohol. Yet, upon catching a whiff of smoke, their faces revealed unmistakable longing. Qin Zhishang, too, was reluctant for too many to learn of the granary's whereabouts. He feigned difficulty and said, "Brother, there are numerous zombies outside. Could you allow my companions to return first?" Yifan glanced at the dozen or so individuals present and nodded slightly. "Very well, then you may take 2 people with you." Qin Zhishang was overjoyed. "Liang Qiumin, you come with me." "Understood, Brother Zhishang." And no sooner had he spoken than the remaining individuals collapsed to the ground in an instant. From their fallen posture, it was evident that their necks had been swiftly snapped. Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin exchanged glances, swallowing hard. This fellow was not only still but lethal when provoked, a true harbinger of death. Just as they were mulling over this, Yifan casually tossed 2 cigarettes their way. "Let us go, lead the way. As long as you refrain from any tricks, I assure you I will not harm you. As for those others, did you think witnessing my secret would allow them to survive? Of course, that is impossible. We are both tight-lipped. There is no way we would disclose anything, rest assured, brother." The gaze Qin Zhishang encountered sent shivers down his spine. Yifan nodded and tossed a lighter to the two. The long-awaited scent of nicotine spread from their mouths to their lungs, and the expressions of Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin relaxed by a fraction. "Thank you for the cigarette, brother. This brand is a delight to smoke. I have only had the chance to indulge a few times before the apocalypse." Liang Qiumin boldly complimented. Yifan offered no response. Unfazed, Liang Qiumin and Qin Zhishang quickly began to puff away. Before long, Yifan extinguished the cigarette but in his hand. "Wait here. I will check for any overlooked areas." Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. Please, just treat us as if we are not here." Yifan ignored the two and briskly entered the premises, scavenging. All usable body armor, firearms, food supplies, and more were swiftly collected into his space. Even the vehicles outside were not spared. Yifan's speed was astonishing. Upon his return, he bore no visible items. The thought of the vanished firearms caused Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin's scalps to tingle, and they hastened their smoking. "We're leaving now," Yifan said coldly. Hey, all right, we are coming." Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin hastily finished their last puffs and crushed the cigarette butts underfoot. Having witnessed Yifan's prowess, they quickly kept pace with him. Upon reaching the Hummer, Yifan swiftly opened the driver's side and rear doors, instructing, "Get in." Almost instantaneously, the two squeezed into the Hummer and shut the doors with a bang. The sound attracted the attention of the zombies. Yifan merely advised, "Brace yourselves," before flooring the gas pedal and charging into the horde. The crimson, yellow, and white matter splattered across the windows, doors, and glass, creating a scene that was profoundly unsettling. Thankfully, Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin had not eaten that day. Otherwise, they would have surely lost their breakfast. This brother was truly ferocious. In which direction lies the granary? Yifan inquired as he activated the windshield wipers. It's located in a secluded forest outside East City. It is well hidden and could feed several thousand people for a year. No, it might even be more. I had initially intended to claim it for myself, but it seems the occupants are armed. Qin Zhishang observed the spacious interior of the Hummer, surrounded by various supplies and long knives, and an unsettling thought arose within him. However, Liang Chumin quickly interrupted his contemplation. Are you insane? Liang Chumin glared at Qin Jishang. The latter, feeling the intensity of the glare, cast a glance at the seemingly unguarded Yi Fan in the driver's seat, a cold sweat trickling down his back. He had almost forgotten that Yi Fan was a man who could kill without a second thought. Given his level of combat capability, it could be but a fleeting thought for him to eliminate them. How had he allowed himself to be blinded by naivety? Yi Fan cast a meaningful glance at Liang Chumin, initially expecting Qin Jishang to be more discerning. Now it seemed that Liang Chumin had greater potential for usefulness. He would continue to observe. Yi Fan drove towards the granary location indicated by Qin Jishang. Any zombies encountered along the way were swiftly crushed beneath the wheels. Watching the vehicle stained with crimson, Qin Jishang felt his legs tremble. Their most daring exploits in this post-apocalyptic world had merely involved slaying zombies and gathering a few companions. They had never engaged in true bloodshed, yet Yi Fan had decimated their entire group. In contrast to Yi Fan's terrifying efficiency in dispatching zombies, their previous ambitions of forming a dominant faction felt utterly delusional. Encountering a powerhouse like Yi Fan, he alone could sweep away all of them. What is your name, brother? I am Qin Jishang, and this is my younger brother, Liang Chumin. The journey to the granary would take approximately another 30 minutes. The atmosphere inside the Hummer was oppressive, and Qin Jishang, unable to bear the tense silence, initiated a conversation with Yi Fa and Yi Fan. Interested in their backgrounds, casually replied, Yi Fan. Brother Yi, greetings. You are truly formidable. Slaying zombies is as effortless as chopping vegetables. I admire you greatly. Are you a lone wolf? Do you accept disciples? What do you think of the two of us? Qin Jishang, with remarkable audacity, boldly inquired, despite the fact that Yi Fan had just executed his comrades. Yet, one could not deny that in this apocalyptic world, it was such adaptable individuals who were most likely to survive. From this alone, Yi Fan's perception of Qin Jishang shifted, and he felt a hint of admiration. What benefits can you bring me? Yi Fan glanced at the rearview mirror, his casual question leaving Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin momentarily speechless. All are of your caliber. If this were indeed true, how formidable must their base be? Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin exchanged worried glances, pondering what value they could possibly offer Yi Fa and Yi Fan allowed them their moment of contemplation, driving in silence. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Jishang broke the silence. Brother Yi, our familiarity with East City might be of use. We know the locations of the granary, various warehouses, and laboratories. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. There are laboratories in East City? Indeed, quite a few. As far as I know, there are 2 or 3 laboratories, though I am unsure of their specific purposes. My uncle used to work at one. However, we have no connections. They look down on us. I only manage to gather information by awkwardly striking up conversations. Insider knowledge is always more valuable than that of outsiders, especially for someone like Qin Jishang, who thrived on gathering intel to survive. It was fortunate for him that he had been so mobile. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as his uncle's family, crushed beneath the meteorite. Is your uncle still alive? Yi Fan inquired curiously. Not anymore. They were all resting at my home when the meteorite struck. I am not accustomed to being home, and by the time I returned, the meteorite had obliterated everything within 100 meters of my house. As he spoke, a hint of sadness crept into Qin Jishang's voice, indicating the genuineness of his tale. Perhaps I should pay a visit there. Yi Fan nodded, then continued his inquiry, and what about you, Liang Chumin? What benefits can you provide? Unlike Qin Jishang, Liang Chumin lacked social skills, yet he excelled in areas where others faltered. Computer technology, I can crack various passwords. Hack into computers. I was in this line of work before the apocalypse. I inadvertently ended up following Brother Jishang and have survived until now. The profession he pursued came with a high degree of risk. Should a significant job go awry, it was easy for employers to track him down. To ensure his safety, Liang Chumin frequently hit the gym. Building his strength was this quality that had caught Qin Jishang's attention. And due to his calm demeanor and outsmarting various individuals, he had enabled Qin Jishang's group to swiftly acquire cold weapons. One could say Liang Chumin's role was akin to that of a military advisor. Unfortunately for them, their luck had run out. Just as they began to rise, they encountered a survivor with overwhelming combat prowess like Yi Fan. You can crack the passwords for the laboratories? Yi Fan was somewhat taken aback. Realizing that these two indeed possessed valuable skills, Liang Chumin nodded. I can, and that's not all. I can also pick locks. Just provide me with the right tools, and I can open any lock, including safes. Given the nature of his profession, the likelihood of failure was exceedingly high. Yi Fan chuckled. All right, the two of you may follow me from now on. However, let me make it clear. I have a zero-tolerance policy for traitors. Should you behave wisely, I will assign someone to teach you combat skills. Once you are capable of standing on your own, you will be able to slaughter zombies with the same ease as I do. As Yi Fan spoke, they arrived at the granary location. Upon hearing his words, both Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin felt a surge of aspiration. Yi Fan's methods were decisive, albeit somewhat reckless, yet one could not deny his extraordinary strength. If we can grow stronger, we will never betray you, Brother Yi. Hearing their excited declarations, Yi Fan remained skeptical. All right, get out. Where is the granary located? As Chen Zhishang aptly pointed out, the location of the granary is rather remote. With scarcely a few zombies in sight, Yi Fan retrieved his binoculars and gazed in the direction indicated by Chen Zhishang. Indeed, he spotted two men clad in bulletproof vests, armed with sniper rifles. Standing guard. Stay here. I'll be back shortly, Yi Fan declared, and before his words had fully echoed, he had already sprinted several dozen meters away. Chen Zhishang and his companion, with keen eyes, could even witness the moment Yi Fan swiftly snapped the necks of the two men. Upon witnessing this scene, a chill crept over their necks. The two armed guards had been silently dispatched by Yi Fan. Despite their newfound strength, could they truly contend with Yi Fan? Just as they pondered this, Yi Fan's figure vanished from sight. Stepping into the granary, Yi Fan surveyed the vast stockpile of grains, a wave of delight nearly spilling from his eyes. Excellent, excellent. All of this is mine, he mused in an instant. The entire stock of grains was absorbed into his spatial storage. Furthermore, he discovered additional granaries nearby. After consolidating the new finds into his space, he took a moment to tally his acquisitions, his heart swelling with joy. 2 granaries, each containing 50,000 tons of grain, had granted him an additional 100,000 tons. Truly a windfall. Such fortunate occurrences could not come too frequently. Chapter 44. The Spark Plan? You two, come here for a moment. After securing the granary and the firearms of the guards at the entrance, Yi Fan beckoned Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin to approach. Both men were somewhat intimidated by Yi Fan's earlier display of strength. Nodding vigorously, they hurried over as they beheld the immense granary. They couldn't help but swallow hard in unison. Just how much grain could this granary hold? Surely enough to sustain them for a lifetime. With plenty to spare, however, they dared not indulge in such thoughts, knowing that should Yi Fan truly take action, they might meet the same fate as their unfortunate predecessors. Liang Chumin, you're skilled at picking locks, right? Can you open that vehicle? Following Yi Fan's direction, the two men's eyes fell upon a police car not far away, stained with a hint of crimson. Clearly not a local vehicle. They exchanged glances. Feeling a deepening sense of reverence for Yi Fan's enigmatic prowess, I can. But I'll need some tools. If you have a wire, could you spare me a piece? Liang Chumin was quite renowned for his lock-picking abilities, especially with the moniker of Lock King echoing in his circles. Initially, he had intended to make a living through this skill, but an unexpected twist had led him to the home of a significant figure. Had he not been clever, he might have found himself still trapped there when the apocalypse struck. I have one. Let me get it for you. Yi Fan had a plethora of items in his spatial storage, a veritable cornucopia of odds and ends. Concealing his actions within the folds of his pocket, he produced a piece of wire. Liang Chumin took the wire and, in less than a minute, had the car door swung open. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Impressive, that was quick. Now, search the vehicle for any usable firearms. Chen Zhishang, come over here and drain the fuel from the car. Yi Fan pointed to a nearby fuel drum. Chen Zhishang promptly rushed over to assist. They were oblivious to how many knew of Yi Fan's uncanny ability to manipulate objects at will. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to regard them as inconsequential. Moreover, both men were astute. The zombies outside were rapidly evolving. Just days ago, they could handle them individually, but now they were proving significantly more formidable. In a makeshift team like theirs, the risk of disbandment loomed ever closer. That Yi Fan had chosen to keep them around was already a stroke of luck. Furthermore, he had even consented to allow them into the base, as long as life was bearable. Neither Chen Zhishang nor Liang Chumin would be foolish enough to betray Yi Fan. In this apocalyptic world, there was no safer path than to walk alongside a powerhouse like him. Yi Fan had secured several police cars, and with the contents of the trunks, Chen Jishang and Liang Chumin began to unload. Wow, Brother Yi, this is incredible. There are several sets of bulletproof vests, ammunition, and firearms in the trunk. Chen Jishang exclaimed in delight, cradling a sniper rifle. Yi Fan approached and confirmed the discovery, noting not only firearms but also plenty of food. It appeared that someone had taken the opportunity to gather supplies, perhaps intending to make a quick escape. In their haste, they had overlooked their surroundings, ultimately falling prey to the zombies, thus inadvertently benefiting Yi Fan and his companions. Good fortune indeed. Let us keep moving. How about we have some self-heating meals shortly? Yi Fan casually mentioned. Chen Jishang and Liang Chumin's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Whatever Brother Yi says goes. We all in. In truth, they hadn't had a proper meal in days. Their survival group consisted of rough men, and the prospect of cooking was laughable. Even boiled water tasted dreadful now, in this dire world. No one dared waste food. Some had attempted to eat instant noodles, but it was uncertain whether the meteorite impacts had contaminated all water sources beyond bottled water. They had also scoured supermarkets for supplies. But many places had already been stripped clean. At most, they managed to scavenge some bread that others had overlooked. All right, you two get started. We'll have self-heating meals afterward. Yes, Yi Fan's words settled. Chen Jishang and Liang Chumin worked with renewed vigor. In these times, people could fight over a mere bun, let alone self-heating meals. By the way, Brother Yi, we still have plenty of supplies back at our place. Would you like to accompany us to collect everything? Chen Jishang understood the principle of reciprocity. Having allied with Yi Fan, they naturally intended to bring their gathered supplies along. Yi Fan nodded. Sure, let us head over later. After preparing 5 vehicles, Yi Fan additionally acquired a box of bullets, 7 handguns, 3 sets of bulletproof vests, 2 large bags of bread, instant noodles, and 3 barrels of gasoline. Well done. Let us go down and have those self-heating meals. Chen Jishang and Liang Chumin followed Yi Fan back to the vehicle. Yi Fan retrieved 3 large bottles of mineral water, a 1-liter water tank, and a plastic bag containing about 7 or 8 self-heating meals from the trunk. Brother Yi, let me help you with that. Liang Chumin quickly stepped forward to take the water tank. Chen Jishang opened the rear door of the Hummer with a confident stride. The space, modified by Hui Yue, was quite spacious. Even 3 large men found it comfortable. This amount of food won't suffice for me alone. You two take what you need, but don't overeat. We need to deal with zombies later. And that could lead to trouble. Yi Fan placed the water tank between them, distributing a bottle of mineral water to each. Chen Jishang and Liang Chumin gazed hungrily at the various flavors of self-heating meals before them. Nearly drooling. Brother Yi, how many boxes can you eat? Let me get them for you. I'll help too. Yi Fan, now with a considerable appetite, estimated that 5 boxes of self-heating meals would nearly satiate him. 5 boxes, then. There are 9 in total. Can you both manage 2 boxes each? If not, I can fetch more. Hearing Yi Fan's willingness to get more if needed, Chen Jishang gulped hard. No need, Brother Yi. I'm fine. I'm good too. Liang Chumin quickly chimed in. Yi Fan instructed them to select their preferred flavors while he took the remaining boxes. After spending a month in the team, Yi Fan had become even less picky about food. Once Chen Jishang and Liang Chumin had prepared their self-heating meals, they busied themselves with their own. Given their current performance, Yi Fan felt quite satisfied with the duo. They understood their roles and had their own value and insight. Most importantly, they were aware of his secret ability to make things disappear. Keeping them around saved him some effort in manual labor. Once the two had filled their self-heating meals, Yi Fan adjusted his position, sitting cross-legged in the Hummer, and casually remarked, "It's rather dull waiting here. Do you two have any interesting news to share?" Interesting news? Chen Jishang and Liang Chumin exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by Yi Fan's inquiry. What kind of events would he consider entertaining? They hesitated to respond immediately, striving to view the question from Yi Fan's perspective. After a brief pause, Chen Jishang spoke up. Speaking of which, there is indeed something intriguing. I heard that a prominent figure in a forum issued a warning about the apocalypse, which even trended on social media, catching the attention of certain experts. Since then, my brother-in-law mentioned that it garnered significant focus from the authorities, who are secretly establishing related shelters. The exact locations remain unknown, as the internet is mostly down now. Recalling this, Liang Chumin added, I've heard about that too. Some survivors mentioned a base in the south, officially established, with personnel actively rescuing survivors. Given that it's relatively distant from us, even if the authorities wish to assist, It would likely be several months before they could reach us. By then, the zombies will probably become far more terrifying. How many will survive by then remains a mystery. In a scenario of power outages, network failures, and blocked roads, the living would inevitably resort to fierce competition for dwindling resources. The grim possibility of cannibalism loomed large. The thought sent simultaneous shivers down the spines of Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin. In a way, this could be viewed as good news. Yi Fan surmised that the so-called apocalypse warning was indeed the article he had pinned. The fact that it had drawn the attention of the authorities was beyond his expectations. This is acceptable. It is certainly better than inaction. Hiss, is there really such a matter? A warning was issued a month ago? Liang Qiumin, who typically shuns forums and the like, had not paid much attention to this issue. Upon hearing Qin Zhishang's words, he instinctively gasped. Qin Zhishang nodded. Indeed. I heard they even initiated the spark evolution, and my brother-in-law thought this was utterly absurd and ridiculed the big shots several times at the dinner table. Little did he expect this to be true. I wonder how many people hoarded supplies. Yi Fan showed little interest in this topic and subsequently inquired, "Are there any other intriguing matters?" Liang Qiumin stroked his chin and replied, "Speaking of the base, I have heard a piece of gossip. It is rumored that a foreign trade company in the western suburbs has been frantically hoarding supplies for sale. Though no one knows the location, many survivor teams from the western suburbs are eyeing that batch of supplies, and recently, some survivors have even prepared to venture there for a look. There are indeed channels of information among survivors, albeit limited. Individuals like Liang Qiumin, who navigate the gray areas, tend to be more informed than the average person. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Zhishang can lead a group of survivors to evade crises. Are there many people involved in this? If you were to inquire, could you uncover the location?" Cheng'an Foreign Trade had already established a name in the city. With the backing of Yi Penghai's old friends and Liang Qiumin, they could smoothly collect supplies. Now, without that support and in the midst of an apocalypse, Cheng'an Foreign Trade has become a coveted target for many. However, they could never have anticipated that Cheng'an Foreign Trade seemed to have vanished entirely. No one could pinpoint the company's exact location. The impassable roads and the emergence of zombies have also caused significant traffic impediments, resulting in a lack of survivors venturing to investigate. You mean to say? Brother Yi, do you intend to eliminate those individuals entirely? Liang Qiumin's eyes brightened as he immediately grasped Yi Fan's intentions. The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, a faint glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Yes. Is that feasible? Qin Zhishang pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding. It is feasible. As long as Brother Yi grants us a week's time, we assure you we can infiltrate and relay the information to you. Yi Fan stroked his chin and nodded. There is no rush. Let them search for now. When we encounter one, we will eliminate one. When we encounter a pair, we will eliminate both. Furthermore, you are still too weak. It would not be too late to return to the base for some training before proceeding. Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin exchanged glances and could only silently nod. Compared to Yi Fan's prowess, they were hardly worthy of being called fighters. Are there any other interesting tidbits? Yi Fan continued to inquire, realizing that these two possessed more information than he had anticipated. Unable to resist, he pressed on. Qin Zhishang, however, was not as confident this time. He cautiously stated, "Brother Yi, does the mysterious disappearance of meteors count? We recently discovered that the nearby meteors vanished overnight. Although this has somewhat restored road conditions, it is indeed quite bizarre." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan discerned that the two likely had no further information. Just then, the self-heating meal was ready. He nodded. "All right, let us eat first. Once you finish gathering your supplies, we will explore other survivors' locations. If we encounter any nefarious characters, do let me know. There is nothing quite as profitable as plundering. For instance, they were the ones who got robbed." Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin fell silent. Fortunately, they had wisely switched sides. Their lives preserved, they could still plunder from others. After a brief period of despondency, the two inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the meal, promptly serving themselves steaming rice. The soft, glutinous rice mingled with the savory meat flavor filled their mouths. The warmth and delightful taste elicited satisfied smiles from Qin Zhishang and Liang Qiumin. "This is delicious." After the two began their meal, Yi Fan joined in as well. By the time the three finished dining, half an hour had elapsed. Qin Zhishang took a sip of water and swallowed the rice in his mouth. The feeling of fullness in his belly prompted him to pat his stomach contentedly. At last, "I am full. Since the apocalypse began, We have not had a proper meal. Indeed. I am also full, Brother Yi. Are we leaving now? Liang Chumin swiftly tidied up and inquired. Let's rest for 10 minutes. Yi Fan observed their expressions and recognized they were quite stuffed. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin sheepishly scratched their heads, feeling even more grateful towards Yi Fan. Brother Yi has truly been exceptionally kind to them. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Under Chen Jishang's guidance, Yi Fan drove the Hummer to the residence of the Jishang survivor team. There were quite a few zombies in the vicinity, and due to the presence of residential buildings, one could see numerous elderly zombies with gray hair. Let us proceed. There are plenty of vehicles nearby. You two coordinate and scour the insides and outsides of the vehicles. Leave the zombies to me. Chapter 45. Be cautious. There seems to be someone inside. Yi Fan intended to eliminate hundreds of zombies. Chen Jishang swallowed hard. He found the seemingly indifferent Yi Fan to be a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Soon after, a curious thought arose in his mind. Could it be that to Yi Fan, these numerous zombies pose no threat whatsoever? How strong must Yi Fan be? Just as he pondered this, he saw Yi Fan find a tree branch and place several birthday music boxes. The activation sound echoed momentarily. Hundreds of zombies surged forth. Happy birthday to you, wishing you happiness and health. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin. So this is how one can deal with zombies. What a revelation. One must admit that domestically produced items are indeed robust. The zombies uprooted the tree but did not manage to damage the music box. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin promptly began to focus on their own tasks. If they encountered any zombies drawn out by their actions, they would work together to eliminate them and continue their work. Liang Chumin and Qin Jishang busied themselves energetically below, while Yi Fan opened the residential building and began to scour each unit. With no intention of knocking, he simply kicked the doors open, rummaging through everything. Anything useful was swiftly collected into his spatial storage. Food, medicine, bread, grains, rice, oil, and more were not spared. Items like sanitary pads and umbrellas for women were also included. All these were consumables, even if he had no use for them. Su Lily and the other women would benefit. Taking advantage of his infinite storage, Yi Fan quickly and ruthlessly cleared the entire building. The supplies collected by Qin Jishang and others were also stowed away. Moreover, Yi Fan visited nearby residential buildings as well. Some residents had indeed hoarded substantial food supplies. Unfortunately, they managed to evade the falling meteors but could not escape the onslaught of zombies. All of this ultimately benefited Yi Fan, who was there to scavenge. Yi Fan calculated that after clearing several floors, he had amassed at least 300 pounds of rice, around 200 pounds of cooked food, rice flour, and other items. Along with a massage chair and a treadmill, in total, he had gathered nearly 500 pounds of supplies. Rather profitable, all things considered. When Yi Fan finished scouring the residential building and descended, the hundreds of zombies were still preoccupied with the gift boxes near the tree. The earth surrounding the tree was nearly excavated bare. Yi Fan ignored the zombies and cleared all the zombies near the Hummer. He gestured for Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin to get in the vehicle. The two quickly hopped into the Hummer, carrying oil barrels, long knives, and bags for supplies. As the vehicle roared to life, the zombies began to swarm around. Yi Fan drove aggressively, though Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin still felt a tinge of nausea at the sight of the deep red splatter on the windows. Under Qin Jishang's direction, the Hummer swiftly arrived outside a food processing factory that produced bread and instant noodles. Due to a power outage, the factory's production line had halted. The wandering zombies had already been cleared by Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin. However, as the three approached the factory, they heard voices emanating from within. Sensing something amiss, Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin stealthily peered around the factory entrance, only to discover that the factory they had painstakingly located was now occupied by another survivor team. Brother Yi, it seems this group is from a nearby survivor team, and they are not good people, just a bunch of street thugs. I heard they have extorted numerous merchants, essentially ruling the streets around here. While they spoke, a bald man radiating an air of menace emerged from the factory. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan promptly produced 2 handguns and handed them to the two. Here's your mission. Eliminate them. Extract information about their gathering place, and where similar groups may be located. Today, we take them all down. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin, holding the heavy guns, felt a surge of excitement but also recalled something. All right, Brother Yi, but neither of us has handled these before. What if our aim is off? If you miss, just shoot a few more times, it's no problem. After all, these guns are ones that Liang Chumin and the others procured themselves. The ammunition allocation is still within your control. All right, just wait and watch the show. Upon hearing in the future, it is likely that an increasing number of individuals, emboldened by the collapse of societal order, will unleash the malevolence that lies hidden within their hearts. Yi Fan harbored no objections to the notion that all members of the base might be wicked. However, he could not abide those who were solely driven by a penchant for violence and destruction. Who are you? Chen Zhishang and his companion, appearing unfamiliar, swiftly aroused the vigilance of the entire survival team. And who might you be? This territory was discovered by us first. Chen Zhishang, armed with a gun, was unperturbed, his demeanor more audacious than that of the bald leader. Upon hearing the commotion, the individuals within the factory emerged in droves. A dozen or so imposing men stood before them, their sheer presence intimidating. Especially the bald leader and his subordinates, who, upon noticing that their opponents numbered only 3, began to approach Chen Zhishang and his companion with long knives and machetes. Oh, quite the audacity, isn't it? Who dares to make a move? Liang Chumin shot a glance at Yi Fan behind him, instantly feeling emboldened. He swiftly drew his gun, projecting an intimidating stance. The bald leader and his crew, confronted with the ominous barrel of the firearm, dared not advance. That's a gun. 1 shot, 1 kill. But, brother, we had no idea this was your territory. How about we just leave? The bald leader hastily raised his hands, attempting to nego while storing instant noodles packed with flour cakes. It appeared that they were preparing for individual sale. Yi Fan could not find any seasonings or similar items, only locating a tally of 10,000 boxes of flour cakes and 1,000 boxes of small crispy noodles. Overall, the harvest was quite satisfactory. After rummaging through the bread factory, Yi Fan emerged, and Chen Zhishang along with Liang Chumin had managed to secure 2 barrels of gasoline and some useful everyday items. With the addition of 2 subordinates, various aspects had indeed become much more convenient, much to Yi Fan's delight. Let us head to the cold weapons factory, Yi Fan said calmly, swiftly ushering the 2 into the vehicle. Guided by Liang Chumin, Yi Fan soon arrived outside the cold weapons factory. This remote location seemed to be a makeshift factory. Let us go inside and take a look. Upon hearing some noises from within, Yi Fan slightly furrowed his brow to be cautious. There seems to be someone inside. Whether they were human or zombies remained unclear to Yi Fan. He brandished his knife and strode forward, as if the words "be cautious" were merely a reminder for Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin. The 3 entered the factory at a leisurely pace, only to spot a zombie aimlessly wandering about. Yi Fan swiftly dispatched the zombie with a single stroke. Observing the back door that had been opened, he frowned slightly. Didn't you say this place was deserted? Why is the back door ajar? Chen Zhishang shook his head. I don't know. I'll look for the mine's map first. Liang Chumin, come help me. The entrance had been intact when they arrived, and it had only been a little over 2 days since. Given that there was no one watching over this place, it was only reasonable that others might have discovered it. The only concern was that those who sneaked in could be former employees of the factory. If they obtained the map of the mine, they could potentially forge a batch of weapons. All right. Liang Chumin sheathed his long knife and quickly began searching alongside Chen Zhishang. Before long, they heard Chen Zhishang's excited voice. Found it. It's the map of the mine, and it's not far from here. The 2 had only glanced at it before and hadn't examined it closely now. As they scrutinized it, they realized the magnitude of what they had stumbled upon. Yi Fan took the map and inspected it. His eyes lighting up. Indeed, it's quite close. Let us proceed to the mine. Sure thing, Yigu. We'll head to the vehicle first. Do you need to take anything with you? Liang Chumin suggested wisely, hinting that Yi Fan should take everything from this place. After all, they would be teammates in the future. Rather than let others benefit, it would be more fitting for Yi Fan to take it all. Considering they had just had 2 bowls of self-heating meals at Yi Fan's place, it was only right that these items ended up in his hands. Yi Fan glanced around at the nearby items and nodded. Let us do just that. As his words fell, everything in front of Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin vanished as if by magic. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Liang Chumin was taken aback, suddenly comprehending Yi Fan's intentions. Yi Fan would not tolerate any betrayal. Once betrayed, the only ones who could keep secrets would be the dead. Furthermore, they were indeed the ones who deserved such a fate. Had they not demonstrated their value, Yi Fan would not have retained them. Chen Zhishang, too, sensed Yi Fan's meaning. The 2 exchanged glances and swallowed hard, replying, All right, Yigu, please lead the way. Yi Fan gave a slight nod and took his seat in the back of the Hummer. Turning to Qin Zhishang and Liang Chumin, he asked, "Which of you can drive? It's best if you have experience on the road. I want to study the location of the mine I can drive." "I am quite skilled at it," Qin Zhishang quickly replied. Yi Fan nodded, touched the car key for 2 seconds, and tossed it into Qin Zhishang's hand. Currently, the Hummer's intelligence system wasn't overly advanced. The vehicle could only recognize Yi Fan's iris and fingerprint for driving. To prevent the owner from changing drivers without consent, Hui Yue had specially arranged for a fingerprint verification on the key. If the owner confirmed their fingerprint before handing over the key, the holder would have managerial authority and be able to drive the vehicle. However, if the owner pressed a hidden button at the same time as confirming their fingerprint, the Hummer would automatically shut off half an hour later, locking the wheels. This would give the owner a chance to escape and counterattack against any enemies that, of course, if the owner were to die on the spot. The iris matching would cease to function, and the doors would lock immediately. Such was the extent of technology a century later. Reflecting on Huiyue's words, Yi Fan couldn't help but marvel again. As the vehicle started, Yi Fan meticulously studied the mine's map, seated as steady as a mountain. The scale of this mine was not insignificant. It was nestled deep within the mountains, in a rather secluded area, judging by the symbols on the map. It was likely an iron mine. Goodness. Not only are these people operating a factory to manufacture cold weapons, but they are also clandestinely excavating an iron mine. They certainly have some audacity, and they haven't even been discovered by the authorities? It seems they have some connections. Yi Fan directed Qin Zhishang on the driving route while studying the map. After a challenging 2-hour journey, the Hummer finally arrived at the foot of the mountain where the mine was located. "Wow, Yi Gu, it looks like the mine is halfway up the mountain. This is quite well hidden, isn't it? Do we need to continue climbing?" Qin Zhishang, who considered himself a skilled driver, noted that the road appeared rather steep, with faint glimpses of zombies in work uniforms. "Let us go. This mine probably has not only iron but also coal nearby. The pollution of the land is becoming increasingly apparent. Some areas have completely withered trees. Since we have a chance to acquire more mineral resources, we certainly want to let it slip away. As for whether the coal mine is still usable, that's irrelevant. We'll store it first and discuss it later." Chapter 46. 2 mineral resources secured. The location of the mining area was of great significance. Yi Fan didn't want to be interrupted later, so he decided to bring Qin Zhishang and Liang Chumin up the mountain as well. Following behind, Qin Zhishang and Liang Chumin exchanged glances, both revealing looks of envy and fatigue as they observed Yi Fan's ease in climbing. "Climbing mountains is exhausting. Just this ascent has left us utterly drained." Qin Zhishang wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead, and in that moment, he spotted a zombie in uniform ahead and quickly warned, Yi Gu, there's a zombie up ahead." The apocalypse had erupted too swiftly and unexpectedly. Although some areas had lost power, they still had generator supplies. Aside from the lack of internet, everything else remained normal. The mining area was already remote from the city, so it was understandable that they were unaware of the apocalypse. However, it had been a week since the outbreak. The usual daily water supply had become a lifeline for the workers who had managed to survive. Consequently, the entire mine had devolved into a hell on earth. Yi Fan drew his machete and effortlessly dispatched 2 zombies before addressing his companions coolly. "You two keep watch here. If anyone approaches, be on guard and I'll go take a look inside." The map clearly marked the locations of the mining area, the workers' living quarters, and the warehouses. Yi Fan decided to first check out the warehouse area. The warehouses spanned approximately 1,000 square meters, and both were locked. Yi Fan, uninterested in searching for keys, simply forced the lock open. Just as he had anticipated, besides iron ore, the 2 warehouses contained a substantial amount of coal. The combined total of both minerals amounted to roughly 800 tons. This mine produced quite a lot of material. Yi Fan calculated the figures in his mind, secretly astonished. It was fortunate that he came to check. Otherwise, who knew who would benefit from these treasures? With that thought, Yi Fan continued to explore the mining area. It didn't seem large. Yet there were numerous zombies still at work. He casually stored all the minerals from the carts into his space. Having completed this, he turned to the workers' resting area. Items like stored cigarettes, alcohol, instant noodles, and unopened umbrellas were all collected into his space as well. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, he suddenly paused mid-stride. "Wait a moment. While water and land have become polluted after the apocalypse, it seems there shouldn't be any issues with mining the minerals, right?" I can't concern myself with the overseas minerals for now. But the domestic minerals are essentially unclaimed. If I could lay claim to these mining areas, it would save me a great deal of time searching for resources. With this in mind, he messaged Yi Penghai for advice. Dad? IVE discovered a significant amount of iron and coal mines in this area. Can these be mined? Mining the mining area? Upon reading the message, Yi Penghai's eyes brightened. In the century since, mining areas have basically had their owners, and in order to fend off zombie kings, all manpower and resources have been directed towards upgrading equipment. Yet, the past remains unclaimed. Developing mining areas would be beneficial for both him and Yi Fan. Of course, as long as they haven't been struck by meteorites, they should be usable. Most of the minerals are buried deep within and are likely still viable. I'll have the tech department send a few mining robots your way in the next couple of days. We'll split the resources evenly as usual. How does that sound? That works. The robots should ideally have spatial capabilities for easier concealment, so they aren't detected by others. Understood. I'll relay that to the tech department. If we encounter another mine, we should prioritize occupying it. This would greatly aid in upgrading the base. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll sign off for now. Recently, due to a surge in resources, Yi Penghai had gained the upper hand in battles against the Zombie King. The Zombie King had also taken note of this trend, frequently targeting the areas under Yi Penghai's jurisdiction. Although the consumption was still significant for Yi Penghai, who had acquired a vast amount of resources, it was merely a drop in the bucket that, of course, any losses incurred during battles would still need to be reclaimed. At the very least, the zombie crystal cores they obtained were several times what they originally had. Yi Fan was unaware of the significant matters his father had been engaged in recently. Upon noticing that Yi Penghai was preoccupied, he promptly joined forces with Chen Zhishang. Let us go and investigate the two bases mentioned by the bald man. You two find a way to sneak in and gather some valuable intelligence. Yi Fan did not intend to personally oversee every task. That it would be more suitable for Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin to accompany him in the future. Brother Yi, aren't you coming along to take a look? Chen Zhishang swallowed hard. The people nowadays were utterly ruthless. If they failed to handle things properly, they might end up losing their lives. If Yi Fan were willing to go, their lives would be guaranteed. What do you think I could possibly find out with my looks and temperament? Yi Fan retorted. Chen Zhishang was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Fan possessed the strength to dispatch zombies with ease. Killing an ordinary human would likely be as trivial as slaughtering a chicken in his eyes. If those people provoked him, he could simply end them with a single strike, rendering any inquiries pointless. But rest assured, I won't let anything happen to you. I need the specific addresses and information of those teams. By the way, do you recall the foreign trade company you mentioned? It has now been renamed to Chang'an Base. The supplies there are piled high in the warehouses. The drinking water is all purified, and amenities like showers, electricity, and internet access are almost indistinguishable from the pre-apocalyptic days. There are even cinemas, gyms, and entertainment venues. As for the rest, you can fabricate as you wished. Yi Fan had no qualms about the information regarding the base being leaked. The only ones privy to this knowledge would be the dead. Before Yi Fan intended to expose Chang'an, all who were aware would either be core members of the base or prospective recruits, or they would simply not be alive. In this apocalypse, kindness would only hasten one's demise. Yi Fan preferred that all enemies perished rather than allowing any potential threats to the base, or to himself, to arise. He aimed to make Chang'an Base a coveted haven that all would desire to flock to, ideally instilling a sense of fear in future zombie overlords. The issue of zombie cores also needed addressing. He pondered whether there would be advanced technology capable of detecting zombie cores a century hence. Perhaps he should consult Huiyue about this later. As Yi Fan contemplated these matters, he remained unaware that Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin were already astonished by his words. Brother Yi, is that true? Has the foreign trade company really been renamed to Chang'an Base? Can one truly live there as they did before the apocalypse? That sounds like a paradise after the end of days. Indeed, for that base was established by my brother and me. Yi Fan's mobile phone had internet access, so he swiftly searched for information about Chang'an foreign trade and displayed it before them. Wow, Brother Yi, your phone has internet access? Liang Chumin was astonished. Given the state of the world, how could Yi Fan's phone still connect to the internet? Yi Fan nodded. Out in the open, only my phone can connect. Inside the base, phones function normally with a local network. Chen Zhishang gazed at the name of Yi Fan on the legal representative document, his face brimming with joy. Brother Yi, rest assured, we will work diligently to gather all the information you require. There were hardly any conscientious teams left. In just a week, they had witnessed individuals resorting to cannibalism to survive. There was a glimmer of hope in fighting against the zombies, yet they dared not confront the terrifying creatures and instead extended their wicked hands toward innocent children. Should one pity them or lament their fate? All right, let us prepare to set off. Yi Fan took his usual position in the driver's seat. Liang Qiumin and Chen Zhishang were filled with anticipation for Chang'an Base. Eager to prove themselves, spotting zombies along the road, they could hardly contain their desire to engage, seeking to vent their excitement. Meanwhile, Yi Fan sat in the Hummer, cleaning the blood off his blade, deciding to let them revel in their enthusiasm for a while. After 3 hours of travel, the Hummer finally arrived at the place the bald man had mentioned. Perhaps due to the bald man's prolonged absence, the residents were too fearful of the zombies to show themselves, peeking around nervously, creating a somewhat comical scene. If you two fail to complete your task, I might just send you off with a swift strike, Yi Fan warned. His terse remark doused the two joyful men in cold water, reminding them that one seeking refuge should not be overly cheerful. But Brother Yi, if you want us to stay calm, can't you speak more gently? Must you threaten us at every turn? Chen Zhishang and Liang Qiumin requested firearms and ample ammunition from Yi Fan before approaching the gathering place indicated by the bald man. Anyone here? We were sent by Brother Bald. He mentioned there are many supplies over there and needs help to transport them. Anyone willing to assist? Initially, Chen Zhishang and Liang Qiumin had a decent spirit. However, after being intimidated by Yi Fan, their expressions darkened slightly. Upon their announcement, the others readily believed them. I'll join. Me too. Upon hearing that it was about moving supplies, several men volunteered. Liang Qiumin shot a knowing glance at these men, feeling a hint of cold mockery within. It seemed the bald man hadn't spoken the truth. Chen Zhishang scanned the women and children seated on the ground, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. Aren't those ladies and guys coming along? There are plenty of supplies over there, and it will take us ages to move them with just a few of us. Sitting on the ground were 7 or 8 women and children, all appearing numb. Nearby, a robust and fierce-looking man stood guard. It was evident that these individuals had been deceived by the bald man. The bruises visible on their faces and exposed arms were enough to indicate they had not been treated well. Outside the apocalypse, the scarcity of resources and zombies was sufficient to eliminate a significant portion of the population. The plight of these individuals was merely a microcosm of the world's broader tragedy. Don't call for them. It's best to mind your own business, the guard growled at Chen Zhishang and Liang Qiumin. The sudden outburst startled the children, who began to wail. Even the nearby zombies began to stir in response to the noise. Please, stop crying. If the zombies come, don't blame me for being unkind, the guard threatened. The child's mother, with tears in her eyes, covered her son's mouth and gently coaxed, Be good, don't cry if you do. The scary monsters will come and take you away. Seeing that the child had indeed quieted down, the man internally sighed in relief. His expression darkened as he directed his ire at Chen Zhishang. Hurry up and move. The sooner you transport the supplies, the sooner you can return. Chen Zhishang and Liang Qiumin exchanged glances, a glint of coldness in their eyes. Liang Qiumin, unwilling to let their hard-wrought plan fall apart, quickly plastered on a smile. We're truly sorry, brother. We spoke out of turn. Let us get moving and transport the supplies. Ultimately, Chen Zhishang and Liang Qiumin were seasoned veterans accustomed to navigating various situations. Within a short time, they managed to deceive most of the combatants into coming out. Yi Fan listened for a while without intervening. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Zhishang and Liang Qiumin were deceiving people to the bakery, he placed the chef robot sent over by Yi Penghai inside the Hummer and casually pressed the activation button. Greetings, young commander. I am the chef robot, skilled in various futuristic cuisines. If you wish to sample current dishes, please request the intelligent butler to load modern recipes for me. The chef robot quickly transformed into a slightly shorter version of a humanoid robot, resembling a hotel chef with a round physique and a cheerful face, albeit with a pair of somewhat disconcerting, vacant eyes. Your height needs adjustment. Let us set it to around 1.7 meters. As for your name, we shall call you Lao Gua. Additionally, let us enhance your persona with a touch of the aloofness of a master chef. Yi Fan had no desire for his subordinate to become overly aloof. It was simply that the robot's nature was inherently mechanical. Coupled with the purpose of robot production a century later, to provide productivity, the details of the robot's facial expressions were not of paramount importance. Understood, young commander. Lao Gua comprehends. After Lao Gua responded, his voice, demeanor, and other characteristics underwent a qualitative transformation. Tio adapted to his new height within the Hummer. Lao Gua lay down and completed his height adjustment through the open car door. His vacant eyes shifting to an expression of stern solemnity. Excellent, from now on, you will address me as young master, just like Huiyue. Now, sit here and wait for our companions to return. Understood, young master. Lao Gua respectfully replied as he took a seat nearby. Yifan fell silent, waiting for Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin to return. Half an hour later, upon their return to the Hummer, Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin were taken aback at the sight of Lao Gua. Brother Yi, who is this? Lao Gua, the chef of the base from now on. A chef. The two scrutinized Lao Gua, realizing why he had taken on such a physique. Hello, Brother Gua, I'm Qin Jishang. You can call me Lao Chun. Hello, Brother Gua, I'm Liang Chumin. You may also call me Lao Liang. The two were quite friendly, attempting to bond with Lao Gua from their very first meeting. Unfortunately, Lao Gua was a robot with a high cold setting, and thus, he could not reciprocate their warmth. Lao Liang, Lao Chen, greetings, I am Lao Gua. I look forward to your guidance. Lao Gua's response sent the atmosphere plummeting into icy silence. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin dared not make things awkward and turned to report back to Yifan. Brother Yi, we gathered some information. The other two survival teams mentioned by the bald man are just a few hundred meters away. Shall we head over now? Continue to gather intelligence. If anything seems amiss, find a way to fire a warning shot. I'll take care of the situation when I arrived. Yifan stated, pausing momentarily to add, if we encounter any unfortunate souls, remember to do good till the end and send them on their way. He was aware that the bald man's base still had a man on watch, while most of the combat power had been deceived by Qin Jishang. The subsequent women would either resist or continue to be oppressed. That was their choice. In this apocalyptic world, when one cannot save oneself, they are destined to be victimized by others. All right, Brother Yi, we shall proceed. The resources at the bald man's residence were rather scant. Even if they were stolen, there would not be much to gain. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin did not even mention sending Yifan for those supplies. After all, there were still two survival teams. Wouldn't they be able to acquire more than what the bald man's group had? Some matters indeed become easier with familiarity. With the experience from the bald man's base, Qin Jishang and his companion handled inquiries about the Shen Fugao members with greater ease. Is this the residence of Shen Fugao? We are here to deliver a message. I heard you are recruiting new members. Is it true that if we provide you with the location of supplies, you will admit us? Upon finishing his sentence, Qin Jishang was immediately met with a rebuttal. What Shen Fugao? This is Shen Fugao. How dare you come here without proper information? Qin Jishang and his companion were at a loss for words. These bald men were truly foolish, unable to distinguish between Shan and Shur. Had they known, they should have given those people a few more bullets. Why apologies? We came here based on hearsay. Will you accept us? If not, we shall take our leave. Qin Jishang observed that the two were not particularly weak, and their spirits were not low. However, their inadvertent display of fear towards zombies sparked an interest in the Shen Fugao members. These two were clearly not timid, yet they sought warmth in numbers. After hearing some rumors, they took the risk to come forward and offer themselves for inclusion. Indeed, during this period, they had encountered many such individuals. Unfortunately, those who were not honest had all been killed. It was uncertain whether these two would prove to be the same. Of course we accept. Why wouldn't we? Come with me. Shen Fugao occupied a multi-level building, which was quite luxuriously decorated inside. There were few zombies nearby. If not for the dark red blood staining the carpet, the overall aesthetic would have been even more pleasing. Qin Jishang and his companion beheld the horrifying claw marks on the floor. They had already formed a basic judgment of Shen Fugao. It seemed these people were not virtuous at all. Brother Minkai, we have two new members joining us. They claim to know some supply locations and intend to use this as a token of loyalty to follow us. Do you two know where those supplies are located? Gung Minkai was the second in command of Shen Fugao. Since their leader, Yu Laren, had gone missing, he had seized the opportunity to ascend to his position. However, he had not anticipated that shortly after becoming the boss, the apocalypse would arrive. His luck had been relatively good. He was not situated in an area heavily bombarded by meteors. Having survived, Gung Minkai quickly assembled a group of followers and resumed his previous shady dealings. He resorted to any means necessary to acquire supplies, whether through deceit or coercion. With order collapsed and zombies everywhere, human life had long lost its value. Gung Minkai shamelessly believed that by killing those people, he was liberating them from this hellish apocalypse. Yes, Brother Minkai, as long as you accept us, we will promptly report the location. To be honest, we have quite a lot of supplies, but there are too many zombies, and several people are attempting to seize them. Chen Zhishang knew how to alleviate a person's doubts. In just a few sentences, he managed to ease Gung Mingcai's wariness. All right, those who come recently are brothers. Just give me the location, and I will immediately send people to help you retrieve the items. From now on, Shen Fugao will protect you. Chen Zhishang wasted no time, quickly reporting the address of the bakery. Upon hearing this location, Gung Minkai knew there was potential. However, he did not want Chen Zhishang and his companion the moment the cold, black handgun was revealed. Both individuals were startled and retreated hastily by half a step. All right, I shall report this immediately, one of them said, quickly departing. The remaining individual dared not approach the two closely, maintaining a forced smile on his face while subtly suggesting they might want to find a few women to indulge in later. Perched atop the Humvee, Yifan observed Chen Zhishang and the other man wielding their false authority, finding it rather amusing. He was quite satisfied with their reactions. Quick-wittedness was essential for survival in the apocalypse. Indulgence is unnecessary. My curiosity lies in how we conduct business. Care to enlighten me? Liang Chumin played the role of the agreeable interlocutor while Chen Zhishang took on the more intimidating facade, yet silently conveyed his support. The man, eager to ingratiate himself, swiftly divulged their operational model. In truth, the scheme was rather straightforward. The core of the flesh trade is women. Any woman wishing to join is lured in, and those with children are even more desirable. Many women, driven by the need to care for their offspring, would sell themselves and strive to protect their children. Next come the men, those with fierce tempers and strong desires, who must be obedient and attentive to the women. Occasionally allowing them some indulgence is permissible. As for disobedient women, their fate, be it punishment or being tossed out to feed the zombies, depends on their own choices. They had their own channels for attracting clients. Sometimes, in order to acquire more resources, they would even send women out themselves. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin exchanged glances, quietly acknowledging the depths of depravity these individuals had sunk to. Had this been before the apocalypse, such a group would have found themselves in far less precarious situations. In the wake of societal collapse, however, the darkness within some had only intensified. Truly, there would be no pity for them. Before long, they were invited inside by someone who introduced himself as the leader of the survival team, Liao Wei. The name sounded decent, but his heart was evidently dark. Liao Wei, if you willingly divulge the addresses and identities of those who supply you with resources, we might spare your life. Otherwise, it's farewell for you. Chen Zhishang had little interest in listening to their leader's bluster. Liao Wei and his gang trembled at the sight of the ominous gun barrel directed at them. Their line of work was inherently shady, and they were accustomed to the idea of being double-crossed. They never anticipated that their assailants were there to dismantle their stronghold. Undercover enforcement? Damn. Even in the apocalypse, such treachery persisted. Wait, hold on, brothers, let's talk this over. Liang Chumin warned, aiming the gun at Liao Wei's head. I advise you to speak quickly. Our boss is waiting, and with so few of you, it's hardly enough for our satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Liao Wei immediately grasped their intention. They were dismissive of the goods he had to offer. I'll tell you everything. Misunderstanding their motives, Liao Wei quickly betrayed those behind him, revealing locations of other hideouts miles away. Contact information and details about generous suppliers. He spoke with unrestrained candor. Yifan, having overheard the exchange, silently descended from the Humvee and entered Liao Wei's dwelling. Wherever Yifan passed, every man was swiftly silenced with a single slice to the throat. Not a single cry escaping their lips. Within 3 minutes, every man in Liao Wei's residence had been exterminated. The remaining women were left untouched. After confirming that the only valuable resources were located in the top floor room, Yifan calmly instructed Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin to move the supplies. The resources appeared to weigh no more than it would take the two of them quite some time to transport everything. Liang Chumin began to understand Yifan better. He was neither a hero nor a villain. If a descriptor must be assigned, it would be that he was a figure straddling the line between righteousness and malevolence, acting according to his own standards. Yet, anyone he deemed an enemy would be dealt with mercilessly. Let us get moving, Chen Zhishang urged. The items before them were no less than several hundred pounds. Whether the Humvee could accommodate all of it remained uncertain. If not, the remainder would simply be left for the women. Brother Qin, we can help you carry it, offered a few of the women. Demonstrating their initiative, Chun Jishang nodded in agreement, recognizing that the substantial food reserves at the base meant they could afford to let these women take a portion. Onlookers among the survivors observed Qin Jishang and the women moving boxes out, their thoughts beginning to stir with temptation. Brother Yang, should we take a shot at this? One man quietly inquired of his leader. Yang, a handful of young men stood behind them, their expressions dark and vigilant. Yi Fan, hearing the murmurs, turned his gaze toward them, intrigued. There were still those wishing to seize the supplies. It seemed feasible to boldly procure resources in this manner. In due time, they could ensnare greater prey and dismantle the strongholds of their foes. The speed of seizing supplies was far superior to scavenging for them. What are you doing? Open your eyes and see clearly. Those two men are armed, Yang snapped, his tone laced with anger. If you want to die, don't drag me along with you. Yang's rebuke was followed by a longing glance at the food being loaded into Qin Jishang's vehicle, in contrast to Yang, who retained some semblance of awareness. Those blinded by the allure of food were quick to leap forward. Excuse me, young man, you have so much food. Could you spare us a little? From atop the Humvee, Yi Fan looked down at an elderly man in his 60s, his hair graying, and found it somewhat amusing. Why did some individuals fail to grasp the reality of their situation? Even in the apocalypse, moralistic coercion persisted. Old man, I actually do mind. To be frank, your kind of moral posturing is an insult to the very concept of morality. Yi Fan's candid response left the old man momentarily speechless. What was wrong with today's youth? How much food could an elderly man consume? Why should he be entitled to any? No, young man, how can you speak like that? It's the apocalypse, and you should help an old man like me who can hardly move, the old man replied, visibly displeased and resentful. Yi Fan smiled. Old man, do you know why I'm engaging with you? The elder looked bewildered. Why? Look behind you. Yi Fan chuckled, pointing. The old man turned, only to lock eyes with an approaching zombie. Yi Fan listened to the shrill screams, leaping from the top of the Humvee and tossing the man into the throng of zombies several dozen meters away. In this apocalypse, still resorting to moral coercion? How absurd! Yi Fan clapped his hands, the horrifying echoes of the elder's screams still ringing in his ears. He returned to the top of the Humvee, a chillingly delighted smile adorning his face. Could one truly find joy in the death of an old man? What kind of devil was he? The chaos and the old man's screams captured the attention of the majority of the zombies, while the few that approached the Humvee were swiftly dispatched by Yi Fan. Chun Jishang and Liang Chumin, returning, were oblivious to the recent events but could likely guess that their leader had dealt with someone troublesome. Given the gleam of satisfaction on his face, however, that was of little consequence. They were merely dealing with the blind. Observing the scene, Yang and his subordinates swallowed hard, filled with trepidation. Good heavens, this leader is truly ruthless. 100-plus-pound old man, thrown away without a moment's hesitation. Isn't this akin to playing with fire? Yang mused. Let us be confident. Let us just watch. Whatever you do, don't interfere. If we encounter this leader again, we must treat him with respect. Xiao Song can draw. Make sure to capture a handsome portrait of him. After a week, the phone batteries were nearly depleted. Nighttime was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by candles. Books and paper had become nearly obsolete, with only a few still utilizing them. I understand, Xiao Song mumbled, slowly nodding as he adjusted his glasses on his nose. However, when he looked up, he inadvertently made eye contact with Yi Fan. Oh no! That leader has spotted us. Startled, Xiao Song instinctively ducked down. His exclamation sent Yang and the others into a frenzy. They were at least 100 meters away. How could he see them? Yang, should we retreat? We won't gain anything from this, and it's better to leave now. If we have another chance, we can collaborate with this leader. Yi Fan was currently gathering resources. If they approached too closely, they might be mistaken for enemies trying to steal supplies, leading to their own demise. They would have no place to voice their grievances after death. All right, let us go. Remember to draw a portrait of the leader. It'll be shared among the brothers. Yang nodded vigorously. Suddenly, a stone and a crumpled piece of paper fell from the sky. They glanced around before ultimately deciding to unfold the paper. Scrawled messily was a single line. Remember to make me look handsome. My name is Yi Fan. Will the leader hear our conversation? Xiao Song stuttered. his legs trembling. Yang thought to himself, isn't that obvious? Didn't you hear the note he sent? Leader, we're leaving now. We LL ensure Shaosong draws you handsomely. We're from the Xingyun survival team, and my name is Yang Xingyun. We won't disturb you any longer. Yang smiled apologetically at the wall, hastily ushering his subordinates away. As Yi Fan observed the departure of Yang Gu and his companions, he found himself idly toying with his mobile device. It seems that the timing is rather fortuitous. After the second upgrade of the meteorite storage box, a pop-up reminder would appear within a radius of 500 meters from EFAN.B. Why the time Qin Jishang and his group had nearly finished their relocation. The meteorite storage box would be ready to teleport back to Yipeng Hai. Half an hour later, Yi Fan successfully retrieved the meteorite storage box. He then packed half of the iron ore collected along with the storage box into his spatial suitcase. A notification appeared. Detected a time-space delivery 1. Would you like to send it to your friend, your father, across time and space? Upon clicking yes, the silver suitcase vanished without a trace point. 10 minutes later, Qin Jishang and the others finally emptied the storage facility of their residence, accompanied by the women from their dwelling. Yi Fan calculated the spoils from their recent endeavor of eliminating 2 survivor teams. The combined resources from a room and a storage unit amounted to approximately half a ton. The time spent was barely under 2 hours. Efficient and rewarding, he resolved to continue down the path of black market dealings. Let's head back, Yi Fan stated calmly. At his words, the weary Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin felt invigorated, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Finally, they were returning. They wondered what the base would be like. The famed Qing'an base that many survival teams had failed to discover. Soon, it would become another stronghold. All right, Yi Gu, we're on our way. As before, Liang Chumin took the wheel, while Qin Jishang settled in the back seat with Yi Fan. This time, however, their vehicle was laden with a considerable amount of supplies, yet it did not feel overly cramped. Perhaps it had been modified. They thought little of it and drove off. Yi Fan, operating his phone, instructed Liang Chumin, drive directly to the wasteland in the western suburbs. Liang Chumin, trusting his judgment, swiftly headed in that direction. Qin Jishang, unable to suppress his chatter, pondered aloud but hesitated to engage Yi Fan, who appeared too aloof. He feared encroaching on the cold demeanor of old Gua, who, even Yi Fan did not enlist for assistance. Thus, he settled for conversing with Liang Chumin. Old Liang, what do you think those women will do next? Both of them were aware of the subtle maneuvers of the women engaged in the flesh trade, a reality that perhaps even Yi Fan acknowledged. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone was merely struggling to survive, without any intent to be overly aggressive. Who could truly know? Liang Chumin adeptly crushed the horde of zombies beneath the wheels of the vehicle, the vivid crimson splattering across the windows effectively silencing Qin Jishang. Liang Chumin dispassionately activated the windshield wipers. After executing the routine, he felt surprisingly acclimated to the slightly gory scene before him. Another hour passed. Yi Fan sat in the car, gazing out the window. His brow furrowed slightly. The number of zombies had evidently increased since their return. Traveling in the future would likely become inconvenient. They would need to periodically clear the zombies nearby. This prompted Yi Fan to recall the armored vehicle temporarily stationed on the 66th floor. Initially, he had not intended to deploy it so soon, but now it seemed prudent to have Du Fengyu and his wife manage the clearing of the nearby undead. Yi Gu, we've arrived. Liang Chumin soon brought the vehicle to a halt near the wasteland in the western suburbs. Yi Fan glanced at the towering 66th floor and the welcoming figure of Hui Yue, nodding slightly. Continue forward. The location where that woman is situated is the Chang'an base. Upon hearing this, Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin quickly focused their gaze into the distance. Indeed, they beheld Hui Yue, clad in a Chong Sam, her beauty striking and demeanor regal. Wow! A high and mighty goddess. So beautiful! Liang Chumin exclaimed, as he deftly parked the vehicle at the entrance of the Chang'an base. Yi Fan alighted from the vehicle and Hui Yue bowed respectfully, saying, Welcome back, young master. Would you like to dine or freshen up? Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin, overhearing Hui Yue's words, felt a surge of envy. Dining or freshening up. They were uncertain how to respond. However, they couldn't help but ponder why such a prominent base was not widely known. Despite their numerous questions, both wisely chose not to voice them. Prepare a bath for me. As for dining, I will join Du Bin and the others. Having spent an entire day outdoors, he certainly needed to wash away the lingering smell of blood. Understood, young master. Are these the new members of the base? Hui Yue inquired. Indeed, this is Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin, and there's also Old Guo, who serves as the chef. Please prepare the local menu for him. Regarding Chen Jishang and his companion, later, take them to record their irises. It will be arranged on the upper level. Certainly, young master. Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin, please follow me. As Hui Yue spoke, the gates of the base swung open, revealing an underground garage filled with nearly 100 vehicles, including various models of Hummers, Land Rovers, and armored cars. The visual impact was astonishing. Was this truly a survival base? It felt more akin to a military stronghold. Yifan approached the elevator and pressed the button to ascend. Chen Jishang was bewildered. Wait, Yigu, our vehicle is still outside? Old Guo will assist in bringing it in. You need not worry, Hui Yue interjected, also pressing the elevator button. Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin watched, excitement coursing through them as Yifan entered the elevator. He truly spoke no falsehoods. They indeed had electricity. After Hui Yue guided Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin through the iris recording and an introduction to the base, she led them to an upper-level double room. Upon entering the standard hotel-style room, everything seemed novel to Chen Jishang. This place felt like paradise. There was food, drink, entertainment, and even electricity and internet. Had they not just battled numerous zombies on their way back? Everything here felt as if they were living in the world before the apocalypse. Chang'an Base was simply remarkable. Look out the window. It connects to the aquarium in the dining hall, Liang Qiumin exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. After a brief moment of exuberance, they soon composed themselves and washed away the stench of blood. The long-awaited hot shower left them feeling exceptionally refreshed. After changing into clean clothes, the two made their way to the dining hall where Yifan was already seated. Coincidentally, Du Bin and the others arrived as well. You two must be the newcomers. Come, sit down. Yege's chef is no ordinary cook. This meal rivals that of a master chef. It's truly delicious. Du Bin warmly invited Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin to take a seat. His friendly demeanor put Liang Qiumin at ease. The atmosphere at the dining table remained lively despite the arrival of Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin. In fact, the conversations they shared left them utterly astonished. Du Bin remarked, I had a stroke of luck today and gathered 2 tons of supplies. The entire Humvee is packed to the brim. Our luck isn't too shabby either. We collected 1.5 tons, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to gather resources. Diawei chimed in. Du Fingyu nodded in agreement. Isn't that the truth? By the way, where's Xiaodong? Perhaps we should have her team up with us tomorrow. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Is she already better? Yes, she just completed her adjustment period today. Du Fingyu replied just as Su Xiaodong entered, wielding iron chopsticks and a metal plate. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yigu. It seems my strength is a bit excessive. This is already the 3rd pair of chopsticks, Su Xiaodong said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen Jishang was somewhat perplexed until he witnessed her bending the chopsticks, then twisting them back into shape. Only then did he grasp what she meant by having a bit of strength and the 3rd pair of chopsticks. The audacity of a teenage girl bending iron chopsticks. What a revelation. After dinner, Yifan wiped his mouth and observed that everyone else had set down their utensils. Recently, there have been signs indicating an increase in the zombie population nearby. I propose we split the team into 2. Uncle Du and Auntie, you two will form the base defense team and remain stationed at the base. Your daily task will involve driving the armored vehicle to exterminate zombies. Given the desolation of the western suburbs and the rising number of zombies, it was essential to ensure the safety of the base members during their comings and goings, in light of the current state of the zombies. Assigning just 2 individuals for clearing duties seemed appropriate. Further considerations could be made when the zombies grew stronger. Du Fingyu and his wife nodded in agreement. Leave this matter to us. The remaining members could continue with their routine collection tasks. By the way, let me introduce the new members, Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin, who will be accompanying me for the time being. They will join you for training later. This indicated that Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin were still in their probationary period. Understood, Du Bin replied without any objections. Additionally, there was a new chef. Everyone had seen him, and if anyone had specific cravings, they could send a message to him in advance, as he would be responsible for meal preparation. The base boasted a local network, and with timely communication, Old Guo, serving as the chef robot, could efficiently process various ingredients to serve delectable meals. Efficiency is the name of the game. Indeed, it's all thanks to you. Yigu. The encounters I've had these past few days have been nothing short of abysmal. Dealing with them felt like a waste of my peanuts. I would just take them out with a swift strike. Du Bin grumbled. His words bore a sense of menace that made Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin shiver in trepidation. Good grief, this fellow is quite the killer. In this post-apocalyptic world, one could encounter all manner of individuals. And Jia Wei quipped, Du Gu, your mentality needs adjusting. Lin Xiu rolled her eyes from the side. You're not much better. You go berserk at the sight of zombies. Jia Wei chuckled lightly. Well, I must be lucky. Right? Yi Gu, I've handed the items over to Hui Yue. The collection of zombie crystal nuclei had also been placed on the agenda. Regrettably, the probability of obtaining the crystals is exceedingly low, with the entire base receiving merely 3 or 4 kernels the size of peanuts. In order to enhance the collective capabilities, the utilization of the crystals is governed by a contribution system, whereby half is allocated to the base and half retained for personal use. Hui Yue is responsible for the registration. Well, it seems luck is on our side, by the way. Could you all keep an eye out for any delivery points, granaries, laboratories, or larger supermarkets? If you find any, please report the locations to me. Yi Fan's acquaintance with individuals capable of transferring thousands, or even tens of thousands of tons of materials is no longer a secret. Upon hearing this, everyone understood his intentions. All right, Brother Yi, rest assured, we will take care of it, Du Bin affirmed, while the others silently nodded in agreement. Yi Fan acknowledged with a nod and turned to AI Long, saying, AI Long, please take the time to optimize the armored vehicle. Understood, he replied. After issuing a few more minor instructions, the gathering concluded in less than 5 minutes. Yi Fan returned to his room to rest. Not long after, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. He rose to open the door, discovering it was Su Lily. What about Su Xiaodong? Aren't you going to keep her company? He stepped aside, inviting Su Lily in. She has focused on her training and doesn't he have time for me? Her renal failure has been treated, and she has taken genetic medication. Now she is eager to venture out and slay zombies to acquire more zombie crystals and continue growing stronger. Su Xiaotong empathized with her sister's fervor. Hence, she had decisively come to express her gratitude to Yi Fan. That's fine. It's certainly better than before. Let her train with Old Song for now. Has she taken a shower? Yi Fan inquired casually. Su Xiaodong smiled and nodded, shedding her outer garment. Brother Yi, would you like to try this today? X-ray outfit play? Yi Fan smirked slightly. Why not give it a try? He lacked nothing except for the little umbrella. When he had the time, he would raid a few relevant factories. Su Lily was in dire need of a lesson. Before long, the bed shook, breaths intertwined. The encounter persisted until 3 in the morning before it finally came to a close. Lighting a cigarette to ease his mind, Yi Fan casually opened WeChat. A new message from Yi Penghai, pinned at the top, caught his attention. Xiao Fan, the progress on meteorite collection is quite promising. We'll pause the collection for 2 days since your area is nearly finished. After 2 days, when the tech department upgrades the spatial jump feature of the storage boxes, we'll send the mining robots to you. We expect to have gathered meteorites from around the globe within 2 months. Yi Penghai had not previously mentioned a timeline. Suddenly bringing it up, could there be a change in circumstances? Yi Fan sent his doubts back. You must have noticed, the zombies are evolving, and pollution of land and water resources has turned many living people into zombies. Weather patterns will also experience alterations to some extent. Collecting the meteorites sooner will enable us to manufacture resources more quickly. Yi Fan immediately felt relieved. All right, 2 days is acceptable. By the way, Dad, could you have the tech department prepare some zombie crystal detection radars for me? It would be helpful if we encounter any. After all, even the legs of mosquitoes are meat. Yi Fan had no intention of letting even half a zombie crystal go. There was no response from Yi Penghai. But the message had indeed been sent. Yi Fan then disregarded it. When he finally woke naturally, Su Lily had already departed. Yi Fan rose leisurely, washed up, and encountered Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin in the dining area. Brother Yi, you're awake? Would you like some delightful soda? They were part of Yi Fan's team, while the rest had already set off to gather supplies, and no need. Let us prepare to leave after I finish my meal. Yi Fan opened WeChat. The routes from Du Bin and the others quickly arrived via Huiyue.is. There a granary nearby. Yi Fan glanced at the various location messages on his phone and turned to Qin Jishang. I know of only 2 granaries, one of which is quite far away, and it seems to be near a combat zone about 1,000 meters away. It's rather mysterious. We aren't qualified to go there. Qin Jishang pulled out his phone, locating a map and marking the specific location. Yi Fan surveyed the approximate area and realized it was indeed quite coincidental, as it was the place where they had previously trained. All right, let us prepare to head there. Yi Fan nodded. As he spoke, his phone buzzed repeatedly with new messages. It was Du Bin and the others relaying the locations Huiyue had sent via their vehicles. There was a delivery point and a large supermarket, but granaries and laboratories were virtually non-existent. This was to be expected. If their team could uncover these, it would indicate that the base was nearing its end. He wondered how Zhang Yun and the others were faring, if they were still alive. Bringing them back would also be a good option. Chang'an Base, like other survival teams, was actively recruiting. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, everyone at the base tacitly refrained from indiscriminately recruiting personnel. Instead, they would only bring individuals back after careful consideration, allowing for gradual evaluation and integration. After all, many survivors sought to uncover the whereabouts of Chang'an's foreign trade. If even a single detail were leaked, Chang'an Base would be on high alert indefinitely. Such circumstances would be exceedingly troublesome. For the time being, everyone was striving to avoid such a scenario. Should avoidance prove impossible, they would strike back fiercely. Chang'an Base was well armed, had ample supplies, and possessed advanced technology. If any foolhardy individuals dared to target Chang'an, they would be met with gunfire. All right, Brother Yi. The farm area has staple crops, so they won't be short on food for the time being. Conversely, items like firearms are what Yi Fan currently lacks. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan sent Huiyue another message. What resources are still needed for the base to upgrade to level 2? We are currently lacking some alloy materials. If the young master permits, we can conduct partial technological integration to assemble the necessary alloys and proceed with the upgrade. A large quantity of alloy materials is indeed rare. It seems necessary to include hardware factories in the priority rating list. Okay, let us prepare for the upgrade. How long will this upgrade take? The fusion process for materials will require half a month, and the upgrade will extend to 1 month, totaling 1.5 months. The upgrade content includes weather monitoring technology and early warning systems, level 2 base security technology, and zombie scanning technology. In addition to the existing level 1 safety measures, the level 2 security technology will enhance protective capabilities, transforming the base into a defensive fortress capable of engaging zombies and enemies with firepower when necessary. This technology represents a standard that spans at least a decade. It includes monitoring zombie levels, weather change alerts, and planning for safe travel, all based on the premise of enhanced zombie strength and environmental transformation. This implies that in 100 years, human travel will face significant inconveniences due to environmental changes. After posing this question, Yi Fan received a negative response from Huiyue. It will not result in significant inconveniences. The global changes brought about by the zombie virus killing humans primarily affect the environment. Aside from some land becoming desertified and water resources being unusable, the impact is minimal. However, precipitation may be affected. In the future, acid rain could sporadically fall, decomposing human waste that has not been processed, and snowfall might include hail, presenting slight obstacles to human travel. In other words, environmental changes are, to some extent, a form of self-rescue for the world. Tasks once performed by humans are now taken over by nature. Moreover, it is currently summered. A multitude of corpses exposed to the sun for an extended period creates an environment ripe for plague. Appropriate acid rain decomposition will mitigate these issues, but may also exacerbate land desertification. No wonder the level 2 base has such functions. Alright, let us expedite the upgrade. Understood, young master. As Yi Fan messaged Huiyue. The meal prepared by Old Guo was brought to the table. Yi Fan put away his phone, resolutely deciding to prioritize the collection of alloys. The base upgrade was indeed urgent. After finishing breakfast, Liang Chumin drove the Hummer, taking Qin Jishang and Yi Fan towards the combat zone. The road leading to the combat zone was typically deserted. Liang Chumin sped along without encountering any obstacles. However, approximately 1,000 meters from the combat zone, they were met with a forcibly erected barbed wire barrier, accompanied by tires placed in a particularly vexing manner. Had it not been for the Hummer's robust tires, they would likely have suffered a puncture. Stop. Let us see what kind of tricks they're up to. Yi Fan was eager to procure weapons from the combat zone, but found himself confronted by a group of fools first. Qin Jishang and his companions sensed Yi Fan's rising anger and instinctively swallowed hard. These individuals were truly unfortunate. Even in the apocalypse, they still resorted to roadblocks and robbery. Were they not courting disaster with Brother Yi? All right, Brother Yi, we'll investigate thoroughly. Without needing Yi Fan's directive, the two understood his intent to fish for a bigger catch. Yi Fan drew 2 guns and tossed them into the front seat. Chen Jishang, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly handed one to Liang Qiumin. By the way, in a few days, I'll have Old Song arrange for live ammunition training. You two should join in and learn a thing or two. These two had courage and skill, although their aim left much to be desired. Fortunately, Yifan had plenty of ammunition in another base. They might not have enough for their regular practice. Understood, Brother Yi. Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed about their marksmanship. They recalled that the base had a non-live ammunition shooting range, and they planned to practice their aim later. Not long after they parked, a group of men wielding cold weapons approached swiftly. The culmination of a week's end has rendered most individuals with grimy faces and withered hair. To make matters worse, there looms the threat of zombies. Some exhibit dark circles beneath their eyes, evidently deprived of restful slumber. In stark contrast, Yifan and his companions are impeccably attired, their hair smooth, and their faces as pristine as they were before the apocalypse. They seem to be prime targets indeed. The captain, glancing at his subordinate, exchanged a knowing look, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his gaze. Behind them lay the territory of the Taiha survival team. To pass through, a toll of 30 caddies of food per person was required. Chen Jishang cast a sidelong glance at Yifan, inwardly astonished. 30 caddies as a toll. Was this not blatant robbery? And it was directed at Yigu no less. Liang Qiumin, noticing Yifan's silence, quickly interjected, Big brother, 30 caddies is simply too much. With the three of us combined, we wouldn't even have that much, even if we sold ourselves. The Humvee behind them was utterly devoid of supplies. Not a single strand of hair was in sight. The captain frowned, unprepared for such a situation. Where are you intending to go? Liang Qiumin sighed. Where else could we possibly go? We've heard rumors of a survivor base established by the authorities in the south. We've managed to acquire a vehicle and some gear. Please, big brother, show us some mercy and let us pass. Driving to the survivor base in the south? The captain glanced at the cigarette Liang Qiumin offered. A flicker of mockery dancing in his eyes. Even our leader doesn't he know where the official survivor base is? Just the three of you, with no supplies whatsoever? I advise you to turn back. Even if you find that place, I doubt you'll be granted entry. It was evident that the captain was privy to some undisclosed information. Chen Jishang's curiosity was piqued. Big brother, why wouldn't we be allowed in? Isn't the official base recruiting? Taking a moment to enjoy the cigarette, the captain exhaled a cloud of smoke, nodding in agreement. That may be true, but I've heard there are specific requirements for recruitment. The apocalypse arrived too swiftly. Even the authorities were caught off guard. We received quite a few individuals returning from the southern base. Liang Qiumin, initially eager to inquire further, was taken aback by the information revealed. But, big brother, could you tell me where it is? I want to give it a to be honest. I possess quite a few skills. Liang Qiumin attempted to continue his questioning, but one of the captain's subordinates abruptly pulled him aside and whispered a few words. Almost instantaneously, the captain's demeanor shifted. In that case, you may exit the vehicle. My brothers intend to inspect your car. Inspect the car? What is there to inspect in this apocalypse? Just say you intend to seize our vehicle. Chen Jishang turned to Yifan, only to see him willingly exiting the car. Goodness. Yigu is truly getting out. Are these fellows prepared to meet their end? Upon witnessing Yifan's actions, Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin swiftly opened the car doors without hesitation. This display of cooperation appeared to the entire Taiha survival team as a sign of submission. One of them prepared to board and inspect the vehicle. Yifan lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin ring of smoke, and commanded, close the door. His words, Chen Jishang and Liang Qiumin promptly shut the open car doors. Subsequently, Yifan, as if performing magic, drew a long knife and swiftly severed the head of the subordinate who had just spoken to the captain. In less than 3 minutes, the Taiha survival team was left with only the captain alive. The scene, drenched in blood, left the captain trembling. They had been dispatched as the first tier of fighters precisely because each member was formidable and strong. Yet, against Yifan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was no wonder that these 3 individuals carried nothing and appeared exceptionally clean. It seemed they were prepared to go out and procure supplies. Please spare me, big brother. I meant no harm. It was our leader who wished to befriend you. Yes, a friendship. We harbor no ill intentions, the captain stuttered, raising his hands in a show of surrender, even too afraid to retrieve the cigarette that had fallen to the ground. The scent of nicotine mingled with the metallic tang of blood in the air, creating an oddly disconcerting aroma. Yi Fan remained silent, holding the cigarette between his lips. Qian Zhishang interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. What were the conditions for entry into the southern base? And who is your leader? Speak clearly, and perhaps Yi Gu will be in a good mood and spare your life." Truly audacious, to dare to block Yi Gu and attempt robbery. "You must be seeking death," Qian Zhishang spoke. He deliberately kicked the captain. Fortuitously, they had aligned themselves with Yi Fan. Otherwise, it was likely that the two of them would have lost their heads today. "I will tell you. Please, big brother, don't hit me. I'll speak." The captain, who had been quite arrogant moments ago, now appeared utterly cowed. Liang Chumin regarded such a coward with disdain, allowing Chen Zhishang to take the lead. He was more adept at this than himself. Our Taihe survival team leader is said to be a martial arts instructor. He is quite formidable. Leveraging this, he managed to recruit several brothers over the past few days and has been collecting tolls on this road, amassing at least several hundred caddies of food. 3 Esteemed brothers probably don't frequent these parts, but this road, though less traveled, is a necessary route to the southern base. The devices we've set up here have garnered us quite a bit of business. The accounts of those traveling to and from the southern base varied, but this route had indeed provided the Taihe survival team with ample opportunities for gain. "What are the conditions for entry into the southern base?" Yi Fan suddenly inquired. "Well, I've heard the southern base requires individuals with specific skills, such as plant cultivation or martial arts expertise, as well as other specialized roles. Those who do not meet the criteria but wish to remain can accept reassignment. In this apocalyptic context, such arrangements could be deemed quite humane. Then why did those individuals return?" Upon hearing these conditions, Chen Zhishang found them quite reasonable. With resources scarce in the apocalypse and a burgeoning population at the base, they couldn't possibly support idle hands. "I've heard it's due to internal exclusion." They didn't elaborate further. The captain shook his head, his expression clouded with frustration. Had he known these individuals were so formidable, he wouldn't have dared to obstruct them. "Who else besides you engages in this line of work?" Yi Fan discarded his cigarette, crushing it beneath his foot. The captain, observing Yi Fan's advancing figure, felt a surge of dread. "There's nothing left in this vicinity, big brother. You..." Before the captain could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body. Yi Fan wiped the blood from his blade, stating coolly, "Let us go and acquire supplies." Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin nodded in agreement and quickly followed in Yi Fan's wake. Shortly thereafter, the Humvee vanished, leaving behind a scene of carnage. As Chen Zhishang contemplated where Yi Fan intended to go, he was about to voice his inquiry when he witnessed Yi Fan launch a throwing knife that struck a man's forehead from several dozen meters away. What followed was yet another one-sided slaughter. "Where is your residence?" Yi Fan asked, the long knife poised against the last remaining man's neck. "Just 300 meters ahead, big brother. If you wish to go, I can lead you," the man stammered. Before he could finish, Yi Fan dispatched him swiftly. Following the man's directions, Yi Fan and his companions soon arrived at the dwelling of the Taihe survival team. The audacity of these individuals was astonishing. They had set up camp in makeshift tents. Fortunately, this area was relatively remote. Had they attempted such actions within the city, it would have spelled their doom. Minutes passed as Yi Fan systematically eliminated the Taihe survival team. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin quickly began assessing the supplies of the survival team. Yi Gu? The captain was certainly exaggerating. These supplies must exceed several hundred caddies. Chen Zhishang shouted from the storage area outside. Yi Fan entered and was instantly delighted. There were easily over 1,000 caddies of supplies. Perhaps due to the difficulty of cooking outdoors, the Taihe survival team had left behind an abundance of rice and grains, totaling several hundred caddies. There were also several vehicles parked outside, alongside cooked food, self-heating rice, and bottled water, amounting to nearly 1,000 caddies. Drain their fuel tanks, and if there's anything in the trunk, bring it all out. Understood. Yi Gu. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin promptly accepted the fuel barrels Yi Fan handed them and swiftly got to work. Chapter 49. The first encounter with mutant zombies after successfully acquiring several barrels of gasoline and over 500 caddies of supplies. Yi Fan returned the Humvee to the road, casually dismantling the roadblocks as Liang Chumin resumed driving. Yi Fan was more familiar with the location of the war zone than Liang Chumin. His calm demeanor while giving directions caused both Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin to question his true identity once more. Yi Gu, weren't you a businessman before the apocalypse? How do you know the specific location of the war zone so well? Qin Jishang, having accompanied Yi Fan for a few days, had become bolder. Previously, he would never have dared to voice such inquiries. I trained here for a period with Du Bin. Lao Song and Lao Chan were our instructors. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin exchanged incredulous glances, their pupils dilating in shock. Goodness! 2 businessmen went to train in the war zone and even managed to recruit instructors? That is simply incredible. However, upon further reflection, the rise of Qing and S foreign trade had only occurred a few months prior. Establishing bases, procuring supplies, and recruiting personnel within just a few months. Could it be that Yi Fan had received some extraordinary information before the apocalypse struck? As this thought crossed their minds, they nearly gasped in astonishment. Could he truly have obtained such intelligence? Yigu, ahead lies the war zone. Just beyond that is the granary. How should we proceed? Liang Chumin drove steadily. His reflexes quite nimble. In less than half an hour, they had arrived at the outskirts of the war zone. Due to the nature of the area, the crowd was considerable. One could even spot some zombies clad in uniform, meandering within the secured perimeter. Among them were faces that Yi Fan recognized, or had at least crossed paths with once. Observing the scene before him, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. First, to the granary. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that few remained alive. It had been over a week since the apocalypse began. Even if there were survivors, they might not include Zhang Yun, unless he had fortuitously been assigned a task outside the war zone. Moreover, even if one were to entertain the possibility, the personnel stationed at the granary were typically not numerous. Yi Fan possessed a personal space that could easily accommodate all the supplies within the granary. The process would be efficient and swift. Once he had finished clearing the granary, he could attend to the war zone later. All right, Brother Yi, hold on tight. Liang Chumin responded quickly, pressing the accelerator and driving outward. The granary was located approximately 2,000 meters from the war zone. Liang Chumin drove at a brisk pace, reaching their destination in about 30 minutes. Brother Yi, that spot over there should be it. Liang Chumin turned off the engine and glanced toward the distance. In one corner of the granary, 2 guards had transformed into zombies, aimlessly wandering about. Let us go take a look. Yi Fan unsheathed his long knife. Lifting his foot to ascend the hill, the area was desolate, not a thoroughfare for most. Apart from the station personnel, few would pass through. I can't believe how loose the soil feels here. Every step feels unstable. The forest surrounding the granary had once thrived, surely a lush place to seek shade before the apocalypse. Sadly, post-apocalypse, the trees had begun to wither for reasons unknown, their leaves fallen, leaving only the skeletal remains. Now, they crumbled at a mere touch, as fragile as paper. It's to be expected. The land has been severely polluted since the apocalypse. The fruit trees and greenery you might see in the future base will likely be the most beautiful sights you encounter. Yi Fan remarked, poking the trunk of a massive tree embraced by 3 zombies with the tip of his blade. In an instant, the entire tree collapsed, taking several nearby trees down with it. The apocalypse had wreaked havoc on the environment, and humanity could only watch helplessly as it unfolded. Qin Jishang and the others trembled at the sight of the fallen trees. Until now, they had been focused on battling zombies, striving to survive, unaware that the apocalypse was also ravaging their surroundings. Would there still be a path for humanity to tread in the future? Could zombies be eradicated by humans? In that moment, they were lost in thought, but soon, they had no time to ponder these matters, for zombies had appeared. More than just 2. It seemed others had discovered this place before them. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at their attire, which did not belong to the granary's management. You 2 handle this. Instead of daydreaming, you might as well slay some zombies. With a clang, 2 fire axes fell onto the meticulously laid concrete ground. The sharp sound provoked the zombies, causing them to hasten towards the trio. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin quickly seized their axes and began to fight back. The scene turned chaotic, blood splattering everywhere. In less than 3 minutes, the skirmish concluded. Yi Fan skillfully tossed out several empty oil barrels. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin bent down to collect supplies and continued their work. This granary was significantly larger than the one Yi Fan had encountered previously, housing approximately 200,000 tons of food. Some of the supplies had been taken, likely transported away by others outside. Take everything. Yi Fan waved his hand grandly, storing all the provisions in his space, feeling immensely satisfied. Over these past days, he had hurriedly amassed at least several million tons of supplies. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed to increase his stockpile as quickly as possible. The zombies were evolving rapidly, and the materials for upgrades could only be utilized after Hueyue's enhancement. He still lacked many usable items. It would be ideal if he could stumble upon a hardware factory. Yifan sighed softly. His pace was not particularly swift, nor was Chen Zhishang's. Soon, the two had extracted fuel from two parked trucks nearby. Brother Yi, this appears to be a reservoir map. You think it might be useful? Chen Zhishang found it peculiar that these zombies had not only known the granary's exact location, but had also acquired 2 small trucks, food supplies, and 2 hunting rifles. The circumstances surrounding their transformation into zombies were rather intriguing. A reservoir? Yifan took the map, studied it briefly, and then slowly tucked it into his pocket. It might prove useful, but I cannot guarantee the water inside is uncontaminated. We should check it out when we have the chance. By the way, keep an eye out for water tankers. If we find one that's usable, we should take it with us. Yifan had a personal space, and if they encountered a reservoir, any potable water would surely be worth taking. He preferred to fill containers rather than slowly gather water from a tower. Mentioning tankers, he added, also, if you come across any fuel tankers, let me know. Understood, Brother Yi. With the encouragement of the reservoir map, Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin grew increasingly eager to scavenge the corpses of the zombies. Seeing that the number of zombies was manageable, Yifan allowed them to proceed. The identities of these individuals were questionable, so a search would be prudent. Brother Yi, what is this? It seems to be something from a zombie's brain. Liang Chumin exclaimed, quickly calling Yifan over. Yifan was taken aback. In such a small group of zombies, they had actually found a zombie crystal core. This is a zombie crystal core. One might find only 1 in 10,000, he instructed calmly. Hand it over. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin stared at the crystal core for a couple of seconds, hastily wiping the blood from their hands before passing it to Yifan. Brother Yi, what is the use of a zombie crystal core? It can enhance one's abilities, much like I did previously. However, using such a thing before purifying the virus carries the risk of zombification. Until purification occurs, the base will manage these cores uniformly. In the future, when we collect such items, they can be submitted to Huiyue for registration. After purification, the base will return them to the contributors according to a 55 to 45 split. As they descended the hill, Yifan explained. This one was discovered by Liang Chumin. When we hand it over to Huiyue later, I will ensure it is registered under your name. There is also a steward robot in the group. The number of personal crystal cores can be checked. Of course, this information is only accessible within the internal group. The function of the zombie crystal core would remain confidential until it was made public. Liang Chumin and the others had performed well enough during their assessment period, and Yifan did not mind sharing this information with them. Wow, this sounds just like something out of a novel. Consuming a zombie crystal core can grant one strength. It appeared that Chen Zhishang was quite the enthusiast. Yifan nodded slightly. That's about the gist of it. Now, let us head towards the war zone. There were likely numerous Hummers and firearms in the war zone, including compressed biscuits and food supplies, which should also be plentiful. He just hoped Zhang Yun would be among them. Let us go. We'll check the war zone. There are bound to be many zombies, and perhaps a crystal core as well. Upon hearing the mention of the war zone, Chen Zhishang's eyes lit up immediately. The allure of the zombie crystal core was simply too great for them, especially for Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin, who had witnessed Yifan effortlessly hurl a 1-ton vehicle. They could hardly wait to rush in and slay zombies. The drop rate of zombie crystal cores is quite low. Take care. Seeing their excitement, Yifan doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Ahem, Brother Yi, don't worry, we're just a bit excited. Our lives are still the priority. Chen Zhishang responded sheepishly. Yifan chose not to comment further. As the trio swiftly returned to the Hummer, Liang Chumin's stomach audibly protested at an inconvenient moment. Yifan glanced at his watch and realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Let us eat first. We can head out afterward. Those zombies are not particularly intelligent and won't go far. All right, Brother Yi. Liang Chumin cheerfully agreed. Before them appeared a selection of self-heating meals, 3 small bottles of mineral water, a large bottle of water for daily use, instant bread, hamburgers, compressed biscuits, and more. Take whatever you want. If you're hungry, just eat. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to eat was already a blessing, albeit the food was somewhat unpalatable. Liang Chumin thought little of it. He hadn't expected Yifan to be so thoughtful over what seemed like a minor detail. All right, thank you, Brother Yi. What flavor do you prefer? Yifan suddenly craved something spicy and requested a few spicy options. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin each took a portion, preparing Yifan's self-heating meal before filling their own. After a few minutes, the aroma of self-heating meals mingled in the Hummer's interior. Noticing that the two were still silent with hunger, Yifan bent down to open his meal. Let us eat. All right, Brother Yi. Liang Chumin responded, following suit. By the time the Hummer reached the war zone, it was already 2 in the afternoon. You two wait here for a moment. I'll clear out the zombies at the perimeter. We'll drive the Hummer in shortly. After giving his instructions, Yifan swiftly exited the vehicle, agilely vaulting over the war zone wall. Perhaps due to the number of zombies, he took a good 10 minutes to clear them out completely. Rather than shout out, he simply activated the intercom feature on his phone. I've opened the gate for you. Come on in. Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin were startled by the sudden voice, and once they regained their composure, they were even more astonished. The Hummer can be operated so advanced? Okay, Brother Yi, I'm coming in now. Liang Chumin replied, and as the war zone gate swung open, they drove through. The grotesque sight of corpses piled high like a small mountain was utterly chilling. Qin Jishang, seated in the passenger seat, swallowed hard. Just how many zombies has Brother Yi killed in these mere minutes? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Brother Yi is impressive, Liang Chumin murmured, feeling a vague inclination to become a fervent admirer of Yifan. The Humvee rumbled into the war zone, where the zombies within a few dozen meters had already been cleared by Yifan. He opened the car door and settled in, stating, "Let us take a look around." The Humvee's windows have all been reinforced with bulletproof glass. As long as the engine has enough power, we can ram through anything. Liang Chumin's throat bobbed as he replied, "All right, Brother Yi, just watch me." As he spoke, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The war zone was already densely populated, with over 10,000 people currently within the area they occupied. Perhaps due to some temporary mission, the number of zombies in the vicinity did not seem particularly overwhelming. At least the roar of the Humvee only attracted a few hundred zombies. "Hold on tight," Liang Chumin shouted, increasing the power as he barreled forward. The vehicle seemed to come alive in his hands, and the blood on the windows thickened with each crushing blow. Minutes passed, and Liang Chumin activated the windshield wipers to clear the glass. All the zombies in sight had been flattened beneath the wheels. Yifan rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and lazily exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Keep going." Liang Chumin complied. The deafening roar continued to echo throughout the war zone. The zombies, drawn by the noise, surged toward the Humvee. Before the zombies could reach them, Yifan discarded his cigarette and rolled up the window, watching as they were swept beneath the vehicle, merging with the earth. Time trickled by, and the number of zombies cleared by the Humvee kept increasing. Just as Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin began to feel numb to the carnage, the vehicle suddenly paused for 2 seconds, and the zombies ahead were flung backward. Yet, within seconds, they scrambled to their feet again. What the hell? How can this zombie withstand the impact of the Humvee? Liang Chumin exclaimed, astonished by the resilience of the creature. His driving speed was not fast, more than sufficient to deal with the unevolved zombies, but the evolved ones posed a different challenge. Yifan narrowed his eyes, deciding he would later inquire with Yi Penghai regarding the specific characteristics of evolved zombies. Perhaps this one was a second-tier zombie. You two stay in the vehicle. I'll go check it out. The unique zombie was accompanied by several others, but Yifan disregarded them and charged toward the special zombie with his blade drawn. Its reflexes and speed were markedly superior to those of ordinary first-tier zombies. As Yifan swung his blade, the creature lunged at him. Yifan adjusted his strike, shifting from an offensive move to a defensive block. The razor-sharp long knife was caught in the zombie's grip, twisting into a spiral in an instant. Interesting, Yifan mused, delivering a powerful kick that sent the zombie flying. The creature struggled to rise again. Rushing at him once more, Yifan swiftly drew his fire axe and cleaved through the zombie's skull, brain matter splattering forth, revealing a zombie crystal core slightly larger than a peanut, now exposed to the eyes of Liang Chumin and Qin Jishang. Yifan bent down to collect the crystal core and swiftly re-entered the throng of zombies, eager to see if any others of this second-tier variety existed in the war zone. Unfortunately, this seemed to be an anomaly. The rest appeared ordinary, with no discernible differences among them. "Pour some water for me to clean my hands," Yifan commanded, his brow furrowed. Qin Jishang quickly turned to grab a large bottle of water and washed the blood from Yifan's hands. Brother Yi, what was that zombie about? He inquired, glancing at Yifan's hands. I'm not entirely sure, but it's evident these zombies are evolving. Yifan paused, gazing down at the heap of corpses. It's quite possible these zombies might even consume their own kind, in the absence of tasks or the opening of the war zone's exit. The likelihood of a decrease in the population was minimal. Unless the zombies began to turn on each other, cannibalizing their own, such occurrences would be rare. Zombies eating zombies. Liang Chumin shuddered at the thought. If zombies began to devour one another, their rate of evolution might surpass that of their consumption of humans. The mere contemplation sent chills down Liang Chumin's spine. This is merely speculation. We'll have to investigate further to ascertain the truth. After cleansing his hands, Yifan took a photograph to send to Yipeng Hai. Inquiring about the situation, a prompt reply came from Yipeng Hai. Xiaofan, you've encountered mutated zombies. Once these evolve into second-tier zombies, they are far more dangerous than ordinary ones. I'll provide you with details about zombie classifications and characteristics, as well as the situation regarding mutated zombies, but I have matters to attend to, so I'll speak to you later. After acknowledging the message, Yifan swiftly turned off his phone screen and said to Liang Chumin, "Continue driving inward. We'll fetch supplies from the war zone. Everyone stay alert." Killing a few thousand zombies was merely a warm-up for Yifan, and of course, there was no guarantee that any members of the war zone remained alive. Though such cases were rare, if the opposition categorized them as enemies, Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin likely wouldn't survive a single encounter. Understood, Brother Yi. Shall we head to the warehouse? Liang Chumin replied. The war zone was vast, and having just circled the area, they were merely traversing the designated activity zone. As for the zombies and other locations, Yifan chose to ignore them, knowing they wouldn't hinder their resource-gathering efforts. All right, take this. Yifan tossed a walkie-talkie tuned to the right channel into the front seat, instructing, "You two will enter in pairs to scout the area. Remember to call me if anything comes up. If you encounter any survivors, ask if there's someone named Zhang Yun. Tell him I'm looking for him." Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin quickly agreed. In a short while, they arrived at the War Zone's warehouse, where several warehouses of varying sizes came into view, prompting exclamations of awe from Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin. "I'll go to the right. You two take the left. Remember to be cautious." After giving his orders, Yifan headed toward the right, while Liang Chumin and Qin Jishang turned left. Upon reaching the end of the warehouse, Yifan forcefully broke open the large lock, revealing an array of firearms, handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, mountains of ammunition, grenades, and tear gas canisters, nearly filling the entire warehouse. "What a windfall!" Yifan exclaimed joyfully, stowing all the weapons into his spatial storage. With the war zone accommodating around 10,000 personnel, there were at least as many firearms here, not to mention various grenades and munitions, totaling at least 30 to 50,000 items. Once he had gathered enough supplies, Yifan was determined to head to the front lines. He had the space and combat prowess to scour various supply depots for weapons and food before the zombies re-emerged. He left the collection of urban resources to Du Bin and the others. After clearing the first warehouse, Yifan swiftly opened the second fuel reserve warehouse, ecstatic to discover nearly 1,000 tons of fuel. The third warehouse housed medicinal supplies, with approximately 3 tons of pharmaceuticals and first aid kits all promptly stored in his spatial compartment. Yifan's speed in gathering supplies was remarkable, managing to clear a warehouse every 2 minutes. Including armored equipment, libraries, storage warehouses, and more, he amassed at least 20 tons of supplies. "Qin Jishang, what's taking you two so long? Are you still not out?" Yifan glanced at his watch. 10 minutes had already passed. Frowning slightly, he retrieved his fire axe and handgun, making his way to the last warehouse. Upon pushing the door open, a flash of silver caught his eye. Yifan swiftly turned, executing a sidekick that sent the individual sprawling several meters away. Cough, cough. "Who are you?" The man, taken aback by Yifan's sudden display of strength, found himself unable to retaliate, feeling as though his insides had shifted. The very least, 2 of his ribs had likely fractured from that kick. Yifan looked down at the man from above, his brow slightly furrowed. "Who are you? Are there any other survivors here? Where are my people?" Yifan rifled through his memory but found no recollection of this individual, who was also not wearing the War Zone's uniform. "I am the newly assigned warehouse manager here. Just a few days after my handover, everything changed. I don't know if anyone else is alive, but I survived thanks to the supplies in the warehouse. I've tied them up." The war zone was never short of food and water reserves. This warehouse manager was fortunate to have survived thus F.A.R. Yi Fan turned to glance at Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin, who appeared somewhat disheartened, clearly affected by the man's overwhelming strength. Haven't he seen anyone else? Yi Fan pressed further. No, not at all, however. I heard that a batch of personnel was reassigned from here about half a month ago. I am not sure where they went. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's brows lifted. It seemed there was no need to search elsewhere. Zhang Yun was likely still alive. Would you like to come with us? We have food and water, and we can provide you with medical treatment. Chapter 50. Apocalypse Black Technology, Mobile Medical Care. Yi Fan, rarely in a position to extend an invitation, found himself doing so now. The warehouse manager was quite commendable. In this apocalyptic world, merely binding a person without inflicting harm or resorting to coercive interrogation was already a significant achievement. Where to? The man inquired, adjusting into a more comfortable position. To the Chang'an base. By the way, my name is Yi Fan. The man looked up, his expression tinged with astonishment. The Yi Fan who left a month ago. Yi Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is I. Not only myself, but also Instructor Song Feiyue and Instructor Chen Bo are at the base. As he spoke, Yi Fan produced individual photographs of the two instructors, which were retained in the archives. Upon confirming that they were members of the war zone, the man visibly exhaled in relief. So it is the flood that has washed away the Dragon King's temple. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Anbong, an ordinary warehouse manager, recently transferred from another district. Members of the war zone were often admired for their strength. Although Yi Fan's time in the war zone had been brief, he had garnered considerable respect. Even after he and Du Bin departed, his name would be mentioned in passing by others. Zhou Anbong, despite being new, had also heard of him. Good to meet you. Zhou, we've already cleared the zombies outside. Please wait here while I ask Qin Jishang to bring the vehicle over, Yi Fan said calmly, tossing a dagger towards Qin Jishang and his companion. Liang Chumin, using all four limbs, crawled to the dagger. He first freed Qin Jishang from his bindings. Once Chun was able to move his limbs, he removed the cloth stuffed in his mouth and instructed, "You go start the car. Come back to help lift him later." Liang Chumin turned and left without ceremony. Zhou Anbong swallowed hard, a thought striking him as utterly incredible. When you say cleared, do you mean all the zombies in this vicinity have been dealt with? There must be thousands of them. Yes, all cleared, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely a trivial task. Zhou Anbong was profoundly aware of Yi Fan's formidable strength. He had been holed up in this vicinity precisely because of the overwhelming number of zombies outside. Even the slightest noise would attract a horde, as he had witnessed his teammates turn into zombies after being bitten. While they conversed, Liang Chumin arrived driving a Hummer, lacking anything to carry the injured. Yi Fan casually dismantled a piece of the grain warehouse's frame and tossed it to Qin Jishang. Lying on the ground, Zhou Anbong thought to himself, that kick Yi Fan delivered was definitely not full force. Otherwise, he would likely be a corpse by now. As Liang Chumin bent down to secure the makeshift stretcher, he and Qin Jishang worked together to hoist Zhou Anbong onto the board and boldly pulled him out of the warehouse. As Zhou Anbong lay on the makeshift stretcher, he gazed upon the sea of fallen zombies surrounding them, his pupils dilating in shock. Just how many zombies had they slain on this journey? Reclining in the modified back seat, Zhou Anbong watched as Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin opened the trunk, hastily shoving in supplies. He hastily exclaimed, "Wait! There are firearms in the other warehouses. You should go grab some. I have the keys." Liang Chumin glanced at the several doors that had been violently breached and the vacant warehouses, discreetly shooting a look at Yi Fan. "All right, I'll take the keys for now. But let's just move some supplies for the moment. We can send the base personnel over later." Yi Fan regarded him for a moment before stepping into the Hummer. Qin Jishang, eyeing the empty warehouse, quickly tossed the last bag of rice into the trunk. "Let us go, Lao Liang. We'll take just this much tea." That moment, Qin Jishang felt exhilarated to have a teammate with such extraordinary abilities. Who would have thought that their trio would clear out the base? If others came looking for supplies and found the warehouse empty, they would surely be left dumbfounded. "Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating," Liang Chumin agreed, nodding in mutual understanding. "All right, let us prepare to set off." Zhou Anbong, glancing at the meager supplies in the back, felt a pang of guilt. It was due to his injuries that Yi Fan and the others hadn't gathered more supplies. Once he recovered, he would need to contribute more in slaying zombies. Zhou Anbong was no weakling. He was merely trapped in the warehouse due to the overwhelming number of zombies and a lack of suitable weapons. Liang Qiumin turned the vehicle around, heading back to the Qing'an base. Yi Fan checked the time and instructed Liang Qiumin, activate the full-channel intercom. Got it. After a few days of exploration, Liang Qiumin had grasped the basic functions of the Hummer. He adeptly activated the intercom, and Yi Fan's voice soon followed. Who is there? I have something to discuss. I'm here. Du Bin, Diao Wei, Chen Feiyue, and others responded in succession. Zhou Anbang listened to their voices, his mind struggling to comprehend. This Hummer has an intercom function? Goodness! Are modern Hummers this advanced now? Before he could process this astonishment, Yi Fan continued, It's good that everyone is here. I encountered a particularly formidable zombie today. It possesses strength greater than that of ordinary zombies and moves much faster. Even at full speed, the Hummer may not be able to crush it. It was important to note that the Hummer they were driving had been jointly modified by AI Long and Huiyu, boasting top-notch quality, speed, and safety. Crushing a basic zombie was a simple task. Yet, this particular zombie had not been dispatched immediately upon impact. This indicated an accelerating evolution among zombies. I refer to this type as a mutated zombie, with overall capabilities surpassing a level 1 zombie, yet still classified as level 1. The specific characteristics are yet to be determined, so all teams should exercise caution and communicate among themselves. Received. Understood. After the intercom channel closed, Du Bin and the others became increasingly vigilant. Zhou Anbang, upon hearing the news, was even more astonished than Du Bin. Zombies can evolve? Qin Jishang replied, Yes, brother, Yi previously suspected that zombies might consume each other. This notion was merely a theory, but the emergence of mutated zombies likely results from that very phenomenon. Upon reflection, it wasn't so strange. Humans eat when hungry. Zombies, in turn, consume humans. What do zombies eat? Zombies! This cycle of consumption makes the evolution of zombies a foreseeable event. Zhou Anbang felt a shiver run down his spine and was momentarily overwhelmed by the urge to inform the authorities. However, he quickly abandoned the thought. Setting aside the global breakdown of networks, power, and water supplies, the number of individuals still alive within the official ranks was unknown. Where could he even find someone to contact? In this apocalyptic world, he could only look out for himself. However, let us not be too pessimistic. While zombies may evolve, our base is not lacking in strength, Chen Jishang reassured. Zhou Anbang muttered a reply and fell silent. During the return journey, despite the numerous obstructive zombies in their path, they were merely a minor inconvenience for the Hummer. Due to his injuries, Zhou Anbang winced in pain as the vehicle sped along. Yet he made no sound. Fortunately, when they reached the western suburbs, Du Fengyu and his wife had efficiently cleared the zombies, allowing the Hummer to return to the Qing'an base without hindrance. Welcome back. Young master, the stretcher is ready. Yi Fan had informed Huiyu in advance. Qin Jishang, you two take him to the medical room. Huiyu will assist with the iris scan process, Yi Fan stated. Having slain numerous zombies that day, the stench of blood heavy on him, he longed for a shower. Understood, brother Yi. The two men watched as Yi Fan departed, swiftly lifting Zhou Anbang from the vehicle. When Zhou Anbang was brought into the underground garage, his pupils trembled with intensity. Just who was Yi Fan? The scale of this base rivaled that of the war zone. Before he could fully grasp this revelation, the ascending elevator, Qin Jishang and Liang Qiumin operating their phones while browsing the web, and the fully equipped medical room with a comprehensive array of medications all served to shatter his preconceived notions of the apocalyptic world. If not for the injuries inflicted by Yi Fan's kick, he might have questioned whether he was dreaming. As Zhou Anbang lay on the hospital bed in a daze, Huiyu took the initiative to suggest that Qin Jishang and Liang Qiumin rest. Leave this to me. You two have worked hard today and can head back to your rooms for some rest. Huiyu had already sent a message to Su Lily prior to her arrival. She would soon come to take over Zhou Anbang's treatment. All right, we'll take our leave now. Zhou Anbang, make sure to rest well, Qin Jishang replied, pulling Liang Qiumin along as they departed. Huiyu calculated the time of Su Lily's arrival and quickly conducted the necessary iris scans for Zhou Anbang. By the time Su Lily arrived, Zhou Anbang's scans were already complete. Mr. Zhou, your information has been recorded. I leave you in the capable hands of Dr. Su. All right, I'll take it from here. Mr. Zhou, please don't be nervous. I'll conduct an examination now, Su Lily said softly, quickly checking Zhou Anbang. She found that he had merely fractured 2 ribs, and due to timely assistance, there was no secondary injury. His condition required at least 3 months of rest, but the fractures were not severe. Zhou Anbang, having studied similar knowledge, found himself in agreement with Su Lily's assessment. As her words settled, Yi Fan, having just taken a refreshing shower, arrived at the medical room. Hui Yu turned to Yi Fan and remarked, "Young master, a 3-month recovery period is excessively lengthy. I believe our current medical technology is too outdated. I recommend upgrading our medical equipment." Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Anbang and nodded slightly. "I understand. You may continue with your tasks." "Understood." Hui Yue elegantly turned on her heel and departed, oblivious to the profound impact her words had on Zhou Anbang. Like the state-of-the-art medical equipment housed within the Qing'an base, renowned globally for its comprehensive capabilities, in Huiyue's eyes, it had been reduced to mere obsolescence. What lofty standards did they possess? Yi Fan retrieved his phone, glancing at the mass-produced mobile device Huiyue had brought, placing it beside Zhou Anbang's bedside. "Should you feel hungry or experience any discomfort, seek out Su Lily. She will provide you with the necessary medication. If hunger strikes, simply use the phone to message Old Gua, and Su Lily will assist in bringing you sustenance." Beyond that, the base is equipped with water, electricity, and internet access, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from life before the apocalypse, although external communication is unattainable. Here, a local area network operates, allowing for movie watching, gaming, and team play without hindrance. After offering these brief instructions, Yi Fan had Zhou Anbang register his fingerprint before taking his leave. Su Lily could instruct him on the specifics. He deemed it unnecessary to spend additional time on such matters. Zhou Anbang gazed at the fully functional interface, feeling his Adam's apple bob up and down. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled into a paradise amidst the post-apocalyptic chaos. Surely, this place would become humanity's last sanctuary? Thoughts flooded Zhou Anbang's mind, while Su Lily paid no heed to his small gestures. That evening, all those who had completed their missions gathered for a communal meal at the long table. Days of interaction had allowed Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin to fully integrate into the team. Amidst laughter and banter, the atmosphere was notably harmonious. "Qin Jishang, Liang Chumin, you need not accompany me tomorrow. Allow Old Song and Old Qin to conduct your formal training. Additionally, everyone should allocate some time tomorrow to practice firearms usage and accuracy. You may coordinate the specific schedule among yourselves. Dubin, Jiawei, you need not train. Simply carry out your regular missions." Upon hearing their names called, Qin Jishang and Liang Chumin were elated. They had long inquired about the fact that only those who had undergone formal training with Song Feiyue and Qin Bo could truly consider themselves part of the team. It appeared that Yi Fan had sincerely welcomed them into his fold. "Understood, Brother Yi." Once Yi Fan's orders were issued, Su Lily received the relevant information. Aside from gathering supplies and studying firearms courses, her new responsibility was to care for Zhou Anbang. Consequently, her training volume and time would be somewhat reduced. Reflecting on this, Su Lily couldn't help but sigh softly. As Huiyue had mentioned, the 3-month recovery period was excessively lengthy, especially after the trauma of experiencing genetic agents and the emergence of mutated zombies. Su Lily understood all too well how protracted 3 months could feel for humanity. Zhou Anbang clearly shared these concerns. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Dr. Su, I am aware that zombies are evolving. I would like to ask if there is any method for me to recover swiftly, even if there are after effects." "I would accept them." Su Lily paused slightly, shaking her head gently. "I have no solutions. It depends on Brother Yi. If he were to introduce the latest equipment, it is likely that even 3 months would be unnecessary. For now, just remain patient and await the results." It was evident that the entire base held Yi Fan in high regard. Upon hearing this, Zhou Anbang chose to remain silent, quietly picking up his phone to research relevant information. Being mindful of the differences between genders and concerned that Zhou Anbang might feel uncomfortable, Su Lily enlisted the help of Ada and a Hui. Should any urgent matters arise, Zhou Anbang would not feel embarrassed. Yi Fan paid little mind to such trivialities. Su Lily had always been a woman of discretion, and her profession as a doctor necessitated frequent interactions with male colleagues. Yi Fan would not grow envious over such minor details. However, after today's events, he genuinely felt the strain of personnel shortages. It was imperative to find ways to expand their ranks. After committing these thoughts to memory, Yi Fan turned and reclined on the plush bed, contemplating the bounty he had reaped in the war zone. The most significant acquisition was undoubtedly the crystal core extracted from the mutated zombies. This core was noticeably larger than that of ordinary zombies. Exhibiting enhanced agility and strength, it was conceivable that, in the future, they could even overturn a Humvee. The upgrade of vehicular equipment was urgently needed. Furthermore, he had amassed a variety of supplies in the war zone. The total quantity of food amounted to approximately 300 tons, while firearms, grenades, and ammunition totaled around 20 tons. There were over 200 tanks of various types, and the combined weight of fuel, medicinal herbs, and other stored supplies approached 10 tons. In a single venture, he had secured at least 400 tons of resources. Yi Fan felt a surge of satisfaction at this thought. Post-apocalypse, resources would gradually be scavenged by survivors. Even if those individuals lacked storage space, the majority of supplies would inevitably be stripped away. Conversely, areas with a higher concentration of zombies would deter survivors from approaching. For untrained civilians, maintaining composure in the face of zombies was already a commendable psychological feat. Given that zombies were devoid of pain and continued to evolve, the future would only become more challenging. It was crucial to acquire more resources before the zombies underwent further evolution. Yi Fan mused over this. He sent a message to Yi Penghai. Dad, we have someone whose ribs have been broken and urgently require advanced medical technology. If you have any, please send it my way. Once he dispatched this message, Yi Fan quickly assessed the items he had on hand, preparing to send a summary back to Yi Penghai. After the seed cultivation liquid arrived, he instructed a Dia and a Hui to modify an additional structure specifically for cultivating medicinal herbs. In terms of planting technology, a Dia and a Hui were top-tier robots, fully capable of fulfilling this task. When the herbs and fruits matured, Yi Fan intended to share half with Yi Penghai. Naturally, he would also send over any medicinal supplies and hardware materials he had gathered. Resource sharing and mutual assistance were fundamental principles. Yi Fan did not wish for his father to endure dissatisfaction from teammates in the post-apocalyptic world for a century. Yi Penghai hastily replied with a simple acknowledgement, indicating he was quite busy. After resolving the medical equipment issue, Yi Fan finalized the items he would send back to Yi Penghai, then turned off his phone and sought rest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, Yi Fan awoke to find a time-space express package from Yi Penghai awaiting him. He skillfully opened the spatial suitcase. The contents sent by Yi Penghai were plentiful, including 2 mobile medical pods, a zombie crystal core detector, 2 mining robots, an upgraded meteorite storage box, and a zombie virus detector. Yi Fan opened the specially crafted note affixed to the top of the suitcase, which contained a message from Min Zhan. Greetings, Commander. Allow me to introduce the functionality of the mobile medical pod. It enables patients to recover from any injury within 3 to 7 days. Naturally, the more severe the injury, the longer the recovery period. This is a groundbreaking medical technology from a century hence. The specific combination of medicinal herbs can be managed by the Butler robot, which can autonomously prepare the necessary concoctions. The zombie crystal core detector and the zombie virus detector are also designed for deployment by the Butler robot. The primary function of the crystal core detector is to ascertain the distribution and level of zombies, as well as the precise location of the crystal cores. The virus detector can determine whether an object has been contaminated. The mining robots have a 1-month operational lifespan, and their energy storage can be replenished using solar power. Commander need only replace the power supply monthly. Each mining robot can yield 2 tons per month, and the usage instructions are. Min Zhan's explanations remained as thorough as ever. After reviewing all the information, Yi Fan decided to have Hui Yue assemble in the medical room adjacent to Zhou Anbang's. Compared to outfitting Hui Yue with the zombie crystal core and virus detectors, Yi Fan's interest in the mobile medical pods was even greater. He was uncertain about how to utilize them specifically, nor what effects they would yield upon use. With anticipation in his heart, Yi Fan proceeded to the designated medical room to meet Hui Yue. Upon retrieving the mobile medical pod, Yi Fan messaged Su Lily. Please bring Zhou Anbang to the next room. Su Lily was taken aback by how quickly Yi Fan had procured the medical equipment. Beyond her curiosity, she was particularly interested in the specific functions of the medical devices. The most bewildered of all was Zhou Anbang, who had been lamenting his injuries just the day before. Today, he was suddenly informed that new medical equipment had been acquired. Was Yi Fan's efficiency not astounding? Su Lily gazed at the mobile medical pod, which stood only half a person high and could accommodate a single occupant. Her face filled with questions. Brother Yi, what is this? This is called a mobile medical pod, the pinnacle of current medical technology. Regardless of the severity of an injury, recovery can be achieved within 3 to 7 days. Zhou Anbang, please step inside and give it a try. Yi Fan briefly explained, gesturing for Zhou Anbang to enter the pod. Zhou Anbang, still in a daze, nodded in agreement. With the assistance of Ada and a Hui He removed all his belongings and clothing, donning only his undergarments as he entered the medical pod. As Huiyue operated the device, the transparent door closed, and an oxygen mask along with several medical magnets descended. Put on the oxygen mask and place the magnets on your temples, Huiyue instructed. Zhou Anbong, filled with curiosity, complied. Soon after, a pale green medicinal liquid began to rise from beneath his seat. This is a medicinal bath. Do not be alarmed. Once you acclimate, the magnets will enter a special hibernation state based on your physical condition. Once your body recovers, the magnets will automatically deactivate and the medicinal liquid will recede. At that point, you can change into fresh clothing. As Huiyue's voice echoed, Zhou Anbong's initial panic began to dissipate. Concurrently, the minds of everyone present were left with only two words: advanced. How extraordinarily sophisticated. This is nothing short of a doomsday artifact. However, the mobile medical cabin proves ineffective against the zombie virus. Those infected are left with no escape. It is imperative for you, young master, to remember this. As Yifan contemplated the serum previously provided by Yi Penghai, his apprehension regarding the zombie virus intensified. Unless one is incapacitated like Zhou Anbong, it is best to refrain from utilizing the medical cabin. As I have only procured 2 units, and the required medication is exceedingly precious, of course, the safety of our comrades must take precedence in dire circumstances. Listening to Yifan's counsel, Su Lily nodded swiftly. Acknowledging understood, I will exercise greater caution. With the mobile medical cabin at our disposal, the safety of the base members is further assured. Chapter 51. Speak, who are you? After resolving matters concerning the mobile medical cabin, Yifan and Huiyue proceeded to another training room to load the zombie crystal core detector and virus analyzer. Both items appeared as transparent spherical glass orbs, easily mistaken for mere decor. The remnants of civilization a century post-apocalypse are scarce. Thus, these devices were designed in spherical form to store more information and data. The zombie crystal core detector can be installed on mobile phones and vehicles. While the virus analyzer requires separate fabrication, the methodology of which is documented herein. Does the young master's portable space ring possess the fundamental capabilities to install the virus analyzer? Shall I proceed to load it for you? Yifan's portable space ring and mobile phone are considered top tier, even a century after the apocalypse. Loading the virus analyzer and zombie crystal core detector is a trivial task. Yifan nodded. Please assist me with this later, but carrying the mobile phone on my person is rather inconvenient. Can we implement certain modifications in the future? Huiyue replied affirmatively. Certainly, we can later replace the mobile phone with a wristwatch that incorporates functionalities such as monitoring heartbeats, assessing survival status, and providing location tracking, along with connectivity. Yifan's eyes lit up. Let us proceed with that arrangement. Understood, young master, Huiyue responded, bending to place the 2 glass orbs into the palms of her hands. As a faint green light flickered in Huiyue's eyes, the 2 spheres gradually faded from view. Soon after, Huiyue's voice resonated. A storable projection detailing the levels of zombies has been detected. Would you like to initiate viewing? Yifan was taken aback. Goodness, I thought Yi Penghai had forgotten. He never anticipated that a projection detailing zombie levels had been prepared. How remarkably advanced. Store it and let us view it. Yifan expressed his curiosity regarding the zombie levels. As his words fell, Min Zhan's figure materialized within Yifan's line of sight. Min Zhan appeared scholarly and fair-skinned, dressed in simple, comfortable attire, standing tall and composed. Greetings, Deputy Commander. I am Min Zhan. Given the limited storage time, I shall be succinct in my report. Level 1 zombies are slow-moving, lacking distinct characteristics, but are sensitive to sound and blind to sight. Levels 2 to 4 exhibit the most pronounced evolutionary traits. Primarily in their size, they move with increasing speed, gradually gaining the ability to see humans and react accordingly. While some mutated zombies may develop intelligence, As Min Zhan spoke, several images materialized behind him, showcasing a giant zombie towering at 2 meters, a titan zombie resembling a colossal figure, and a swift, agile zombie. Levels 5 to 8 transition from size evolution to morphological changes, increasingly resembling humanoid monsters. Some possess intelligence, displaying traits such as sprouting wings or utilizing special abilities to summon zombies and zombie dogs. Additionally, certain zombies may develop the capability to fragment bones or utilize corrosive substances for ranged attacks. As Min Zhan elaborated, various post-apocalyptic zombie forms unfolded before Yifan. Merely observing this left Yifan feeling a chill down his spine. his father had fought against such formidable zombies during the apocalypse? Before he could fully process this revelation, Min Zhan continued, Level 9 zombies, known as Zombie Kings, have essentially regained human intellect, enabling them to summon and lead hordes of zombies. Their most distinctive feature is their blood-red eyes. Should you encounter a zombie with such eyes, Deputy Commander, it is imperative to eliminate it swiftly, as it is highly likely to evolve into a Zombie King. Regrettably, humanity discovered this too late a century after the apocalypse. By the time the Zombie King emerged as a dominant force, many human bases had been obliterated. Were it not for Yi Penghai's intervention, their base might have ceased to exist. With that, the projection concluded. Yi Fan took a deep breath and instructed Hui Yue, preserve these images and related data on the zombies, and summon all personnel here. Let us compile a report to be sent to the group in 3 minutes. Min Zhan's identity must remain concealed. Yet this information must be shared. Hui Yue's eyes gleamed with determination as Yi Fan's vibrating phone buzzed incessantly. Ignoring the phone, he continued to address Hui Yue. Activate the zombie crystal core detector and display the projection for me. In an instant, a virtual satellite-connected world map unfolded before Yi Fan, densely marked with red points indicating the presence of zombies across the globe. This was the state of the world a century after the apocalypse. What level of threat might the zombies pose now? What had his father truly accomplished during the apocalypse? He had even assumed the role of a commander. Shortly thereafter, all members, including Su Lily, gathered at the scene. Firstly, I bring you good news. We have acquired 2 state-of-the-art mobile medical cabins. Any severe injuries within 3 to 7 days can be healed. Yi Fan stated. You may inquire about the specifics once Zhou Anbong awakens. As his words echoed, Du Bin and the others were left astounded. Wait, are you telling me that 2 broken ribs can heal in just 7 days? This cutting-edge medical technology is utterly revolutionizing our understanding of treatment. They had always believed that broken bones took at least 100 days to mend. Yet here Yi Fan was, claiming recovery in under 10 days. This was no longer merely advanced medical technology. It was divine. Moreover, with this medical equipment, would they not be able to resume slaying zombies sooner? The second piece of good news is that we have also introduced specialized technology called the Zombie Crystal Core Detector and Virus Analyzer, which serves to detect zombie levels, their distribution, and the specific locations of the zombie crystal cores while analyzing the virus. Following the announcement of the mobile medical cabins, Yi Fan unleashed another bombshell of good news. This advanced technology is essential for ensuring their safety in future operations. However, the mention of zombie levels raised questions. Did Yi Fan possess even more specific information? As if on cue, a projection of densely packed red dots appeared on the training room wall. Each red dot represented a single zombie. Furthermore, Yi Fan's words trailed off as the 3 minutes elapsed. The moment Hui Yue tagged the group members, every individual's phone vibrated simultaneously. I have also received specific details regarding the classification of zombie levels. From a highly credible source, Du Bin and the others hurriedly reviewed the new group document. The classification from levels 1 to 9, along with the capabilities that may evolve, left everyone feeling a creeping dread. Zombies could evolve to such extents? Would flying and traversing mountains become a reality? Was there still a future for humanity and the existence of zombie kings? Since the apocalypse, Du Bin and the others had never felt such despair. Among them, Du Fengyu, the eldest, quickly regained composure after a brief shock. Xiao Fan, what are your plans? His words prompted Du Bin and the others to steady themselves. Despite Yi Fan's ambiguous information source, it had always proven reliable and trustworthy. His reason for sharing this information must serve a purpose. The base requires an expansion of personnel. If any of you encounter suitable candidates, please invite them to join us, particularly in the fields of medicine, research, or potential combatants. The urgency of recruiting new members is paramount, especially since zombies can devour and evolve, which is a concerning phenomenon. As Yi Fan spoke, he turned to Hui Yue. Given the current rate of zombie evolution, how long until we see some reach level 2? The fastest estimate is within 30 days, at which point some zombies may evolve to level 2, with a 10 chance of mutation. The yield of zombie crystal cores will also increase by approximately 10. Yi Fan had already informed them of the significance of the zombie crystal cores. An increased drop rate would indirectly strengthen the cores, providing the members of the Yancheng base with more opportunities for enhancement. This was a silver lining amidst the grim news, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Based on the current zombie levels, what strength do we possess? Yi Fan inquired. He nodded, believing that a month would provide ample time for adjustment. If memory served him correctly, the gene serum they had consumed was a weakened version. Perhaps Yi Penghai had a more potent variant. According to the initial power assessment for evolutionaries, the young master's strength approximates level 2. 5, akin to a mutated zombie, while most others hover around level 2. Hui Yue swiftly scanned the group and responded. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin exchanged astonished glances, realizing that their entire team, numbering merely a dozen individuals, equaled the strength of level 2 zombies. What an extraordinary team. What then is an evolutionary? We should arrange for Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin to undergo evolution soon. They are now part of our team, and it is time to share more information with them. Understood, young master. The two individuals mentioned were utterly elated at being acknowledged. They have also grown stronger. To get back on track, I will have Hui Yue load the zombie crystal cores onto everyone's phones and vehicles. Once a danger alert is triggered on the phone, immediate evacuation is required. Hui Yue will provide detailed instructions in the group chat. The detection devices are still under production, and once completed, they will be distributed to each team leader. Furthermore, everyone must remember one crucial point. If you encounter a zombie with blood-red eyes, it is best to eliminate it promptly. If you cannot kill it, retreat as soon as possible, as such zombies are likely to evolve into a zombie king. A zombie king? The crowd gasped in astonishment that it is already troublesome enough for zombies to reach level 5. If they evolve into a zombie king, won't that mean an army of zombies will be unleashed? Unbearable, utterly unbearable. Hui Yue, please proceed to load the zombie crystal core detectors. By the way, how long will the loading take? Yes, sir. It will be completed within half an hour. After Hui Yue turned to leave, Dubin interjected. Everyone, remember to remain vigilant and inform one another if you encounter a zombie with blood-red eyes. Understood, Deputy Captain. There were no objections from anyone. With that, the topic came to a close. Yi Fan disbanded the team and messaged Yi Penghai. Dad, do you have any substances that can turn zombies to ash or prevent them from consuming their kind? Yi Penghai, having little to do today, was somewhat puzzled by Yi Fan's request. What do you need these for? Since zombies can consume each other to evolve, why not reduce the chances of their evolution? If used effectively, mutual devouring could even create a counterbalancing effect. Wouldn't that be advantageous for us? Yi Penghai was taken aback. Indeed, while the zombie virus is severe, it might allow for some fundamental issues to be resolved. I will have the tech department investigate this and see if they can devise a compromise. With 80% of humanity transformed into zombies, the sheer magnitude is unimaginable. Moreover, as zombies continue to evolve, an excessive number could backfire. However, this potion could still be effective against stronger zombies. For instance, an unexpected strike against a high-level zombie like a zombie king could yield significant advantages. Yi Fan was well aware of the capabilities of the tech department. After contemplating, he instructed a Dia and a Hui to handle the nearby zombies, incinerating them collectively. They would make further plans once Yi Penghai devised a solution. The rapid evolution of zombies was alarming, and it remained uncertain whether this method would be effective. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Dubin, Diawei, and others left the base in their vehicles as Hui Yue completed the loading. The urgency of zombie evolution compelled everyone to gather resources as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Du Fengyu and others were learning firearm skills alongside Song Feiyue, and Qinbo Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin were also part of the group. Yi Fan still needed to load the virus detector, so he did not rush to leave the base. As Yi Fan was loading the virus detector, firearm training commenced at the base. The evolved individuals, having honed their shooting skills, performed almost flawlessly. In contrast, Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin lagged behind the others in accuracy. After diligently practicing for an hour, they barely managed to score a few tens. Despite this, they felt deeply discouraged. Song Feiyue approached Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin, tossing them a bottle of water with a hint of amusement on his face. Is this really that disheartening? You haven't witnessed Yi Fan's skills. He is truly a marksman. Hitting a target 100 paces away is a trivial feat for him. Later, Du Fengyu and the others were set to embark on a mission. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin's physical training, which included the process of taking gene potions, would be postponed. It was only natural for them to lag behind Du Fengyu and the others for the time being. What? Hitting a target 100 paces away is trivial? That's incredible. Chen Zhishang gasped in astonishment. Chunbo chuckled. Of course it's impressive. Didn't Hui Yue mention that Yi Fan's strength has reached 2.5? There's only one zombie crystal core for every 100,000 zombies. Just consider how rare mutated zombies are in the eyes of the base's inhabitants. Yi Fan and Hui Yue were shrouded in mystery. They seemed to possess an unparalleled understanding of the apocalypse. Take today's zombie levels. For instance, It is likely that no one else globally had such comprehensive information. For this reason, he had specifically inquired with Hui Yue, who had informed him that a mutated zombie appears for every 200,000 zombies. With the speed of zombie evolution accelerating, they would likely encounter numerous mutated zombies in the future. Yet, the accomplishments of humanity to reach this stage were indeed remarkable. Wow! Yigu is amazing! Liang Chumin exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, Du Fengyu and the others shared knowing smiles. Was this truly impressive? Even greater feats lay ahead. Chen Zhishang eagerly pressed for more details, but everyone seemed intent on keeping it a secret, leaving the two in the dark. Because of this matter, they unexpectedly scored 6 tens, showcasing their prowess. Another hour passed. The firearm training concluded, and Du Fengyu and the others set off on their respective missions, leaving Song Feiyue and Hui Yue to assist Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin with their gene evolution. What? Waited running. We must exhaust ourselves before we can stop. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin were astonished as they strapped on 40 pounds of weight and sprinted for an hour. They collapsed to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Lying on the ground, Liang Chumin gasped for breath and finally voiced his inner curiosity. Song, can you tell us why we had to run with weights now? Chen Zhishang was equally intrigued and casually asked. However, Song Feiyue replied that he would explain once they completed their run. They suppressed their curiosity and finished the task, utterly exhausted yet still remembering the question. Song Feiyue chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. Hui Yue, thank you for your assistance. Hui Yue presented diluted versions of the gene potion to Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin. The visual contrast of the stunningly elegant woman serving them made their hearts race. If only they could experience such service every day. The slightly sweet gene potion was consumed, and soon they forgot their earlier fantasies. What is happening? I feel an overwhelming surge of strength, me too. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin exclaimed simultaneously, instinctively rising to their feet. The weights that had previously felt burdensome now seemed as light as air. Song Feiyue smiled gently. Congratulations, you have both become evolved beings. Go test your newfound abilities. I have other matters to attend to. Hui Yue, please continue with the subsequent tests. Understood. Hui Yue responded, retrieving several iron blocks of varying weights. Try lifting these iron blocks and see how you fare. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin exchanged glances before raising a 300-pound iron block. Effortlessly. How about a 500-pound block? Still easy. And what about 1,000 pounds? A bit of strain, but they could still lift it. This is what it means to be an evolved being. Chen Zhishang and Liang Chumin were momentarily stunned, their expressions transforming into ecstatic joy. Yigu is incredible. The Yifan, who had been mentioned, let out a rare sneeze. I didn't expect the installation of the virus detector onto my spatial ring to take 3 hours. Fortunately, I managed to catch ANAP. Yifan yawned lazily, starting the vehicle and departing from the base. He planned to visit the reservoir in a couple of days. With the virus detector in hand, he could gather usable water sources that remained from before the apocalypse, which would be a significant gain. Moreover, the operation of the virus detector was straightforward. By placing the ring above the designated item, if the ring emitted a red hue, it indicated the presence of a virus. If it turned green, there was none. Not far from the base, Yifan released the meteorite collection box, allowing it to continue gathering meteorites. The upgraded collection box possessed spatial jumping capabilities, maintaining a charge for up to 2 months. Once it had accumulated enough meteorites, it would spatially jump back to Yifan's location. The freedom was no longer limited to domestic confines. With the opportunity to operate freely, Yifan felt at ease and steered the vehicle toward the mine. The mining robots sent by Yi Penghai remained in the spatial suitcase. He wondered what their appearances would be like upon arrival. As Yifan envisioned Ada, a Hui, and Laogua, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Another hour passed. When the Hummer reached the mine's vicinity, Yifan noticed several vehicles parked nearby. Clearly, someone had discovered this place. Yifan stroked his chin, deciding to investigate the situation. Before long, he arrived at the factory area. At the main entrance stood a man clad in body armor, wielding a sniper rifle. Who are you? And what brings you here? The man eyed Yifan warily, his accent revealing that he was not a local. A foreigner had come all the way here to mine. Yifan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mastermind behind this. I heard there is a granary here. I came to collect some food. If you could spare me a bag, that would suffice. Yifan raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. The Hummer parked below was clearly driven by him. The bag of food? I think you must be dreaming. Get lost? The man exploded in anger at Yi Fan's words. Don't even think about it. This isn't a granary. Even if it were, we wouldn't give you anything. It's the apocalypse. Food is life. Perhaps the man's loud voice alarmed those inside. As soon a little captain from the team appeared. What's going on? This person seems to think this is a granary and wants to ask us for food. In truth, although the apocalypse has occurred, the duration has been quite brief. There are still many individuals who have not managed to shift their mindset, and a considerable number of those attempting to engage in moral coercion abound. It is not only Yi Fan and his companions who face this predicament. Even those with eagle-like noses have encountered their fair share of difficulties. You want food? Well, that's easy to arrange. May I ask how you are addressed? The eagle-nosed man chuckled. They had painstakingly discovered a mining facility and were currently in dire need of labor. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon them at this moment. Yi Fan, with a bashful smile, replied, I am Yi Fan, and I will be entering my 3rd year in the latter half of this year. Oh, a university student who has yet to step into society. I see. Well, we can provide you with food, but you must join us first. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. No problem. It is only right that I join you after receiving your provisions. Upon realizing he had ensnared Yi Fan, the eagle-nosed man could not contain his amusement. All right, come along with us. Yi Fan obediently followed him into the factory area, only to be unexpectedly met with a kick from the eagle-nosed man. However, for Yi Fan, such force was akin to mere tickling. Yi Fan casually seized the eagle-nosed man's foot and, with a swift motion, threw him to the ground as if discarding refuse. In the process, he also trampled down on the leg that had attempted to strike him. Now, who are you people? The eagle-nosed man, pale with pain and his pupils dilating in shock, thought to himself, what on earth is going on? This person, who appeared harmless just a moment ago, has transformed into a ruthless demon capable of breaking bones without a second thought. Chapter 52. Indeed, they are all my subordinates. We are members of the Wu Xing Han survival team, residing in the neighboring Yanghai city. Before the apocalypse struck, our leader received some information indicating the end of the world was nigh. And there were movements from above, prompting us to devise a plan. We established a factory and stockpiled numerous resources. If you spare my life, I can reveal our exact location to you, and even take you there to collect supplies. The eagle-nosed man, recognizing the futility of resistance after losing a leg, was quick to offer up this information. Had Yi Fan not keenly observed the fleeting glint of malice in his eyes, he might have been deceived into thinking that the eagle-nosed man had genuinely capitulated. In this new world, it is not only the undead that prey upon the living. Humans too will devour their own kind. Nowadays, individuals may resort to violence over a sip of water or a morsel of bread. Those who betray their comrades do not necessarily speak the truth. Let's not rush. How did you come to learn about the mining facility? Yi Fan slightly bent down, casually drawing the small knife sheathed at his waist. The icy blade pressed against the skin sent shivers down the spine. We obtained this information from the Xingyun survival team, purchasing it with 100 pounds of supplies. We have many brothers under our command, and our weapons have run low, so we sought to acquire some information from Xingyun. They used to be a small workshop dealing in second-hand supplies, and their leader knows many influential figures. It seems he is the one who provided news about the impending apocalypse as well. The eagle-nosed man was unaware of Yi Fan's intentions. To ensure he kept Yi Fan's attention, he hastily divulged details about Yang Xingyun's team. This name was familiar to Yi Fan. The very Yang who had someone sketch his portrait earlier had such connections. It seems that those who survive in this apocalypse are not to be underestimated. Now, for my next inquiry, what was your intention in luring me here? Before the eagle-nosed man could respond, Yi Fan posed another question. Interrogation was not a mandatory skill within their group. These techniques were learned by Yi Fan during his time overseas with Diao Wei's crew. I merely wished to invite you in for a discussion, to have a chat. The eagle-nosed man felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, attempting to shift the conversation. However, his countenance was hardly trustworthy. Yi Fan scoffed lightly and, without hesitation, plunged his knife into the eagle-nosed man's thigh. The blade pierced through with a swift motion, followed by, for someone like Yi Fan, possessing a Hummer or armed forces is certainly not enough. However, it is sufficient to dissuade a multitude of those intent on causing trouble. Yang Xingyun is rather astute, Yi Fan mused internally, as he casually opened the zombie crystal core detector. A multitude of red dots densely surrounded the Hummer. A cold smile crept across Yifan's lips as he pressed the accelerator down to the floor. As the Hummer sped forward, it left behind a trail of zombie carcasses, Yang Xingyun's underlings. Hearing the commotion and catching sight of the Hummer not far off, were nearly driven to madness. Brother Yang, the Yigu is driving the Hummer and has come to our door. The Yigu in the Hummer, Yifan? Yang Xingyun's right hand trembled slightly as he hurried to the window. He beheld Yifan's Hummer, effortlessly plowing through the zombies as if traversing an uninhabited realm. It was unclear what material it was modified with. It seemed as though several hundred zombies were but a trivial matter to him. Yang Xingyun quickly instructed his subordinates, when he arrives, show him utmost respect. Prepare some drinks and smokes for Yiji. Yifan's earlier ostentation was, in fact, a means to inform Yang Xingyun of his arrival, to prevent any misunderstanding that might lead Yang to believe it was an enemy seeking revenge. In less than 10 minutes, the zombies outside had largely been eradicated by Yifan. Although some zombies continued to gather, they posed no real threat. Before Yifan stepped into the residential building, the corridor door had already been flung open. Yang Xingyun personally greeted him at the entrance, exuding an exceptionally cordial demeanor. Yigu, you have arrived. Thank you for clearing out the zombies. We were quite troubled by those creatures. Yang Xingyun refrained from mentioning the specific use of the zombies. Yifan feigned ignorance, nodding in acknowledgement. It was merely a small effort. Let us discuss matters inside. I have some inquiries, of course, with compensation. Even amidst the apocalypse, Yifan had no intention of exploiting his power. Yang and his crew maintained a respectful attitude. Business was business, and he would give what was owed. Thank you, Yigu. Please, come in. By the way, what do you drink? Yang Xingyun was quite adept at accommodating guests, bending down to invite Yifan in while also offering him a cigarette. Observing him reaching for a lighter, it was evident he intended to light it himself, and no need for that. I have a lighter. Let us head inside to talk. Yifan pulled out a lighter from his pocket, igniting it with a practiced ease that spoke of experience. Yang Xingyun acknowledged and ushered Yifan into a tidy little room on the ground floor. Yifan exhaled a puff of smoke and stated, let us speak plainly. The Iron Mine district on the outskirts of the city. You disclosed that to Wu Xinghan's team, did you not? I have already dealt with the individual responsible. The address was provided by them. As he spoke, the members of Yang Xingyun's survival team exhibited little sign of distress. Displaying commendable composure. Yifan assessed them internally, and Yang Xingyun reciprocated the judgment. Yigu, thank you for sharing this information with us. That Wu Xinghan's team is truly unworthy. Next time, we shall avoid collaborating with such despicable individuals. From your words, Yigu, it seems you have taken control of that iron mine. This is indeed delightful news. Do you require any manpower? If so, we can arrange something for you. In just 2 sentences. Yang Xingyun grasped the necessary opportunism. Individuals like him could hardly survive in this apocalyptic world without such acumen. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. I have my own personnel. Let us not dilly-dally. I came to inquire about market conditions. Under normal circumstances, one would expect to pay for information based on the type sought, with prices ranging from 30 to 500 pounds of food. As long as it's what you desire, we will do our utmost to procure it for you. Should the deal fall through, we will refund half the food. This pricing seemed reasonable enough. In the post-apocalyptic world, gathering intelligence often required one to keep their wits about them. Getting duped could be far worse than failing to acquire the information. Very well. Please provide me with details about any usable water tanker factories, reservoirs, mines, laboratories, or any currently exploited resources, along with a map if possible. Yang Xingyun inhaled sharply. This is not trivial information, Yigu. We would need 500 pounds of food for this. The water tanker factory, reservoir, laboratory, and mines. While the first was manageable, the latter had already been secured by certain factions. Yang Xingyun hesitated to offend openly, but the bounty Yifan offered was too great to ignore. Agreed. I have 500 pounds in my vehicle. If your information proves accurate, I will return for further transactions. Additionally, I possess some useful medicine. If you are interested, I can trade some to you. The meteorite showers had damaged numerous structures and resources, making medicines, food, and water precious commodities. The medicine Yifan offered might very well enable Yang Xingyun to develop other avenues for resource acquisition. Certainly, if you have medicine, we can reduce the food requirement. Xiaosong, bring over the map and mark it for Yigu. After Yang Xingyun gave the order, several individuals hurried to the adjacent room to get busy, aware that creating a map would take time. Yang Xingyun was careful not to leave his guest waiting idly. He diligently handed a bottle of soda to Yi Fan, striking up a light conversation. By the way, our team recently encountered vehicles similar to your Hummer, claiming to come from the Chang'an base. Are they your teammates? Yi Fan nodded. Indeed, they are all my subordinates. I neglected to introduce myself. I am the founder of the Chang'an base.as for the base's origins. I believe you have heard of it. The origins of the Chang'an base. Had he heard of it? Yang Xingyun's mind raced, and he gasped, Yi Gu, are you the esteemed Yishao of the Chang'an Foreign Trade Company? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Your intelligence is quite impressive. Yang Xingyun chuckled nervously. Forgive me, Yishao, your reputation is quite formidable. If not for our modest enterprise, I would have considered joining your ranks back then. The Chang'an Foreign Trade Company had boasted immense power before the apocalypse. After the world fell apart, many sought to capitalize on their resources, including the influential figures Yang Xingyun was in contact with, all eager for a share. However, the display of military strength and armament from the Chang'an base suggested they were not to be trifled with. His subordinates had closely monitored the Chang'an base, noting how their teams typically operated in groups of 3, driving Hummers while armed with firearms and wielding knives or fire axes. They faced hundreds of zombies without flinching, reportedly finding the act of dispatching them as effortless as slicing watermelons. Returning each time laden with spoils, ranging from hardware stores to pharmacies and food supplies. They collected everything and anything, amassing at least several hundred pounds of goods daily. Each individual seemed capable of lifting several hundred pounds. A truly formidable team. The weakest members they had encountered were Liang Chumin and Chen Jishang, who required assistance from women engaged in the flesh trade to haul a few hundred pounds of supplies. Leaving Yang Xingyun skeptical of their claim to be Chang'an base personnel. Now is not too late. You should consider joining us. The Chang'an base is currently expanding its ranks, and you can bring trusted individuals along. While the two conversed, Yang Xingyun's subordinates had completed the map. Yi Fan glanced at it, nodding slightly in approval. Not bad. Now, follow me. Seeing him rise, Yang Xingyun quickly beckoned his underlings to accompany them downstairs. Yi Fan, unperturbed by their intentions, stowed away some items from his space before casually opening the Hummer's trunk. It was overflowing with food and medicine, leaving Yang Xingyun and his subordinates wide-eyed in astonishment. Many could not suppress a gasp. Just how much food was contained within? Help yourselves, Yi Fan said nonchalantly, his tone as casual as if he were offering them a selection of cabbages rather than 500 pounds of food. Yang Xingyun swallowed hard, urgently calling to his subordinates, What are you waiting for? Quickly, bring the scales. We need to weigh this. Understood, Yang Gu. We will fetch them immediately. His subordinates promptly rushed inside, swiftly retrieving a scale. Once it was brought out, Yang Xingyun turned to Yi Fan with a fawning smile. Yi Gu, may I first check what we are taking? Yi Fan nodded. Feel free, but be swift. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here for too long. Of course, grant us 1 hour, and we will ensure it is completed within that time. Considering the quantity of 500 pounds, their limited numbers made an hour quite a swift time frame for the task. Yi Fan nodded. Very well, do so as quickly as possible. Yang Xingyun agreed, promptly diving into the trunk. A Hummer like the one Yi Fan drove could typically carry about a ton of food. Yet, given the modifications Yi Fan's vehicle appeared to have, its capacity likely exceeded that, possibly accommodating more than a ton. In other words, he was likely looking at least 2,000 pounds of food. If this were to reach their survival team, it would suffice for several months. Remarkably, this was merely one individual's bounty. Based on Yang Xingyun's observations, each Hummer from Yi Fan's group bore a specific number for identification. For instance, Yi Fan drove number 1, while Du Bin, Diao Wei, and the others drove numbers 2 through 7.7. Modified Hummers could collectively transport hundreds of pounds daily. Over the course of these apocalyptic days, the Chang'an base must have amassed at least 10 tons of supplies. This tally did not even include the vast resources they had acquired through monetary transactions prior to the apocalypse. Upon reflecting on the relentless toil of his team, who had painstakingly gathered over 1,000 pounds of supplies, tears of envy streamed uncontrollably down Yang Xingyun's face. Yi, brother Yi, how long did it take you to collect such a vast amount of supplies? Xiao Song inquired, his voice dripping with flattery as he edged closer. Yi Fan recalled his tone and, having spotted his own portrait in the corridor, acknowledged its commendable artistry. With this thought, he tossed a pack of cigarettes to Xiao Song. saying, "It took me a morning to gather these, and I am quite satisfied with the portrait. Consider this your reward." Xiao Song, taken aback by the generosity, replied, "Thank you, Brother Ye.It is primarily because of your handsome features. My work merely embellishes your charm." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "You certainly possess the gift of eloquence." Noticing Yi Fan's amiable demeanor, another subordinate felt his guard lower slightly. He leaned in to ask, "Brother Yi, approximately how many tons of supplies do you have here? Your vehicle appears modified." Yi Fan, intending to recruit Yang Xingyun's team, welcomed the opportunity to engage with his members. "Indeed, it is modified. Currently, it holds around 2 tons of supplies, all protected by bulletproof glass. No need to panic when zombies approach." He paused for emphasis. "However, your safety here will soon diminish. Advise your leader to prepare for relocation. The zombies are evolving at an unimaginable pace. If the current zombies are classified as level 1, the forthcoming ones may very well reach level 2 or even higher." As Yi Fan's words echoed, several attentive listeners gasped in disbelief, while others shivered at the implications. "Brother Yi, these zombies can evolve?" Yi Fan nodded, slowly lighting a cigarette. "Not long ago, I encountered a mutated zombie. It was only due to my Hummer's astounding speed that I managed to evade a collision." "How did you manage to kill that zombie?" another member queried. Yi Fan turned to him. "I decapitated it. The zombie's weak point is its head. Just aim and strike." His nonchalant tone left the audience despondent. They struggled with ordinary zombies, let alone a mutated one. Wait, hadn't Yi Fan suggested that Yang Gu consider something? Could it be recruitment? Their gazes shifted to Yang Xingyun, who, utterly captivated by the array of supplies before him, had failed to notice the conversation. Time swiftly passed, and after considerable deliberation, Yang Xingyun settled on 200 pounds of bottled water, 200 pounds of prepared food, some rice and flour, and 50 types of medications, including bandages, disinfectant, cold medicine, and hemostatic agents. In these times, those who could offer medical supplies were scarce, especially in hospitals swarming with zombies. Those who could enter and return unscathed were few and far between. Only the Chang'an base could afford such extravagance. "Brother Yi, I have made my selections." Yi Fan closed the trunk with a casual air. "Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you change your minds, use this to contact me." He tossed over a walkie-talkie. "This is our specially designed device. Tune it to channel 1 for our base's communications, and you can liaise directly with the relevant contact. Huiyue. The base will send someone to retrieve you." With that, Yi Fan drove away. The group, realizing Yi Fan was indeed recruiting them, erupted in excitement. "Did I hear correctly? Yang Gu? Brother Yi truly intends to bring us to their base." They had all witnessed the truck full of supplies and the medications, at least over 200 varieties, many of which they did not recognize. But which base does Brother Yi belong to? The southern bases don't seem to possess such power. Considering the zombie threat, the group hurriedly moved the supplies indoors after Yi Fan's departure. Unbeknownst to Yang Xingyun's team, a clandestine faction had begun monitoring them and Yi Fan's supplies, splitting off some members to follow Yi Fan's Hummer towards the water truck factory, while another group lay in wait, planning to capture Yang Xingyun's team under the cover of night. Yi Fan's Hummer was equipped with a zombie crystal core detector, and he found the experience of crushing zombies exhilarating, akin to playing bowling. Half an hour later, the Hummer arrived at the water truck factory, where he continued to trample zombies with impunity. The audacity of his actions left those in the vehicle in shock. "Chenggu, are we really going to engage with this person? I've never seen anyone so reckless. He doesn't just kill zombies. He seems to be toying with them." Zhao, sitting in the passenger seat, nervously questioned the driver. Chenggu, his fear evident. Generally shy and introverted, he relied on Chenggu for protection, but Yi Fan's ruthlessness unnerved him. Why be afraid? He is just one man. We have 5. Indeed, Yi Fan and the Chang'an base had gained notoriety in the surrounding area. Many sought to partake in the resources of the Chang'an base. Du Bin's group was numerous and ruthless, while the comparatively mild Lin Xiyu and Su Lili, alongside Shan Bai and Song Feiyue, kept watch. To date, countless individuals wished to join the Chang'an base, yet only a select few succeeded. Given the brutal nature of the Chang'an base members, the isolated Yi Fan had become their target. "Zhao, you're just too timid." The other passengers in the van began to mock Zhao, unaware that their conversation had been overheard by Yi Fan ahead. "It's better to go solo. People will perceive him as easy prey." Yi Fan chuckled. dispatching the zombies outside the factory before executing a slick drift to reposition his vehicle, disembarking with purpose. Before him lay approximately 50 water trucks, each capable of carrying 8 tons of water. Neatly arranged within the factory. Judging by their appearance, these seem to be newly arrived goods, likely intended for sale. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had struck too suddenly, leaving the vehicles unsold and now ripe for Yifan's acquisition. With a casual wave, he made the trucks vanish into his storage space, adhering to his principle of scavenging everything. Ignoring the sounds of others attempting to pry open doors outside, he continued to explore the factory. Among his finds were a dozen fully charged, brand-new water pumps, excellent for future use after modifications by Huiyue, and a diesel generator. He also discovered a small storage area containing dozens of pounds of grain. All these items were swiftly added to his collection. When he finally exited the water truck factory, Chenggu and his group were still struggling to unlock the door. Yifan lit a cigarette. The flick of the lighter startling everyone present. With your skills, you dare to attempt to pick my lock? Yifan regarded them with disdain, fully aware that his Hummer's lock was the same model that Liang Chumin could open in mere 3 minutes. Yet these individuals had been at it for 10 minutes without success. Forget the lock. Everyone, charge. One among them, unable to tolerate Yifan's arrogance, brandished a dagger and lunged at him, with such a slow speed. Even if Yifan relinquished a hand, the assailant would still be no match for him. Yifan casually snapped the man's neck and, in a flash, was at the side of 2 others who were preparing to draw their weapons. Like a butcher with poultry, he swiftly dispatched them as well, leaving only Chenggu and Zhao, who stood frozen in place. Chenggu, you go ahead. I'll cover you. Zhao, trembling with fear, clutched his knife, glancing at the dazed Chenggu, who nevertheless gritted his teeth and lunged at Yifan. I understand. Chenggu had not anticipated Yifan's ferocity. He turned and fled, only to hear Zhao scream as he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yifan was before Chenggu, delivering a powerful sidekick that sent him crashing back to Zhao's side. Chenggu turned to Zhao, who lay sprawled on the ground. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Chenggu, who had considered his own combat skills to be decent, realized with horror that he could not even withstand a single exchange against Yifan. Meeting Yifan's gaze, he felt a tremor of fear. Big brother, I can't tell you anything you want. Please spare our lives. We'll serve you faithfully. Serve you faithfully? Yifan scoffed. That won't be necessary. Just tell me your address, and I'll handle the rest. He paused, by the way. When do you plan to set off to join Yang Xingyun's survival team? Chang Ji's pupils dilated in terror. If he recalled correctly, their vehicle was at least several dozen meters away from Yifan's. Had he heard their entire conversation? Just how acute was his hearing? Zhao instinctively turned to Chenggu, unwittingly locking eyes with Yifan, and was immediately seized by a tremor of fear. What kind of gaze is that? 7 o'clock? We'll depart at 7. Chenggu stammered, desperation evident in his voice. Please, don't kill us. Before he could finish, his head was sent flying. Warm blood splattered onto Xiao Zhao's face, prompting him to scream in shock. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhao's reaction, Yifan realized that this man had likely never taken a life before. Yet, this was the apocalypse, and virtuous souls seldom enjoyed longevity. With a gaze tinged with indifference, Yifan recognized that Xiao Zhao was destined to follow in the footsteps of Chenggu. There were still 5 hours until nightfall. Yifan drove towards the reservoir, where a diverse array of supplies was continuously arriving at the base. However, progress on the zombie crystal cores remained stagnant. As Yifan pondered this, the Hummer arrived at the reservoir. The area surrounding the reservoir bore evident tire tracks and footprints. Judging by the quantity and size of the prints, it appeared that a man had been here. The absence of any zombies suggested that the individual must have cleared the area. This indicated a high likelihood that the reservoir had not been contaminated. Intrigued, Yifan approached the reservoir's water storage area. The slightly cool water dispelled the summer heat. The signage on the water storage platform confirmed that the water source was indeed unconnected to any other flowing sources. Overjoyed, Yifan quickly assessed the specific water storage capacity. 100,000 tons. Such a vast quantity of water would suffice for the base's inhabitants for several years. He decided to test for contamination. After washing his hands, Yifan placed his spatial ring into the storage pool. A soft green glow filled him with delight. First, he would fill the water tankers. Yifan had approximately 18 tankers at his disposal, each capable of holding around 14 tons of water. Fortunately, he also possessed a spatial suitcase. In the absence of other items, the empty suitcase could serve as a water tower. While it could still be used with other items, those would get soaked. Yifan's spatial inventory contained numerous essential items, making it impractical to fill it with water. Had he not had the spatial suitcase, he would have opted to fill only the tankers. After all, no one else possessed such advanced technology. Regardless of how skilled the water gatherers were, they could not extract much. After transferring the reservoir's water into the suitcase, Yifan promptly filled each tanker in succession. In less than 20 minutes, the 100,000 tons of water from the reservoir had been completely drained. Thrilled, Yifan finished speaking and turned to the Hummer, heading towards the locations indicated on the maps provided by Yang Xingyuan. The maps included at least a dozen sites, including the reservoir and a mine, sufficient to keep him busy for the next couple of days. Just as Yifan departed, others arrived. The newcomer was a slightly built, baby-faced young man, followed by a dark-skinned, round-faced youth and a robust, black-faced young man. These three were triplets, named Hong Les Han, Hong Les Hui, and Hong Lijing, in ascending order of height. Big brother, second brother, we struck gold this time. This reservoir has enough water for us to last a lifetime, exclaimed the baby-faced Hong Les Han, excitedly approaching the water storage area. However, when he turned around, his face fell in utter disbelief. What the hell? Where's our reservoir? A whole 100,000 tons of water. How could it be gone in just a moment? Third brother, are you certain you're not seeing things? Could it be that someone already took it? Hong Lijing said darkly, his emotions unreadable. Hong Les Han, frightened by the sight of his older brother's bulging muscles, took several steps back. No, big brother, I swear I'm not lying. I wouldn't dare joke about something this significant. By the end, Hong Les Han felt like crying. But I don't understand how it happened. The entire reservoir's water just vanished in the blink of an eye. Hong Les Hui also believed that his younger brother wasn't the type to fabricate such a tale. He looked down at the ground and noticed footprints that did not belong to them. Could it be that someone else moved the water? The area surrounding the reservoir was paved with concrete. Aside from Yifan's footprints, there were no signs of tankers or anything else. Though Hong Leshan's words seemed absurd, they sparked a flicker of realization in Hong Les Hui. Even if it was taken, perhaps we can still catch up. Let's go check outside. A few dozen meters from the reservoir, there were no paved roads, only pure mud. Whether anyone had come could be determined by examining the tire tracks. However, when the three brothers eagerly rushed over, they were left dumbfounded. Wait, only one vehicle came here? How could just a few people transport it? There isn't even a tanker. How did they move it? If Hong Les Han isn't lying and only one person and one vehicle came, how did they manage to take everything? The triplets didn't want to entertain such an absurd scenario. Yet, given the apocalypse, it didn't seem entirely impossible for humans to possess special abilities. Big brother, should we pursue and see what happens? Hong Les Hui swallowed hard, a bold idea forming in his mind. He wished to follow this powerful figure. In a world overrun by zombies, resources had been largely scavenged, and even the little they managed to find would eventually be depleted. Instead of passively waiting to starve, why not proactively ally with a formidable leader? Let's go. Hong Lijing gritted his teeth, deciding to follow. Following the trail left by the Hummer, the three brothers drove in pursuit. Fortunately, the zombies obstructed their path. In less than 10 minutes, they caught up to the Hummer. Holy crap, brother, that guy is incredible. Hong Les Han gasped, watching as the Hummer crushed zombies effortlessly. Hong Lijing and Hong Les Hui remained silent. Trailing closely behind the Hummer, Yifan, hearing the commotion, assumed they were merely passing by and paid little attention. To his surprise, even as he reached the outskirts of the mine, those individuals were still following. After dispatching all the zombies in front, Yifan halted the vehicle and knocked on the window of the brothers' car. What do you three intend to accomplish by following me? Yifan had no interest in hearing the brothers' chatter. As music blared from his speakers, only when he confirmed that they were genuinely tailing him did he relent. Hong Les Han, the youngest and boldest, seized the opportunity. Big brother, we mean no harm. We just wanted to ask if you're recruiting. What do you think of us? We can fight, eat little, and most importantly, we are obedient. In this apocalyptic world, there was no room for pride. If necessary, he would even forsake morality. As long as Yifan was willing, he would do anything to join him. Yifan chuckled. You want to join me? What makes you think I should take you on? Hong Les Hui gulped, gathering his courage to explain. Earlier, we discovered a reservoir with only one person and one vehicle leaving tracks. We followed the trail here. Yi Fan was somewhat taken aback that they had pursued him solely based on that. After all, many vehicles had traversed the road. How did they determine it was his? The size and tire patterns of the Hummer matched what we saw. I studied criminal investigation and was a lawyer before the apocalypse. My brother is a veterinarian, and my eldest brother is a contractor. The Hong family was relatively well off, but not exceptionally so. Their parents had expended all their resources to ensure the triplets could attend school. Fortunately, the brothers had made something of themselves after graduation, allowing their parents to enjoy a comfortable life. By a stroke of luck, they all ended up in the same city due to work or other reasons. They had planned to gather for a meal that month. But then the apocalypse struck. Thankfully, they all had vehicles, which allowed them to escape disaster and reunite. They were unsure of their parents' fate back home but wished to return, knowing the journey covered several thousand kilometers. The idea of returning seemed almost insurmountable. Hong Les Han had initially thought to trade the reservoir's water for a better vehicle or supplies to care for their parents. However, Yi Fan's sudden appearance had disrupted their plans. A lawyer, a veterinarian, and a contractor? That's intriguing. Considering the apocalypse, it didn't seem unreasonable for someone to have taken the water, prompting their pursuit. Hong Lijing nodded in agreement. Yes, they were 3 against 1, and in a real fight. They might not lose. All right, we just so happen to need more people at our base. You can follow me for now. By the way, are you willing to kill zombies? Yi Fan had no intention of concealing his spatial capabilities. Those who could see his space were bound by a different fate. If they were allies, that was one thing. If they were enemies, there was nothing more to discuss. Of course. Big brother, where are you headed? We'll clear the way for you. Hong Les Han didn't expect to catch up to Yi Fan so quickly, and after a moment of shock, he eagerly offered his assistance. Tio, the mine ahead. Your timing is perfect. Who can drive? I'm rather lazy. I can drive. What's your name? I'm Hong Les Han. This is my eldest brother Hong Lijing and my second brother Hong Les Hui. Hong Leshan's baby face had not fared well before the apocalypse, often relying on his brothers for support. For this reason, he was the most adept at gauging people's reactions among the 3. Yi Fan tossed the car keys to Hong Lixian. Yi Fan, you take the wheel. All right, Yi Gu. Hong Les Han swiftly caught the keys and dashed to the driver's seat. Inside, an array of food, medicine, and other supplies left him astounded, nearly dropping his jaw. Idaku, are all these supplies from our base? Hong Les Han inquired, astonished. Upon hearing this, he shook his head and said, No, these supplies are personally gathered by me. The base you are heading to is also mine. Consider yourselves fortunate. Yi Fan's words were devoid of embellishment. Setting aside the superior facilities and environment of the Chang'an base, when it came to food, it was a matter of taking as much as desired, provided it wasn't wasted. Eat freely. In contrast, at the southern base, even if they managed to secure a quota by spending food, they would still have to contend with the base's regulations regarding the allocation of housing, food, water, and so forth. At Yi Fan's base, almost everyone had a private room, with bathrooms at their disposal. The bare minimum was a double room. Across the globe, there was no survivor base with a configuration superior to this. Upon hearing this, Hong Leshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Yi, are you the base leader? Not exactly the leader. Our base is still small, merely a few small team leaders, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, then directed Hong Les Han towards the mine. This particular mine was a coal factory. The 3 brothers, Hong Les Han, were tasked with clearing the zombies outside. Yi Fan, uninterested in getting his hands dirty, made his way directly to the warehouse of the coal factory. The warehouse was brimming with coal, which brought a secret satisfaction to Yi Fan. There must be around 20 tons of coal here at the very least. What a windfall, after collecting all the coal into his space. He marked the coal factory with a sign. He also rummaged through the factory's employee dormitories and food storage areas, gathering another 20 tons of supplies into his space. Let's visit a few more factories before heading back, Yi Fan said, glancing at the nearby zombies. Upon returning to the vehicle, he found Hong Les Han in a flustered state. Brother Yi, I don't know why, but after we just killed a zombie, the display screen has been making a commotion. Yi Fan looked down and smiled. Your luck is quite remarkable. You've given me a delightful surprise right upon your arrival. The screen displayed 2 blue markers, indicating the locations of the zombie crystal cores. Yi Fan took out his phone to pinpoint the exact locations. He casually opened the zombie's skull and retrieved the crystal core from within. The 3 brothers stared at what Yi Fan held. Bewildered. Brother Yi, What is this? Have you heard of zombie crystal cores? Once properly converted, these can enhance your strength. According to the base's rules, this will be recorded under your names, and once the zombie virus inside is eradicated, it will be transferred to you at a value of 55 points. Ye Fan thought the three brothers were indeed quite lucky, discovering 2 zombie crystal cores in a single mining area. He offered a brief explanation, and Hong Lijing and the others' eyes widened in astonishment. In a way, there really are zombie crystal cores. But what is this zombie virus? Hong Leshui swallowed nervously and asked, Brother Yi, what do you mean by this zombie virus? What happens if it's not eradicated? You would turn into a zombie.as. For whether you can retain your sanity like a human, well, that's a matter of fate. I'm not entirely sure, Yi Fan replied while stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, Hong Lijing and the others felt a storm of emotions brewing within them. This was utterly outrageous. Anyway, you need not worry about these matters. The time is nearly upon us. Let us go and enjoy the show. Yi Fan glanced at the time and encouraged the three brothers to get into the vehicle. Hong Les-han climbed into the Hummer, while Hong Lijing and Hong Leshui took their own car. Brother, did you see that? Brother Yi was on his phone just now, right? Is it possible that their base has electricity? Electricity? Not just that, they must have internet. However, given the current circumstances, many places around the world were cut off from the internet. How could they possibly be online? As Hong Lijing concluded his thoughts, Hong Leshui pointed upward. You mean that they're connected to a satellite? Wow. What kind of advanced technology is that? No. What I mean is, what an incredible team they must be part of. In a post-apocalyptic world where power and internet were down, they could still use a phone. In any case, just this one small detail confirms that Brother Yi is indeed an extraordinary person. Following him, we are bound to have ample provisions. Once the time was right, they could figure out a way to ask Brother Yi if they could bring their parents over. Hong Leshui took a deep breath, his face radiating joy mixed with excitement. Hong Lijing nodded in agreement, fully convinced of this notion. Unbeknownst to them, their brief conversation had already reached Yi Fan's ears. Do you have other family members? The brother driving, Hong Les-han, paused for a moment before nodding. We three brothers are triplets. Although we don't look much alike now, we used to resemble each other quite a bit. Before the apocalypse, we happened to gather in Jiangxing due to work, while our hometown is quite far away in Qingshi, where our parents are. Qingshi, huh? Yi Fan stroked his chin. I'll have someone check on the situation in Qingshi. Do you have a specific address? I do. Hong Les-han quickly provided an address. Yi Fan asked Hui Yue to help investigate the circumstances. You guys are somewhat fortunate. Your area hasn't been struck by meteors. Here's the deal. In a couple of days, accompany me to Qingshi. Accompany Brother Yi to Qingshi. Hong Leshan's eyes widened with excitement. Brother Yi, are you truly planning to take us back to Qingshi? Yi Fan nodded. It's not exactly a return trip. I need to gather supplies, and accompanying you to meet your parents is a secondary objective. The Chang'an base has a mission to accommodate family members. Since you've joined, if your parents are still alive, they should certainly enjoy a better life during the apocalypse. Hong Les-han, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Brother Yi, as long as you can take us to Qingshi. Once we find our parents, we will work diligently for you. As he spoke, the name Chang'an base repeatedly echoed in his mind. It sounded vaguely familiar. It felt as though he had heard it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Wait, could it be that Chang'an base was once Chang'an Foreign Trade? That company was like a treasure trove in the eyes of survivors. They had actually encountered someone from Chang'an base? And were following them? Indeed, Chang'an Foreign Trade was founded by my brothers and me. After the apocalypse, it was transformed into a base. You need not worry about supplies, including water and electricity. It's essentially no different from before the apocalypse. Hong Les-han was astounded to learn how impressive Chang'an base was. It sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Thanks to their telepathic connection as triplets, Hong Lijing and Hong Leshui also felt a surge of exhilaration. Wow, the youngest is too thrilled. Indeed, we have no idea what he has heard. Hong Lijing and Hong Leshui excitedly chatted. Yi Fan, upon hearing them, raised an eyebrow, and an immature idea began to form in his mind. Triplets were a rarity. If utilized properly, these three brothers could become formidable weapons against the zombies in the future. Yi Fan mused. They arrived at the residence of Yang Xingyun's team. All right, let us find a place to hide for now. Tonight, we'll check out the show and see if this team is worthy of being accepted by Chang'an base. With that, Yi Fan reclined in the backseat, appearing to rest. Hong Les-han looked a bit confused. It was already 7 in the evening. What show? He didn't quite understand but dared not ask. Sensing Hong Leshen's tension, Hong Lijing and Hong Leshui fell silent as well, if it weren't for the occasional zombie bumping against the car. The atmosphere would have been even more serene. Fortunately, the attacking power of low-level zombies wasn't particularly strong. As Hong Lijing and Hong Leshui turned off the engine, the zombies gradually retreated, brother. Hong Leshui wanted to continue speaking. Suddenly, loud banging sounds from outside interrupted him. He promptly lost interest in chatting with his elder brother. While the two brothers pondered why Yi Fan had stopped here, they observed a group of people intentionally launching fireworks into the darkened residential building. The sparks and crackling sounds of the fireworks not only startled the members of Yang Xingyun's team inside the building but also attracted the nearby wandering zombies. Hundreds of zombies, like starving wolves catching a whiff of meat, relentlessly pounded against the iron railings, attempting to break in and tear into the flesh of the living. The cacophony of banging sounded like a chain reaction, drawing the zombies surrounding Hong Lijing and Yi Fan's vehicle closer. The scene of a zombie siege instilled terror in those inside. Even the three brothers watching from outside couldn't help but sweat for their team members. They were experiencing firsthand what it meant for human hearts to grow cold. Some individuals, post-apocalypse, could no longer be regarded as human. Firecrackers and other distractions were continuously thrown into the residential building, causing a ruckus that drew virtually all nearby zombies. They had mastered the art of using the environment to their advantage. Brother Yi, is this what you meant by a show? Hong Leshan swallowed hard, feeling that this so-called show was exceedingly brutal. Yi Fan nodded slightly. I suppose so. I only knew they would take action, but I didn't expect them to be this ruthless. However, their cunning methods are indeed eye-opening. Previously, he had only used things like MP3 players to attract zombies' attention. These people were playing a more elaborate game than he ever had. It was truly an enlightening experience. Hong Leshan nodded hesitantly, still bearing traces of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, the three brothers hadn't encountered such individuals. Otherwise, they would have certainly faced dire consequences. However, since Yi Fan was present, it indicated that he didn't wish for the people inside to perish, right? If he didn't want them to die, then his inaction might be a test of their abilities. Are they also in Yi Fan's trial period? In Hong Leshan's mind, numerous possibilities unfolded. The members of Yang Xingyun's team were still unaware that Yi Fan had arrived. They were hastily organizing their members to combat the zombies. Damn, who could be so despicable? Xiao Song, take action and chop off the hands of these zombies first. The protective barrier may be made of iron, but its durability is limited. It can hold up under normal circumstances, but with so many zombies surrounding us, it simply cannot withstand the onslaught. Yang Gu, it's bad. The barrier won't hold those zombies anymore. Just as Yang Xingyun was about to contact Yi Fan, he was immediately taken aback by his subordinate's words. He tossed the walkie-talkie to Xiao Song and said, "You contact Yi Ji's people first and tell them we agree to join their base. And quickly send someone upstairs to make some noise and distract those bastards over there." Yi Fan, lying in his position, listened to the commotion inside and felt increasingly satisfied with Yang Xingyun. Finding a way to counterattack in such circumstances was no small feat, only a few could manage it. As long as Yang Xingyun could make that group suffer, he would ensure that those who ambushed him today would pay the price. Calculating against him and his team while hoping to escape unscathed was the true joke. Just as Yi Fan pondered this, he saw a burst of fire thrown from the second floor to the first. A birthday lotus lamp, accompanied by fireworks and cheerful music, landed amidst the group of ambushers below. Damn! Retreat quickly, move aside. The zombies are coming. Don't come over. Go away. Go away. The zombies turned their blades against the perpetrators. The evil they had sown soon returned to haunt them. Listening to the screams outside, Yi Fan couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips into a faint smile. Wasn't this quite a performance? Only a handful of zombies remained on Yang Xingyun's side. Xiao Song, who had initially planned to call Yi Fan, halted his actions and dispatched the remaining zombies with his blade. Subsequently, the other members swiftly turned off the lights. Once everything fell silent in the darkness, the aimless zombies began to wander once more without a target. Hong Leshan watched the conclusion of the scene unfold before him, nodding in awe. Brilliant, simply brilliant. These hoodwinked individuals are no simple characters either. Tio think they possess an invincible artifact like the birthday lotus lamp. It took the zombies quite a while to dismantle it. Truly, it is a marvel made domestically. Yi Fan glanced at his phone. Noticing he had not yet received a message from Huiyue as he raised his brow. Preparing to instruct Hong Les-han to drive away, Xiaosong inquired of Yang Xingyun, "Yang Gu, should we still make that connection call?" It had been a necessity before, but now they had the option to choose. After all, Yang Xingyun's team had already retaliated, and no matter how formidable the opposition, they couldn't last much longer. Yang Xingyun remained silent for a long time, igniting a cigarette as he addressed Xiaosong. "Did you see those zombies damaging the iron railings?" Xiaosong paused momentarily, nodding with difficulty. "Yes, those zombies are indeed becoming stronger, just as Yiga mentioned. In fact, after Yifan left, Xiaosong had discussed the matter of the zombies growing stronger with Yang Xingyun. Initially, they hadn't taken it to heart, but now they had no choice but to believe it. A few hundred zombies had not been this fierce before. Just over a week since the apocalypse began, their supposedly secure iron railings had almost failed to hold. What would happen a month from now? What would they have for defense then? No need to ask. Let us fight. At least Yi Ji's side is stronger than ours. They had witnessed the might of the Chang'an base firsthand. Upon reflection, perhaps the noises they had heard and the sights they had seen could very well have been orchestrated by Yifan. Remembering the sight of the overturned, burning vehicle, Yang Xingyun felt a surge of excitement. A vehicle weighs at least a ton. Yifan had thrown that out. What does this indicate? It suggests that the Chang'an base likely possesses some means to empower individuals. With this thought, Yang Xingyun felt a mix of exhilaration and helplessness. After the apocalypse struck, they had initially intended to head to the southern base. However, they were soon dissuaded by the news from the southern base. Each person was allowed only 30 pounds of food, and they needed to possess special skills or positions. The people under him had some martial arts training, but their combat capabilities were generally lacking. In a bid to survive the apocalypse, Yang Xingyun had led his brothers to scavenge far and wide, managing to acquire quite a few valuable items. Tio think these items would be confiscated before his people could even enjoy them. "Yang Gu, I'm really going to do it," Xiaosong declared, immediately opening the walkie-talkie to dial the connection. Huiyue, being a robot, required no rest, and the two sides swiftly established contact. "Hello, is this Huiyue? I am Xiaosong from Yang Xingyun's team. May I ask what the requirements are to join the Chang'an base?" Huiyue had long been prepared with the relevant regulations and replied in a very formal manner. "First, congratulations on receiving the acknowledgement of our captain. Those recognized by the captain already meet the requirements to join the base. Of course, once you join the base, we hope everyone will comply with the arrangements of the base. Those who violate the base's rules will be expelled or eliminated according to the regulations. If you can accept this, the base will send someone to pick you up." Yang Xingyun was surprised to find that the requirements for joining the Chang'an base were so minimal, even food was not required. Unable to contain himself, Xiaosong inquired, "What if we bring food with us? Do we need to surrender it all to the base?" "You do not need to surrender everything. The Chang'an base is equipped with water, electricity, and network services, which covers all expenses and protection. We will take half of the food you currently possess and any you acquire in the future. Additionally, vehicles and equipment will also be provided for you. In other words, you will have all the conditions that ordinary members of the Chang'an base should possess." Once Huiyue finished speaking, both Yang Xingyun and Xiaosong were left breathless. In other words, they could also become as strong as Yifan's team? Great. Please send more people to pick us up. We have at least over 1,000 pounds of food here. Huiyue, you are quite fortunate. Our captain is nearby, and I will contact him shortly to pick you up. The conversation concluded. Yifan also received the connection message sent by Huiyue. He chuckled softly and said, "You all wait here. I'll go out to pick someone up, turn on the car lights." Hong Les-han, unsure of what message Yifan had received, quickly turned on the headlights. The sound of the car starting attracted numerous zombies. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, Yifan single-handedly swept through hundreds of zombies. Each strike was lethal, clean and precise. Hong Les-han sat in the driver's seat, listening to the beeping sounds from the display screen, feeling increasingly anxious. What was going on with this display screen? What did the blue positioning mean? And the red, damn. The red seemed to correspond to the zombies' positions. What kind of advanced technology did the Chang'an base possess? After spending about 10 minutes clearing the nearby zombies, Yang Xingyun and his team watched Yifan's performance in awe, utterly stunned. Damn, hundreds of zombies weren't enough for Yifan to play with? Chapter 56. Is there a paradise that can compete with this? Yang Xingyun, you just focus on moving. Leave the zombies to me. Hong Les-han, keep an eye on the display screen. If there's a blue alert, let me know. Hong Les Han and Hong Les Han, come down and help move the items. Ye Fan amplified his voice as he spoke. Gradually, more zombies approached. Hong Les Han swallowed nervously and responded hesitantly. Okay, Yi go. By the way, what does this blue mark signify? Yi Fan paused, realizing there were also zombie cores. The drop rate seems to have significantly increased lately. It seems the evolution of the zombies might be faster than Huiyue had calculated. That's a secret. You'll know in due time. Yi Fan chuckled lightly, turning to check his phone. In less than a minute, 2 blue markers disappeared. An inconceivable suspicion began to rise in Hong Leshan's mind. Could this be the zombie core from the movies? But how could such a thing be detected? Just how advanced was the vehicle they were in? After acquiring 2 zombie cores in quick succession, Yi Fan's interest in hunting zombies was piqued. The entire Yang Xingyun Team's residence felt as if it was divided into 2 realms. One side was a paradise for moving goods, while the other was a hell on earth. After approximately an hour, nearly 2,000 pounds of goods were gradually loaded onto the vehicle by Yang Xingyun's team members, while Yi Fan had at least killed 1,000 zombies. From his effortless demeanor, it was evident that this wasn't even his limit. Yang Xingyun finally grasped the magnitude of the powerhouse he had chosen to follow. Overwhelmed with excitement, he couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. Yigu? We've finished moving everything. We can leave now. Yi Fan nodded. All right, let us go back to the base. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan took the remaining 3 zombie cores and said to the driver, Hong Les Han, get me some water to wash my hands. Okay. Hong Les Han nimbly cleaned Yi Fan's hands and then heard him call out, all right, everyone get in the car. Yang Xingyun's team consisted of 15 members, both male and female, including Xiao Song and Yang Xingyun. There were 10 males and 5 females, among whom there was a couple whose gazes towards each other were filled with affection. You two go sit in the back. Your glances are quite distracting. Even in the apocalypse, they're still feeding each other dog food. The couple exchanged glances, their faces turning red as they hurried to sit in Hong Leshan's vehicle. Yang Xingyun cursed inwardly, deciding to properly correct them once they returned. Even in the apocalypse, how could they be so love-struck? Sooner or later, they would be devoured by the zombies. After spending 2 hours gradually arriving outside the base's gate, Huiyue was already waiting there. Welcome back, young master, and welcome to our new members. Please, come inside. Huiyue clearly understood how to astonish people. The moment the base gate swung open, it left everyone present utterly stunned. Although Yang Xingyun's team included 2 love-struck individuals, their overall demeanor remained commendably high. The 3 brothers, Hong Lijing, also gazed in awe, yet refrained from overly dramatic gestures. Not bad. The new members brought back this time have reached an acceptable level of composure. Huiyue, I leave this to you. I'm off for a shower. Yi Fan had entrusted the responsibility of introducing the new members entirely to Huiyue. Being a robot, even those with ulterior motives could be sent back to the factory a century after the apocalypse. Should they sustain injuries. Of course, Huiyue was equipped with corresponding countermeasures. Given the physical capabilities and weaponry of humanity from a century ago, it was likely that even Huiyue's frame would remain unharmed. Understood, young master. Huiyue responded, turning to Yang Xingyun and the others. Welcome to Chang'an Base. Please follow me to the upper levels. As soon as she finished speaking, the elevator nearby opened in response. Luxurious. The word leapt into everyone's minds. Subsequently, under Huiyue's introduction, Yang Xingyun, Hong Lijing, and the others profoundly understood what it meant to be in a post-apocalyptic paradise. There was water, electricity, internet, food, and drink. Moreover, there were entertainment venues, a gym, a medical room, and a shooting range. This was indeed top tier, even before the apocalypse. Speaking of which, was the aquarium a bit too extravagant? Wasn't this akin to paradise? Hong Les Han stood in the dining hall, staring blankly at the swimming fish. Unable to resist turning to his older brother, bro, are we dreaming? If not, could you slap me to check? Hong Lijing glanced at him expressionlessly and swiftly delivered a slap. Ouch, that really hurt. Yes, it's real, Hong Les Han exclaimed in delight, only to see a stream of people emerging from the elevator. They included the upright Song Feiyue and Chen Bai, as well as the stylish Du Bin and Diao Wei. The 2 beautiful women, Lin Xiyu and Su Lily, entered the dining hall, chatting and laughing. Oh, new members have arrived. Welcome. I'm the vice captain here. My name is Du Bin. How do you all wish to be addressed? The main long table in the dining hall clearly could not accommodate so many people. Ada and Ahui had already received orders to set up four-person tables resembling a cafeteria before Yang Xingyun and the others arrived. Once more people came, they would replace the four-person tables with a long one. Hello, Dubin, I'm Yang Xingyun, and these are my teammates. Hello, Dubin, I'm Hong Lijing, and this is my younger brother, Hong Leshui and Hong Leshan. Dubin glanced at the group brought back by Yi Fan and couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Yi Ji's prowess. In just a few days, he planned to expand recruitment and had attracted a dozen new members all at once. Why did those he encountered previously seem so subpar? The more he thought about it, the more disheartened he became. Jiawei also showed interest in the new members and joined in on the greetings. Initially, Yang Xingyun and Hong Lijing were concerned that the new team members might harbor reservations about them. However, after interacting up close, they secretly sighed in relief. It was Chen Bai who noticed Su Lily approaching and casually inquired, "Lily, weren't you taking care of Zhou. He had 2 broken ribs, and he has healed so quickly?" "Yes, he has all better now and will be down shortly," Su Lily replied, taking her meal and seating herself at the right side of the main table. Being Yi Fan's woman, her position was undoubtedly justified. Diao Wei, upon hearing this, disregarded the small talk and exclaimed, "What the hell? Just 3 days, and he can move around freely after breaking 2 ribs, not even needing 4 days." As soon as Diao Wei finished speaking, Yang Xingyun and Hong Lijing's eyes widened in disbelief. Had they misheard? 2 broken ribs healed in 3 days? This completely contradicted everything they knew. Just as they were processing this, a young man dressed in white casual wear emerged from the elevator. Dubin and the others enthusiastically greeted him. "Zhou, how are you feeling? What was it like in the medical pod?" Zhou, unfamiliar with these individuals but aware they were teammates, replied with a smile. "Dr. Su said I'm recovering well and will soon be able to keep pace with everyone." In other words, Zhou would soon collaborate with Yang Xingyun and the others on the development of genetic drugs. That was certainly good news, by the way. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dubin, the vice captain of the base. Dubin cherished his title of vice captain and never missed an opportunity to mention it when conversing with newcomers. Diawei scoffed quietly but ultimately let it slide. He addressed Yang Xingyun and Hong Lijing. "Don't mind him. That's just how he is now. Has everyone ordered their food? If so, let's go get it." The relevant recruitment policies had been established long before Yang Xingyun and the others arrived. Not everyone coming to the base was like Dubin and his group, who had to submit all their supplies. For instance, Yang Xingyun and his team, upon bringing supplies, would typically retain 55% for themselves, while the rest could be traded for various items from the base, such as genetic serums or other necessities. This was a suggestion made by Du Fengyu Dai in The Apocalypse. Human nature was unpredictable. Simply distributing supplies would lead to a sense of entitlement. Only through contribution could one expect to receive something in return. This was an inevitable law, whether before or after the apocalypse. Those like Dubin, who were among the first to join the organization, enjoyed high-standard treatment from the base and were responsible for ensuring the organization's safety and gathering supplies. The later arrivals, such as Yang Xingyun and Hong Lijing, could trade their supplies for genetic potions, while those without supplies could exchange lost cores or other items needed by the base for resources. If someone had no supplies but was deemed valuable by the base, Huiyue would allocate a 5-day meal card to the team members. If they did not join the team or venture out to seek supplies after 5 days, it would be assumed they chose to forfeit their membership. And Diawei would send someone to eliminate those deemed parasites in the base. After all, Cheng'a base was not like others. Huiyue could manage the construction, and with Ada and Ahui handling food and agriculture, there was little left for team members to do besides searching for supplies, except for leisure activities, which came at an additional cost. After Zhou appearance, most of the attention shifted towards him. Although Yang Xingyun and Hong Lijing were unaware of the details, they gathered important information from the conversations around them. Zhou had had his ribs broken by Yi Fan 3 days prior. And here he was, fully recovered. What kind of miraculous medical pod was this? While everyone internally complained, the much-anticipated Yi Fan finally made his entrance. "Zhou, how is your recovery?" Yi Fan inquired. Zhou smiled and replied, "Yi Gu, I'm recovering well. Dr. Su said I'll soon be able to go on missions with Ben Gur and the others." The individuals closest to Zhou in terms of relationship were undoubtedly Song Feiyue and Chen Bai, as they had emerged from the same team. Unfortunately, the situation in the war zone had taken a dire turn, which left both Song Feiyue and Chen Bai feeling quite regretful. Once Yi Fan took his seat at the head of the table, everyone began to eat. Noticing this scene, Yang Xingyun and the others were even more struck by the respect the base members held for Yi Fan. This was entirely understandable. After all, building such a large-scale base under apocalyptic conditions warranted everyone's reverence for Yi Fan. Especially considering how delicious the food was, respect was even more justified. Yang Xingyun and the others hastily ate, their pace quickening. After finishing dinner, Yi Fan wiped his mouth and calmly stated, "I believe all of you have met the new members. I want to elaborate further, plan to visit Qing City in the next couple of days. Du Bin will be in charge of the base. Du Shu and Hui Yue will assist him, while safety matters will be entrusted to Lao Qin and Lao Song. The arrangements for external missions remain unchanged. Jia Wei, you will handle the scheduling and ensure safety. As he spoke, Yi Fan turned to the newly arrived Yang Xingyun and the others. You should be the last group to arrive. The secrets of the base will be revealed to you, and starting tomorrow, you will train alongside Zhou Anbang under Lao Song and Lao Chun. All right. Yang Xingyun and Hong Lejing, upon hearing the word secrets, instinctively shifted in their seats. They had witnessed Yi Fan's formidable prowess firsthand. How wonderful it would be if they could be as strong as him. After disbanding the team, Yi Fan returned to his room and pulled out his phone to send a message to Yi Penghai. Dad, do you have the advanced version of the genetic serum? The zombies have been getting stronger lately, and I want to become even stronger. Yi Penghai quickly replied with a new message. The advanced version of the serum has been prepared for you. I can send it over later, but the enhancement effect won't be too strong. At most, you'll jump from level 2 to somewhere between levels 3 and 4. Of course, not diluting it will yield better results. Given your current condition, your tolerance will be much improved. Yi Fan recalled his first experience with the genetic serum and broke into a cold sweat. Had he not been given clear instructions initially? He wouldn't have recklessly consumed it undiluted. He had nearly met his end. Yi Fan had countless complaints to voice. However, the familiar doorbell rang, instantly erasing any thoughts of criticizing his unreliable father. His father's happiness in the evening was far more important. All right, send it to me later, and I'll send back the supplies I've recently gathered. After Yi Penghai quickly replied with an okay, he fell silent. Yi Fan swiftly sent a private message to Du Bin. Before I depart from Jiangqing, would you accompany me to the mountains? The base is temporarily unavailable, but we won't be disorganized. I have something wonderful to share. Upon reading the message, Du Bin sprang from his seat with a start, racing out of the room. Just as he was about to barge into Yi Fan's room for clarification, he collided with Su Lily, who was standing at the door. Never mind, I'll ask tomorrow, he thought, losing interest in pursuing the matter further. When it came to happiness versus brotherhood, Yi Fan would unhesitatingly choose the former. He decided to wait until tomorrow to inquire. As Su Lily blushed and watched Du Bin return to his room, Yi Fan leisurely opened his door. Come in, he said gently, prompting Su Lily to dart into the room as if someone were chasing her. Yi Fan was oblivious to what she had seen upon entering. It no longer mattered. Happiness was paramount. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Su Lily's waist, and quietly asked, Miss Su Lily, what new surprises do you have in store for me today? With her vitality at its peak, Su Lily's cheeks flushed as she pulled out a small, hole-riddled ball attached to a string from her pocket. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. What a playful idea. Chapter 57. Power Boost. The following morning, Yi Fan emerged from his room with a radiant smile, heading to the dining hall to prepare 2 servings of breakfast. Du Bin glanced at him and couldn't suppress a smirk. If only Hui Yu would reciprocate his affections, he wouldn't still be a novice in matters of the heart. Observing Yi Fan's confident demeanor, he felt a pang of jealousy. Jia Wei caught his expression and teased. Speaking of which, Bin Gu, how's your pursuit of Hui Yu going? Your parents are eagerly awaiting grandchildren. You know, Tio have grandchildren. I first need to win her over, Du Bin retorted. Without success, he would never resort to coercion. Even if Yi Fan did not intervene, his parents would undoubtedly stage their own intervention. Before the apocalypse, his father might have even leveraged connections to facilitate a meeting, as if to purify his soul. The notion of becoming a grandfather was anything but imminent. Besides, Hui Yu, that icy beauty, only showed warmth towards Yi Fan. Perhaps Du Bin should consider changing his target. Yang Xingyun couldn't help but interject. Agreeing with Jia Wei, Du Bin was obstinate. There was no way he would be swayed by others. I have set my sights on Hui Yu. If love at first sight exists, then I, Du Bin, am undoubtedly smitten with her. Changing targets? That idea did not sit well with him. Realizing further persuasion was futile, Diao Wei sighed and packed up his study materials, sending a message to Du Bin. Bin Gu? We can only assist you to this extent. Du Bin shot back, get lost. I don't need this nonsense. Diao Wei shrugged. Sure, you don't need it. I do. He had explored many experiences abroad. Diao Wei had encountered so many women that he could count them on his fingers. Among the base members, Yifan and Du Bin were the most innocent. Even Song Feiyue and Chun Bai had had relationships. But sadly, they ended due to work commitments. At least both had reached the age where marriage was a serious consideration. Under different circumstances, they might already have children. Diao Wei's confidants exchanged knowing glances with Du Bin, their expressions brimming with mischief. Alas, Ye Gu has summoned me for a task today. You all focus on your work, Dad. I leave Diao Wei in your capable hands. Thank you. Du Bin shot Diao Wei a glare, then turned to the couple, Du Fengyu and his wife, who were enjoying breakfast. Since taking the genetic serum, their lives had noticeably improved. Particularly after shedding the burdens of company affairs, Hong Qiaolan's rejuvenated complexion spoke volumes. After entrusting his parents with the task, Du Bin felt overwhelmed by the abundance of affection surrounding him. Forget it. I shouldn't have spoken. After a hasty breakfast, Du Bin departed without a backward glance. Yifan had just messaged him, stating they would depart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What the task entailed, Yifan had not specified, and Du Bin lacked the inclination to inquire. He would find out in due course. Following Yifan's instructions, most of the base members had embarked on missions. Chun Bai, serving as the training officer, remained at the base. Everyone has witnessed the overall strength of the base. Do you wish to become as formidable as us? Chun Bai's words ignited the enthusiasm of those present. Yes, they shouted, is Yifan strong? Absolutely. In fact, he's extraordinarily powerful. If we could attain such strength, we would be willing to pay any price. That's good to hear. However, due to base regulations, I must inform you of 3 confidential matters. The first matter concerns the existence of the genetic serum. Just a week ago, we were all ordinary people. After taking the genetic serum, we can handle hundreds of pounds with ease. Chun Bai's opening statement astonished everyone present. Incredible. While others fight for survival against zombies in perilous conditions, we have the opportunity to take a genetic serum and level up. What a thrill, of course. This serum was not provided for free. It was a precious commodity that the team leader had procured at great effort. Thus, the base would require 50 zombie crystal cores as a fee for your enhanced abilities. While resources diminish with use, trading for the genetic serum proved less advantageous. Eventually, Yifan decided that it would be exchanged for zombie crystal cores. As for future members, resource exchanges would undoubtedly be on the agenda, albeit at a steep price. After all, these were products from a post-apocalyptic world, and anything too cheap would only inflate egos. Those in agreement can retrieve a weighted backpack from the back. If you disagree, you can still exchange resources later. Our base currently mandates 500 pounds of resources for 1 genetic serum. Although 50 zombie crystal cores may seem minimal, their drop rate was exceedingly low. In later stages. While the drop rate would indeed increase, so too would the associated dangers. 500 pounds for 1 serum. Instructor Chin, may I inquire whether this serum will make me as strong as you? Certainly. The basic level of strength will be comparable. In the future, the base will offer relevant courses, including combat training, which will be made available for a fee. Chun Bai and his team dedicated time to instructing new members, so it was only fair to collect some compensation. Moving forward, zombie crystal cores and resources would serve as currency within the base. The second matter concerns zombie crystal cores. Once purified by the base, they can be consumed directly to enhance strength. Those not purified may still partake, provided they are unafraid of potential zombification. As Chun Bai finished speaking, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Wait, does this mean the base can even purify the zombie virus within the crystal cores? What else is the base capable of? They wondered. So, after purification, we can consume them without worries. Indeed, the base is equipped with virus detection devices, which will be distributed to you for mission use. You can check for viruses yourself. Everyone collectively gasped. They have virus detection devices too. Hong Leshan recalled the anomalies with the Humvee and couldn't help but tremble as he asked, Instructor Chun, does the base have tools for detecting zombies? Like Yi Ji's vehicle? Chun Bai nodded. Yes, it's called a zombie crystal core detector. Your future Humvees will be equipped with it. A zombie crystal core detector, a virus detection device, and the genetic serum. They had truly struck gold by arriving at this base. Additionally, there was a medical pod. As long as one still had breath in them, They could be healed in 3 to 7 days. Of course, the medications inside were exceedingly valuable, and it was best not to attempt using them unless absolutely necessary. For instance, Comrade Zhou Anbong, who had spent 3 days inside, now bore a substantial debt of 100 crystal cores. Zhou Anbong, called out, chuckled sheepishly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Initially, Yifan had suggested waiving the fee, but he had declined, feeling that since the base covered his daily needs, this debt would serve as his contribution. The base also granted him access to zombie crystal cores without charge, while he lacked the means to repay. It did not mean he wouldn't have to die in these apocalyptic times. Receiving even a drop of water was a kindness. How much more so for all they had received 100 crystal cores. Ouch, that's pricey. Expensive indeed, but such expense comes with its justification. Zhou Anbong, what was the experience like inside? Is it true you healed from 2 broken ribs in just 3 days? Zhou Anbong, hearing the inquiries around him, smiled and replied, yes, it's true that it felt great inside. I did break 2 ribs, but 3 days later, I was fine. The base was completely overturning their understanding of the world. Zhou Anbong felt fortunate to have met Yifan. Otherwise, he might have wandered aimlessly through life, settling for mediocrity. After reflecting on the events of the past days, Zhou Anbong was filled with gratitude. Yang Xingyun, Hong Lejing, and others felt similarly moved. Indeed, without Yifan's assistance, we might have perished long ago. All right, enough idle chatter. Does anyone wish to take the genetic serum? At that moment, Hui Yu entered. She was currently responsible for tallying all base-related matters, including the number of people taking weighted backpacks. We, the 3 brothers, have made our choice. I also desire a portion. Our team members, including Zhou Anbong, Hong Lejing, and Yang Xingyun, promptly responded and swiftly rushed to the location of the weighted backpacks to retrieve them. Hui Yu's eyes flickered with a faint green light as she recorded everyone's names into the light brain. The subsequent moments unfolded as the usual session of consuming strength through burdens. 2 hours later, Yang Xingyun and the others reveled in the exhilarating sense of empowerment. So this is the kind of strength that Yifan and his companions wield. How impressive. No wonder Yifan could toss a vehicle around like a toy. If they were in his place, they too could accomplish the same feat. Possessing this strength is the first step towards becoming stronger. Of course, the base does not demand that you must be virtuous. For good people often find no path forward, at the very least. When encountering hypocritical saints or morally dubious individuals, I hope you will not hold back. Chun Bai, hailing from the war zone, is certainly not narrow-minded. However, the behavior of individuals in this apocalypse can be quite perplexing. They might tremble in fear at the sight of zombies yet scream at those who fight valiantly against them. Initially, Chun Bai did not comprehend Yifan's arrangements, but he later understood it is simply the unpredictable nature of human hearts. Even with newfound strength, we shall not indiscriminately harm the innocent. Rest assured, Instructor Chun. Indeed, possessing such power should compel one to save others. If the base seeks new recruits, we will surely bring those individuals back. Our base is exceptional, and it must be showcased to a wider audience. In a moment of joy, some spoke without thinking. It was only when their words escaped that they recalled the reality of the apocalypse. Nearby, Hui Yue coldly interjected, no, in the apocalypse, there is only life and death. There is no right or wrong. Anyone who poses a threat to the base, even those present, I would not hesitate to eliminate. Furthermore, the base's secrets, including gene serums and zombie crystal cores, are classified as top-level secrets. Should anyone leak information, the base will expel and pursue you relentlessly. Please remember this. As Hui Yue finished speaking, she turned and left. Chun Bai rubbed his nose, reflecting on how Hui Yue remains as unyielding as ever. Well, it is as it is. Do not let newfound power lead you astray. There are many who are far more formidable than you, and do not assume that aligning with other factions will grant you free reign. The power of the base is beyond your imagination. After casually mentioning this, Chun Bai began instructing them on power control. During lunch, Su Lily, having recovered, sat down and was greeted by the familiar sounds of shattered dishes, which struck a humorous note. This afternoon, I need to step out for a bit. You all can continue with your tasks. By the way, Hong Les-Han is a veterinarian. When we return from Qing City, assess the situation and teach him some medical skills, including first aid. Yifan glanced at the group diligently controlling their power, and his gentle words caught Hong Les-Han off guard. Brother Yi, you want Miss Su to teach me medicine? Hong Les Han had always loved rescuing small animals, which is why he chose veterinary medicine. The sudden shift to human care felt quite unusual for him. Yes, as more people join us, it's likely to become overwhelming. I will have Su Lily arrange some first aid courses for everyone to attend. I have mentioned before that the zombies are evolving, and I cannot guarantee that everyone will return safely after venturing out. The gene serum merely enhances your strength and increases your resistance to zombies. Humanity is evolving, and so are the zombies. Underestimating any enemy is a foolish endeavor. I hope you all remember this. Noticing that Hong Les Han seemed to overlook the importance of medical knowledge, Yi Fan's tone became slightly stern. Yet, everyone understood that his words were not targeted at anyone specifically. Rather, it served as a reminder for all to cherish their lives. Understood, Captain, Du Bin responded, then teased Hong Les Han. But don't worry, Les Han. We still have the farm. When animals fall ill, you'll still have a place to shine. He paused briefly before continuing. By the way, Brother Yi, if you have some free time, why not raid a pet store? The last time I went, all the dog food was gone. Yi Fan was at a loss for words. What on earth had Du Bin raided? All right, you can join me this afternoon for the raid. Uncle Du, the base will be in your hands. Very well. Not long after Yi Fan issued his instructions, his phone vibrated vigorously. He opened it to find a new message from Yi Peng Hai. Son, I've sent you a more potent gene serum, which we refer to as Gene Serum 2.0. Although it isn't exceedingly powerful at the moment, you can start using it, and I will send you a stronger version later. Soon after, the familiar notification reappeared before Yi Fan. Your friend, Dad, has transmitted a time-space delivery across dimensions. Would you like to accept it? Chapter 58. This is how I became strong. Yi Fan extinguished his phone and turned to Du Bin. Let's get ready to set off. The spatial ring was his greatest secret for survival in the apocalypse. Yi Fan had no intention of revealing it, but he could disclose the existence of the spatial suitcase. Although it was primarily for his use, Du Bin was not an outsider, and knowing this would be advantageous for him. Furthermore, it served as an additional layer of protection for Yi Fan. In this world, trust is a rare commodity. Who knows when someone might stab you in the back? Caution is essential. This time, Yi Fan and Du Bin traveled in the number 1 Hummer, as Du Bin had opted not to drive his usual vehicle, and of course, the driver remained Du Bin. Brother Yi, your vehicle is truly a delight to drive. Among the many Hummers, Du Bin's favorite was still Yi Fan's. As they conversed, he turned to Yi Fan and asked, by the way, where are we headed? To a less populated hilltop. Let us go towards the granary. ILL set the navigation. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the Du Fengyu couple, most of the nearby zombies had been cleared away. After driving over 1,000 meters without hindrance, they finally encountered a few scattered zombies, all of which were inevitably crushed under the vehicle's wheels. Following Hueyue's system update, the Hummer was now equipped with a windshield wiper function. When activated, it could thoroughly cleanse the bloodstains from the windows. One must marvel at the advanced technology of the post-apocalyptic world. A comprehensive wiper would have made a fortune before the apocalypse. Alas, this technology was now only used to wash away zombie blood. And even the water used was drawn from polluted rivers. To prevent the vehicle from being damaged by certain types of zombies, the containment box for the polluted water also received special protective measures. Even if the vehicle were accidentally damaged, it wouldn't shatter. An hour flew by in the blink of an eye. Du Bin soon arrived at the location Yi Fan had indicated. Was this once a granary? Goodness! Who did this? Not a single grain of rice remains. Upon reaching the hill, Du Bin noticed it was indeed a granary and promptly rushed out to inspect. Finding it utterly bare, he exclaimed in disbelief, cursing the perpetrator. Yi Fan. Unfortunately, that perpetrator happens to be me. In a state of shock, Du Bin remarked, wait, Brother Yi, if you've already cleared it out, why did you call me here? The gene serum was indeed quite effective. As this lad's mind was now working much faster than before, I have obtained the Gene Serum 2.0 version. Didn't you say you wanted to know how I became stronger? Today, I'll let you observe. Upon hearing this, Du Bin became ecstatic. All right, Brother Yi, rest assured, I will guard you fiercely. Not even a mosquito will slip past. At this point, Du Bin couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. If the mosquitoes had survived the apocalypse, wouldn't they likely have become zombie mosquitoes? A bite from one would be more unjust than Douyi's plight. You're right. We should head to the warehouse. Yi Fan cast an odd glance at Du Bin before silently entering the warehouse. All right, in front of Du Bin. Yi Fan accepted the time-space delivery. Dubin watched in astonishment as a spatial suitcase materialized out of thin air. What the, brother Yi? What is happening here? Yifan effortlessly opened the suitcase. What s with the panic? This is one of my abilities. It can hold items, easily 1,000 tons or more, and is impervious to external damage. Only I can use it.as for the earlier mention of those movers. I apologize. That was all a ruse. You wouldn't have believed it before the apocalypse anyway. Dubin's mouth dropped open, transforming into an O shape. Once he regained his composure, all that escaped his lips were exclamations of amazement. Brother Yi, this is incredible. You can awaken abilities by simply consuming a gene serum. That's almost like something out of a movie. As this thought crossed his mind, Dubin felt a surge of excitement. Brother Yi, how do you awaken abilities? Teach me. I want to be that awesome too. Yifan shot him a sidelong glance. Retrieving the gene serum 2.0 sent by Yi Penghai, and replied coolly, just watch, and you'll soon understand why I'm so impressive. The gene serum 2.0 appeared in a pale green HUE.Y. Yi Penghai likely knew of his intentions to expand recruitment. Hence he sent 100 vials in one go to it. Must be said that the 2.0 variant exudes an inexplicable sense of healing, its gaze appearing remarkably benign. The color is rather pleasing to the eye. Dubin remarked softly, only to witness the space suitcase vanish into thin air. This astonishing display left Dubin utterly astounded once more. Wow, that's incredible. This skill is simply too cool. Observing Dubin's reaction, Yifan chuckled lightly. There are even more dazzling feats to behold. With that, he effortlessly swallowed the Gene Potion 2.0 in one go. This was how I gained my strength last time. Yifan smiled as he stored the potion bottle within his spatial ring. The moment the potion took effect, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson. The visible power of the potion erupted within Yifan's body like oil dispersing in water. Dubin could distinctly see Yifan's muscles and veins bulging. Is this the Gene Potion? Dubin's hair stood on end in shock. He had assumed the Gene Potion was a rather mild substance. To his astonishment, its potency was so fierce before dilution. Had Yifan administered it to him undiluted, he would have surely met his demise. Dubin swallowed hard, cautiously seating himself nearby. He observed Yifan's condition while slowly inching towards the doorway to keep an eye on the outside situation. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. By the time Yifan emerged from the frenzy of the potion's effects, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Yifan appeared as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. His long black hair cascaded to his waist, and his previous attire was now tattered and torn. The only unchanged feature was his pale crimson eyes, though his overall aura seemed much more imposing. The ground where Yifan had lain had sunk several meters, a testament to the pain and power he had unleashed. Those alarming cracks on the ground, who could have imagined they were wrought by a human? Dubin gazed at Yifan, unable to stifle a gasp. Wow, is this the consequence of taking the Gene Potion 2.0? If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to acknowledge you. Yi Gu. The transformation is astounding, especially that flowing mane. It's almost prickly to the touch. Yifan chuckled lightly, stretching his limbs while feeling quite satisfied with his condition. When he had taken the Gene Potion 1.0 before, the pain had been excruciating. Perhaps due to the enhancements in his physical condition, the discomfort from the Gene Potion 2.0 was significantly lessened. With his current pain receptors, it didn't feel as painful at all. Dubin grinned and asked, So, Yi Gu, how do you feel now? Yifan leisurely tore away the remnants of his tattered clothing, leaving only his specially designed, unblemished pants, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Overall, I feel quite well. My strength, agility, and reflexes have all improved to some extent. However, to determine the exact degree of enhancement, we would need Huiyu's assessment. By the way, would you like to give it a try? The effects seem much milder than 1.0. Yifan had always been generous with his brothers. Had it not been for his concern that Dubin's body might not withstand it during the 1.0 phase, he would have administered the undiluted potion long ago. Milder than 1.0. Dubin swallowed nervously. Wait, Yi Gu, you can't be telling me that you took the 1.0 Gene Potion in the same manner? Those who had experienced the potency of the Gene Potion knew how fierce it could be, yet no one had anticipated that the undiluted version would be so ferocious. Yifan had endured the 1.0 Gene Potion, and even he had struggled to withstand such pain. Requiring external means to vent it, Dubin found it hard to imagine the chaos that would ensue if he were to take it. Indeed, the potency of the gene potion is still too overwhelming for us. Initially, I didn't read the instructions and downed it in one go, nearly facing dire consequences. I later learned that diluting the potion was far more suitable for our consumption. Yifan reflected on the past, still feeling a mix of trepidation and relief. Had he not survived that ordeal, he would likely be 6 feet under by now. With that thought, Yifan abruptly halted, his expression turning serious. No, given the current apocalyptic circumstances, I wouldn't even have the luxury of a grave. Such undiluted potions yield the best developmental effects for humans, but carry the risk of bodily rupture. Which is why I refrained from recommending them to you. As for whether you choose to take it all at once or in batches, that is entirely up to personal preference. There is no compulsion. Additionally, the effects of gene evolution diminish over time. The significance of dilution versus undiluted is not as substantial as one might think. This was a discussion Yifan had previously had with Yi Penghai. The most effective development occurs during the initial administration of the gene potion. If humanity from a century ago could not endure it, Yi Penghai would have long since delivered more advanced potions. Exploding from within, Dubin felt a chill run down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, Yifan had nearly perished. He instinctively clenched his fists, then turned to Yifan, saying, "Yi Gu, if you procure more gene potions in the future, you must call me. I will protect you." Yifan patted his shoulder, nodding solemnly. "All right, it's getting quite late. How about we rest for the night before heading back?" The mountains weren't too far apart. They merely offered a spacious area. Yifan had previously acquired a large camping tent. Coincidentally, the two had not gathered in a while, so they could enjoy a picnic amidst the apocalypse. "Sure, with my dad at the base, it won't be chaotic. How about we indulge in a drink?" Though Yifan said nothing, Dubin knew he must have provisions. Yifan was a man who either acted or did not act at all. Given his capabilities, he had likely scavenged quite a few treasures in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Realizing this, Dubin suddenly comprehended why Yifan preferred to act alone. Team dynamics were merely a burden for him. "Cheers! It's been too long since we had a drink together." Yifan readily agreed, and soon, he conjured a camping tent right before Dubin's eyes. Items like a coal stove, grill, bath bucket, and water kettle appeared as if by magic. "Wow, Yi Gu, you're amazing. With you around, we essentially have a mobile space. Can this skill be activated at will?" Yifan shook his head lightly. "Not exactly, but it can preserve items, ensuring that what goes in remains as fresh as when it was taken out." "Incredible! Truly remarkable!" Dubin exclaimed loudly before swiftly getting to work. He wasn't particularly skilled in cooking, but he was an excellent barbecuer, thanks to the Du Fengyu and Hong Chaolan couple. They had built their fortune from scratch, and their greatest indulgence when they first earned money was to visit barbecue joints. The expenditure was minimal, yet it brought them immense joy. Even after achieving success, they never forgot to enjoy barbecue from time to time. As a result, Dubin's grilling skills were good enough to set up a stall. Unfortunately, being a rich second generation, selling food would lead others to believe the Du family had gone bankrupt. Hence, all the good fortune fell to Yifan. To create a fitting atmosphere, Yifan and Dubin set up a table and 2 chairs, sitting under the starry sky to enjoy their barbecue. Despite the apocalypse having persisted for over a week, the time spent without barbecuing felt like an eternity. Yi Gu, life truly is a grand irony. Look at me, an unremarkable rich second generation, who could have lived a life free from worry, yet due to the chaos of the apocalypse, I now find myself driving and struggling for sustenance. Dubin refrained from mentioning the Gene Potion 2.0, and Yifan tacitly chose not to bring it up either. Instead, Dubin seemed more inclined to vent about the apocalypse, releasing the tension that had built up in his mind over the past few days. Had the apocalypse not struck, he could have continued his carefree existence, earning a modest income while preparing to inherit a vast fortune. But now, everything had changed. Without Yifan's foresight in acquiring vast quantities of supplies through foreign trade 3 months in advance, he couldn't fathom the dire circumstances he would have faced. The apocalypse will pass. We shall ultimately overcome this chaotic time. Come on, Bin Gu. Let us raise a glass to our future, Yifan said lightly, clinking glasses with Dubin. After they toasted, Dubin downed his drink in one go, suddenly changing his expression. Yi Gu, on another note, I have something very important to ask you. Please answer me seriously. Yifan nodded slightly. Go ahead. What is it? Dubin, with a sorrowful expression, inquired. You once told me that Hui Yu is a robot. Is that true? Yifan affirmed, indeed, more genuine than gold. Not only Huiyu, but also Ada, a Hui, and Old Gua, they are all robots. Yifan spoke expressionlessly, feeling somewhat reluctant to engage in conversation with Du Bin. Initially, he had hoped to reminisce and exchange feelings, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Du Bin was more than capable of managing on his own. Ahem, very well, Du Bin coughed lightly, masking his inner regret. How wonderful it would be if Huiyu were an artificial human. Yet such technology is far too cruel. Perhaps it is best left aside. With this thought, Du Bin felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Does that mean I have suffered a heartbreak? I haven't even experienced love, and yet I am already heartbroken. How am I to explain this to my parents? Yifan was equally speechless. He had not anticipated that Du Bin's first love would be enamored with an ice-cold beauty. Do not worry. As long as you can find a girlfriend, everything will fall into place, he reassured. Du Bin understood. But aside from Huiyu, he had yet to find anyone who caught his eye. The only other contender, Lin Xiyu, still had feelings for Yifan. Du Bin silently took a sip of alcohol and then inquired, by the way, Yi Ge, are you really planning to go to Qing City? Yifan nodded, yes. You all can sweep through Jiang City and mark down those construction sites for me. I will personally go to collect them. Du Bin made an okay gesture. Such matters were certainly best handled by Yifan. 1,000 tons, after all. The meager resources of Jiang City were hardly enough to fill his space. With this thought, Du Bin felt a surge of satisfaction. All right, Yi Ge, you can rest assured. I will keep a close watch. Anyone who dares to take our things, I will not let them escape unscathed. Du Bin was not a person who relished bloodshed, but the environment in this post-apocalyptic world demanded it. Stealing resources was akin to killing a parent. Whoever dares to steal shall perish, provided one is not in a hostile state. The Chang'an base can tacitly accept the existence of such individuals. In fact, when necessary, they might even exchange resources with them. To put it rather grandiosely, the food supplies of the Chang'an base are sufficient to sustain all its members for 100 years. If only there were no zombie king, Du Bin silently lamented. Feeling his spirits sink, thus, the two long-separated brothers, beneath the starry sky, engaged in a revelry of cups and laughter, reminiscing about past embarrassments, recent significant events, and amusing anecdotes from missions. It was not until the fish had turned belly up that their idle chatter finally ceased. After closing the warehouse door, they each lay on the tatami mats of their camping tents, drifting into slumber. When they awoke once more, Du Bin personally gave Yifan a buzz cut. Wow, Yi Ge, your face is truly enviable, even with a buzz cut. How is it that you look so handsome? Du Bin's haircutting skills were quite commendable. The buzz cut, paired with Yifan's striking features, tall stature, and a pair of indifferent eyes, made him resemble a wild little wolf dog. Such good genes from his parents. There was no denying it. Yifan looked at the pile of hair on the ground, silently retrieving a broom to sweep it away, erasing all traces. This was indeed not something to be envied. Du Bin chuckled lightly and turned to say, let us go, Yi Ge. When you return from Qing City, bring me back here. Upon hearing this, Yifan suddenly understood why Du Bin had not mentioned the gene serum. It was indeed my oversight. All right, I will come again. Yifan nodded, collecting the items in the warehouse into his space. Let us go. Under Du Bin's guidance, the Hummer set off on its return journey. By the way, Yi Ge, since we still have some time, why don't we delay our return? I know of a few construction sites. Du Bin recalled the construction sites he had seen earlier. He had merely glanced at them and noted their locations, but now, remembering Yifan's abilities, it all made sense. Rather than letting others benefit, they should benefit their own people. Moreover, even if Honglejing and the others wanted to control their power, they would still need time to adjust. They might as well set off tomorrow. Du Bin aimed to maximize the use of Yifan's abilities to frantically seize vital resources in this apocalypse. Not just those in Jiang City, but from other provinces as well. All right, I will have Huiyu inform them. Yifan nodded. Although the resources would not vanish immediately, it was still better to hold them in his hands. Du Bin watched as he typed the message, envy gleaming in his eyes. Yi Ge, when will we be able to connect with the outside world like your phone? Yifan's phone was custom-made, and even its appearance was extraordinary. Huiyu had once explained that Yifan's phone was incredibly expensive, a one-of-a-kind creation in the world. Yifan shook his head gently. Currently, that seems impossible, but it may be feasible in the future. Communication is crucial in this apocalypse. Once I find someone, I will arrange for IT.at the very least. I can set up a walkie-talkie function for you. All right, Yigu, hold on tight. By the way, be gentle when grabbing things. Our Hummer might not withstand your grip. Du Bin was quite fond of the number 1 Hummer. As he spoke, his tone became tinged with concern. Yifan was somewhat speechless, but silently withdrew his hand that had been reaching for the handle. Under Du Bin's driving skills, countless zombies were crushed beneath the wheels of the vehicle. And the passenger seat handle was deformed as well. Du Bin turned off the engine and quietly opened the door for Yifan. Yigu, please, the zombie cleanup is up to you. Yifan nodded and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a knife forged from alloy. Wow, so cool, Du Bin exclaimed excitedly at the sight. Before long, Yifan had cleared away the zombies. With this process, the duo swept through the construction sites. Regardless of whether it was for building houses or wiring, all useful equipment, fuel, and other resources were promptly collected into Yifan's space in the span of one afternoon. The feeling of harvesting hundreds of tons of resources nearly overwhelmed Du Bin with exhilaration. Let us go, Yigu. We need to move to the next location. I know of so many good places. Under Du Bin's lead, Yifan became a merciless scavenging machine. Medicines and medical equipment from hospitals were all taken. Surgical tables were not spared either. Among the mountains of goods piled up at the delivery station were plenty of rice and fresh vegetables, which were cleared out entirely. The warehouse of the hardware store was also not overlooked. The two moved with astonishing speed, akin to locusts sweeping through. Yigu, how many tons of goods have we collected? Du Bin asked, glancing at their amassed resources. Approximately 1,000 tons, he replied. 1,000 tons? Incredible, Du Bin exclaimed, overwhelmed with delight. Unfortunately, as night fell, they had to return. Du Bin glanced at the darkening sky, feeling a pang of regret. If you find any more places, let me know if there are any mines. Yifan had not only scavenged construction sites, hardware stores, and delivery points today, but they had also not missed out on the warehouses of several electronic factories. Wow! Yigu, you don't happen to have mining robots as well, do you? Du Bin's eyes widened, his mind racing with disbelief. If there were chef robots, why not mining robots? Yifan replied nonchalantly, and tears of envy streamed down Du Bin's face. Yigu, could you please ask your friend if they can produce other types of robots? Yifan, asking Dad for a robot wife. Yi Penghai would probably need to devise a way to return from a century after the apocalypse to pry open his brain. It was the apocalypse. How could one rely on robots for companionship? Wouldn't it be better to have a harem? You can give up on that thought. There are none. Although there are inflatable wives at the base. What type do you prefer? Custom-made. What kind of girl do you fancy? Du Bin grimaced in refusal. Inflatable wives held no appeal. If I am just lying there, she wouldn't react at all. A robot wife would be much better. At least she would be automatic. Before darkness fell, Yifan and Du Bin returned to the base. Wow, Yigu, my skills are quite good, aren't they? We returned just in time to snag some dinner. Du Bin glanced at the time, grinning as he pressed the button for the restaurant's floor. As the elevator doors opened, the enticing aroma of food wafted in, nearly making his stomach growl. Why, Yigu? What dishes are you preparing? You've worked hard today. Having expended an afternoon's worth of energy, Yifan felt more familiar with his strength and at least wouldn't break the chopsticks this time. IVE already ordered. Feel free to choose. Yifan said as he confidently took his seat. Du Bin. My goodness. How naive he is. After sitting down, Du Bin sent a message to Lao Gua for Kung Pao chicken, unable to resist stealing a glance at the busy Lao Gua in the kitchen. If it weren't for Yifan's revelation, he would have never guessed that such a person was a robot. No wonder Lao Gua's efficiency was so high. He even had time to chat while taking orders. It turned out that their private conversations were merely issuing commands. Du Bin covered his face, suddenly realizing how foolish his initial speculations had been. Alas, it was all because of the incredible black technology Yifan had brought. His perspective was still too narrow. Yigu is amazing. Long live Yigu. As Du Bin stared at the steaming plate of Kung Pao chicken before him, all other thoughts vanished. As Yifan and Du Bin ate, others returned from training or missions to join them for dinner. Bin Gu, where did you guys go yesterday? Jiao Wei inquired cheerfully as he approached, carrying a plate. His casual question immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Du Bin grinned and replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just went out with Yigu to scavenge some supplies and brought back new gene serum." New gene serum. As Du Bin's words fell, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Were there other types of gene serum? Brother Bin, what distinguishes the new gene serum? What sensations might one experience after consuming the new gene serum? Have you already tried it, Brother Bin? Those who have ingested the gene serum are well aware of its formidable power. Consequently, the members of the base are brimming with curiosity regarding the new gene serum. Du Bin relished the attention and inquiries surrounding him, grinning as he remarked, "The new gene serum was procured by Brother Yi, and currently, he is the only one who has consumed it. Later, we will have Huiyue test the results, but I can confidently assure you that this gene serum 2.0 is truly exceptional." Du Bin gave a thumbs up, his expression radiating confidence. If something could earn Du Bin's personal endorsement, it must indeed be extraordinary. While the conversation unfolded, the three brothers, Hong Lijing, also arrived. After more than a day of training, the trio had undergone a remarkable transformation. Following the use of the gene serum, their movements, expressions, and gait exhibited significant improvement. Brother Yi, your discerning eye is unmatched. It hasn't been long, yet these three look like entirely different individuals, Du Bin remarked. Unable to contain his admiration, the praised trio scratched their heads in unison, saying, "Brother Bin, you flatter us. It's all thanks to Instructor Chin's excellent training. Today, we learned slashing techniques and some basic firearm skills. With these skills, we require Brother Yi's assistance in Qing City. In truth, even without Yifan's mention, the trio was well aware that Yifan's journey to Qing City was motivated by the presence of their relatives there. Unlike young Xingyun and his followers, who mostly had lost their families, Hong Lijing and his companions still had loved ones to consider, which was why Yifan was willing to take them along. Regardless of the outcome, they would be forever grateful for this kindness. How well have you mastered your newfound strength? Yifan nodded slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured for the three to sit and converse. The others, understanding the cue, graciously vacated seats near Yifan for the brothers. We're almost ready. We can set off tomorrow, Hong Lu Shui chuckled. The trio had caused quite a commotion at the restaurant earlier. It was only later they realized that everyone undergoing initial training shared similar experiences, which brought them back to calmness. Yi Fan nodded, "Indeed, we shall depart tomorrow. Since everyone is present, I would like to inform you that we have introduced a new gene serum, temporarily named Gene Serum version 2.0. Apart from some members, others wishing to exchange for it will need 100 gene serums. Furthermore, the Gene Serum version 1.0, which you are currently using, must be consumed in 10 doses over a month. After a month's interval, you may then consume version 2.0. During this period, zombies will also become stronger, so all mission participants must exercise caution." Chapter 60, ISNT This Seeking Death? Yes, Captain, the team replied resolutely, and shortly thereafter, they disbanded. Ultimately, the gene serum serves merely as an aid. Training remains paramount. Moreover, Huiyue had arranged for gravity chamber training, which would require consuming base contributions to utilize. For earlier members like Du Bin and Diao Wei, they enjoyed lifetime access. Starting with the group led by Yang Xingyun, subsequent access would be based on obtained zombie crystal cores and resources, converted into base contributions as additional benefits for the members. Yifan frequently trained in the gravity chamber as well. The experience was indeed invigorating, but one could not deny that after its use, the sensation of becoming stronger was markedly more acute. After dinner, under Huiyue's guidance, Yifan headed to the training room for ability testing. Du Bin, feeling bored, decided to join in the excitement. Su Lily was still occupied with Hong Lishan and couldn't come over for the time being. The others, preparing for missions and training the next day, also wisely refrained from joining. Even Su Xiaodong had been busy hunting zombies. If anyone were to be recognized as the fiercest and most active zombie hunter in the organization, it would undoubtedly be her. "Young master, please proceed with the gravity test." Yifan was already well acquainted with the basic procedures. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Huiyue scrutinized Yifan's test results, her eyes glowing with a faint green light. "Congratulations, young master, your level has reached 3.5, equivalent to the strength of a level 4 zombie. Level 4 zombies have yet to develop intelligence, but they are still quite formidable. Yet Yifan, with the physique of a human from 100 years ago, had attained a level comparable to that of a level 4 zombie. Among humans a century later, only 10 managed to reach such a threshold. According to her data, humans of a century past possessed frail bodies and had not harnessed psychic power, compounded by the potent effects of the gene serum. which could easily lead to explosive demise under certain conditions. Why had Yi Fan achieved the level of a level 4 evolver after only 2 doses? Why had Yi Penghai, a century following the apocalypse, been able to rise to the pinnacle in just 8 years? Hueyue's quantum brain rapidly analyzed various factors and transmitted Yi Fan's information through temporal communication to the future. IT concluded that Yi Fan's body might harbor a powerful genetic chain secret. However, the specifics would require guidance from a century later. Once the message was sent, the faint green glow in Hueyue's eyes extinguished. Level 4 zombie. Good heavens, a level 4 zombie can lift 10,000 tons? One punch could collapse the ground. How then can we fight? Moreover, Brother Ye's speed had now reached 2,000 kilometers per hour. This velocity surpassed the fastest cars in the world. As for reflexes and agility, hadn't they already reached superhuman levels? How could he only be a level 4? Du Bin, coming to his senses, found himself increasingly baffled by the information provided by Huiyue. A level 4 zombie had become this formidable. What lay beyond level 4? What would level 9 entail? What kind of world would humanity evolve into? Merely contemplating it dimmed the light in Du Bin's eyes. Huiyue slightly turned her head towards Du Bin. In truth, the zombie-level information you are seeing, including the existence of zombie kings, has been acquired through special channels, yet these entities may not genuinely be non-existent. Rather, you are simply unaware of them in the future. Zombies can reach such levels, and humanity is also continuously evolving to combat them. Eventually, humans will attain the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to soar through the sky and traverse the earth. Haven't you already surpassed ordinary humans? Du Bin had never envisioned that one day such things would become reality. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Facing the apocalypse was already dire enough. But Huiyue suddenly informed him that humanity could one day move mountains and fill seas. How powerful would the zombies become by then? Perhaps sensing Du Bin's despondency, Huiyue continued. However, there's no need for you to worry excessively. Young Master Du humanity has already taken a significant lead over zombies. As long as we eliminate any potential zombie kings, no adversary will stand a chance against you and Young Master. A century ago during the apocalypse, zombies had yet to complete their evolution. Huiyue constantly monitored the global zombie situation via satellite. Even if zombies evolved to their utmost strength, Yi Fan would be able to respond swiftly and eliminate them. Du Bin let out a bitter laugh. Honestly, I do not care whether I am the strongest in the world. I just cannot fathom what the future world will become. He had initially thought the current world was the conclusion. Little did he know, it was merely the beginning. The future world would evolve towards high-tech intelligence, with intelligent robots like myself gradually emerging and eventually becoming commonplace. Future technology, weaponry, and medicine would also see corresponding advancements. And humanity's physical capabilities would be enhanced to varying degrees. Isn't that a future worth yearning for, Young Master Du? Hueyue's emotionless gaze flickered slightly, seemingly struggling to comprehend. Du Bin sighed. Of course. I yearn for it, but what about the women in this world? Once they become increasingly scarce. I doubt I am still a novice. Yi Fan understood his implication, patting his shoulder. Just put in the effort. The base will continue to recruit as long as you can contribute to combat effectiveness and are not the type to squander power. They will surely consider you. It is not the end of the world yet. As long as you have the stamina and can endure, becoming a nightly groom is no problem. Even Yi Penghai suggested that Yi Fan should find a few more partners to see if he could have more grandchildren to play with. Deep down, Yi Penghai still longed for his wife and had not sought a companion since the apocalypse. Brother Yi, I will strive to do my best. Du Bin nodded helplessly, and the two engaged in casual conversation before commencing their training in the gravity chamber. The commotion caused by Gene Serum 2.0 was too significant. He certainly did not wish to damage the base's foundation, especially when finding someone to repair it would be a challenge. Meanwhile, a century after the apocalypse, Yi Penghai also received the health report and analysis results regarding Yi Fan from Huiyue. Little Fan has achieved strength comparable to that of mutated zombies after consuming the Gene Serum. Yi Penghai gazed at the report on his quantum brain, his brows gradually furrowing. Countless humans a century later had consumed the undiluted version of the Gene Serum, yet very few reached the strength of mutated zombies. Yet here, it appeared that both he and Yi Fan, upon consuming the Gene Serum, experienced unique effects, attaining an extraordinary level of strength. Could it be that the Yi family's lineage harbors some extraordinary genetic chain? Yi Penghai gently shook his head, dismissing such impractical notions. After much contemplation, he resolved to discuss this matter with Min Zhan and the others. Within the technology department, Min Zhan and his colleagues gazed in astonishment at the transcendent information shared by Hui Yue, all unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. Could this not be a replica of the commander, achieving the strength of a mutated zombie after just 2 doses of the genetic serum? Initially, I had thought the commander was merely an anomaly, but it now appears that this is evidently not the case. Yi Penghai's serendipitous consumption of the genetic serum, followed by a continuous journey of enhancement, could be likened to a cheat code for the commander, reminiscent of the protagonists in those exhilarating tales from a century past. However, this path of fortuitous advancement is evidently not replicable, and thus the members of the base had not considered the genetic aspect. Upon deeper reflection, could an ordinary person truly traverse from the apocalypse to a century later unscathed? And that too after consuming the genetic serum, to become a dominant figure within a base solely through their innate intelligence, capabilities, and courage. This is not fiction. This is reality, Commander. How about we take a trip to the lair of the Zombie King sometime soon, to see if we can capture a mutated zombie for a genetic comparison with the Commander's? A sudden idea sparked from one of the technicians. Min Zhan and his colleagues, upon hearing this, found the suggestion rather appealing. After all, mutated zombies are indeed rare among their kind. Could there be a connection between the two? Very well, it shall be done. We will set forth tomorrow. Yi Penghai approved the plan for the following day. The Zombie King and various significant figures within the base had already reached a certain plateau in their evolution. Their strength could not be significantly augmented further. Even in battle, the outcome would likely be evenly matched. Before Yi Penghai arrived, humanity was predominantly in a state of weakness. Following the cataclysm a century ago, humankind lost most of its civilization, retaining only a fraction that has managed to develop to the present day. As for the zombies, it goes without saying. The most formidable Zombie King likely possesses only the intelligence of an ordinary human, albeit with a somewhat cunning nature, treacherously elusive and rather despicable. Were it not for this, Yi Penghai would have long since eradicated the Zombie King. How else could he have become a leader? The intellectual achievements of a century past are not to be trifled with. With his myriad of cunning maneuvers, humanity gradually found itself on equal footing with the Zombie King. Amidst the fragmentation and territorial disputes, various bases began to establish their strongholds. Naturally, no one dared to provoke Yi Penghai lightly. Once he declared a confrontation, conflict would undoubtedly ensue. The consequences of rebellion would be dire. After solidifying the specific plans, a technician could not help but raise a voice to inquire of Yi Penghai. Commander, as the apocalypse has indeed arrived, we have acquired the database from a century ago through the intelligent steward. Shouldn't the issue of the young commander's offspring be brought to the forefront? Our technology department is willing to fully cooperate with the medical department in creating various suitable weapons to prepare for the arrival of the young commander. Under ordinary circumstances, technicians would never broach such a topic. In this grim reality, mere survival is a challenge, let alone procreation. Yet, both Yi Fan and Yi Penghai have evolved to a level that could be likened to mutated zombies through the genetic serum. If a young commander were to be born, what transformations might occur upon their consumption of the serum? Contemplating this, the curiosity of the technicians regarding the Yi family's genetic research surged exponentially. Yi Penghai had never anticipated that one day, there would be individuals more eager for the birth of his grandchild than he himself. No, considering the quantity of genetic serums we have dispatched, it is certain that the young commander's partner has also consumed the serum, and one of the two evolving beings may indeed possess a potential mutated genetic chain. In such a scenario, would the offspring be significantly more powerful than an ordinary child born a century ago? Another technician, with a burst of inspiration, speculated aloud. As his words fell, the entire team of technicians found themselves once again struck by the astonishing hypothesis of their comrade. For such a conjecture bears a strong likelihood of truth. In any case, let us first investigate the specifics before making further plans, classifying this matter as a top-level secret. Additionally, instruct the combat department personnel to memorize Sun Tzu's Art of War. The written language a century later has undergone some changes from that of a century prior, though not excessively so. After all, 100 years have passed, and translating classical texts into modern vernacular can be quite a headache. Compounded by the need to digest the content in this era, there is little emphasis on subjects like literature and mathematics. and most combat personnel are likely illiterate. Yi Penghai's task of advancing cultural education a century after the apocalypse is indeed a daunting one. The next day, as Yi Fan set off for Qing City accompanied by the Hong brothers, he remained oblivious to the fact that his yet-to-be-conceived child was already on everyone's mind. Upon entering the vehicle, he unexpectedly received a notification regarding the meteorite collection box's location. Goodness, the collection box was completely filled. Where on earth had it gathered all this? Yi Fan cast a glance at the status of the meteorite collection box. Inwardly astonished, curiosity getting the better of him, he couldn't resist checking the travel log of the collection box on his phone. His expression shifted dramatically. 6. In less than a week, it had managed to scavenge a substantial portion of the meteorites from Blue Star. No wonder it was so overstuffed. If it hadn't returned, that would have been truly bizarre. Dad, the meteorite collection box is full, and I have sent it back to you along with the supplies and space suitcase. So please remember to accept it.at. That moment, Yi Penghai was busy dealing with the Zombie King's lair. The rather unorthodox suggestion put forth by Yi Fan had indeed proven useful, thanks to the special serum injected into the Zombie King. Its movements had slowed momentarily, providing Yi Penghai with the perfect opportunity. Leading his army of thousands, he launched a bombardment on the apocalypse, directing a torrent of firepower towards the horde of zombies, reducing nearly 70% of them to mere ash in the blink of an eye. Not even ashes remained. Roar. As the Zombie King howled in fury, victorious Yi Penghai looked at the 3 captured mutated zombies, swiftly giving the order to retreat. The Zombie King seethed with rage, yet found himself utterly helpless. Damn that eternal peace, commander. Seeing that Yi Penghai did not respond, Yi Fan wasted no time. He promptly dispatched the collection box along with the space suitcase back to the apocalypse a century later. After all, on this journey, he had brought along only 20 doses of the genetic serum and 10 doses of the genetic serum 2.0, 2/3 of the viral serum, and various home-cooked dishes, along with 100 pounds of cooked rice and an assortment of flavored noodles. With that, he officially set off towards Qing City. Yi Fan had never imagined that his whimsical idea would be executed so extravagantly by his father. Even more so, he never anticipated that upon arriving at the gates of Qing City, he would find himself obstructed by a group of survivors wielding firearms, seemingly ignoring him entirely. The Hong brothers looked at the surrendered Yi Fan, their hearts racing with trepidation. Why must these people choose to rob Yi Gu instead of anyone else?